Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 2755 to Chapter 2840. Ling Xiao did not dare to use his real name. Who knows if there are any experts from the Qin country's royal family here? If he was targeted, it would be troublesome. You are from the Tuoba family? Hu Yanhong, who was originally cold, suddenly asked in surprise. She even put away the sword in her hand. It can be seen that she loves the house and its crows. Because she likes Tuoba Yunfan, she treats the Tuoba family very well. I should be. I only remember my name. Ling Xiao began to pretend to have amnesia. Although this is simple and crude, it can easily explain a lot of things. Otherwise, if others asked him about his background, it would be hard for him to answer. Should be? Hu Yanhong frowned and said, I think it's just the same surname. The Tuoba family should not have someone as weak as you. You don't deserve to have this surname. Miss, you must be joking. I have always had this surname. Do you want me to change my surname? Ling Xiao ridiculed. He does not have a good impression of this Hu Yanhong. If not for Hu Yanlan's persuasion, he would have been thrown into a cave to wait for death. You dare to ridicule me? Don't blame me for being direct. With your current cultivation, you are simply trash. Even if you are from the Tuoba family, you are probably just a lowly servant. Hu Yanhong's words are very impolite. Ling Xiao sighed. Although this woman's words are unpleasant, he has to admit one fact. In the mystic world, without strength, one is trash. Ordinary people in this world are not qualified to enjoy equal rights. Even if they are alive, they will be spurned and despised, so what if you are handsome and beautiful? It will only make your life worse. You might even be sent to a brothel to be a male prostitute. Of course, those with a good heart, although they look down on you, they will not be so obvious. For example, the naive and cute Hu Yanlan is like this. Although she thinks that Ling Xiao is handsome, without strength, he is just a pretty vase. Naturally, she does not like him. This is normal. However, some people are intolerable. They will directly show their contempt and disdain for you. As if you are a pile of dirty shit, and they cannot wait to get away from you. Hu Yanhong was such a person. Scram. Trash like you will only dirty our mule cart. Hu Yanhong's words were even more excessive. She didn't want to spend another second with Ling Xiao. Sis, I don't think that's a good idea. He might have become weaker because he was injured. Lan hurriedly said, besides, it won't be too late to let him go after his injuries have healed. Just think of it as saving a puppy. Puppy? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he knew that Hu Yanlan did not have any malicious intent in her words, if he were to reveal his true cultivation, then he would definitely be able to escape. Would Hu Yanlan dare to speak to him like this? Did she really think of him as a pet? Perhaps this was what it meant to be bullied by dogs. Forget it, I'd better leave. I'm a man after all, and I'm not used to being raised like a puppy. Ling Xiao was now able to move. Moreover, most of his injuries had recovered. As long as he didn't meet an opponent that was too strong, he should be able to handle it. He still had to find Chenbai, so he didn't have time to play with the two little girls. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Hu Yanlan said embarrassedly. Lan, you don't have to apologize to him. Treating him as a pet dog is already overestimating him. Our family's pet dog eats better food than the servants. He's just a servant of the Tuoba family. I'm afraid he hasn't even eaten the food of a pet dog. Hu Yanhong said loudly. Hong, shut up. Suddenly, the old man who was driving the cart shouted, he's a disciple of the dragon cult after all. He's our benefactor. You can't humiliate him like this. Perhaps Hu Yanhong didn't know that it was this old man's words and Hu Yanlan's performance that allowed her to luckily save her life. In that instant, Ling Xiao had already released his killing intent. Young hero, this old man's two granddaughters are too young and ignorant. If they have offended you in any way, this old man will apologize to you on their behalf. This old man was a shrewd person. He had just caught a glimpse of Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he was almost unable to move. From that moment, he understood that this young man was definitely not a half-step Yinyang realm martial artist, but an absolute expert who could easily kill the three of them. Forget it. The ignorant are innocent. Moreover, you helped me. I won't bite the hand that feeds me. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Grandfather, why are you so polite to this trash? Hu Yanhong didn't know what the old man was thinking and continued to speak recklessly. Pa! A loud slap sounded in the carriage. The old man stopped the carriage and slapped his own granddaughter's face. Although this slap hurt his granddaughter a lot, the old man knew that this could save his granddaughter's life. Grandfather, what are you doing? Hu Yanhong's eyes were red. She never thought that her grandfather who loved her and never scolded her would actually hit her. Moreover, it was for an outsider. What am I doing? You're usually arrogant and willful, but today, you're so disrespectful to this young hero. Grandfather won't forgive you. The old man was terrified. He didn't know Ling Xiao's temper. He didn't know if his actions could let Ling Xiao vent his anger. But he had to do it. Alright, old man, there's no need to do this. But I have to remind you that your granddaughter is too arrogant. Today, she met me. Because of your kindness, I won't do anything to her. But if she meets someone else, I'm afraid she won't have it easy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Young hero, you're right. This old man will discipline them strictly in the future. The old man said hurriedly. By the way, I heard that the Tuoba family is going to marry a woman from the dragon cult. Do you know her name? Ling Xiao asked casually. Since she was from the dragon cult, he had to be concerned. I think she's called the Red Witch. I don't know her specific name, but everyone calls her that. Hu Yanlan said. Red Witch, Ling Xiao frowned. He had just left the demon dragon city for a day, and the Red Witch was already betrothed to the Tuoba family in this remote town. This was definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps the Red Witch was implicated because of the bestial battle arena. If that was the case, he would have to make a trip to the Tuoba family. If the Red Witch was willing, then he would naturally have to give her a generous gift. If she was forced, then as a friend, he couldn't just watch the Red Witch fall into the fire pit. Young hero, do you know this woman? The old man asked. We're friends, very good friends. Ling Xiao murmured. Stop bragging. The Red Witch's cultivation has already reached the peak of the 10th level of hell, while you're only at the half-stepping young realm. How could she be your friend? Ridiculous. Shut up. Hu Yanhong's reckless behavior infuriated her grandfather. With a furious roar, another slap landed on his face. Both of Hu Yanhong's cheeks were covered in red palm prints. Reckless girl, this young hero Ling's cultivation is much higher than yours. The only reason he didn't attack you is because we helped him. But you don't know your limits. Do you really think that the Tuoba family is the only one in this world? Stupid, you're so stupid. The old man didn't intend to say this, but his granddaughter's stupid behavior could lead to the destruction of their family. After all, the dragon cult was an evil cult. This was absolutely true. Every one of them was ruthless. If you offended him, it wouldn't be strange if he wanted to destroy your entire family. He felt that he hadn't taught such a stupid granddaughter well. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see what the old man had done. He said indifferently, I want to go to the Tuoba family, but I don't know the way. I wonder if you can lead the way. Of course, of course. How about this? My 2 granddaughters are going to deliver a gift. Young hero, you can go with them. I'm old and can't walk so far. The old man suggested. Sure. Ling Xiao nodded. He only wanted someone to lead the way. It didn't matter who it was. Listen up, you two. Serve this young hero well along the way. Don't be careless. The old man looked at his 2 granddaughters and said. This old man actually had some improper thoughts in his heart. Ling Xiao was so young, and his strength was so strong that it made him afraid. In the dragon cult, he must be a person of noble status. Perhaps he was a legendary upper disciple. If one of his 2 granddaughters was lucky enough to catch his eye and be taken as a maid or even a concubine, then their family would be proud. The Tuoba family would definitely not dare to give them a hard time. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know the old man's dirty thoughts. There were only 2 things in his mind. One was how Chen Baiyu was doing. The other thing was why the Red Witch had married into such a remote place. I don't want to be with him. He's just a disgraceful piece of trash. Grandpa, what makes you think he's better than us? Perhaps all young people had rebellious thoughts, and Hu Yanhong was no exception. The more the old man hit her, the more unconvinced she felt. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that I will marry you to that guy? The old man's face was as gloomy as a swamp. That guy, Hu Yanhong thought of that marriage partner of hers, who was as fat as a pig and had some problems with his brain, and for a moment, she lost her temper. Her grandfather treated her well and didn't force her to marry off. She didn't dare to make her grandfather angry again. Seeing that his granddaughter was no longer speaking, the old man was relieved. He was really afraid that his granddaughter would offend Ling Xiao with her rotten mouth. The mule cart continued to move forward. Hu Yanlan, who had been silent all this time, blinked her innocent eyes and asked, "Little brother, are you really that strong?" "Yes, very strong." Ling Xiao looked at Hu Yanlan and sighed in his heart. If every girl was as innocent as this little girl, how good would that be? Hu Yanhong wanted to say something sarcastic, but when she thought of the possibility of being forced to marry a fool, she immediately lost her temper. On the other hand, Hu Yanlan chuckled and said, "I believe that little brother is indeed very strong because a half-step Yin Yang realm cultivator can't survive in this place for too long." When they arrived at the Huyan clan, Ling Xiao realized that this was not a small clan. At the very least, it was more powerful than the Ling clan of Yuhua town. However, when he thought about it, the two granddaughters were both at the first revolution Yin Yang realm, the 9th level of hell. This was not something that the Ling clan of Yuhua town could compare to. After eating a meal and packing up some congratulatory gifts, Ling Xiao, Hu Yanhong, and Hu Yanlan set off. They were accompanied by 2 bodyguards. These 2 guards were at the late stage of the first revolution Yin Yang realm, the 9th level of hell. Although they were not as strong as Hu Yanhong and were about the same strength as Hu Yanlan, the guards were still very powerful. Along the way, Hu Yanlan chatted with Ling Xiao. The rich and colorful experiences that Ling Xiao spoke of filled Hu Yanlan, who had never left this small town before, with curiosity. She listened happily. "Humph, Alan, be careful. Don't be seduced by this hypocritical guy." Hu Yanhong did not like Ling Xiao very much. She believed that Ling Xiao was just bragging. "Sis, I feel that you are prejudiced against little brother," Hu Yanlan said with a pout. "Humph." Hu Yanhong coldly snorted and did not explain anything. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I don't know how you made my grandfather trust you so much. I also don't know what goal you have in approaching us. But let me tell you, don't have any ideas about me and my sister. Our Huyan family will never follow a piece of trash to a faraway place. Also, after arriving at the Tuoba family, you better behave yourself. That is not a place where you can act rashly. You have to listen to everything I say." Ling Xiao indifferently glanced at Hu Yanhong and did not speak. Instead, he continued to chat with Hu Yanlan. Hu Yanhong was so angry that her teeth itched, but she did not dare to act rashly. Because she knew that the 2 guards beside her were deliberately sent by her grandfather to keep an eye on her, lest she do something crazy. The rest of the journey was silent. In fact, the Huyan family was not far from the Tuoba family. It was just 2 towns separated by a few dozen kilometers. Therefore, they could naturally reach it within a day. However, this was under the condition that nothing troublesome happened. But along the way, they were in the wilderness. When they were more than 10 kilometers away from the Tuoba family, whistling sounds suddenly came from the hillsides on both sides. A black mass of people rushed down from the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded them. Although Hu Yanlan's strength was not weak, she was still a girl who had never gone out before. She shrank in the carriage and was so scared that her face turned pale. Ling Xiao gently grabbed her hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen." Ling Xiao had a good impression of Hu Yanlan. So, no matter what happened, he would not let anything happen to Hu Yanlan. This group of bandits had about 200 people. 4 ferocious beasts walked out from the crowd. On top of the beasts, there were 4 men who were dressed completely different from the soldiers. They were more luxurious and special. They were probably the leaders of this group of bandits. The eyes of the four men were constantly sizing up Hu Yanhong and Hu Yanlan. There was a very evil aura in their eyes. It made Hu Yanlan and Hu Yanhong blush and their hearts beat faster. It was as if the two of them were completely naked in front of these four men. Two guards quickly blocked the left and right sides of the carriage. These guards were quite loyal. It seemed that they intended to protect the two masters with their lives. Facing the sudden appearance of the bandits, Hu Yanhong was still calm. After all, she believed that her cultivation was not weak. However, being stared at like that made her uncomfortable. "Are you a man or not? Why are you still sitting in the carriage?" Suddenly, Hu Yanhong looked back at Ling Xiao, who was holding Hu Yanlan's hand, and angrily said, "If I'm not a man, are you?" Ling Xiao disdainfully sneered and said, "I'm a waste. How would I dare to go out? Why don't you help us repel these bandits?" His voice was full of sarcasm. "You." Hu Yanhong was so angry that her face turned red. However, she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. She bitterly stood up and took out her sword. In this situation, she could only fight head-on. Their carriage was just a flatbed cart. There was no cover on it, so it could be seen clearly from the outside. The bandits also saw Ling Xiao, but they also snorted disdainfully. They thought that he was just a pretty boy raised by Hu Yanlan and ignored him. "Boss, these two girls are not bad. How about we bring them back and make them your wives?" At this moment, a guy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks said with a smile, "Good things can't be enjoyed alone. Bring these two girls back and share them with us four brothers." The bandit leader revealed an evil smile. He seemed to have begun to fantasize about the sweetness between the two girls. "Shut up. We are from the Huyan family. You better get out of here. Otherwise, our Huyan family will not forgive you." Hu Yanhong couldn't listen anymore and sternly shouted, "Idiot." Ling Xiao helplessly sighed. This group of bandits dared to operate in this area. Not to mention the Huyan family, they probably weren't even afraid of the Tuoba family. She actually dared to threaten him like this. Alas, she really is a foolish woman who hasn't seen the world. TSK, what great prestige. Huyan family? We like to play with women from big families like you, brothers, let's go. The bandit leader sneered and waved his hand. The 200 bandits behind him rushed towards the carriage. There are many bandits on Cold Frost Mountain. Today, the heavens should open their eyes. Frost Cold Mountain bandits, this young master has been looking for you for a long time. Who would have thought that you would take the initiative to come knocking on my door? Suddenly, a clear voice came from afar. A moment later, a young man in white appeared in front of everyone. Of the 200 bandits who had rushed towards the carriage, 7 or 8 of them were instantly killed by this white-clothed young master. The young man in white held a folding fan in his hand. His feet didn't touch the ground as he floated in the air. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very handsome. He gave off the feeling of a Jianghu hero. Young Master Jade Fan. Tuoba Yu. When the bandits saw this young man, their expressions turned ugly. Young Master Jade Fan, Tuoba Yu, was one of the top figures among the younger generation of the Tuoba family. It was second only to the peerless dragon seal, Tuoba Yun Fan. The moment they saw this young man, Hu Yanhong and Hu Yanlan's eyes seemed to be glued to him. The eyes of the two girls were filled with adoration. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. This was the reality. No matter what kind of girl she would still like this kind of elegant and powerful young master. Hu Yanlan even pulled her hand out of Ling Xiao's grasp, as if she was afraid that Tuoba Yu would see it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Since someone had appeared, he didn't need to reveal his strength. As for the attitude of the two girls towards him, he didn't care. He raised his head and looked at the bandits. He had heard of the Frost Cold Mountain bandits. This group of people robbed houses and abducted women. It could be said that they didn't shrink from any evil. The key point was that they were extremely savage. If this Tuoba Yu hadn't appeared, Hu Yanhong and Hu Yanlan would have been in trouble today. As he was thinking, Tuoba Yu suddenly turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao. Are you a man? Hiding behind a woman, you're really embarrassing us male martial artists. Even if your strength isn't good, you should learn to be more courageous. This kind of condescending tone made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. He said faintly, "I'm not your family's servant. Don't talk to me like that. Vulgar, really vulgar. If you were my Tuoba family's servant, believe it or not, I would have smashed your mouth for what you just said." Tuoba frowned and said coldly. In this region, no one had ever dared to contradict him, Tuoba. Therefore, he was very angry. Ling Xiao originally had a good impression of this Tuoba. After all, he was a young hero of the pugilistic world who acted bravely for a just cause. Although he was a little overbearing. But he could still tolerate it. But the problem was, you were a hero saving a damsel in distress. It was fine that you acted bravely for a just cause, but why did you have to step on me for no reason? Did you want to step on me to show off? Then you're wrong. I'm not going to give you face. Tuoba, although your reputation is great, we, the four frost and cold monsters, are not weak either. If you want to live, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, we'll kill you too. The frost-cold mountain bandit boss looked coldly at Tuoba and shouted. Tuoba originally wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he was attracted by these words and looked back at the four frost and cold monsters. You four are trash. The strongest one is only at the early stage of the first revolution in Yang realm, 10th level of hell. The remaining three are only at the first revolution in Yang realm, 9th level of hell. You want me to scram? Who gave you the guts? Tuoba sneered and said. Perhaps you're just famous. Brother, don't be afraid. He's just one person. Kill him. The frost-cold mountain bandit boss shouted. Over 200 bandits all charged at Tuoba. Instead, they ignored Ling Xiao and the others. Little brother, hurry up and help him. There are too many enemies. Huyan Lan anxiously looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Didn't you say you were very strong?" "Don't worry. He's also very strong. He alone is enough to deal with those bandits," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Tuoba's cultivation was much stronger than those bandits. He was at the peak of the first revolution in Yang realm, 10th level of hell. He was comparable to the Red Witch. With this level of cultivation, those bandits were nothing in his eyes. Lan, you don't have to beg that guy. He's just trash. I'll go help. Huyan Hong snorted and was about to go help Tuoba. However, at this moment, a silver light suddenly flashed in the sky. A silver jade plate appeared behind Tuoba. The light from the jade plate shot into the sky. Immediately, the entire sky was dyed silver. Countless tiny sword lights descended like a torrential downpour onto the bodies of the bandits. In an instant, the entire valley turned into a slaughterhouse. In just one move, Tuoba slaughtered all the bandits of Frost-Cold Mountain. However, he was still unstained with blood and looked as cool as ever. Huyan Hong and Huyan Lan's eyes widened as they looked at this scene in shock. Tuoba's image as a graceful young master became even more firm in their hearts. This sword was too beautiful. It was like a sword immortal had descended. Big brother Yu is so strong. Huyan Lan's eyes were filled with hearts. Yeah, too strong. His sword technique is probably unmatched in the entire state of Qin. Compared to a certain trash, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Huyan Hong looked at Tuoba and then looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. How could there be such a big difference between people? You two ladies must be Huyan clans Ah Lan and Ah Hong. After not seeing you for so many years, you've already become so charming. Tuoba put away his sword and walked over as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect Big Brother you to still remember us. Huyan Hong's pretty face was flushed red. She could feel her little heart thumping. Of course I remember. This trip to the Tuoba clan shouldn't be dangerous. I still have some things to do and need to go first. However, I have to warn you two sisters. Don't be confused by some good-for-nothing trash. Some people look harmless, but they're full of thieves and prostitutes. When Tuoba spoke, his eyes were staring at Ling Xiao. This person was really vengeful. Ling Xiao had only rebutted him with one sentence, and he was actually labeled as a scum of a thief and a prostitute. Big brother don't misunderstand. We don't have any relationship with him. We just accidentally saved his life. His name is Tuoba Ling, and he said he's from the Tuoba clan. Hu Yanhong hurriedly explained. Tuoba Ling? Never seen him before. Tuoba Yu sneered, although I don't know why you're using my Tuoba clan's surname, you better remember that if you offend my Tuoba clan, those bandits will be your example. That's funny. Could it be that only your Tuoba clan's surname is Tuoba, and others have to change their surname? Even the old emperor wouldn't dare to do that. Ling Xiao mocked. Sharp-tongued. Humph, I hope it's just a coincidence. Tuoba Yu coldly snorted and cupped his fists towards Hu Yanhong and Hu Yanlan, then turned around and flew away. He came without a trace and left without a trace. He was truly carefree. Seeing this, the two girls' hearts were beating wildly. Tuoba Yu had just left when Hu Yanhong looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "You're simply shameless. Not only did you not thank him for saving your life, you even dared to talk back to him. Compared to Big Brother you're like a toad in a smelly ditch. It's disgusting." Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Hu Yanhong and said, "You're wrong. He might have saved you, but he didn't save me. He didn't save Alan and the two guards either. Because as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to them. You're the only one I can't be bothered with." Ha ha ha, what a joke. When we were fighting earlier, you were so scared that you cowered to the side. Now that all the bandits have been killed, you're starting to become arrogant. People like you are simply shameless to the extreme. Hu Yanhong laughed heartily. Hu Yanlan also felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, even she felt that Ling Xiao was only good at talking, and didn't have any real ability. Shameless? If you run into danger later, don't come and beg me. Ling Xiao mocked. Beg you? Even if I, Hu Yanhong, die, I will never beg you. Hu Yanhong shouted, her voice resounding throughout the entire valley. If that's the case, I advise you not to speak too early. That Tuoba Yu is an idiot. Does he really think that he can kill anyone with a single sword strike? The four Frost and Ling freaks have been cultivating a special secret technique since they were young. It's called the Frost technique. It can instantly increase one's defense by dozens of times, and it can also make one enter a state of suspended animation. What a pity, that idiot didn't even think of this and thought that he killed the four Frost and Ling freaks. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the four seemingly frozen corpses on the ground and said flatly. You're talking nonsense. Hu Yanhong said loudly, in order to slander Big Brother you even dare to lie like this. You're really, she didn't finish her words because her neck was already being choked. Behind her stood four figures. And these four people were the four Frost and Ling freaks. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that even though you're trash, you have good eyesight. You actually know about the Frost technique. But so what if you know? Today, other than these two girls, you all still have to die. That Tuoba Yu is indeed an idiot. I will definitely avenge him in the future. But today, I'll play with these two girls first. The loud laughter came from the head of the four Frost and Ling freaks. He's an idiot, but the four of you are also idiots. If you want to play dead, you should wait for us to leave before standing up. If you stand up now, you're just seeking death. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly became cold, revealing a gloomy murderous aura. With just you? The head said disdainfully. That's right, with just me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss, don't waste words with him. Old 3, go and grab the other girl. Old 4 and I will kill the others. The second head spoke. Okay. The team leader nodded. 3 figures suddenly rushed out. One rushed towards Hu Yanlan. The other 2 rushed towards the 2 guards and Ling Xiao. This scene gave Hu Yanlan a fright. The 2 guards were also frightened to the point that their expressions changed drastically. These 4 Frost and Ling freaks were definitely not something they could deal with. Fight, the 2 guards planned to fight to the death. Even if they had to give up their lives, they would protect their 2 masters. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked them happened. The second, third, and fourth of the 4 Frost and Ling freaks suddenly stopped. There was a dark red mark on each of their throats. Blood dripped down. The 3 of them died on the spot. The sword in Ling Zhao's hand flashed and disappeared. Although they did not see how Ling Xiao made his move, the 2 guards and Hu Yanlan understood that Ling Xiao had saved them. You How did you? The head of the four Frost and Ling freaks trembled in fear. How did I become so powerful? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, you really think that if Tuoba you didn't make his move, you would be able to kill us? What a joke. If it was me, none of the four of you would be alive. He is stupid, but you are even more stupid. Damn it. I have misjudged you. However, this girl is in my hands. You better not act rashly. Otherwise, I will kill her. The team leader's face was ugly. He knew that he was not Ling Zhao's opponent. He did not want any woman. He only wanted to live an ignoble life. Up to you. Anyway, she doesn't seem to care about my strength. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Little brother, I beg you, please save my sister. Huyan Lan cried and shouted. It's useless for you to beg me. Let her beg me. Ling Xiao looked at Huyan Hong indifferently and said, it's just that she seemed to have said that even if she died, she would not beg me. This is really awkward. I beg you. I beg you, please save me. Huyan Hong was not as strong as she imagined. She was just spoiled since she was young. Now that she was facing the threat of death, how could she dare to be stubborn? Now I'm not a trash? Hearing Huyan Hong's cry for help, Ling Xiao sneered, now I'm not a waste? No. I'm the waste. I was blind. Huyan Hong shook her head. Slap yourself twice and I'll save you. Ling Xiao really didn't want to save this kind of woman. However, objectively speaking, this woman was his benefactor. He couldn't not save her. Therefore, he might as well give her a small punishment. Pa. Pa. Without even thinking, Huyan Hong slapped herself twice. Although her neck was choked, she could still move her hands freely. Brat, if you want her to live, you'd better let me go. The big head roared. Ling Xiao didn't respond to him at all. He just lightly flung his hand. The team leader instantly felt a sharp pain in his throat, and blood dripped down his throat. Huyan Hong stood there trembling, waiting for the judgment of fate. When she found that the big head behind her had loosened his grip, she actually fell to the ground. No one saw what Ling Xiao did. Huyan Lan and the two guards only saw a strange second shadow appear behind the big head. That was all. At this moment, whether it was Huyan Lan, Huyan Hong, or the two guards, they all suddenly understood that Ling Zhao's words were not false. Killing the four Frost and Ling freaks in 3 moves. This kind of strength was not something they could imagine. This also proved that even if Tuoba you didn't make a move, Ling Xiao could still guarantee their safety. Let's continue. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes. The two guards had already worshipped Ling Xiao as a god. When Ling Xiao ordered them to set off, they immediately jumped on the carriage and prepared to set off. This time, Ling Xiao didn't sit on the handcart with the two girls. Instead, he walked towards the mounts left behind by the four Frost and Ling freaks. They were 4 fierce beasts, ice and snow lions. Ling Xiao chose the strongest one and directly rode on it. Demonic beasts also understood human nature. Seeing Ling Xiao easily kill their master, how could they still dare to resist? You guys stay at the back. I'll lead the way in case we run into the same trouble again. Ling Xiao called out and rode on the ice snow lion, sprinting forward. The carriage also began to move forward, but in terms of speed, it was naturally slower than the snow lion. Sis, little brother seems to be angry. You really shouldn't talk about him like that. Huyan Lan looked at Ling Zhao's back and sighed. He had always been looking for a hero, but he never expected that the hero would be right in front of him. Although she didn't say anything overboard, she still looked down on Ling Xiao. Now, she really regretted it. But he still can't compare to Big Brother Yu. Moreover, this person's thoughts are a little too deep. He clearly has such strength, but he didn't make a move just now. If it wasn't for Brother Yu's appearance, he might not have protected us. What's more, Lan, didn't you notice? He knew that the 4 freaks of Frost and Ling weren't dead, but he didn't tell Brother Yu about it. He definitely had ulterior motives. No matter how strong this kind of person was, it was best not to get too close to him. He's not like Brother Yu. He's magnanimous and straightforward. Anyway, I feel that although he saved me, he's too narrow-minded. He actually insisted that I ask for help. How can someone bully a girl like that? Brother, you definitely wouldn't do that. He's a true hero, a true hero. Although Hu Yanhong didn't dare to say that Ling Xiao was trash, in her heart, Ling Xiao saved her with ulterior motives. Tuobayu's stupidity became magnanimous. This woman, once she was prejudiced against someone, she would really find all kinds of reasons to do so. It can't be that bad. Hu Yanlan blinked and said, "Sis, I think you're a little biased. Not to mention other things, little brother's strength should be stronger than brother you. Brother you didn't kill the 4 freaks of Frost and Lang, but he did." Nonsense. Didn't you see? Brother Yu's brilliant swordsmanship is as fascinating as a sword immortal. As for that guy, he only knows how to sneak attack. In terms of strength, he's definitely not as good as brother Yu. The reason why brother Yu didn't kill the 4 freaks of Frost and Lung was because he was careless. Who could be as cunning as that guy? Only a cunning and despicable guy could see through the despicable tricks of the 4 freaks. Brother Yu is too upright. It's normal that he didn't see through it. Hu Yanhong defended herself. Even though she knew that her words were somewhat quibbling, she still said it. However, she still had to say this because she could not accept the fact that Ling Xiao might be stronger than Tuobayu. Hu Yanlan's eyes suddenly flashed. She disagreed with her sister's words. Her mind was still relatively clear. Although she had been infatuated with Tuobayu's magnificent appearance before, she still had a clear mind. But thinking about it carefully, was a magnificent scene necessarily powerful? On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't know about the 2 girls' discussion. He wasn't interested in caring about what they were talking about. He was more concerned about the Red Witch. Less than a mile ahead was Cold Frost Town. In Cold Frost Town, there was a huge mansion. It was the mansion of the Tuoba family. It covered an area of more than 2,000 acres and was built very luxuriously. It felt more imposing than the official residences of some nobles. The Tuoba family wasn't just the biggest family in Cold Frost Town. They were also the actual ruler of this place. Their patriarch was the guardian of this place. On the surface, they were loyal to the Chen Kingdom's royal family. However, they secretly colluded with Phoenix in the Cloud. In this town, the strongest martial artist was in the Tuoba family. Only their family had a martial artist at the Yinyang realm's 11th level of hell. This level of cultivation was considered an expert even in Thunder City and Demonic Dragon City. In such a remote town, they were naturally the overlords of this place. When they passed through the city gate, Hu Yanhong took out the wedding invitation. After the gate guards received a tip, they let them pass. Not only was Cold Frost Town larger than Yuhua Town, but it was also more prosperous. It felt better than the 8 Immortals County City. However, they weren't here to play, so they went straight to the Tuoba family's mansion. Outside the wide and majestic gate, there was an endless stream of people coming to congratulate them. The gifts that Hu Yanhong and Hu Yanlan brought were not light. However, compared to the others, it was nothing. In addition, they were just 2 girls. After entering the mansion, they were basically ignored. Even the carriage was not taken away by anyone. Helpless, they could only ask others to take the carriage to the stable. Ling Xiao put the ice lion in the beast ring to avoid trouble. Even in the Tuoba family, this kind of demonic beast should be a very rare thing. They had to be careful. You two, tie the horse over there. It's empty. Hu Yanhong saw an empty horse trough and called out to the 2 guards. As for the handcart, they could just put it aside. No one would steal it. Wait a minute. Where did this ignorant country bumpkin come from? Is this a stable where you can use as you wish? These are all prepared for our distinguished guests. After being reprimanded by the stable manager, Hu Yanlan hurriedly stood up and said, "We are also guests of the Tuoba family." Guests? Guests are also divided into different classes. Look at your poor appearance. Can you compare to those distinguished guests? There is no place for you to tie your horses here. Take them away. The stable manager waved his hand impatiently. But there must be a place to tie the horses, right? Hu Yanhong frowned. There is. Tie them outside. The stable manager said again. You are too much of a bully. Hu Yanhong was furious. This was the first time they stood up for their grandfather. Naturally, they could not stand this kind of vexation. So what if we are bullying you? Since when does our Tuoba family need to give face to your puny Huyan family? The stable manager said disdainfully, if your grandfather had not been a pharmacist in our Tuoba family, the family head would not have invited you. Huyan Hong had always been arrogant. She looked down on the poor appearance of others and looked down on servants. But now, she was being treated as a lowly person. She was so angry that she almost could not breathe. Slap. At this moment, a white figure appeared. A palm print appeared on the stable manager's face. Dog slave, is this how you treat guests? Brother Yu. Huyan Hong saw that the person who came was Tuoba Yu. She was so emotional that she almost cried. Okay, Ah Hong. Don't cry. It's all my fault. I should have come with you. Tuoba Yu stepped forward and very naturally hugged Huyan Hong in his arms, wiping her tears. Your movements are so skillful. Looks like you are a veteran at picking up girls. Ling Xiao frowned and immediately shook his head. He had already saved Huyan Hong once. If Huyan Hong was cheated again, he would not care. Brother Yu, he won't let us tie the horses. Huyan Hong's face was a little shy. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with being hugged by Tuoba Yu. It seemed that she was really bewitched by this Tuoba Yu. This subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate did not know that these people were young Master Yu's friends. The stable manager covered his face and hurriedly said. Since you know your mistake, why don't you take good care of the two ladies' horses? Do you need me to remind you? Tuoba Yu said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. I'll do it right away. The stable keeper hastily tied up the untied horse again. Ling Xiao was amused. This was too much of a coincidence. Tuoba Yu's appearance in the stable at this time really made people suspect that there was something fishy going on. I hope I'm just worrying too much. Ling Xiao secretly shook his head. Anyway, this kind of thing had little to do with him. You've just arrived and haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you rest in my courtyard? The wedding will start tomorrow anyway. Tuoba Yu looked at Huyan Hong and Huyan Lan. Ling Xiao was gloriously ignored. That's great. I haven't eaten anything along the way. Brother Yu, can I take a bath at your place? I also want to take a hot bath. Huyan Hong was rather vigilant towards Ling Xiao, but towards this Tuoba Yu, she didn't have any vigilance at all. This woman really made people speechless. Should I say that she has brains, or was he brainless? Sister, this isn't good. Huyan Lan hastily said, Grandfather said that girls shouldn't easily go to a man's place. Ah Lan, Brother Yu is one of us. Don't tell me you're worried that he will do something improper? Although Huyan Hong said this, she actually had some expectations in her heart. She was anticipating that Tuoba Yu would do something to her. This way, she could become the daughter-in-law of the Tuoba family. Leaving the lowly Huyan clan was her most urgent wish right now. Huyan Hong, there are some things that I'm too lazy to say. However, you've done me a favor. I really don't want to see you become a sheep in the mouth of a wolf. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's voice rang out, this Tuoba Yu, I've already investigated him. He's a typical playboy. Who knows how many girls have been deceived by him. I know that you want to become the daughter-in-law of the Tuoba family, but I'm afraid that your purity will be sullied and you won't be able to obtain anything in the end. That's just a rumor that the outside world is jealous of this young master's martial arts and appearance. Tuoba Yu indifferently said, if you weren't brought here by Ah Hong and Ah Lan, I would kill you right now, forget it. Since the two ladies would rather believe a piece of trash of unknown origin than believe me, then please do as you wish. After speaking, he actually turned around and was about to leave. This kind of strategy of loosening the reins only to grasp them better might be useless against Ling Xiao. However, it was effective against that idiotic woman, Huyan Hong. Brother Yu, I won't listen to his nonsense. Right now, I'm exhausted and don't want to continue running around. Huyan Hong shouted to stop Tuoba Yu. Tuoba Yu stopped in his tracks. A sinister smile flashed by the corner of his mouth. He immediately turned his head and said, Ah Hong, I'm very happy that you can trust me. Ah Lan, don't you want to come along? It could be seen that this guy not only wanted Huyan Hong, but also Huyan Lan. He had actually wanted to obtain the Huyan family's sisters a long time ago. I want to stroll around town with little brother. Huyan Lan shook her head and said. She didn't know why, but she felt that Ling Xiao was more reliable than Tuobayu. Perhaps this was the effect of a woman's powerful intuition. Alan, think carefully. This guy's identity is unknown. Don't be fooled by him. Huyan Han reminded her and then followed Tuobayu to leave. Ling Xiao sighed. He had already done his best. If this woman wanted to jump into the fire pit, he couldn't do anything about it. The two of you follow them and protect sister well. If that Tuobayu really does anything bad to sister, immediately inform me and little brother. Huyan Lan looked at the two guards. Although she was very naive, she wasn't stupid. On this matter, she displayed a rare calmness and wisdom. Yes. The two guards turned around and left. Alan, you shouldn't trust me too much. Perhaps your sister and Tuobayu are right. I'm just a stranger with an unknown identity. Ling Xiao looked at Alan and said. I believe in my intuition. Moreover, if you really wanted to do something bad to us, when Tuobayu left in the valley, you could have done what you wanted to do. After that, you just need to push the blame to the Frosty Four Freaks. No one will know the truth. Huyan Lan analyzed. You're smart. Unfortunately, such a simple fact, your sister is stubborn and won't listen. Ling Xiao sighed and said, let's go. Let's stroll around the streets. And, little brother. Huyan Lan stepped forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. In Tuobayu's courtyard, Huyan Hong was bathing. The two guards were guarding outside. At this moment, Tuobayu wasn't here. He was with the stable manager. This is the reward for that slap. Hee, doing things for young Master Yu is what this subordinate should do. The stable manager smiled and said, it's a pity that Huyan Lan left with that stranger. It doesn't matter. I've already sent people out. Since the soft approach doesn't work, I'll use the hard approach too. Get rid of that trouble and capture Huyan Lan alive. In this way, this young master can fulfill the good thing that I've been looking forward to these days. Tuobayu sneered and said, since the last time I saw this pair of sisters, this young master can't forget them. Cold Frost Town. The prosperity of the streets was not inferior to the 8 Immortal City. There was a restaurant in the town that was very eye-catching. It was about 3 stories high, and the whole building was made of precious mahogany. It should be said that today, apart from the Tuoba mansion, this was probably the most lively place in the town. Ling Xiao brought Huyan Lan into the restaurant and sat by the window on the 3rd floor. They looked at the scenery of the entire Cold Frost Town while eating and chatting. Huyan Lan might not have felt anything. However, Ling Xiao felt a murderous aura coming from the black-clothed man. This murderous aura was very faint. The black-clothed man had tried his best to suppress it, but in the end, he could not escape from Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye. However, Ling Xiao did not act rashly. He planned to observe the situation. At this time, the black-clothed man was wearing an eye patch. It was unknown if it was because he was blind in one eye. His long blood-red hair did not seem to be natural. It was because he killed too much, causing his internal strength to mutate. There were many scars on his face, almost making him unrecognizable. Therefore, it made him somewhat ferocious. Many people did not dare to look at him carefully. However, Ling Xiao found that this guy's hands were a pair of murderous hands. There was also a pair of eyes that revealed a cruel light. Although he tried his best to hide, he still could not completely avoid Ling Xiao's eyes. After drinking a pot of wine, the black-clothed man suddenly asked coldly, "Brat, you've been staring at me for a long time. What do you want?" Ling Xiao thought that he was discovered and was about to stand up. However, he saw a person sitting less than 2 or 3 meters away from his table. A young man. The young man carried 2 swords on his back. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He exuded a sense of heroism and arrogance. He slowly stood up and said coldly, "You are the cold-blooded killer of the Dark God Palace's branch in the state of Chen, One-Eyed Blood Wolf?" The black-clothed man's single eye flashed. He licked his lips and sneered, "That's me. I was right. Since that's the case, prepare to die, One-Eyed Blood Wolf. You killed my father 10 years ago and almost killed me as well. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to fall into a deep valley and accidentally learned a unique skill. Today, are you going to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it? Choose for yourself. The young man placed his hands behind his back, looking very confident. Hearing this, the one-eyed blood wolf was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I, one-eyed blood wolf, have killed many people. I don't know a nobody like you. You are merely at the early stage of the 10th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. How dare you look down on me? I don't care who you are. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving here alive." One-eyed blood wolf was an assassin of the Dark God Palace's branch in the Qin nation. Naturally, he was hunted down by many enemies. However, he was still alive and well a few decades ago because he was cunning and cruel enough. He was also despicable and shameless enough. He liked to meet this kind of stupid boy who had no experience in the Jianghu to seek revenge. He just needed to play some tricks, and the boy would definitely die. "So, you don't want to commit suicide?" "Well, I'll have to do it myself." The young man pulled out the dual swords from his back and looked at one-eyed blood wolf coldly. "By the way, I have a nickname called Dual Swords Young Master." Dual Swords Young Master, he is the Dual Swords Young Master who has been famous in the Jianghu recently. It is said that his strength is comparable to young Master Jade Fan. He is especially famous in this generation. It's him. One-eyed blood wolf has no hope of defeating him. That's for sure. One-eyed blood wolf is definitely not his match. In the restaurant, there seemed to be many people who had heard of the Dual Swords Young Master. "Young Master Jade Fan, why are you here? Damn it." At this moment, one-eyed blood wolf suddenly looked down the restaurant and shouted in surprise. Many people were attracted by his action and looked down the restaurant, including the Dual Swords Young Master. However, at this moment, one-eyed blood wolf suddenly attacked. He unsheathed his scimitar and hacked at the Dual Swords Young Master at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! The Dual Swords Young Master felt that something was wrong and hurriedly turned around to block. However, because he was too hasty, he was hit by the scimitar and rolled on the ground. Even his shoulder was cut. One-eyed blood wolf failed to kill the Dual Swords Young Master with one strike, so he did not continue the fight. Instead, he retreated and looked at the Dual Swords Young Master coldly. "You're so despicable." The Dual Swords Young Master got up from the ground and became angry out of shame. "I'm despicable? I'm afraid you're too stupid. Your cultivation is indeed higher than mine, but so what? In terms of actual combat experience, even 10 of you are no match for me." One-eyed blood wolf sneered disdainfully. "Damn it, I'll kill you." The Dual Swords Young Master roared. The sword radiance on his two long swords suddenly increased by several meters, and the terrifying sword chi made people feel cold all over. In Ling Zhao's opinion, if the Dual Swords Young Master fought with one-eyed blood wolf directly, he would definitely win. Unfortunately, actual combat was never that simple. The Dual Swords Young Master was probably going to die here today. When the terrifying sword chi was less than a foot away from one-eyed blood wolf, it suddenly collapsed. The Dual Swords Young Master spat out black blood and his face instantly became stiff. There's poison on your scimitar." He looked at one-eyed blood wolf unwillingly, unable to accept this situation. "Who told you that there's no poison on my scimitar?" One-eyed blood wolf sneered disdainfully. With a flash of his scimitar, he cut off the Dual Swords Young Master's head. "Ha ha ha ha, what a bullshit young genius. It's ridiculous." He laughed crazily and then kicked the Dual Swords Young Master's corpse away. The direction in which the corpse was flying was precisely in the direction of Ling Xiao. It seemed to be unintentional, but it made Ling Xiao vigilant. He was not interested in this fight, but if one of them wanted to make trouble for him, he would not be polite. The corpse blocked Ling Zhao's sight. One-eyed blood wolf suddenly jumped up, faster than when he had cut the Dual Swords Young Master. His scimitar stabbed toward Ling Xiao across the corpse. Puff, the scimitar pierced through the Dual Swords Young Master's corpse, and one-eyed blood wolf smiled. He had accepted the task to kill this young man. The Dual Swords Young Master was just an accident. This young man should be easier to deal with than the Dual Swords Young Master. It was so easy to kill him. "Are you happy?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. One-Eyed Blood Wolf's body trembled. His body flew forward for more than 10 meters, knocking over several tables before stopping. He turned around and looked at the position more than 10 meters away. The young man who was supposed to be pierced by him was standing there, holding the girl's hand. You. How did you do it? One-Eyed Blood Wolf's face was gloomy. For the first time, his trick didn't work. Instead, he was scared by the other party. Who asked you to kill me? Xianxia stood there indifferently. He wore a green robe and had long hair. He looked like a young hero. Especially his cold battle intent, which made One-Eyed Blood Wolf very afraid. However, One-Eyed Blood Wolf didn't turn around and run away. Because he found that the other party was just a trash who hadn't even reached the Yin-Yang realm. Could it be that the powerful one was that girl? He looked at Xianxia. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th level of hell. Although she couldn't be compared to him, if she practiced a special movement technique, she could also do what he did just now. It can't be wrong. This brat is just a fox pretending to be a tiger. I was almost scared by him. Thinking of this, One-Eyed Blood Wolf's face became even more gloomy. He almost turned around and ran away. How stupid. Anyway, young Master Jade Fan only said that I wanted this brat's life. He didn't say that I must save that girl's life. I might as well kill them all. Thinking of this, he suddenly sneered, why should the dead know so much? Earth Demon's secret art, earth-splitting body. As he spoke, he gently stomped his foot. In an instant, the place where Xianxia was standing suddenly caved in. Then, a terrifying explosion sounded from the caved-in area. For a moment, the broken floor splashed everywhere. Some of the warriors who were too close were pierced by the broken pieces. Although they didn't die, they screamed in pain and ran away. The broken pieces formed a powdery fog. People couldn't see Xianxia and Xianxia's situation. By the time the fog dissipated, the area where Xianxia had been standing had been completely destroyed. Xianxia and the woman were nowhere to be seen on the second floor. One-Eyed Blood Wolf sneered and said, brat, I have never failed to kill anyone I want to kill. If you want to blame someone, don't blame me. Blame Tuobayu. He was the one who asked me to kill you. It's just a pity that the beautiful girl was buried with you. He thought that Xianxia and Xianxia were dead, so he spoke without thinking. The cultivators and patrons who had retreated looked at this scene in horror. The young man who had been in high spirits just a moment ago had actually disappeared without a trace. It seemed that the young man had underestimated his opponent. Just like the dual-sword young master, they were both killed by this cunning old fox. So it was Tuobayu who sent you to kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind One-Eyed Blood Wolf. A pitch-black, magical dragon shadow appeared. Gradually, it turned into two people. Poochie, a stream of blood spurted out from the One-Eyed Blood Wolf's neck and sprayed several meters away. The blood splashed onto the ground and the table, and the color was extremely bright. You didn't die? One-Eyed Blood Wolf didn't understand. His attack was so sudden. How did the opponent dodge it? Could it be that the woman did it? No, impossible. Could it be that this brat had some martial art that could hide his cultivation? Every time he spoke a word, he would spit out blood. Finally, the blood in his neck had blocked his windpipe and throat. He couldn't speak anymore. Xianxia put away the white jade flying dragon sword and looked at One-Eyed Blood Wolf indifferently. If you had told me who killed you, I could have spared your life. What a pity. You brought this upon yourself. Bam! One-Eyed Blood Wolf's eyes flashed with intense regret and self-mockery. His whole body fell heavily on the floor. His blood had already dyed the wooden floor red. Xianxia didn't cover Xianxia's eyes. Naive people couldn't survive in this world. If Xianxia was afraid of death, then it would be best for her to hide in the Huyan clan forever. He looked at the dead One-Eyed Blood Wolf indifferently. He had to admit that this guy was really cunning. If their cultivations were the same, Xianxia might have been the one to die today. In the future, he had to be careful when he met these assassins. These people would do anything to kill. The dual-sword young master's death was an example. The customers standing there looked at the scene in surprise. They couldn't believe it. The only thing they saw was a sword light. Then, One-Eyed Blood Wolf died. That sword light was so fast that people didn't even have time to blink. Moreover, his frightening body movements had caused the one-eyed blood wolf to miss him twice. Where did this brat come from? Could he be more powerful than the dual-sword young master? He shouldn't be more powerful than the dual-sword young master, let alone the Jade Fan young master. The dual-sword young master was killed because he was too careless and too upright. That's true. But this brat will be famous in Cold Frost Town in the future. Hearing these discussions, Ling Xiao felt that it was ridiculous. In the entire Qin country, he was ranked first on the extreme evil list. A small Cold Frost Town was just a small temple to him. Dual Sword young master, Jade Fan young master, they were all ants in his eyes. However, he didn't care about the discussions. Instead, he bent down and looked for One-Eyed Blood Wolf's storage ring. An assassin of this level should be very rich. Because they didn't have a fixed residence, they often had to hide their tracks. Therefore, it was very likely that they carried all the spiritual stones with them. Using his soul power, he looked into the storage ring and saw the entire space inside. There were indeed a lot of spiritual stones inside. He calculated carefully. There were at least 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones and even more low-grade spiritual stones. There were at least 5 million. Although he used to have that many spiritual stones, he had spent most of them. In order to set up the 10 extremes array, he used up a lot of low-grade spiritual stones. In order to recover his cultivation, he also used up a lot of mid-grade spiritual stones. Now that he had so many, he was really lucky. This one-eyed blood wolf had been ordered by Tuobayu to kill him, but instead, it had given him a large amount of wealth. Of course, other than the spiritual stones, there were also a few martial arts manuals in a box. To be honest, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the martial arts manuals of a warrior like the one-eyed blood wolf. However, it didn't stop him from taking a look. He picked up a book and looked at it. It was a martial arts manual called The 13 Swords of Blue Blood. The 13 Swords of Blue Blood was an immortal grade first sky martial arts technique. For the people of Cold Frost Town, it was the best martial arts technique. Once mastered, the sword art would be sharp and fierce. Each move would take a life. It was very ruthless. This sword art didn't belong to any sect. It was a common martial arts technique. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then put the 13 Swords of Blue Blood into Huyan Lan's storage ring. I don't like this thing. Since I've already copied it, I'll give it to you. You saved me out of kindness, but I can't repay you. Learn this sword art well. In the future, you'll be invincible within a radius of a few hundred miles. The Tuoba family will no longer be able to suppress you. His personality is very simple. He will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. This was also the reason why he had ultimately saved Huyan Hong's life despite what she had said to him. Huyan Lan was very good to him, so he will do his best to repay her. Immediately, he picked up the second martial art book. It was the Earth Demon secret technique that One-Eyed Blood Wolf used before. The Earth Demon secret technique is an immortal grade second heavenly layer secret technique. Although it's not as good as the Dragon Cult's 4 supreme martial arts, it's good that it's hidden. The Earth Demon secret technique is divided into 3 moves. The first move is Earth Dismemberment. Under the control of the soul power, the internal force will travel through the ground to the opponent's feet. Then, the ground will collapse and explode. The second move is Earth Explosion. Compared to the first move, this move doesn't require internal force. It only requires the soul power to control the earth element under the opponent's feet. The explosion will be more powerful and more sudden. The third move is even more powerful. It's called Time Explosion. Different from the first 2 moves, this move consumes a lot of soul power. Therefore, in a battle, Ling Xiao can only use it 2 or 3 times. However, it's very scary. This move uses the soul power to control the earth element and create an explosion on the enemy's body. At the most crucial moment, the explosion will be triggered, catching the enemy off guard. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, the one-eyed blood wolf only practiced the first move of the Earth Demon secret technique. Otherwise, even if his cultivation is higher, he would still be injured. This secret technique is simply an assassination technique. Especially the third move. Unless the opponent is able to detect it in advance, it's almost impossible to defend. In a sense, this thing is even more terrifying than an immortal grade 3rd heavenly layer martial skill. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let go of such a good thing. He took it and planned to train it properly. He would never complain about having too many consummate skills by his side. At the same time, in the Tuoba residence. In Tuoba Yu's room. Not good, young master. The one-eyed blood wolf was killed. Hearing this report, Tuoba Yu's white face immediately turned ashen. He did not expect the one-eyed blood wolf to fail. Since that was the case, there was no need to wait any longer. He went out the door and went straight to Huyan Hong's room. At the door, the two guards were still guarding loyally. Tuoba Yu did not speak. He suddenly raised his hand, and two sword lights attacked. The two pitiful loyal guards fell to the ground and died on the spot. Everyone knew that Tuoba Yu was young Master Jade Fan and liked to use jade fans as weapons. However, he did not know that Tuoba Yu was truly proficient in using the sword. This was also one of the key reasons why his opponents were repeatedly defeated by him. What happened? In the room, Huyan Hong heard the noise outside the door and hurriedly rushed out. Tuoba Yu's expression did not change as he said without skipping a beat, "These two actually listened to Tuoba Ling's instigation and attempted to kill me." Huyan Hong was dazed for a moment and immediately looked at Tuoba Yu worriedly. "Brother Yu, are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine. To me, their sneak attack was meaningless. However, I feel sorry for killing your guards. How should I compensate you?" Tuoba Yu gently held Huyan Hong's hand and said gently. At that moment, two red lights flashed across Tuoba Yu's eyes. Then, Huyan Hong seemed to be bewitched as she blushed and said, "If Big Brother Yu can make me your woman, then those two lowly guards can die without a care in the world." How would the Huyan family dare to find trouble with the Tuoba family? "Be my woman. I, Brother Yu, will definitely take good care of you." Tuoba Yu had a smug smile on his face as he entered the room with Huyan Hong. A moment later, a strange sound rang out in the room, causing ripples of lust. The corpses outside the room were still lying in a pool of blood. In order to protect their master, even if they died, they only received an evaluation of lowly. Pitiful, sad. The next morning, the sun shone over the entire Tuoba residence. Today was the big day of Tuoba residence's eldest young master, Tuoba Yunfan. His wife was the dragon cult's first elder's last disciple, the Red Witch. Therefore, the Tuoba residence was destined to be bustling today. Ling Xiao and Huyan Lan had already returned to the Tuoba residence. After the sneak attack yesterday, they went into hiding and did not appear again. Huyan Lan focused on cultivating the 13 swords of blue blood. Ling Xiao began to cultivate the Earth Demon's secret technique. In just one night, he successfully cultivated the first move of the Earth Demon's secret technique and even found a demonic beast as a sparring partner. He raised the earth-splitting corpse dismemberment to great success. Huyan Lan's 13 swords of blue blood also improved. Under Ling Xiao's guidance, she reached the first stage of the 13 swords of blue blood in one night. Moreover, her cultivation also increased overnight, reaching the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level of hell. Apart from the 13 swords of blue blood, it was also due to Ling Xiao's Yin-Yang pill. Huyan Lan's cultivation had been stuck at the late stage of the 9th level of hell for 2 to 3 years. She had already accumulated enough energy, but what she lacked was proper guidance and outstanding martial arts to help her. Today, she obtained everything. Therefore, it was only natural for her to increase her cultivation. Although it would not be as easy for her to break through in the future, at least for now, her strength was not inferior to Tuoba Yu's. Standing beside Ling Xiao, Huyan Lan felt her uncontrollable heartbeat for the first time, as if it was about to jump out. She knew that she had someone she liked. This person was Tuoba Ling, who was standing beside her. She liked him, madly liked him. However, she also knew that she was only an insignificant passerby on his martial path. The more she understood him, the more she knew how terrifying and powerful he was. Therefore, Huyan Lan did not express her love. She only secretly loved this young man. Being able to stay by his side for a while made her feel incomparable happiness. Unfortunately, this happiness was awakened by the sound of footsteps. The place they were standing was outside the hall where the wedding was about to be held. At this moment, the people walking over were Hu Yanhong and Tuobayu. Sister is here. I was worried that she was harmed by Tuobayu. Now, it seems that she should be fine. Seeing that Hu Yanhong was fine, Hu Yanlan let out a sigh of relief. She was truly a naive girl. Those 2 guards are gone. Sigh, what a pity. Also, your sister has changed. Ling Xiao keenly noticed that the 2 guards of the Huyan family had disappeared. They had most likely been harmed. As for Hu Yanhong, she was still a virgin yesterday. Today, she had lost her virginity. Alan, why are you still hanging out with this unknown guy? Before Hu Yanlan could say anything, Hu Yanhong glanced at Ling Xiao with a sullen expression and said to Hu Yanlan, don't worry. Foolish woman, you gave yourself to a strange man so easily. Should I say you're pitiful, or you deserve it? Ling Xiao sighed softly. He had already done what he needed to do. Since this Hu Yanhong was so stubborn and wanted to reap what she had sown, why should he care? Thinking of this, he directly asked, what about the 2 guards? Dead. Hu Yanhong said indifferently, 2 lowly slaves. They tried to sneak attack Big Brother you under your instigation and were killed by him. What? Hearing such words, Ling Zhao's originally calm heart was suddenly filled with anger. This woman was not only stupid but also cold and heartless. He shouldn't have saved her back then and let her die in the hands of the frosty and cold freaks. Perhaps it would be a help to the world. Pa! A loud slap was heard. Ling Xiao looked at Hu Yanlan in astonishment. This obedient girl actually dared to hit her sister. After being astonished, he smiled with satisfaction. Hu Yanhong, this stupid woman, deserved to be hit. You actually hit me? Hu Yanhong didn't expect that her sister, who always relied on her, would actually hit her today. Sister, you've gone too far. Those 2 guards were loyal to us. Even if we encountered bandits, they were willing to use their lives to protect us. How can you say such chilling words? Hu Yanlan loudly questioned. Damn it, you've also been bewitched by that stinking brat Tuobaling? Hu Yanhong covered her face and roared. The one who was bewitched isn't me, it's you. Hu Yanlan retorted. Alright, Alan, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Since your sister thinks that she's found her Mr. Right, then let her continue to dream. Ling Xiao suddenly said, if she doesn't suffer a loss, she won't turn back. Fortunately, her life won't be in danger. Alan, don't listen to that cunning man. He's lying to you. Let's follow brother you together with big sister. He will definitely protect us. When Hu Yanhong heard Ling Xiao speak, it was as if she naturally refuted him. Sister, did you know? Yesterday, a guy called One-Eyed Blood Wolf came to kill us. He said it was Tuobayu's order. Hu Yanlan sighed. In the end, she couldn't just abandon her sister. It must be a frame-up. Hu Yanhong said without even thinking about it. That's impossible. At that time, that guy thought we were already dead, so he let it slip. Hu Yanlan helplessly said. Alan, you're too naive. How could such an expert not know whether you're dead or not? Listen to Big Sister won't blame you for hitting me. Obediently serve Big Brother you with Big Sister, right? Hu Yanhong continued. Hearing these words, Hu Yanlan's heart turned cold. She tugged at Ling Zhao's hand and said, Little Big Brother, let's go. Perhaps it's just as you said. Big Sister has already completely fallen. If we don't let her suffer a little and learn a little lesson, she won't know regret. She then left Hu Yanhong with a sentence, Sister, I earnestly advised you, but you didn't listen. However, you're still my sister. If you really regret it, come find me. I'll help you. After speaking, she pulled Ling Xiao and left. I won't regret it. The one who will regret it will be you. Hu Yanhong loudly shouted. Ahong, don't be so angry. Follow me and I'll definitely make you happy. As for that Tuoba Ling, I'll tear off his mask soon. At that time, I'll let you and Alan reunite. Tuoba Yu patted Hu Yanhong and gently said. At that moment, Hu Yanhong was once again addicted to these sweet words. On the other side, Ling Xiao and Hu Yanlan naturally wouldn't leave Tuoba Manor. They just avoided Hu Yanhong and Tuobayu and stood on the other side. At that moment, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Almost everyone was looking at the long red carpeted corridor. The person walking at the front held a dragon-headed cane and wore a purple robe. Although he was a little hunchbacked and bald, everyone could feel his might and aura. Especially his half-closed eyes. Once he opened them, it was as if he could see through everyone's thoughts. This person was the patriarch of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Fengdun. Behind Tuoba Fengdun were two people. One of them was wearing a red groom's robe. He was handsome and had an extraordinary appearance. He was today's bridegroom and the #1 expert of the Tuoba family's younger generation, Tuoba Yunfan. Holding the red embroidered ball with him was the Red Witch with a fiery figure and a red veil on her head. Although the Red Witch's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, her temperament wasn't inferior to Tuoba Yunfan's. Instead, it made countless people's imaginations run wild. They're really a match made in heaven. This Red Witch's strength isn't inferior to Tuoba Yunfan's. She might even be stronger than that young Master Jade Fan, Tuoba Yu. This time around, the Tuoba family has really profited. Isn't that so? This woman has the support of the dragon cult. Our Cold Frost town has long been under the rule of the dragon cult. In the future, the Tuoba family will be even more prosperous. Damn it. Why am I not so lucky? If I could marry this woman and become in-laws with the #1 elder of the dragon cult, I would have to struggle less for a few decades. Everyone discussed animatedly, praising the Red Witch endlessly. Originally, these people thought that the outside world was just a rumor spread by the Tuoba family. Who knew that after seeing this woman, they would realize that she was even more outstanding than the rumors. What a woman with temperament. No wonder Tuoba Yunfan chose her to be his wife. Sigh. Sister's heart is probably going to turn cold. Compared to this woman, sister is completely defeated. Hu Yanlan said beside Ling Xiao. Indeed, completely defeated. However, it's not in terms of appearance and temperament. It's in terms of brains and character. Ling Xiao said indifferently, in terms of beauty, your sister Hu Yanhong doesn't lose to the Red Witch. Her figure is also not inferior. However, in terms of other aspects, your sister can't even catch up to her. Ling Xiao had interacted with these two women before. He also knew what they looked like. Therefore, he had the right to speak. Hu Yanhong's stupidity, indifference, and ingratitude were two completely different people from the Red Witch who valued friendship and righteousness. Is that so? So that's the case. Hu Yanlan thought in her heart. This woman must have been deeply loved by her little brother. Unfortunately, she's going to marry Tuoba Yunfan now. Tuoba Yunfan, remove the veil. Is she the real Red Witch? Let everyone see if she's the real Red Witch. A busybody shouted from the crowd. So what? We're all children of the pugilistic world. Tuoba Yunfan flicked his finger, and the red veil flew up, revealing the Red Witch wearing a golden crown. Needless to say, the Red Witch was quite charming after dressing up like this. Wow! The entire place was filled with exclamations. Although the Red Witch could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, her special temperament was enough to mesmerize all men. Tuoba Yu stared fixedly at his future sister-in-law, and his eyes shot out a beastly light. Big brother is really fortunate to be able to marry such a woman. Tuoba Yu even dared to covet his own brother's woman. This person's lust reached the heavens, and he was simply too much. Hearing Tuoba Yu's words, Hu Yanhong was somewhat jealous. She pinched Tuoba Yu and said, "Am I not beautiful enough?" "Beautiful, of course you're beautiful." Tuoba Yu squinted his eyes and smiled. Although he said so, he was disdainful in his heart, although in terms of beauty, you do not lose to the Red Witch. But in terms of background, how can you compare to her? My big brother has a wife like the Red Witch. In the future, I will not be able to raise my head in the Tuoba family. You lowly woman, if you're obedient, I can still let you eat and drink well. If you dare to hinder me from finding other women, I will definitely kill you. Sadly, Hu Yanhong did not know what Tuoba Yu was thinking. She actually thought that Tuoba Yu was crazy in love with her. She tightly hugged Tuoba Yu's arm, feeling extremely happy. At this moment, Tuoba Yu's gaze was fixedly fixated on the Red Witch. At this moment, the Red Witch suddenly smiled and said, "Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. The dragon cult allowed me to come to the Tuoba family, but they did not say who I would marry. So, Tuoba Yunfan is not considered my fiancé. I heard that the Tuoba family has many young talents. If anyone can defeat Tuoba Yunfan, I will marry him." When these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. "Red Witch, what nonsense are you saying?" Tuoba Yunfan roared. "Don't be angry. Do you not have confidence in yourself? Plus, our dragon cult has always only looked at the strong. If you think you can't do it, you can scram." Red Witch said disdainfully. "You." Tuoba Yunfan was so angry that his face turned ashen. However, at this moment, someone stood up and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. Although we are half-brothers, everyone has the heart to pursue true love. Previously, I didn't dare to act rashly because she might be my future sister-in-law. She could only suppress the love in her heart. But now, I can only fight for my own happiness and for my own future." Tuoba Yu. Tuoba Yunfan stared at the person in front of him. This was his own younger brother. Although they were not born from the same mother, they had the same father. Now, he actually wanted to fight with him for a woman. Hu Yanhong was even more excited than Tuoba Yunfan. She grabbed Tuoba Yu tightly and screamed crazily, "No, brother Yu, you said you would treat me well for the rest of my life. You said you would be responsible for me. You can't change your mind so quickly." "Pa." Tuoba Yu fiercely slapped Hu Yanhong away, then sneered ferociously, "Who do you think you are to be with me? Your brain is as stupid as a pig." That Tuoba Ling was right. "I was just playing with you. You actually took it seriously. Hee hee. Compared to you, your sister is much cuter. Unfortunately, that little girl didn't fall for it. You. This is impossible." Hu Yanhong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Idiot woman, I don't have time to deal with you now." Spitting on the ground, Tuoba Yu looked at Tuoba Yunfan again and said, "All along, I have been giving in to you, my brother. But today, I don't plan on giving in. I must have the woman I like. Since you value your brotherly relationship so much, why not give her to me?" While speaking, Tuoba Yu's eyes were filled with mockery. "Sister." Hu Yanlan was still concerned about Hu Yanhong. Seeing her sister being beaten and abandoned, she rushed forward. She pushed through the crowd and rushed over to help her sister Hu Yanhong up. At this moment, Hu Yanhong's heart was already shattered. All the sweet nothings from last night were fake. She thought that she was going to climb up the tree and become a phoenix. But she didn't know that it was just a pipe dream. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Hu Yanhong. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for this woman. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. This stupid woman. He had already advised her time and time again, but she didn't listen to him. She deserved this day. His gaze turned from Hu Yanlan to the Red Witch. It could be seen that the Red Witch didn't like Tuoba Yunfan. Of course, she didn't like Tuoba Yu either. The reason why she suggested for the Tuoba family's genius to challenge Tuoba Yunfan's sword intent was probably to incite internal strife in the Tuoba family. "Little girl, you do have some ability. But in the end, you can't go against fate." Ling Xiao looked at the Red Witch. He knew that he had to act. Only he could save the Red Witch from this nightmare. Although he couldn't promise the Red Witch a future. But he could give the Red Witch a chance to freely choose her future. He had already thought about it. After saving the Red Witch, he would let the Red Witch go to the 8 Immortal City. In the future, it would be up to the Red Witch to decide who she would be with. That was all he could do. He couldn't let a woman who dared to love and hate be shackled by the shackles of fate. The Red Witch stood there. On the surface, she looked very awe-inspiring. But a hint of despair flashed through her eyes. The current her seemed to be a peerless beauty. But only she knew that she was bound by an invisible shackle. If she couldn't break free from this invisible shackle, then she would only be a puppet in the hands of others. I wonder how Ling Xiao is doing. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely try his best to break free. But unfortunately, I'm not as good as him. Even at this moment, the Red Witch was still thinking about Ling Xiao. She knew that it was impossible for her to be with Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of love for her. Even if they were friends, she didn't know how much they would have. I'm really pitiful. In such a situation, no one came to save me and help me. I'm really living a failure. The Red Witch sighed in her heart. If it weren't for her strength and the fact that she had the dragon cult as her backing, she might not even be able to keep her chastity. Tuoba Yunfan didn't dare to touch her these few days because he was afraid of the dragon cult. But once she got married, she might not be able to rely on the dragon cult to keep her chastity. What should she do? You are brothers. Don't go too far. Tuoba Fengdun did not stop the two of them from fighting. Instead, he seemed to be very happy to watch this battle. He said, the winner of this battle will not only obtain the Red Witch, but will also be able to enter the Azure Ox Palace and obtain a supreme technique. The Blue Bull Palace was only opened for the successor of the Tuoba family. There was only one successor in each generation. Hearing Tuoba Fengduan's words, the crazed expression on Tuoba Yu's face became even more apparent. He looked at his brother, Tuoba Yunfan, and said, Big brother, I'm sorry. Although I heard that your cultivation has improved greatly, if I don't try, I'm afraid I'll let myself down, a beauty and an ultimate technique. Don't blame me for being greedy. With that, his figure flashed as he charged towards Tuoba Yunfan. However, Tuoba Yunfan's expression was still calm. He sighed lightly and casually pointed with his finger. A dragon roar sounded in the air. Unparalleled dragon seal. The instant the terrifying dragon roar sounded, Tuoba Yu's attack was completely sealed. He was sent flying and fell to the ground. He looked at his brother in horror. Big brother, you broke through again. Tuoba Yu found it hard to believe. Tuoba Yunfan, who was once at the peak of the 10th level of hell, had now broken through to the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. The difference was too great. If Tuoba Yunfan wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Too powerful. As expected of the unparalleled dragon seal, Tuoba Yunfan. With his strength, he should be extremely powerful even in the demonic dragon cult. The crowd discussed animatedly, and their evaluation of Tuoba Yunfan became even higher. Hu Yanhong suddenly laughed maniacally. Tuoba Yu, compared to your brother Tuoba Yunfan, you are simply trash. What right do you have to abandon me? Slap, a loud slap sounded. It was from Tuoba Yunfan. The one who was slapped was Hu Yanhong. No matter how trash Tuoba Yu is, he is still my brother. Who do you think you are to slander him? Tuoba Yunfan's voice was cold and murderous. It scared Hu Yanhong so much that she trembled. At that moment, she thought she was dead for sure. She did not dare to make a sound. She lowered her head and fearfully waited for the judgment of fate. If today wasn't my big day, I would definitely kill you. Tuoba Yunfan's words made Hu Yanhong heave a sigh of relief. Bitch. However, Tuoba Yu stepped forward and kicked Hu Yanhong. You dare scold me? Your Hu Yan family is finished. Stop. You're not allowed to bully my sister. Hu Yanlan blocked yet another attack from Tuoba Yu. This made Tuoba Yu somewhat surprised. He was well aware of Hu Yanlan's strength. How could she possibly block his attack? Therefore, he sent a slap towards Hu Yanlan, wanting to send this woman flying. However, he was once again blocked by Hu Yanlan. Little girl, you actually broke through? Tuoba Yu narrowed his eyes and asked. That's right. You all looked down on little brother, but he helped me achieve a great breakthrough in one night. Although I'm not your opponent now, I can't allow you to bully my sister. Hu Yanlan was truly grateful to Ling Xiao in her heart. If not for Ling Xiao, she would not have been able to block Tuoba Yu's normal attack. Alan, you. Hu Yanhong looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the crowd, in shock. She could not believe that this was real. The person she despised, mocked, and doubted had instead made her sister stronger. And the person she trusted and liked was beating her up. The two sisters had such a huge difference in vision. Enough, Tuoba Yu. If you want to teach that bitch a lesson, wait until after your brother's wedding. Tuoba Fengduan's voice suddenly rang out, causing Tuoba Yu's actions to freeze. Although he was unwilling, he knew that he had lost. He had lost thoroughly. Seeing that Tuoba Yu was no longer beating her up, Tuoba Fengdan announced, "The Red Witch and Tuoba Yunfan's wedding officially begins." Wait. A voice suddenly rang out in the main hall. A person slowly walked to the center of the main hall. "I haven't even made a move yet. Why is the Red Witch Tuoba Yunfan's?" The one standing there, looking down on everything, was Ling Xiao. "Ling." The Red Witch cried out in surprise, but seeing Ling Xiao's eyes, she immediately shut her mouth. "My name is Tuoba Ling, and I can be considered a member of the Tuoba family. I was abandoned when I was young. Now that I've returned, the Tuoba family is mine." Of course, this was nonsense. But it was also a statement that could do anything. For a large family like the Tuoba family, there would definitely be abandoned children. Therefore, if others wanted to expose his lies, they would not be able to do so in a short time. Impudent. When has my Tuoba family ever abandoned our own children? This is utter nonsense. Tuoba Fengdan would definitely not admit it, but it did not matter. Ling Xiao did not care either. After all, he was here to cause trouble. It did not matter if the other party admitted it or not. He only looked at the Red Witch and said, "Red Witch, I will only ask you 2 questions. Did you marry here willingly? If I want to take you away, are you willing?" "I am willing." The Red Witch answered without thinking at all, "The first sex-old monster helped you back then, so he betrothed me to this remote family. I was very unwilling. However, this old man is powerful. I am not his match, so I can only listen." Red Witch. Tuoba Fengdan said with a cold expression, "Don't think that you can blaspheme my Tuoba family as you wish just because you have the dragon cult behind you." Blaspheme you? Don't joke around. If you did not threaten me, why would I agree to marry your grandson? The Red Witch said unhappily, "I'm telling you today. If you let us go obediently, nothing will happen. Otherwise, if he gets angry, I'm afraid your Tuoba family will have to bear the consequences." The Red Witch had experienced Ling Xiao's power before. Even a peak Yinyang realm level 11 martial artist in the First Revolution was killed by Ling Xiao. This Tuoba Fengdan was only in the late stage of the Yinyang realm level 11. It was impossible for him to be Ling Xiao's match. As far as she knew, this old man was the strongest expert in the Tuoba family. In this family, Ling Xiao could do whatever he wanted. As she spoke, she tore off her red robe, revealing her red attire. The red crown on her head was also thrown to the ground and shattered. Her long black hair added a bit of wild beauty to her. What's going on? The woman that Tuoba Yu did not hesitate to fight with his own brother for likes Tuoba Ling? Hu Yanhong felt that the shock she received was too great. Was she hallucinating? I think it's definitely true. Sister, you don't know how powerful little brother is. That one-eyed blood wolf was killed by him in one move. Hu Yanlan said excitedly. However, at this moment, she was still a bit jealous. Facing the Red Witch, Hu Yanlan felt inferior. Regardless of appearance, strength, or status, she could not compare with the Red Witch. Perhaps only someone like the Red Witch was worthy of Tuoba Ling Ling. I know I'm not worthy of you. Compared to me, Sister Mu Qing is more suitable for you, but I'm willing to go with you. Hu Yanhong found it hard to accept the Red Witch's words. What's going on? What is the identity of this Tuoba Ling? A woman like the Red Witch actually said she was not worthy of him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's also impossible for me to like Mu Qing. The woman I like is in the faraway Eternal Life Palace. Ling Xiao laughed. Eternal Life Palace? Did he just say Eternal Life Palace? Isn't that the strongest faction in the Black Tortoise continent? His woman is actually from the Eternal Life Palace? Then what is the identity of this young man? All of the guests present were shocked. Hu Yanhong was completely dumbfounded. Even if she did not know anything else, the Eternal Life Palace in the Black Tortoise continent was like a shrine. The status of the people there was comparable to gods in the Black Tortoise continent. I actually said he's trash. I actually looked down on him. What a joke. In front of him, what am I? The man I love cannot be compared to him at all. She suddenly laughed foolishly as if she had gone crazy. At this moment, the people of the Tuoba residence felt very awkward and embarrassed. On the day of the wedding, the Red Witch was supposed to become Tuoba Yunfan's wife. However, a man suddenly jumped out and disrupted the situation. The Red Witch actually wanted to go with this man. If they really let them go, wouldn't their Tuoba family be ridiculed to death? Both of you, don't even think about leaving alive today. Tuoba Yunfan's anger was burning in his chest. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the Red Witch was from the dragon cult or not. What does Ling Xiao have to do with the Eternal Life Palace? His fiancée was about to leave with another man in public. If he, Tuoba Yunfan, did not do anything, would he still have the face to live in the future? The Red Witch looked at Tuoba Yunfan with disdain and said, "Listen, when we first came here, I already told you clearly. It's impossible for me to marry you. But that damned old man of yours insisted on forcing me to marry you. I had no choice but to submit to his ferocious might. Today, my Ling came to save me. Why can't I go with him? You still want to kill us? Just you? I advise you not to do anything stupid. Otherwise, the Tuoba family will be removed from Cold Frost Town today." Ling Xiao also looked at Tuoba Yunfan indifferently. If the other party let them go, he naturally wouldn't kill them. However, if the other party wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to not fight back. "Red Witch, you be *tch. Ever since you came to Tuoba Manor, I've treated you with respect and have never offended you. Now, you want to leave with a wild man. Have you thought about my feelings? Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. Today, I will execute you on the spot and let you have a taste of my Tuoba family's men. I'll make you my woman." Tuoba Yunfan roared like a madman. "What a joke. If it weren't for your fear of the dragon cult, would you have treated me so well? Do you really think I'm a fool? If you were really good to me, you should have let me go back then. You shouldn't have trapped me here with your shameless grandfather and forced me to marry you," the Red Witch said with disdain. "Girl, why waste your breath on this group of shameless people? Let's go. We'll kill whoever dares to stop us." Ling Xiao had even forced his way out of the Qin Kingdom's capital, let alone this small Tuoba Manor. He could leave whenever he wanted, and no one could stop him. Sometimes, he was puzzled. How could there be such a shameless person in this world, forcing a girl to marry you and forcing her to stay when she wanted to leave? How could you say that with such conviction? He wondered if they wouldn't do anything if a girl from Tuoba Manor was forced to marry someone else. Would they even be grateful? "You still want to leave? You said you were Tuoba Ling, right? Although I don't know where you got the guts to act so recklessly in my Tuoba Manor, I'm sure one thing is certain. But what I can be sure of is that you'll die a horrible death today." Tuoba Yunfan's anger could no longer be quelled. He couldn't feel how strong Ling Xiao was. Hence, he wasn't afraid. "Is that so? Then you can really try and see who will die today." Ling Xiao stood there and didn't leave. A cold aura was released. It was as if a demon king had walked out from the demon realm, emitting an evil and powerful aura. At this moment, Ling Xiao had the aura of a peerless expert. No one dared to look at him directly. "He's really powerful." Hu Yanlan looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. Although she had thought so before, she only understood at this moment. Ling Xiao didn't use his full strength when dealing with the one-eyed blood wolf. "Tuoba, I'll give you a chance. Kill this kid and you can enter the Green Bull Palace." Tuoba Fengdun suddenly said. "Old man, are you serious?" Tuoba was originally depressed. However, when he heard this, he was overjoyed. He had long found Ling Xiao an eyesore. Now, as long as he killed Ling Xiao, not only could he vent his anger, he could also enter the Green Bull Palace to increase his strength. Why wouldn't he do it? Have I ever gone back on my words? Tuoba Fengdun said coldly. He couldn't see through Ling Xiao's strength, which was why he sent Tuoba to test him. Even if Tuoba died, he wouldn't feel any heartache. As long as Tuoba Yunfan was alive, it would be enough. "Alright, leave it to me." Tuoba walked towards Ling Xiao. Previously, he lost to Tuoba Yunfan. It could be said that he lost miserably. The best way to make others see him in a different light was to kill this fella called Tuoba Ling in front of him. As long as he could enter the Green Bull Palace, he would have a chance to surpass Tuoba Yunfan. Otherwise, he would be suppressed by Tuoba Yunfan for the rest of his life. "You sent the one-eyed blood wolf to kill me, right?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. That's right. Unfortunately, that idiot didn't succeed. I don't know what scheme you used, but today, you're dead. Tuobayu sneered. Understood. Do it. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to confirm was because he wanted to decide how to deal with Tuobayu. If the one-eyed blood wolf was really sent by Tuobayu, then Tuobayu must die. If not, he would cripple Tuobayu's martial arts. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Tuobayu opened the jade fan in his hand with a paw sound. He then swung the fan, and a sky full of silver sword lights rained down like a storm. All the sword lights were actually aimed at Ling Xiao. Tuobayu suddenly attacked. The silver sword rain that filled the sky formed a violent wave that crashed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only stood there disdainfully. His entire body did not move. Only a powerful internal energy rushed out from his feet. In that instant, Tuobayu's entire body sank and then exploded on the spot. As for the sword rain formed by the countless sword chi, Ling Xiao did not do anything. The sword rain was less than a foot away from his body before it was repelled by his protective essence energy. It all flew onto the roof and pierced countless holes in the main hall of the Tuoba Manor. Tuobayu's attack could not even break through Ling Xiao's defense. How could it harm him? Looking at Tuobayu now, he did not even look human anymore. The shredded clothes seemed to be telling people that this person called Tuobayu had existed just a moment ago. However, now, he had already been smashed to pieces. Everyone's hearts seemed to have been pricked by needles. They began to twitch violently. They looked in horror at the 1-meter square hole in the ground that was created by the explosion. Until now, they still did not understand how Ling Xiao did it. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to have moved from beginning to end. Too terrifying, this was a true expert. He wasn't bragging. Young Master Jade Fan? What a joke. You think I am afraid of you? Actually, I do not even put you in my eyes. In front of me, you are not even as good as an ant, you still call me trash and a coward? Go repent in the Yellow Springs. Looking at the deep hole, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer as he mocked. His words caused everyone to fall silent. Even the crazy Hu Yanhong seemed to have suddenly returned to normal. However, her entire body was trembling. Ling Xiao's strength shocked her too much. It had already surpassed her imagination. So Ling Xiao really did not want to kill her. Otherwise, she would have been a dead person long ago. Tuobayu, young Master Jade Fan? Great hero? Great hero? Young talent? Young hero of the pugilistic world, Ling Xiao, trash? Coward? However, before everyone's eyes, Tuobayu had been easily killed. When he died, he probably didn't even understand what had happened. People didn't understand either. This was because Ling Xiao hadn't even moved his hands. As for how he did it, perhaps other than Ling Xiao himself, no one else knew. The magnificent rain of swords that filled the sky had become a complete joke. Sis, do you understand now? Tuobayu isn't even fit to carry little brother's shoes. Little brother is the real dragon and phoenix among men, a true hero, a great hero, a true peerless genius. He didn't touch Tuobayu before because he didn't want to, not because he didn't dare. Unfortunately, Tuobayu, that scum, offended little brother in the end, so he was killed. Hu Yanlan excitedly looked at Ling Xiao. Although she couldn't express her love. However, she was proud of herself for liking Ling Xiao. She had not misjudged him and had made the right choice. Alan, I'm so stupid, I actually treated a scum as a hero and a hero as trash. I'm so useless. Hu Yanhong's body trembled as she recalled every word she said to Ling Xiao. At this moment, it felt like she was being whipped. Sis, it's not that he's not worthy of us, it's that we're not worthy of him. He's the true peerless genius, the true hero. Hu Yanlan's eyes flickered. In her heart, Ling Xiao had already become a truly indomitable and powerful figure. However, he killed Tuobayu. The people of Tuoba Manor won't let him go, right? Hu Yanhong hesitated. Sis, why do you still look down on little brother? I believe in him. Just as Hu Yanhong said, Ling Xiao killed Tuobayu. The people of Tuoba Manor wouldn't let him go. Not only did you steal my wife, you even killed my brother. I swear, I'll tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. A cold voice came out from Tuoba Yunfan's mouth. When Tuoba Yu died, he didn't stop him. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Everything happened too quickly. By the time he reacted, there was nothing left of Tuoba Yu's corpse. Although he didn't like his brother, this person who called himself Tuoba Ling dared to kill Tuoba Yu in front of him. How could he not be angry? To him and the entire Tuoba manor, this was a great humiliation. Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Yunfan indifferently. The one who killed your brother wasn't me, but that old thing. He knew that Tuoba Yu wasn't my match, but he still let him do it. His viciousness was evident. There are too many scum in your Tuoba manor. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at the Red Witch. Let's go. I feel that killing them is a waste of time. He wasn't trying to anger anyone, but he was speaking the truth. Other than Tuoba Yu, the rest of the martial artists in Tuoba Manor didn't have any deep grudges with him. Moreover, there was no benefit in killing them. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. He prepared to leave. As for forcing the Red Witch to get married, this debt should be counted on the first elder. Although the people of Tuoba Manor were guilty, they didn't deserve to die. However, if the people of Tuoba Manor didn't know what was good for them and insisted on killing him, the sword in his hand wouldn't be merciful. But even so, the people who had appeared now were not worthy of him drawing his sword. Therefore, his sword was still in his storage ring. He held the Red Witch's hand and walked out of the hall in a grand manner. Green robe, long hair, domineering, confident, like a demon king, he ignored everyone around him. At that moment, Tuoba Yunfan and Tuoba Fengdun both frowned. They weren't confident in defeating Ling Xiao. This person was too mysterious and too strong. Ling Xiao just stood there and gave them immense pressure. It was as if they weren't facing a person, but a true demon king. A peerless demon king. Tuoba Yunfan and Tuoba Fengdun hated this feeling. They, who had dominated a region, were actually scared to this extent by a child. If word got out, they would be too ashamed to face anyone in the future. Kill them. Tuoba Fengdun ordered. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, but he also wanted to kill the Red Witch. Anyone who dared to humiliate the Tuoba family couldn't be allowed to live. Yes, sir. Orderly shouts rang out. Then, hundreds of fully armed warriors rushed in from outside the door. A dense killing intent spread throughout the entire hall. His escape route had also been completely sealed off. To prevent Ling Xiao from escaping, Tuoba Fengdun even ordered people to place an array cannon at the entrance of the hall. The powerful array cannon was a reward the Tuoba family had received from the Qin nation's royal family. It could directly kill a cultivator at the 11th level of hell in the First Revolution. Although they didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, no matter how strong he shouldn't be stronger than the 11th level of hell in the First Revolution of Yin Yang. As long as they had this powerful array cannon, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape. Old man, do you know what this means? This means that you and that B*TCH have to die. Tuoba Fengdun said coldly. Idiot, I couldn't tell that Ling had been merciful. He killed Tuoba Yu because Tuoba Yu hired assassins to kill him. As for the others, he planned to let them go. But you idiots forced him to stay. This means that the one left behind is a killing god, a demon lord. Your Tuoba family is finished. The Red Witch shook her head gently. These idiots from the Tuoba family. Why couldn't they understand? Nonsense. Kill him. Tuoba Fengdun ordered loudly. In an instant, hundreds of figures pounced on Ling Xiao. The guests dodged and hid at the side, leaving the most spacious area in the hall. They didn't plan to help the Tuoba family, but they didn't plan to help Ling Xiao either. At this moment, staying out of the matter was obviously the best choice. Facing the attacks of hundreds of people, Ling Xiao shook his head gently. Since you want to die, don't blame me. He waved his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. White jade flying dragon sword, the quality wasn't very good. It was only an immortal grade weapon. But in this remote town, it was already considered a top grade weapon. The moment he held the sword, he seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. It was as if the killing god that had been in a dormant state had been awakened. A terrifying murderous aura spread rapidly. A pitch-black demonic shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. Everyone who was charging towards Ling Xiao was startled. Their speed also slowed down instantly. Their hearts were trembling at this moment. Because they realized that they weren't facing Ling Xiao, but a true demon of the sword. Controlling the murderous aura of heaven and earth, controlling the boundless fighting spirit, the huge demonic shadow covered almost the entire hall. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone felt as if they were standing in a boundless hell. Their bodies were so cold that there wasn't a trace of warmth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream awakened the deathly silent hell. It didn't continue. All the screams seemed to have happened at the same time. The hundreds of warriors who were charging at Ling Xiao all fell to the ground. There was a sword mark on everyone's throat. A fatal sword wound, just one sword strike, annihilation. None of the hundreds of warriors were spared. The guests were even more terrified. Although they had returned to normal now, they felt as if they had entered the depths of hell in that instant. They felt a killing intent and an aura of death that they had never felt before. They suddenly understood that Tuoba Manor had not offended a person, but a true devil that controlled hell. In front of this devil, let alone Tuoba Yu, even Tuoba Yunfan was not worth mentioning. Perhaps only Tuoba Fengdun could suppress this person. Tuoba Yunfan's expression changed again. He had said more than once that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, in the end, he did not dare to do anything. This was especially true after what had happened earlier. At that moment, his legs were still trembling. This kind of trembling was completely uncontrollable. But he was not convinced. He couldn't back down like this. He was the eldest young master of Tuoba Manor, the successor of this family. His fiancée had been snatched away and he had suffered the greatest humiliation in the world. Could he just stand there and not move? Unfortunately, his brain and body could no longer cooperate. His legs continued to tremble. His heart also twitched uncontrollably, as if it had been stabbed by a knife. He knew that he was afraid. He was afraid of making a move, afraid of failure, and even more afraid of death. Sometimes, being timid is not wrong. Seeing that you did not do anything to the Red Witch, I will give you another chance. Stay at the side obediently and don't make a move. Otherwise, I swear that I will not be merciful. Ling Xiao could not arouse any interest in fighting this person who was clearly scared out of his wits. He looked at Tuoba Fengdun and said, "Old thing, do you only know how to let others die for you? You are not Tuoba Ling. You are Ling Xiao." Tuoba Fengdun suddenly said. "Haha, I did not expect that someone would recognize me in this place. It looks like I can no longer conceal my identity. That's right, I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao smiled. He had originally used the name Tuoba Ling to avoid being targeted by the Qin nation's royal family. However, since this was the dragon cult's territory, there was no need for that. Hence, he simply admitted it. Furthermore, since he had been recognized, there was no point in denying it. Ah! At this moment, Hu Yanlan and Hu Yanhong cried out in alarm. It was not just them. The surrounding guests also cried out in alarm. He is the final disciple of the dragon cult's sect master, Qin Bai. Heavens, no wonder he is so strong. No wonder the Red Witch said that she was not worthy of him. This guy is a monster that defeated the third sect elder. Not just the third sect elder. His name has long since spread throughout the Qin nation. He killed the 8th prince, Jihyun of Silla, and annihilated the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion, with such strength. No wonder. No wonder. The crowd discussed fervently. They were finally shocked by Ling Xiao's true identity. "Old thing, since you know my true identity, let me go. Don't do anything stupid while your Tuoba residence is still alive." Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Fengdun and said indifferently. "That's impossible." Tuoba Fengdun released a terrifying aura that only someone at the peak of the Yinyang realm's 11th level of hell could possess. Although he had heard of Ling Xiao's fame, he could not be frightened by a child. Otherwise, he would not be able to establish himself in Cold Frost Town. "Do you want to die?" Ling Xiao's voice was calm as if he was talking about something very ordinary. It was as if he could control Tuoba Fengdun's life and death at will. These 3 words made Tuoba Fengdun feel even more uncomfortable. A child, a 16 or 17-year-old child who had reincarnated into the world, He actually dared to say that in front of so many people. It was as if he was saying that the Tuoba family's patriarch was not worth mentioning. I want to die? Tuoba Fengdun sneered and said, I already knew that you were Ling Xiao, but I still dared to stop you because I am not afraid of you. I have all your information here. You can scare others, but you can't scare me. You have done something that I can't forgive. Therefore, I have decided not to kill you first. Hearing this, everyone felt strange. Wasn't Tuoba Fengdun very angry? Why didn't he kill Ling Xiao? However, Tuoba Fengdun's next words made them understand. I won't kill you, but I will destroy your cultivation. I will cut off your limbs. I will make you a real good-for-nothing. I will let you watch the Red Witch marry my grandson, consummate the marriage with him. That feeling of helplessness must be very painful for you, right? Tuoba Fengdun's voice was a little crazy. His expression was extremely ferocious. From his voice, everyone could hear a terrifying cruelty and coldness. If you talk too much, people will think that you are a coward. Since you want to torture me, why don't you do it? Old thing, you're afraid of me. Ling Xiao didn't show fear or anger on his face. Instead, he showed a mocking smile. I'm afraid of you? You think I'm afraid of a brat like you? Tuoba Fengdun's anger burned even brighter. A strange green image gradually appeared behind him. It looked like a ferocious bull demon. However, it was different from an ordinary bull demon. Strange, why do I feel the aura of the divine ox from his martial soul? Could the Azure Bull Palace of the Tuoba residents be related to the divine ox? Ling Zhao's beast god martial souls were the sun god and the divine ox. The sun god didn't just have a martial soul, it also had all the inheritances. That was why it could awaken those abilities. The divine ox only had a martial soul, so it could only make the divine ox's beast god stronger. It couldn't awaken any abilities. If the green ox palace really had something to do with the ox god, then he had really stumbled upon a good thing this time. Since you're not afraid of me, why don't you make a move? You've heard of my name and know what I've done. That's why you're afraid of me. You're afraid of me. Although you're very strong, you don't have the confidence to defeat me. Am I wrong? Nonsense, why would my grandfather be afraid of you? Tuoba Yunfan roared. You don't have to say anything. Stop your legs from trembling before you talk to me. Ling Xiao glanced at Tuoba Yunfan with disdain. He thought to himself, since Tuoba Fengdun is afraid of me and doesn't dare to make a move, why is he still keeping me alive? Is he waiting for reinforcements? Yes, that must be it. This guy knows my true identity. He must have already informed the Qin nation's royal family. He's always been a fence-sitter. It's normal for him to betray the dragon cult and join the Qin nation. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly felt even less anxious. He wanted to know Qin Bai's whereabouts. Only an expert from the Qin nation would know. This time, he had to be more prepared. If the Qin nation sent the Lightning Emperor or an ancestor, he would be able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, it would be too depressing if he was injured by the Lightning Emperor again. Tuoba Fengdun had to admit that he might not be afraid, but he was definitely wary. Ling Zhao's strength was a mystery. To humans, the unknown was the most terrifying. He was not sure of Ling Zhao's cultivation level, nor was he sure of Ling Zhao's true strength. This was even more frightening than encountering a Yinyang realm martial artist at the 12th level of hell. However, since Ling Xiao had already seen through him, he could not wait any longer. Alright, since you're in a hurry to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. Tuoba Fengdun decided to make a move. Since he couldn't use words to stall for time, then he could only rely on fighting. He believed that the people from the Qin nation's royal family would arrive in time. After all, Ling Xiao was ranked first on the evilest list. To the Qin kingdom's royal family, it was a scar, a sore point. Only by getting rid of this thorn in his heart would he be able to rest easy. Boom, the cyan bull demon behind Tuoba Fengdun became more solid. His entire body was enveloped by the cyan light. It exuded a mysterious, ancient, and powerful aura. What martial soul is this? Ling Xiao asked. When you're about to die, I'll tell you. Tuoba Fengdun said coldly. Due to his fear, he did not dare to reveal too much about himself. This martial soul was only comprehended by a few people in the Tuoba family, so outsiders did not know its secret. This was the magical weapon that he had a chance of winning. You won't tell me? Then I'll beat you until you tell me. Xianxia shouted coldly as he stabbed out with the white jade flying dragon sword. A shocking sword chi pierced towards Tuoba Fengduan's throat. That was Xiao's favorite position. Cyan Bull Mountain splitting slash. Tuoba Fengduan did not retreat in the face of Xiao's sword light. This old man was also a veteran. He knew very well that once he retreated, he would lose the chance to defeat his opponent. Therefore, not only did he not retreat, but he also took a step forward. In that instant, the Cyan Bull demon behind him condensed a huge axe in its hands. Then, the axe slashed towards Xiao crazily. It looked like Tuoba Fengduan was attacking, but it was actually the Cyan Bull demon's martial soul. Tuoba Fengduan was wrapped in cyan light, as if he had become a warrior controlling a huge mecha puppet. His mecha puppet, on the other hand, was his martial soul. This fighting method is quite unique. Don't warriors who possess beast martial spirits usually use fusion transformation? Xiao was somewhat curious about Tuoba Fengduan's fighting style. But he was just curious. His attack did not stop. Chi, the white sword shadow kept tearing apart the cyan light from the huge axe. There was still some pressure. However, it was just a little bit of pressure. Cyan Bull Mountain splitting slash sounded tacky, but it was a genuine first heaven of the immortal grade martial technique. Together with the strange Cyan Bull demon martial soul, it could unleash the power of a second heaven of the immortal grade martial technique. In the Qin country, there were very few martial artists who could use a second heaven of the immortal grade martial technique. No wonder the Tuoba family could dominate the Cold Frost town. With this move alone, no one within a radius of several hundred miles was a match for him. Interesting. Xiao smiled slightly. The sword intent on the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand became even crazier. Profound inner force poured into it, and the indomitable power of the heavenly Earth Queen poured into it. Xiao's sword became even sharper. But this was not enough. The moment Xiao attacked, he entered the purple lightning bull transformation state. For some reason, he felt that the green bull palace of the Tuoba family had something to do with the bull god. So he wanted to see if the bull god beast soul would have any strange reaction when the purple lightning bull beast soul transformed. Under the transformation state, Xiao's fighting strength soared again. The white jade flying dragon sword in his hand flickered with purple lightning. Break for me. A terrifying sword light was released. Xiao's entire body emitted an unstoppable sharp sword intent. Destroy everything, cut everything, invincible, unstoppable. Under the sudden attack of the sword light, the axe shadows instantly collapsed. Even the giant axe formed by the green light began to crack. Tuoba Fengduan's expression changed drastically. Tell me, who are you waiting for? Xiao's eyes were cold and sharp. He knew that Tuoba Fengduan was hiding some secret. It was a secret that he did not know. And this secret might even be related to Qinbai. Retreat. Tuoba Fengduan could feel that the unstoppable sword was enough to directly destroy the giant axe formed by the green light. It might even split his body into two. He did not answer Xiao's words. Instead, he sped up and retreated. Although he looked a little pathetic, Tuoba Fengduan knew that if he did not do this, he was going to die. However, in the next moment, Tuoba Fengduan's face turned incomparably pale. Tuoba Fengduan's expression was unsightly. He realized that no matter how he retreated, the sword was getting closer and closer to him. The swallowing sword chi was pressed against his throat. He believed that he would die if Duan Fengduan pushed it forward. Wait! Tuoba Fengduan suddenly shouted. What are you waiting for? Xiao said indifferently. Actually, I saved Elder Kong of the Qin Nation's royal family. He's one of the 5 ancestors of the Qin Nation's royal family. Tuoba Fengduan shouted. Are you joking? How could you save such an expert? Xiao had never seen the 5 ancestors of the Qin Nation's royal family. However, he knew that Chen Songxiong and the Lightning Senior had quickly broken through and become extremely powerful under the guidance of the 5 old fellows. How could the 5 old fellows be weak? I'm not joking. Elder Kong was injured by the dragon cult's leader, Qinbai, and hid in our Tuoba residence. Tuoba Fengduan said, as long as you don't kill me, I'll take you to see him. I know you have a grudge against the Qin nation's royal family. Elder Kong's life in exchange for mine. Is that enough? You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. Ling Xiao felt that this was a good deal. There was no point in killing Tuoba Fengdun, but if he could capture Elder Kong of the Qin Kingdom's royal family alive, then it would be too amazing. Moreover, from Tuoba Fengdun's words, Qin Bai seemed to have defeated Elder Kong. Since that was the case, it should be fine. He could also breathe a sigh of relief. You should put down your sword first, right? Tuoba Fengdun smiled bitterly. Sure, I don't think you can escape from my grasp. Ling Xiao withdrew his sure-kill sword. If he wanted to get Elder Kong, he had to show his sincerity. Of course, if Tuoba Fengdun played any tricks, then his sword would not stop next time. Yunfan, it's up to you. Suddenly, Tuoba Fengdun, who had escaped, shouted. Then, more than 10 tentacles condensed from green light extended from the ground. They looked like the tails of an ox, tightly entangling Ling Xiao's limbs, neck, and body. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? You are indeed stronger than me, but you are still too inexperienced. Tuoba Fengdun laughed crazily. He had already imprisoned Ling Xiao. Now, as long as Tuoba Yunfan killed Ling Xiao, that would be enough. Tuoba Yunfan's legs stopped trembling. At this moment, he knew that his chance for revenge had arrived. He rushed over and rushed towards Ling Xiao. A powerful dragon seal condensed in his hand and blasted towards the bound Ling Xiao. I told you not to court death, but you insisted on dying. Don't blame me. Even though he was bound, Ling Xiao's voice was still calm and indifferent. Ling Xiao, you are still putting on an act. Not to mention you, even a Yinyang realm martial artist at the early stage of the 12th level of hell can't break free from my green light. You are dead meat. Tuoba Fengdun sneered. You are right. This thing of yours is indeed very sturdy. But the question is, can you really bind me? As he spoke, Ling Xiao, who was bound by the green light, gradually turned into a figure condensed from lightning. Heavenly Thunder Guards. The Red Witch heaved a sigh of relief. She really thought that Ling Xiao was careless. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao was prepared. However, it was strange to use the Heavenly Thunder Guards like this. When the Heavenly Thunder Guards appeared, Ling Xiao appeared beside Tuoba Yunfan. He raised the white jade flying dragon sword. How dare you? Tuoba Fengdun was anxious and roared crazily. Haha, you should worry about yourself first. If he dies, you will be next. What did Ling Xiao not dare to do? How could he not dare to kill Tuoba Yunfan? He had even killed the lightning sage. Tuoba Yunfan was nothing to him. To be honest, he had already given Tuoba Yunfan a chance to live. He did not expect himself to be so merciful. However, Tuoba Yunfan still wanted to kill him. How could he let go of the person who tried to kill him? Chi. With a soft sound, Tuoba Yunfan's throat was pierced. His consciousness was quickly blurring. His eyes were filled with regret and fear. He was the most outstanding genius in Cold Frost Town. He once had a bright future. He could dominate this area and kidnap women as he wished. He could take other people's wives as he wished. Nothing had ever happened to him. He had never married, but he had played with more than 1,000 women. He had never thought that he would be killed because of a woman. However, today, fate seemed to have decided to give him retribution. The instant Tuoba Yunfan's corpse fell to the ground, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone could only hear his rapidly accelerating heartbeat. Panic spread throughout the hall. Tuoba Yunfan was actually dead. The successor of the Tuoba residents, the most outstanding genius in Cold Frost Town, was no match for Ling Xiao. Not even a match for Tuoba Yunfan. This was because Tuoba Yunfan had sneak attacked Ling Xiao and was killed. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent, without the slightest bit of sympathy or pity. He had used these two emotions too many times before. Unfortunately, others did not cherish them. So strong, really strong. The rumors are true. This youth has already become an existence second only to Chen Songxiong in the entire Qin nation. No, I seem to have heard that he even defeated Chen Songxiong. The crowd discussed spiritedly. Although they didn't necessarily believe the rumors from the outside world, what was happening before their eyes was true. Facing the pincer attack of Tuoba Fengdan and Tuoba Yunfan, Ling Xiao easily killed Tuoba Yunfan. You killed him. You killed the grandson that I valued the most. Tuoba Fengduan's voice was like the roar of a wild beast. No, you are the one who killed him. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if he did not attack me, he would naturally be alive today. Unfortunately, he had an insensible grandfather. No, it's you. You killed him. You killed my grandson. I will kill you. I will kill you. Tuoba Fengdan seemed to have gone mad. The cyan light behind him became irregular, and the eyes of the cyan demonic bull seemed to have turned red. He did not even feel pity for Tuoba Yunfan's death. However, Tuoba Yunfan was dead. The most outstanding successor of the Tuoba residents was dead. The Tuoba residents had no future. What was the point of living? He had to fight with his life, even if he could not defeat Ling Xiao, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Fengdan in disdain and said, you have said that you want to kill me at least 10 times, right? Heavenly thunder divine guards, exploding lightning. He suddenly snapped his fingers. The heavenly thunder divine guards that were entangled by the azure light exploded. The terrifying lightning followed the tentacles and blasted Tuoba Fengduan's body. For a moment, Tuoba Fengdan looked like he had been thrown into a fire and roasted. His skin was charred black. Even his hair was burnt. The air was filled with a burnt smell. It seems like this lightning isn't enough to kill you. But remember, Tuoba Fengdan, I won't show any mercy in my next attack. You're too shameless. I'm not in the mood to make a deal with you. Although Tuoba Fengduan's sneak attack didn't hurt him, Ling Xiao didn't want to continue the conversation. Tuoba Fengdan was too shameless. The success rate of making a deal with him was too low. He might as well kill Tuoba Fengdan and absorb his memories. He didn't hesitate anymore. He thrust the white jade flying dragon sword forward and released a terrifying sword essence. Tuoba Fengdan closed his eyes as he faced Ling Xiao. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. He seemed to be blind as only the whites of his eyes could be seen. At the same time, the green light behind him completely drilled into his body. Ling Xiao's sword just happened to stab him at this moment. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The sword didn't pierce through Tuoba Fengduan's throat. It's useless. You can't hurt me anymore, although I'm in great pain every time I let the azure demon control my body. I've lost my cultivation. I can't do anything about it. But I don't care if it's to kill you. Although Tuoba Fengduan's eyes were a little strange, Lin Huang could tell that he still had some consciousness left. Kill, die for me, die for me. Tuoba Fengdan roared and threw out countless axe shadows from his hands. They were all formed by green light and they were extremely powerful. His face was contorted in pain and malevolence. The attacks were aimed at Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao could only retreat. Is this the legendary azure demon possession in the Tuoba mansion? Some people in the crowd who were close to the Tuoba family had heard of it before. What's the azure demon possession? Someone asked. The azure demon possession is similar to the dragon cult's demonic dragon possession. If one's soul power isn't as strong as his martial soul's consciousness, his body will be taken over. But at the same time, his defense, attack, and speed will be greatly enhanced. In the past, I've only heard of it, but I've never seen Tuoba Fengdan use it. Today, my horizons have been broadened. It's not that he didn't want to use it in the past, but that there was no need for him to use it. The side effects of the azure demon possession are obviously too great. Now, he had no choice but to use it against Ling Xiao. This young man is too terrifying. He actually forced the Tuoba family's patriarch to such an extent. Do you think that young man can withstand it? It's hard to say. The azure demon possession is too powerful. It can almost allow Tuoba Fengdan to unleash the battle prowess of an early-stage Yinyang realm cultivator at the 12th level of hell. No matter how strong that young man is, no matter how monstrous he is, if his cultivation is not high enough, I'm afraid he won't be a match for him. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer as he listened to the crowd's discussion. He had relied on losing his consciousness to become stronger and completely gave himself to the monsters. He had done this kind of thing before. Therefore, he knew very well what the weakness of this state was. However, even if he knew the weakness, he did not intend to exploit it. The feeling of killing Tuoba Fengdun, who was possessed by the Azure Demon, face to face was exhilarating. Only then would it be of greater help to him. He took a deep breath. The white jade flying dragon sword was put away. The Blood Thunder Emperor sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, the blood-red sword Martial Soul appeared behind his back. Not only that, the rest of the beast souls also appeared. What's that? The crowd was stunned. They had never seen a person who could release several martial souls at the same time. I heard that Ling Xiao seems to have inherited the beast god. That's why he can use several beast souls at the same time. His true martial soul should be the sword Martial Soul. Someone said. But I'm very familiar with that sword. It's the Blood Thunder Emperor sword of the 14th Prince, Xianxia. How did it end up in Ling Xiao's hands? Is it true that he defeated Xianxia? Hearing this, the crowd was even more shocked. How many surprises was this young man going to give them? Hu Yanhong was completely numb at this moment. Trash? Haha, if this young man was trash, what was she, Hu Yanhong, considered as? Playing tricks. You still can't escape death. Tuoba Fengdun roared. The huge demonic shadow pounced on Ling Xiao. The power in his body was almost completely released. Because the Azure Demon did not care whether Tuoba Fengdun's body would collapse because of this. His purpose was to kill Ling Xiao. However, facing such an attack, Ling Xiao smiled. Such a martial soul is really a waste in your hands. Ling Xiao took a small step forward with his right leg. Then, he held the Blood Thunder Emperor sword with both hands. A terrifying aura kept pouring into the blood-red long sword. Behind him, a black figure appeared. To deal with you, the Black Immortal of great success is enough, kill. In the roar, the Blood Thunder Emperor sword stabbed out. The blood-red Black Immortal turned into a sword chi and rushed toward the Azure Demon. Swish, it was like a knife cutting through cloth. The defense that Tuoba Fengdun was so proud of, and he thought that it was absolutely impenetrable, was actually torn apart so easily. Die. Ling Xiao kept his sword and was ready to end today's battle. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura that made him feel extremely pressured. Ding, the Black Immortal sword chi was blocked by a finger and easily dissolved. An old man appeared in front of Tuoba Fengdun. What an impressive and domineering young man. It's a pity that your fate and your legend will end here. After blocking Ling Xiao's attack, the old man looked at Ling Xiao with disdain in his eyes. It was as if he was judging Ling Xiao's fate. Elder Kong. Tuoba Fengdun sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally here. The one who attacked was actually Elder Kong, whom he had saved. Ling Xiao would never have the chance to kill him again. Oh? An expert from the 12th floor of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao took a few steps back and looked warily at the old man who had suddenly appeared, and said coldly. What? It's Elder Kong, an expert from the 12th floor of hell. Everyone looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in horror. He was one of the legendary existences in the Qin nation's royal family. Many people thought that the legend of the 5 old men was fake. They did not expect this old man to really appear today. Because of Ling Xiao, he appeared in this remote Cold Frost town. If this old man still did not appear, the entire Tuoba family would be destroyed, and this family would no longer have any value. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand to save a beautiful woman. He flattened the Tuoba family and spread his name throughout the Qin nation. If this old man did not appear, this would be what would happen next. Then would Elder Kong's appearance change all of this? After all, he was powerful enough to fight against the dragon cult's leader, Qin Bai. Elder Kong, help me kill this brat. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Qin kingdom's royal family. Tuoba Fengdun knelt before Elder Kong. If Ling Xiao did not die today, his Tuoba family would not have the face to continue existing. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. Actually, Elder Kong would not let Ling Xiao go even if he did not say anything. His eyes were cold and completely locked onto Ling Xiao, blocking all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. Ling Xiao, you really surprise me. You're only 16 years old after reincarnating, But you're already at the peak of the 11th level of the Yinyang realm in the first revolution. If you obediently submit to the Qin Kingdom's royal family, I can write off all the things you've done. But if you don't, I'll bring you back to Thunder City and hang you at the city gate for the crows to eat your flesh." As Elder Kong spoke, his body emitted a killing intent that had completely condensed into substance. The surrounding people did not doubt that this killing intent could kill. It was not just a feeling. He's actually at the peak of the 11th level of the Yinyang realm in the first revolution. No wonder he's so powerful. No wonder he could easily force Tuoba Fengdun, who's at the same cultivation level, into a dead end. If Elder Kong had not appeared in time, Tuoba Fengdun would have died long ago. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. They had only heard of the 14th prince, Xianxia, who had reached the first revolution at such a young age. "Haha, what if I say no?" Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Old man, you're very strong, but do you really have the confidence to kill me? Don't forget, I killed the Lightning Supreme. Although that old thing underestimated me, you don't really think that I can't fight you at all, do you?" What, the Lightning Supreme was really killed by him? Didn't Lord Lightning Supreme say that he had broken through the 12th level of the first revolution? Ling Xiao's words shocked everyone even more. This was too inconceivable. You're courting death. If the Lightning Supreme had not been injured by Qianbai, how could you have killed him? Since you are so stubborn, then this old man will let you understand what a true expert is. A Yinyang realm expert at the 12th level of hell is definitely not someone you can fight against. Elder Kong actually did not believe that Ling Xiao killed the Lightning Sage with his own ability. He had always believed that the Lightning Sage's death had more to do with Qianbai. In other words, it was Qianbai who had killed him, and Ling Xiao had only added a stab. Regarding this, Ling Xiao did not explain. It was actually a good thing that the other party didn't believe him. This way, the other party would definitely underestimate him. His chance had come. Boom! Under Elder Kong's rage, a gale suddenly blew within the hall. His strength roared in all directions, causing the guests in the main hall to tremble in fear. Then, a ball of green lightning began to jump on his right hand. The martial artists of the Qin nation's royal family all possessed lightning-type martial spirits. However, the lightning was different for each person. There was black lightning, blood lightning, green lightning, purple lightning, and 9 heavens divine lightning. The 5 martial spirits of the Qin nation's royal family's 5 martial spirits were precisely these 5 types of lightning. The first 4 types had different uses, but their power was basically the same. Only the 9 heavens divine lightning martial spirit was formed from heavenly lightning from 100,000 years ago. It was an ancient martial spirit and was extremely powerful. It was above the other 4 types of lightning martial spirits. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know all of this. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was Elder Kong, who possessed the green lightning martial spirit. The green lightning continuously swallowed and spat out. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, causing the guests to feel fear in their hearts. However, Ling Xiao did not escape. Not only did he not escape, but he also took a step forward. The Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand appeared even more bizarre under the illumination of the green lightning. Even if he was facing an opponent that he could not defeat, Ling Xiao was still fearless. "You said that the Lightning Supreme was not killed by me. Then that's good. I'll let you try the sword technique that I used to kill the Lightning Supreme. I hope you won't retreat." Ling Xiao chuckled and his body instantly transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Martial Spirit. The combination of the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword and the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Martial Spirit could naturally unleash his strength to the extreme. At the same time, the Sword Martial Spirit and the rest of the Beast Spirits also appeared behind him. Facing Elder Kong, he did not dare to be careless. Not only that, he began to circulate the Tyrannical Martial Spirit. Heavenly Dragon Power, Divine Phoenix Power, White Tiger Power, Condense. People were surprised to find that 3 types of Divine Beast Phantoms representing the 3 continents appeared and then merged into Ling Xiao's body. They did not know what this was. Only Ling Xiao knew that this was the 3 types of power that the Tyrannical Martial Spirit had condensed after absorbing the 3 continents. At this moment, Ling Xiao became even stronger. The power seemed to be boiling in his body and gushing out from the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. "Oh? You still think that you killed the Lightning Supreme?" Ridiculous, do you really think your swordsmanship can hurt this old man? Even your master, Qianbai, may not dare to be so frivolous in front of me. The corner of Elder Kong's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. He had heard that this Ling Xiao was extremely arrogant. Today, he saw that it was indeed so. Not to mention that he did not believe that Ling Xiao could hurt the Lightning Supreme. Even if the Lightning Supreme was really killed by Ling Xiao, he was much stronger than the Lightning Supreme. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. Whether I can hurt you or not, we'll know once we try. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Alright, then you can try. Let's see if I'll blast you into pieces first or if you can hurt me. As he spoke, the green lightning in Elder Kong's hand jumped even more wildly. Then, it turned into a green lightning bird. A terrifying power spread throughout the entire hall. A destructive aura made the guests tremble. Too domineering, too terrifying, however, Ling Zhao's expression did not change. Shadow Martial Arts Ultimate Skill, Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Small success. Ling Xiao slowly raised the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword with both hands. Although the speed was not fast, everyone could feel the terrifying power released by the sword. At the instant the sword pierced towards Elder Kong, everyone seemed to have seen the surroundings of Ling Zhao's body being enveloped by a ball of black-colored illusions. This black phantom was like a demon fairy, emitting a cold and overbearing aura. In the heavens and on earth, only I am supreme. People even had an illusion that they were not in the Tuoba Manor's main hall, but in the gloomy and terrifying demon domain. This feeling was even more obvious and terrifying than when Ling Xiao used Black Immortal Descends. So terrifying. Is this Ling Zhao's strongest sword skill? In front of this sword skill, we are like ants. Huyan Lan held Huyan Hong's hand tightly, but she still could not resist the fear and chill. If she wasn't sure that Ling Xiao would not hurt them, she would have fainted. Is this his true strength? It's too terrifying. Huyan Hong's body trembled violently again. Every time Ling Xiao exploded, it was a kind of torture to her. It would make her think of the vicious words she said to Ling Xiao. Fortunately, she only said nasty words and did not do anything. Otherwise, she would have fallen into the depths of hell long ago. The lightning bird and the bright demon immortal sword chi collided violently. Endless light was released in the main hall. Everyone temporarily lost their vision. At the same time, the entire main hall collapsed, and everyone ran for their lives. They came to an even more spacious courtyard. The crazy raging power gradually stopped until the main hall was completely razed to the ground. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Ling Zhao's figure appeared. He was suspended in midair, his green robe was still the same, and his black hair danced in the wind. He still exuded the domineering aura of a youth. On the other side, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Elder Kong's mouth. He was injured by Ling Xiao. He had just recovered from the injury left by Qianbai, and now he was injured by Qianbai's disciple. Although the injury was not serious, it was a shame. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Good. Very good, really very good. I now believe that you do have the strength to kill the Lightning Seigneur, Demon Immortal Sword Shadow? This move should be an immortal grade 3rd heaven martial technique, right? It's a pity that you're not skilled enough, otherwise, I would really have to run away from that sword. Just now. Now, this old man must kill you, otherwise, if I let you continue to grow, the Chen Kingdom's royal family will not be safe. Elder Kong was extremely shocked. Ling Zhao's talent and aptitude were far beyond his imagination. He could actually master a mortal grade 3rd heaven martial technique when he was only at the Yinyang realm's 11th level of hell. This was something that even Chen Songxiong, who was recognized as the #1 genius, could not do. Ling Xiao actually did it. Fortunately, the other party's sword move was only at the initial stage. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured when he underestimated his opponent. In the following battles, he would no longer underestimate his opponent. He wanted to kill the young man in front of him with all his might. Boom, behind him, the Saiyan Thunder martial soul was finally released. Elder Kong, who was already extremely powerful to begin with, had become even more terrifying. On the other hand, Ling Xiao seemed to have not heard Elder Kong's words. Instead, his gaze looked towards a certain spot in the hall that had been destroyed. There, a strange light was constantly being released. Others might not be able to see it, but it could not escape his Tai Chi eye. What was even more miraculous was that his divine ox-beast soul had some sort of reaction with the light. Could that be the entrance to the Azure Ox Palace? Ling Xiao was a little surprised and began to move in that direction. Damn it! Brat, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Elder Kong's old face was flushed red. Obviously, he was angered by Ling Xiao. I can't kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, that was already the strongest attack I can unleash at the moment, and it only lightly injured you because you underestimated your opponent. Next, I naturally have to think about fleeing for my life. Kid, don't even think about fooling me. I've already acknowledged your strength. So it's impossible for me to look down on you anymore. Elder Kong said coldly. Earlier, he was still clamoring that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to kill the lightning sage. In the end, after a single move, he became extremely concerned about Ling Xiao. It was truly ironic. The surrounding guests sighed without end. The young swordsman had become completely famous in a single battle. One had to know that the ancestor of the Qin Kingdom's royal family could be said to be the strongest existence in the entire Qin Kingdom. Ling Xiao was actually able to exchange a single move with him and even injure him. This simply caused them to feel that it was slightly inconceivable. The battle still continued, but their hearts started to tighten. At this moment, they hoped that this young man could live. After all, the young man was a disciple of the dragon cult, and they belonged to the dragon cult. They could be considered to be on the same side. Not to mention that the young man's strength and bravery truly made them feel reverence. Die, kid. I'm going to completely obliterate you. I can't leave a future threat like you alive. Elder Kong took a deep breath, then spread his legs and put his palms together. Green lightning flickered in his palms. After a moment, his palms gradually separated, and a long sword condensed from green lightning appeared in his palms. Then, Elder Kong held the long sword in his hand, and lightning crazily surged on his body. His body instantly rushed forward, and the long sword condensed from green lightning directly pierced Ling Xiao's vital points. Everyone could feel that this sword was much stronger than the previous Thunderbird. Ling Xiao, what should we do? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They realized that the young man was still using the same move. Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. A low voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth, and an incomparably cold sword light bloomed from his Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. It was full of destructive power, causing people to tremble with fear. This sword was cold and murderous, this sword was terrifying and valiant. The demon immortal of the dark hell descended once again, cruel and tyrannical, ready to destroy everything in sight. Chi, chi, the sound of the air being cut was ear-piercing. On the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, there were even blood-red lightning constantly jumping. Ling Xiao did not use his sky-dominating power, but he infused the power of blood lightning and the power of lava into his sword. He did not lie. Other than the Butterfly Lady Soul and the Sky Tyrant Force, this sword was indeed his strongest attack at this stage. This sword was clearly still at the minor success stage, but its power seemed to be stronger than before. Ling Xiao's battle intent rose again in the battle, as if it was indestructible. Boom! A terrifying aura swept across the entire battlefield. The Green Lightning Sword and the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword collided. Ling Xiao was sent flying for more than 10 meters before he forcefully stabbed the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword into the ground and stopped his retreat. Puff! Elder Kong, this old thing, was indeed powerful. Ling Xiao felt that his internal organs were damaged from this collision, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He was injured. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, didn't you want to kill me? Aren't you very capable? With Elder Kong around, you won't be able to touch me again, let alone kill me. Seeing this, Tuoba Fengdun was completely relieved. He laughed wildly with excitement. Don't worry, after you die, I'll take good care of your woman for you. Since my grandson can't marry the Red Witch, I'll make her give birth to another son, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao supported himself with his sword and looked coldly at Tuoba Fengdun. Next sword, I'll kill you. A cold voice came out from his mouth. You can't kill him. Elder Kong said indifferently, with me around, you can't kill him. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao was only slightly injured under his powerful attack. As long as Ling Xiao was injured, it meant that Ling Xiao was not immortal, and he could kill him. With me here, you won't be able to kill Tuoba Fengdun. Elder Kong stood in front of Tuoba Fengdun and said arrogantly. Is that so? Not necessarily. Ling Xiao slowly rose to his feet and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. He took another step forward while emitting a ferocious sword intent. It was the same move again. Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. You really don't have any other moves. If that's the case, I'll send you to your death with this attack to prevent any unexpected events from happening. Elder Kong was relieved when he saw Ling Xiao using the same move again. If Ling Xiao still had other moves, he would not use the same move so frequently. Perhaps Ling Xiao really wasn't lying. This move was already his strongest move. Elder Kong held the blue thunderous sword and stabbed at Ling Xiao once again. The blue thunderous martial spirit behind him roared wildly. So what if it's the same move? I'm not going to kill you. Ling Xiao's lips curled upward into a cold grin. At the moment when his attack collided with Elder Kong's attack, Elder Kong's expression changed drastically. Ling Xiao disappeared. Demon Dragon Illusion. What? Although Elder Kong had expected Ling Xiao to ambush Tuoba Fengdun with his movement technique, he did not expect Ling Xiao's movement technique to be so skillful. It's a movement technique of the third layer immortal grade, and it's so skillful. This kid's talent is really enviable. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Ling Xiao had already appeared behind Tuoba Fengdun. His eyes were filled with piercingly cold killing intent. You shouldn't have provoked me. It's very easy for you to die. Ling Xiao's sword pierced towards Tuoba Fengdun without any hesitation. He knew that Elder Kong was extremely quick too. It would only take him a few moments to kill Tuoba Fengdun. At that instant, Elder Kong's face darkened. While Tuoba Fengdun's expression changed tremendously. His heart shuddered violently as the shadow of death loomed over him. At the same time, on the road leading to Frosty Town, 3 people were flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. The person at the front exuded a domineering aura. His black battle robe made him look like a devil. He was the leader of the dragon cult, Chen Bai. The person in the middle was the youngest. She was not even 20 years old yet. Her appearance was devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, his strength was also extraordinary. She was one of the 2 strongest disciples of the dragon cult, Mu Qing. The last person was as cold as ice. He was dressed in white and looked like a block of ice in winter. This person was the vice-sect leader of the dragon cult, Xiaomuyu. There was only one goal for the 3 of them to go to Frost Town, and that was to save Ling Xiao. They had heard the news that Ling Xiao had gone to Tuoba Mansion from Patriarch Huyan. Chen Bai loved his disciple dearly, so he naturally went to save her. Mu Qing had come for the Red Witch. She happened to hear about this because Ling Xiao was her friend and her savior. She had to save him even more. As for Xiaomuyu, Mu Qing was her only disciple. She was also like a daughter to her. Ling Xiao was Mu Qing's savior, so she naturally had to save him. Any one of the 3 experts could easily annihilate the Tuoba residents. Today, the 3 of them had appeared at the same time. Just as the 3 experts were rushing to Frosty Town, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced toward Tuoba Fengdun's throat. This move was still the demonic immortal sword Shadow. No one understood why Ling Xiao used this move so frequently. Was it really just because it was the strongest? Tuoba Fengdun did not have time to think about it. In the face of life and death, he erupted with the most powerful aura in his life. He could not die, he could not be killed by Ling Xiao, he was the patriarch of the Tuoba family, the overlord of a region. Even the dragon cult and the Chen Kingdom's royal family wanted to rope him in. Now, this ignorant brat was using this fleeting opportunity to kill him. Did he really think he was a piece of trash? This was simply a great insult to him. He admitted that he might not be a match for Ling Xiao, but he absolutely did not believe that he could not block Ling Xiao's attack. He was the overlord of Frosty Town. How noble was his status, even the dragon cult's deputy sect master, Phoenix in the Cloud, and the Chen Kingdom's Thunder Emperor had to show some respect to him. All the cultivators within a 50-mile radius were in awe of him. When they saw him, they had to bow their heads and submit to him. However, Ling Xiao, a 16-year-old youth, had humiliated him with only a 1-meter-long sword. He treated him as an ant that could be killed at any time. How could he tolerate this? The green bull demon was roaring. Tuoba Fengdun was roaring. He used all his strength and punched out. He tried to use his attack to block Ling Xiao's sure kill attack. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could kill him so easily. A frenzied green light flashed in the courtyard. Tuoba Fengdun had almost transformed into a green bull demon. However, Ling Xiao still had an indifferent smile on his face. This attack can't kill Elder Kong, but it's more than enough to kill you. The terrifying demonic immortal destroyed the green bull demon and easily pierced Tuoba Fengdun's throat. Tuoba Fengdun died in one strike. The Tuoba family's main combat strength was completely wiped out. Tuoba Fengdun, Tuoba Yunfan, and Tuoba Yu could be said to be the three strongest people in the Tuoba family. However, they all died under Ling Xiao's sword. Lamentable, lamentable, their deaths were not to be regretted. They did not take Ling Xiao seriously. However, they only realized how terrifying and powerful Ling Xiao was when they were about to die. Before people could be shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, Elder Kong's furious attack had already appeared in front of Ling Xiao. What a disgrace, Ling Xiao actually killed Tuoba Fengdun in front of him. This was simply a slap to his face. He had just said that Tuoba Fengdun would not die as long as he was around. Ling Xiao immediately showed him what a slap to the face was. He could not let Ling Xiao live. Therefore, he swore to kill Ling Xiao with this attack. However, Ling Xiao had already calculated everything. At the same time that Elder Kong's sword struck over, Ling Xiao had utilized his true strongest defense. His body transformed into the Jade Rabbit avatar. At the same time, he used the Jade technique. In people's eyes, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a huge jade sculpture. Elder Kong's attack did not have any effect on the sculpture. Instead, it was bounced back. Strong. Too strong. This young man is going against the heavens. The guests really felt that today's excitement was about to make them numb. Perhaps they would feel numb when they ate the pepper for the first time. However, after eating it one after another, they were really numb and almost could not feel anything. Not only did Ling Xiao kill Tuoba Fengdun in front of Elder Kong, but he also blocked Elder Kong's sneak attack from behind. He was unharmed. They originally thought that even if Ling Xiao could kill Tuoba Fengdun, he would probably be seriously injured by Elder Kong. This kind of one-for-one situation was the most reasonable. However, they obviously still underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned to his original form. His body instantly transformed into the purple lightning bull beast soul. He also retreated to the Red Witch's side. Old thing, to be honest, you're really useless. If you can't even protect Tuoba Fengdun, how are you going to defend the Qin Kingdom's royal family? Why don't you die early so that you won't embarrass yourself in the future? Ling Xiao mocked. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. You despicable fellow, you must die. Crazy lightning gushed out from Elder Kong's body, and it actually shot dozens of meters high. Everyone in Frost Town saw this shocking scene. Elder Kong took a step forward, as if a thunder god had stepped out, and the entire ground shook. You've said it more than once that you want to kill me. Ling Xiao still had a mocking sneer on his face. You just said that as long as you're here, I won't be able to kill Tuoba Fengdun. But now, I've killed him in front of you, and you can't do anything to me. You'll definitely die. I swear, if I can't kill you, I'll die in Tuoba's residence today. Elder Kong took another step forward, and the ground actually collapsed and shook. The hearts of the guests began to tremble crazily. However, Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression. It's best not to make such a vicious oath. Otherwise, you'll really die later, and there won't be a chance to regret it. Of course, he knew that Elder Kong was angry. He was completely angry. But anger was the expression he liked to see the most. Although the enemy's anger could increase one's combat strength, it would cause one's judgment to seriously decline. A fearless boorish man was actually the easiest to deal with. Regret? I won't regret it. Elder Kong said coldly, Kid, you're very good at shaking your opponent's determination. If your determination is shaken, your fighting spirit will naturally collapse. You won't be able to fully unleash your strength. Unfortunately, I won't fall for your trick. Now, in Cold Frost Town, you're the only one who can pose a threat to me. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. That's not necessarily true. Why do I feel that my master is about to arrive? Ling Xiao said with a smile, "You don't have much time left. It's best if you kill me quickly and escape. Otherwise, once my master arrives, you'll become elder dead." Chen Bai. Elder Kong frowned. He was indeed afraid of Chen Bai, because the injuries he received before were caused by Chen Bai. "Alright, then let's end this quickly." Regardless of whether what Ling Xiao said was true or not, he intended to end the battle quickly. He said that he would not be affected by Ling Xiao's words, but in the end, he still fell into Ling Xiao's trap. Ling Xiao utterly didn't know that Chen Bai was coming, and he only wanted to make Elder Kong lose his ability to think and become infuriated. Moreover, he intended to end the battle swiftly. This way, there would be no time to come up with a strategy. When he saw Elder Kong had taken the bait, Ling Xiao once again released a formidable battle intent. Even when facing an opponent who was much stronger than him, his fighting spirit was always above his opponent. Not only did he not back down, he even exuded a domineering aura. So much so that the surrounding guests were full of confidence in him. This was a true martial artist. His expression wouldn't change even if a mountain collapsed before him, his heart would be as calm as still water even if the heavens and the earth collapsed. Confidence, perseverance, and never give up. Kill. Elder Kong didn't have the time to think too much when he sensed Ling Xiao's soaring battle intent. He'd already decided to end the battle quickly. So this time, he wanted to use his strongest move to end the battle. He put away the Azure Lightning Sword. The Azure Lightning martial soul behind him transformed into an enormous Azure Lightning Divine Dragon that danced and coiled around his body. "You should be proud that you died under this old man's attack." Azure Lightning Secret Technique, Descent of the Divine Dragon. Roar, a resonant dragon roar resounded. The divine dragon that was completely condensed from Azure Lightning roared as it opened its enormous mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. "You've finally used it? I've waited for a long time." What Ling Xiao hoped the most was for his opponent to execute his strongest attack. Because no matter who it was, the stronger the attack, the greater the consumption of inner strength, and the longer the time consumed. It was basically impossible to use it continuously. Even Ling Xiao had to pause for a moment every time he used the Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Elder Kong's attack seemed to be stronger than the initial success Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Then, the pause time would also be longer. Ling Xiao had been waiting for this opportunity. "Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, block for me." Following Ling Xiao's roar, 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards appeared almost at the same time. Elder Kong's Thunder Dragon was indeed powerful. However, every time it destroyed a Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, it would be weakened by the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard's self-destruction. In fact, after destroying 31 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, the Thunder Dragon was already on its last breath. Elder Kong's attack could not be said to be weak, but Ling Xiao had always kept the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards unused, waiting for this opportunity. "It's my turn, Elder Kong." Demonic Dragon Phantom. In an instant, Ling Xiao had already arrived behind Elder Kong and didn't stop at all. The Demon Fairy Sword Shadow pierced out again. Oh no! Even Elder Kong definitely didn't expect that Ling Xiao still had the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Although he knew that Ling Xiao knew the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, he definitely didn't expect that Ling Xiao's Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards had already been cultivated to the perfection stage. His Thunder Dragon was completely exhausted, but it still couldn't completely destroy the 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who closed in and attacked. "However, I haven't lived for so many years in vain. Do you think this old man only has one lay long?" Elder Kong was indeed an old fox. He had clearly condensed 2 Thunder Dragons, but he hid one of them. It was to guard against Ling Xiao. Because he was really afraid of this kid's tricks now. "Can your Demon Immortal Sword Shadow defeat my Azure Lightning Dragon?" At a close distance, a Thunder Dragon suddenly rushed out from under Elder Kong's feet. That old thing had really hidden himself well. "However, you have a trump card. Do you think I don't have one too? Don't forget that I still have a Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard." The last Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard was also the strongest Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. Its combat strength was almost exactly the same as Ling Xiao's. Therefore, even if it was destroyed by blocking a Thunder Dragon alone, it would definitely be able to perish together with the Thunder Dragon. "I admit that you are very smart, But you won't have a chance to attack after destroying my thunder dragon. Elder Kong broke out in cold sweat. This kid Ling Xiao was too cunning. Is that so? Then I'll have to disappoint you. Sun God's ability, Earth elongating golden light technique, Demon Fairy Sword Shadow, kill. A golden light suddenly flashed by, and together with the Demon Fairy Sword Shadow in Ling Xiao's hand, it pierced toward Elder Kong. At this moment, the only thing Elder Kong could do was to avoid being hit in his vitals, and the rest was to watch as Ling Xiao's sword pierced through his body. That feeling of helplessness caused him to feel shocked, and also humiliated. He was actually forced to such an extent by a junior. Just a little bit more. Everyone looked at Elder Kong's pierced collarbone in shock. The clear bloodstain was like a mark of shame imprinted there. It was simply a ghastly sight. Old thing, you really know how to hide. You're indeed stronger than the Lightning Supreme. If it was the Lightning Supreme, he would have died under this sword. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Although this result was already pretty good, he was still not satisfied. Because he could only use the same trick once. After the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard was used, it could not be used again for half an hour. But this old thing's Thunder Dragon could be used again in a short period of time. He was not satisfied, but Elder Kong was extremely shocked. He touched the wound on his collarbone that was gradually healing. Although the injury was not serious, if it was slightly to the right, it could directly pierce through his throat. At that time, he would really be killed by this kid. Not only would he lose his life, but he would also lose his face completely. Raising his head, Elder Kong's eyes were filled with endless blood red. Endless hatred and anger. He had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did today. Without the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, I'll see how you're going to take my attack. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. I'll let you wail in endless pain as you die. The humiliation made him incomparably furious. His voice changed a little, becoming hysterical and incomparably crazy. So what if you don't have the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard? I've already figured out your tricks. I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I practice everything I've learned today? Ling Xiao held the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, but there was not the slightest bit of nervousness on his face. He looked at Elder Kong and said, "Old thing, do you believe that if I can stab you once, I can stab you a second time?" "I don't believe it, Azure Thunder Dragon, kill for me." This time, Elder Kong did not hold back. 2 Azure Thunder Dragons were released almost at the same time. Ling Xiao just stood there, pouring all his energy into the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand. "Old thing, you seem to have forgotten something. Why did I use the Demon Immortal Sword Shadow so frequently?" "What?" Elder Kong still hadn't understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced out. Devil Fairy Sword Shadow, Fire Mastery, that's right, using it frequently was for the sake of advancing in rank. It was a little difficult to make a breakthrough in cultivation, so Ling Xiao did not expect to be able to make a breakthrough in one go. However, he had already grasped the knack of upgrading his martial techniques. If he used it frequently and tried his best to succeed, he would accumulate a lot of experience. He could have used Black Immortal Advent to kill Tuoba Fengdun, but he used Devil Immortal Sword Shadow and succeeded in one try. He had accumulated a lot of experience. Moreover, he'd even used the Devil Immortal Sword to injure Elder Kong. Even though Xianxia didn't manage to kill the other party was still stronger than him. Thus, he was able to accumulate a lot of experience points. Therefore, the demonic Immortal Sword Shadow broke through. He knew that the Azure Lightning Dragon that Elder Kong used was a second-level Immortal Grade martial skill at the Transformative Realm. Its power was much stronger than the third heaven of Immortal Grade martial skill, Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. But if it was the Devil Immortal Sword Shadow who was proficient in fire, it would completely suppress the Azure Thunder Dragon. That was the case with this sword, a dark, domineering, and evil Devil Immortal. He tore apart 2 Thunder Dragons with one hand. Then, he pierced Elder Kong's abdomen with another sword. He's injured again. People were completely unable to comprehend such a strange scene. If it was said that Ling Xiao had used some tricks to injure Elder Kong the first time, then what about this time? How did he do it? I've said it before. If I can stab you once, I can stab you a second time. Ling Xiao said calmly. I didn't expect you to use me to practice your sword. You infuriating junior, you're really too infuriating. Elder Kong's anger could not be quelled. Ling Xiao actually used him to improve the Devil Immortal Sword Shadow's mastery. How could he endure this? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. No matter what price I have to pay. Elder Kong went completely mad. If he was injured by Chen Bai, he could still accept it. But being injured by Ling Xiao was something he could not accept no matter what. *T, this old guy is going to go berserk. Ling Xiao frowned. In this world, he was not the only one who had methods to increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. Others had them too. However, all methods to increase one's combat strength in a short period of time would have very bad side effects. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, no one would use it. But today, Elder Kong felt that he had no choice but to use it. As long as he was more careful, there was basically no chance of Ling Xiao injuring him again. He was only injured because he did not expect Ling Xiao's sword skill to suddenly improve. But the problem was it enough not to be injured? If he could not kill Ling Xiao, where would he put his face? Violent thunder body tempering. The old man suddenly roared. Terrifying furious thunder fell from the sky and blasted his body. Amidst the terrifying thunder, he let out a shrill scream as if he was enduring great pain. But along with the pain, his skin kept falling off like a worm shedding its shell. Along with this change was his terrifying combat strength that kept rising. *CKU. Ling Xiao shook his head and laughed bitterly. After all this, he still had to use the move he did not want to use the most? No, I'm not going to play with you. In any case, this kind of method to increase one's combat strength in a short period of time will be useless once the time has passed. Ling Xiao looked at the ball of green light in the ruins. At this moment, he was only a short distance away from that ball of light. Demonic Dragon Phantom, his figure suddenly flickered and grabbed the Red Witch's hand. Earth-crossing golden light technique, with another flicker, he had already dashed towards the ball of green light. Before Elder Kong could understand what had happened, Ling Xiao and the Red Witch had disappeared from the ruins. Rumor had it that there was a Blue Bull Palace in the Tuoba Mansion. Only the patriarchs and their successors were qualified to enter. Apart from them, no one knew where the entrance to the Blue Bull Palace was, and no one knew what was inside the Blue Bull Palace. Elder Kong was stunned as he watched the two disappear. He also rushed towards the same place. Unfortunately, there was no response. If one wanted to enter the Blue Bull Palace, one must have an aura related to the Divine Bull. The Blue Bull Demon Martial Soul, or directly the Divine Bull Beast Soul. Tuoba Fengdan and Tuoba Yunfan both had the Blue Bull Demon Martial Soul. And Ling Xiao had the Divine Bull Beast Soul. It had to be said that the Blue Bull Palace was simply a secret realm that was tailor-made for Ling Xiao. Coming here with the two little girls from the Huyan family was really lucky. I'll wait here. I don't believe that you won't come out. Elder Kong was about to remove the violent thunder body tempering state and wait for Ling Xiao to come out. Although this would consume some energy, it was better than wasting it all the time. However, at this moment, he suddenly looked in a direction. Someone was coming. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the Green Ox Palace, he could feel the Divine Ox Beast Soul in his body roaring. It seems like the Green Ox Palace is related to the Divine Ox Beast Soul. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. This time, it would be wonderful if he could really obtain something that could greatly increase his battle strength in this small Tuoba manor. Red Witch, you stay here for a while. I'll go and search. The Divine Ox Beast Soul's reaction only told Ling Xiao that there was something he wanted here, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. He had to find it on his own. However, Ling Xiao was still confident in finding things. The Tai Chi Eye had the ability to see through things and look into the distance. The Green Ox Palace didn't look big, so it should be easy to find. Ling Xiao, what are you looking for? I'll help you. The Red Witch said. Ling Xiao had saved her from danger, but she couldn't help Ling Xiao much. If she didn't do anything, she would feel bad. No need. I found it. In the Green Ox Palace, there was an altar that was filled with boiling magma. Ling Xiao discovered that in the boiling magma, there was something that looked like an oracle bone. There were some strange words on it. He could feel that the divine ox beast soul's reaction was related to the oracle bone. Red Witch, stay here. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao called out to the Red Witch, then jumped into the boiling magma. The moment he came into contact with the magma, he could feel that his lava combat body seemed to be getting stronger. There was a feeling that it was close to a qualitative change. Not only that, but the three-headed lava hound in his body was also changing. It seemed to be evolving. It seemed that other than devouring demonic beasts of the same kind, these beast souls would also improve when they came into contact with energy of the same attribute. However, none of these were as attractive to Ling Xiao as the oracle bone. The closer he got to the oracle bone, the more excited Ling Xiao found the divine ox beast soul in his body. Looks like I'm not wrong. This oracle bone might be some kind of ox bone that is directly related to the divine ox beast soul. He increased his speed and finally reached the vicinity of the strange oracle bone. Then, he extended his hand and scooped it up. The moment he touched it, he felt as if he was connected to it by blood. This was truly too miraculous. It was as though he had come into contact with this oracle bone before. It was as though this oracle bone was a part of his body that had died. After retrieving the oracle bone, Ling Xiao did not leave the magma. Instead, he laid down and continued to cultivate while carefully observing the oracle bone. Plop. Who would have thought that the Red Witch would also jump in? Why are you here? Danger. Ling Xiao said in surprise. You're looking down on me. Don't forget that I'm the Red Witch. My martial soul is fire. This lava is not harmful to me, only beneficial. The energy is really abundant. I feel like my cultivation is about to break through again. The Red Witch said excitedly. That's good. Do you know what this is? Ling Xiao handed the oracle bone to the Red Witch and asked. Although this thing felt very strange, Ling Xiao really did not understand what it was. He could only ask the Red Witch for help. On the black oracle bone, other than many strange words, there was also a ferocious ox monster. This is a spiritual talisman. However, its material is a little special. It seems to be made from beast bones. In our Black Tortoise continent, this is called a beast talisman. Rumor has it that beast warriors like to use magic treasures. It can stimulate their fighting strength to the greatest extent. Moreover, it can allow them who are not good at using secret techniques to obtain the ability to use secret techniques. In short, this thing is very useful. Beast warriors also use this to pass down their martial skills. The Red Witch gave the oracle bone to Ling Xiao and explained. How do I use this thing? Ling Xiao asked. I vaguely remember that it seems like the blood of the beast warrior and the corresponding beast soul have to be merged into it at the same time. Then, the beast talisman will naturally have a reaction. The Red Witch tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she said, sigh. Actually, Sister Mu Qing must remember this matter very clearly. I don't usually read books properly. Instead, I am very interested in fighting. Let me try. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. He is a person who is absolutely a man of action. Since he said that he would try, he would immediately start. A drop of blood had already dripped onto the beast talisman. Then, he operated the beast soul of the ox monster and merged it into the beast talisman. After all this was done, the ferocious ox monster picture on the beast talisman actually shone with a fiery red light. Not only that, but something new seemed to exist in Ling Xiao's mind. However, this feeling was a little untouchable. It was both real and illusory. However, Ling Xiao himself did not feel it very clearly. However, the Red Witch who was beside Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded. This was because she and Ling Xiao seemed to have been separated into two different worlds in an instant. In her eyes, all of Ling Xiao's movements became extremely fast. It was as if they were accelerated by several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Ling Xiao. She shouted desperately, hoping that Ling Xiao could hear her voice and discover this terrifying change. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao seemed to be unable to hear what she was saying at all. At this moment, Ling Xiao also raised his head and looked at the Red Witch. He realized that the Red Witch seemed to have stopped. She was completely motionless. Could it be a special effect of this beast talisman? Ling Xiao looked at the beast talisman in his hand in surprise. Whether it was true or not, he just needed to do a test to find out. He quickly withdrew his beast soul of the ox monster. At that moment, the beast talisman lost its luster and everything returned to normal. At this moment, the Red Witch's loud shout rang in his ears. Ling Xiao, stop. This voice came a long time later. What happened just now? Ling Xiao and the Red Witch both asked the same question. Actually, I don't know either, but it should be the doing of this beast talisman. Forget it, I can't figure it out for the time being. It's better not to use it recklessly. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and put it away first. He would study it slowly when he had time. Anyway, whether it was the dragon cult or the Qin Kingdom's royal family, there should be many books about beast talismans. It wouldn't be too late to study it slowly after returning. After putting the beast talisman into the mountain river world, Ling Xiao stood up from the lava. He discovered that the three-headed lava hound beast soul had advanced again. Not only that, but the scorching hell had also changed. All the fire snakes inside had become stronger, and some lava hounds condensed from lava had appeared. Their combat strength was stronger than the fire snakes. If Ling Xiao used the scorching hell in the future, his combat strength would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Of course, the three-headed lava hound was only a part of it. What shocked Ling Xiao the most was the advancement of his lava battle body. Previously, his lava battle body had been cultivated to the peak. Even the beginner volcano battle physique was much stronger than the top-tier lava battle physique. It was basically equivalent to a defensive martial technique at the third heaven of the immortal grade. This was really too terrifying. Not only that, perhaps because the lava battle physique had broken through first, it actually swallowed the entire lightning battle physique. As a result, there was lava gushing under the volcano battle physique and thunder rumbling above. It was really lively. Just as Ling Xiao was looking for the beast talisman, the Tuoba Mansion's courtyard was already bustling with noise and excitement. Chen Bai, Mu Qing, and Xiao Muyu arrived at the Tuoba Mansion at the same time. They completely sealed off Elder Kong's escape route. The three great experts released a suffocating and terrifying aura. The guests all revealed terrified expressions. This was truly a case of one wave rising after another before the first wave had subsided. Could it be that today was really the Tuoba Mansion's unlucky day? Where's Ling Xiao? An extremely domineering voice sounded. Everyone looked at the man in black who was emitting endless killing intent. Sect leader. In the crowd, someone finally recognized Chen Bai and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Hearing this person's words, everyone was shocked. The dragon cult's sect leader was in existence more powerful than the Qin nation's thunder monarch. He actually came to this remote town. It was actually just to find Ling Xiao. Could this Ling Xiao really be his last disciple? Ling Xiao is already dead. He was killed by me. Elder Kong snorted coldly and looked at Chen Bai. Your disciple is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that you came too late and can't save him. Killed by you? Chen Bai's voice became even colder. The terrifying aura instantly rose to the extreme. The last time you escaped, it was because I was worried about Ling Xiao. But today, you won't be able to escape. His anger was burning in his chest. He even felt a sense of sadness and despair. After searching for so long, he finally found such a good disciple that was truly suitable for him. Moreover, in order to save him, Ling Xiao actually fought a life-and-death battle with experts like the Lightning Seigneur. In the end, he killed the Lightning Seigneur, but was heavily injured by Elder Kong's sneak attack. Such a loyal disciple had actually died. At the same time, a murderous aura was released from Mu Qing's body. She had never liked anyone in her life. Ling Xiao was the first. Even if this relationship did not bear any fruit in the end, she would never regret it. At the very least, she felt that she had found someone to entrust her feelings to. But now, Ling Xiao was dead. Once again, her feelings became a lonely ghost. She was furious, hatred. She recalled the few interactions she had with Ling Xiao. His smile and his actions all surfaced in her mind at this moment. A line of painful tears fell from his cheeks. Those tears were filled with worry towards Ling Xiao and hatred towards Elder Kong. Those who were familiar with Mu Qing all knew that she had never shed tears. Even when she was seriously injured and in unbearable pain, she had never shed tears. But today, she shed tears for a man. Chen Bai and Mu Qing's killing intent locked onto Elder Kong at the same time. At that instant, Elder Kong actually had thoughts of regret. One Chen Bai was already extremely difficult for him. Now that Mu Qing was added, could he still survive? Damnable Ling Xiao, exactly what was so good about him that he could actually obtain the favor of so many people? 2 strands of killing intent condensed in the air. All the guests felt the fear of death. Too terrifying. The guests were trembling all over as they stared fixedly at Chen Bai and Mu Qing. The strength of any one of these 2 people was actually stronger than Elder Kong. This was simply inconceivable. Even though Elder Kong was the weakest amongst the 5 elders of the state of Chen, he was still at the middle stage of the 12th level of the hell. Die, icy cold voices spat out from Chen Bai and Mu Qing's mouths at the same time. Their black battle robes fluttered amidst the murderous aura. Their azure clothes were tainted with a sorrowful aura. In an instant, 2 figures flew out at the same time. At that moment, Elder Kong felt the approach of death. He shouted in horror, "He's not dead, Ling Xiao isn't dead." However, it was already too late. Chen Bai and Mu Qing's attacks landed on Elder Kong's body at the same time. Even if he wanted to block it, he couldn't. Elder Kong's body was smashed into pieces like a piece of foam. Fresh blood and fragments scattered in the air before finally landing on the ground. Even if he used violent lightning body tempering. But under the pincer attack of these 2 great experts, he was still no match for them. One of the state of Chen's 5 elders, Elder Kong, was dead. He had died in this unknown frosty town. His illustrious reputation was completely destroyed. Everyone watched this scene with incomparable horror. Just because Elder Kong said that he killed Ling Xiao, he was killed so cruelly. This Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. Not only was he terrifying, but his friends and master were also terrifying to the point of making people tremble. The moment Ling Xiao stepped out of the Azure Ox Palace, he was still thinking about how to deal with Elder Kong. However, he was shocked to discover that Elder Kong's corpse, which was almost completely unrecognizable, was lying on the ground, surrounded by blood and corpse fragments. Chen Bai and Mu Qing stood there. Both of their faces were filled with pleasant surprise. This was because they heard what Elder Kong said before he died. Ling Xiao wasn't dead. Master. You're really here, Mu Qing, bisect Master Xiao, you guys came too? Ling Xiao looked at these 3 people in shock. He really felt somewhat surprised. Sister Mu Qing. The Red Witch flew into Mu Qing's arms. Sister Mu Qing, it's all thanks to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, I would really have been forced into marriage by the people of Tuoba Manor. Return to Demonic Dragon City. I have to settle this score with the first sect elder no matter what. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth. The storm he had stirred up would not subside. Chen Bai was intercepted and killed midway. This was definitely done by Phoenix in the Cloud and the 2 sect elders. There was no time to catch up with his master. Ling Xiao had more important things to do. Wait a moment. Chen Bai smiled bitterly. Now is not the time to completely fall out with them. After we return, everything will be as usual. After all, once we fall out, the dragon cult might be destroyed. It's better for me to secretly subdue those who have pledged allegiance to them. When the time is right, I'll catch them all in one fell swoop. Alright, the dragon cult is yours. I'll do as you say. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Although the dragon cult was nothing to him, to Chen Bai, it was his life's work. If it was really destroyed, he would feel heartache. If that's the case, then hurry back. Tomorrow is the day of the duel between you and Mo Ying. Don't delay. Chen Bai reminded. Tomorrow? Have I been unconscious for a long time? Ling Xiao had always thought that he was injured and unconscious for only a day. In reality, that was not the case. Let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, hurry back as soon as possible. If you miss the time, you will lose the opportunity to enter the demonic sea secret realm. Hurry up and leave. Of course, before he left, Ling Xiao did not forget to get Elder Kong's storage ring. However, other than spirit stones, there were no other rare items in this old thing's storage ring. It seemed that all the good things were in Leidu. However, it was not bad to have spirit stones. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 million low-grade spirit stones. This was a huge sum of money. At this moment, in the Tuoba Manor, watching Ling Xiao and the others leave, the warriors of the Tuoba Manor suddenly came back to their senses. One of them stared fiercely at Huyan Lan and Huyan Hong. If it weren't for you two bitches, our Tuoba family wouldn't have ended up like this. Lan, run. Huyan Hong was only a rank 1 Yin-Yang realm warrior at the peak of the 9th level of hell. Although there were no experts left in the Tuoba family, there were still more than 10 warriors at the peak of the 9th level of hell. The two sisters were no match for them at all. Sister, don't be afraid. I'm here. Huyan Lan took a deep breath, and a beautiful long sword appeared in her hand. Big brother Ling Xiao, thank you. They didn't expect that even after Ling Xiao left, he would still be able to help the Huyan family. The sword light instantly pierced out. The 13 swords of blue blood was displayed. Coupled with Huyan Lan's strength at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. In just an instant, she had already killed 3 experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Tuoba family. This caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. How did this girl become so strong all of a sudden? Submit to the Huyan family and we can spare your lives. Huyan Lan looked coldly at the enemies in front of her and shouted loudly. Not only did Ling Xiao teach her martial skills and increase her strength, but he also taught her that the mystic world didn't need naivety. It needed strength. Only strength was everything. Big brother Ling Xiao, I will manage Cold Frost Town well. In the future, as long as you give the order, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire. Looking at the warriors of the Tuoba family kneeling in front of her, Huyan Lan looked in the direction of Demon Dragon City with a determined expression. One day later. Outside the Demon Sun Hall. Phoenix in the Cloud, the first elder, as well as all the elders and protectors of the sect were present. Many of the upper and middle disciples were also present. Chen Luan, quickly come out and surrender. Otherwise, when we break into the Devil Air Hall, all of you inside will die. The one who shouted was the first elder. This Fiend Sun main hall, they had already attacked for over 10 days, but it was actually completely impregnable. That miraculous formation completely blocked them outside. The Devil Air Hall became a refuge for the sect leader's faction. Almost all of Chen Bai's adopted sons and daughters were hiding inside. It couldn't be helped. These days, Phoenix in the Cloud and the First Elder had been frantically purging people. Those who were with Chen Bai were all locked up in the dungeon, awaiting their public execution. Among these people, Chen Luan and High Formless were the ones they wanted to kill the most. Unfortunately, they couldn't catch them. First Sect Elder, if you have the ability, then come in. If you really have the ability, then you wouldn't have to wait so many days. Chen Luan's voice came from inside. Chen Luan. You'd better surrender. Obediently. Although I can't break the array now, there's nothing for you to look forward to. To tell you the truth, the sect leader has been ambushed by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. It's basically impossible for him to return alive. As for that Ling Xiao, he said he was going to save the sect leader, but with his strength, it's no different from throwing an egg against a rock. Not only will he not be able to help the sect leader, but he'll also be a burden to the sect leader, therefore, it's only a matter of time before your Devil Air Hall is breached. If you submit to us now, you can still have a good future. Otherwise, there's no way for you to survive. They had already begun to purge, so they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. The first sect elder wasn't afraid to speak the truth. In any case, he had been holding this grudge for a long, long time. The Fiend Sun main hall fell silent. Because even the people inside felt that the first sect elder's words were right. Big brother, why don't we charge out and fight it out? There's nothing to look forward to anyway. Let's just vent all the anger we've been holding in all these years. One of them said to Chen Luan. Don't mess around. Let's wait a little longer. Chen Luan recalled the classic battle where Ling Xiao defeated Chen Songxiong and gritted his teeth. I believe in Ling Xiao. That's right. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that the sect leader won't come back? Don't worry, the sect leader won't die so easily. Your sect leader will definitely come back alive. Little Gold knew that it had to stabilize the morale of the people now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to stop these people from rushing out to their deaths. Alright, then let's wait for another day. The array formation will probably collapse tomorrow. Everyone thought about it. Anyway, it was only one day. They weren't in a hurry. Meanwhile, outside the Fiend Sun main hall. Suddenly, a powerful aura soared into the sky. MOing has broken through. The first sect elder stood up and said excitedly. Ha ha ha, that's great. This way, we'll have another Inyan transformation expert in the 12th level of hell. It's a pity that Ling Xiao won't be able to come back alive. Otherwise, today would be the day of his battle with MOing. Exactly 1 month. Phoenix in the Cloud also laughed. It doesn't matter if he comes back or not. Anyway, it's impossible for him to master the demonic dragon phantom movement technique in 1 month. The first sect elder said disdainfully. At this moment, MOing had already arrived outside the Fiend Sun main hall. He looked around and couldn't help but frown when he didn't see Ling Zhao's figure. That kid didn't show up? MOing was very unhappy. Of course he doesn't dare to show up. Because he bragged that he could do something that couldn't be done in 1 month. How can he still have the face to come back? The first sect elder laughed. I hope that he can come back. Otherwise, my hard work during this period of time won't be worth it. MOing said lightly. He might have been a little afraid of Ling Xiao before, but now that he had broken through, he simply regarded Ling Xiao as an ant that he could kill at any time. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to Ling Xiao's return. Yes, sect elder, Ling Xiao must come back. Otherwise, how can my brother avenge me? Zhongquan hoped that Ling Xiao would come back. He was crippled by Ling Xiao and could no longer be a man. This kind of humiliation was too serious. Therefore, he also wanted to see Ling Xiao being crippled by his brother, MOing, in front of everyone. He's here. Suddenly, Yunlan looked into the distance. Everyone followed his gaze and looked into the distance. A mighty eagle descended from the sky. On the eagle's back. Not only Ling Xiao, but also Chenbai, Mu Qing, Xiao Muyu, and the Red Witch. Hee, you guys are really enthusiastic. There are actually so many people waiting for me here. Ling Xiao leaped and landed on the back of the demonic eagle. He landed in front of the Fiend Sun main hall. Then, Chenbai and the others also landed one after another. Phoenix in the Cloud, the first sect elder, and the others' faces were extremely ugly. What's wrong? Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix in the Cloud and the first elder with a mocking expression. How dare you? What are you talking about? Why wouldn't we be happy that you and the sect leader are back? Yun Zhongfeng was indeed a cunning and sly person. He had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Chenbai. Now that Chenbai had returned unscathed, he knew that things couldn't continue. Therefore, he said righteously. Then, he bowed to Chenbai and said, Sect leader, I heard that you were in danger. Some people in the sect have rebelled. I have already captured them and locked them in the dungeon. They are waiting for you to deal with them. Although he was completely distorting the truth, Chenbai wouldn't refute him if he didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Phoenix in the Cloud. That's enough. I know what you have done. You don't have to put on an act here. This is the last time. I won't pursue this matter because we are sworn brothers. Let them go now. If something like this happens again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Since everyone was well aware of the situation, Chenbai decided not to pretend anymore and directly put it on the table. Although I don't know why you said so, I am willing to listen to your orders. Phoenix in the Cloud lowered his head and said. That's good. Chenbai nodded. But Sect Master, there is one thing that you haven't forgotten. Back then, Ling Xiao said that he could successfully cultivate the demonic dragon phantom movement skill in a month, and if he didn't succeed, he would lead the demonic dragon religion. Does this still count? Phoenix in the Cloud asked. Chenbai looked at Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao nod, he said, Of course. Alright, if that's the case, can we allow Ling Xiao and the Demon Shadow to have a public duel in the Magic Dragon City? Phoenix in the Cloud asked again. You guys make the arrangements, but Ling Xiao just came back and is a little tired. Is it okay to give him a few hours to rest? Chen Bai said indifferently. If you say so, then there's no problem. However, we agreed to start at 3 in the afternoon. It's already 1 in the afternoon. If Ling Xiao doesn't abide by the agreement, then this duel will become meaningless. Phoenix in the Cloud added. Hearing this, Chen Bai was instantly enraged. I've already given you a lot of face, but you're still being stubborn. He was about to lose his temper. However, he heard Ling Xiao say, there's no need to rest when dealing with a piece of trash. We'll officially start at 3 in the afternoon. Disciple, you don't have to be so patient. Chen Bai said. I didn't hold back. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to have a chat with my brothers, I would have fought with that trash right now. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. I'm afraid you still don't know that I've already broken through to the early stage of the 12th level of hell. In front of me, you can only kneel down and surrender. Moing said sternly. He was very uncomfortable being looked down upon. To be honest, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to come back. Now that you're back, I'm waiting for you to torture you. TSK, that's so scary. You actually broke through. This is going to be fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't be interested at all. Ling Xiao was really a little happy. If it was the previous Moing, he could have killed this guy with a slap as if he was swatting a mosquito. However, now that the other party had broken through, it was really a good thing for him. Stop being pretentious. Zhongquan, let's go. Give him 2 more hours. He can't play any tricks anyway. After saying that, Moing flew away. Yun Zhongfeng and the others also left one after another. The outside of the Devil Heir's Great Hall, which had been bustling with noise and excitement, suddenly became deserted. Mu Qing, let's go too. Xiao Muyu glanced at Chen Bai with a hint of sadness and helplessness in her eyes. She gently called out to Mu Qing and turned to leave. Ling Xiao, Sect Master, I'll take my leave first. Although Mu Qing was a little reluctant, she still chased after Xiao Muyu and left. Master, I think there seems to be a secret behind the marriage between Vice Sect Master Xiao and Phoenix in the Cloud. Ling Xiao reminded. What secret? Chen Bai asked. I don't know about that. Master, you should investigate it yourself. I have to go back to the Devil Heir Hall to prepare. See you at the Devil Heir Hall at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ling Xiao shrugged and then walked into the Devil Heir Hall. Chen Bai's foster children finally heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that everything was fine outside. They were almost going to fight the enemy to the death. Once they fought with their lives on the line, the result was obvious. Ling Xiao, we're going to see Master first. Chen Luan and Chen Yan also bid farewell to Ling Xiao and left with their brothers and sisters. Only Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and the unconscious Yi Wuxing were left in the Devil Heir Hall. Boss, you're finally back. Yun Zhongfeng and the first sect elder, that old bastard, are determined to destroy us. If you didn't come back in time, I'm afraid that the sect master and I would have died in their hands tomorrow. The half a month of torture is like sitting in hell. Xiao Jin looked at Ling Xiao and said with righteous indignation. I know. Phoenix in the Cloud and the first elder, I won't let them have it easy. However, Chen Bai didn't want to fall out with them. So, we have to kill them ourselves. When I get the qualification to participate in the Demon Sea Secret Realm, I can get a lot of cultivation resources for you. After devouring them, I believe that your cultivation will be stronger than mine. When the time comes, we brothers will destroy those 2 scourges, help Chen Bai stabilize the dragon cult, and then we'll take over the entire Chen nation. Ling Xiao wanted to take revenge immediately. With his current strength, killing the first elder shouldn't be a problem, but Phoenix in the Cloud wasn't easy to deal with. So, he had to wait a little longer. Anyway, he didn't have to wait too long. After chatting with Xiao Jin for a while, Ling Xiao sat at the side and began to cultivate. He had gained too many benefits in Cold Frost Town. He had to find some time to settle down. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the demonic Dragon City Square. Ling Xiao arrived late. He had arrived at the right time. He wasn't late. But even so, there were still people who were furious. The first elder said in a strange tone, "Ling Xiao, if you're afraid, you can just admit defeat. After all, no one expects you to master the demonic dragon phantom movement technique in a month. Old thing, you talk too much nonsense. Just shut your mouth." Ling Xiao looked at the first elder coldly and said, "I even killed the lightning seigneur. Killing you is like killing a chicken. If you continue to make a fuss, I'll kill you too." "Ha ha ha, did you kill the lightning seigneur in your dream?" The first elder laughed out loud. The crowd burst into laughter. No one believed that Ling Xiao could kill the lightning seigneur. After all, the lightning seigneur was a Yinyang realm 12th level of hell expert. They had never heard of a Yinyang realm 11th level of hell expert defeating a Yinyang realm 12th level of hell expert. Hee hee. In the face of everyone's ridicule, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. Whether what he said was true or not, there was no need to explain it with words. The following battle was the best proof. "Didn't you, Moing, want to make a fool of me? Then I'll make you the biggest clown today." He indifferently hooked his finger at Moing. "Come, let me see your true strength." He stood there without using any weapons or even beast soul transformation. He looked at Moing indifferently, as if he didn't put Moing in his eyes at all. "Why are you looking down on me? Alright, then I'll let you know how powerful I am." Moing snorted coldly. In an instant, a broken sword flew out from his storage ring. A powerful force surrounded his body like a gust of wind. His seemingly frail body contained a frightening amount of power. His force was similar to Ling Zhao's. It contained an extremely powerful killing intent, dense and cold. As a result, many ordinary martial artists who were watching the battle were trembling in fear. Facing this change, Ling Xiao still didn't have any intention of making any preparations. He was still barehanded and didn't transform. "You really don't use beast soul transformation?" Moing said coldly. "You didn't use your martial soul either." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Don't compare me to you. If I use my martial soul, you'll lose too quickly. Then how can I make a fool of you?" Moing said disdainfully. "Alright, whatever you say. Hurry up and attack. I just came back and I'm very tired." As Ling Xiao spoke, he couldn't help but yawn. This wasn't an act. Before returning, he had just fought a life-and-death battle with Elder Kong. Although he wasn't injured, he had consumed a lot of energy. He was definitely tired. Although there was a blood spirit pill to recover, Ling Xiao still didn't like to use pills directly if it wasn't necessary. It was true that pills were good things, but if used too much, they would also produce antibodies. In the end, the effect wouldn't be good. Ling Zhao's blood spirit pill was like this. In the beginning, one pill was enough to save him from the brink of death. But now, in order to achieve the same effect, he needed 10 pills. Although his blood spirit fruit could be obtained in a short period of time, it would still take several months. Therefore, the blood spirit pill was still in high demand. There was another benefit to relying on his own recovery. Every time he recovered, his inner strength would increase significantly. This was also a form of cultivation. "Alright, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The demonic shadow did not waste any more words. A terrifying black aura was released from his body. Then, the space he was in seemed to vanish in an instant. Ling Zhao's vision blurred. The people in the audience saw Mo Ying's body turn into a dark shadow and then quickly disappear. At the same time, the entire square was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. This made it impossible for others to determine his true location. Interesting. It seems like this specter specializes in assassination-style combat. He belongs to the assassin category. Its speed was fast and its attack power was strong, but its defense was definitely not that good. He seems to have cultivated a second-level immortal grade movement technique, which is more suitable for his combat style. No wonder he's called Spectre. This name was probably changed later. In just a moment, Ling Xiao made an accurate judgment. This did not require the Tai Chi eye. Any martial artist who was slightly calmer should be able to make this judgment. Die. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Mo Ying's voice came directly from behind Ling Xiao. He was only a foot away from Ling Zhao's position. The dagger in his hand was filled with murderous aura as he directly stabbed at Ling Zhao's back. This kid clearly wanted to take Ling Zhao's life. Got it. Mo Ying was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to defeat Ling Xiao so easily. It seemed like Ling Xiao really did not succeed in cultivating the demonic dragon phantom. Otherwise, if he had used the demonic dragon phantom at this time, his attack would definitely not have succeeded. Beautiful. As expected of the third-ranked genius disciple of the dragon. Cult. That's right, how could an upper disciple not even be able to defeat an upper disciple? In the stands, the audience who supported Mo Ying had already begun to celebrate. However, in the next moment, all of them were dumbfounded. Boom, with a loud bang, Mo Ying, who was about to succeed, was actually directly blasted away by a terrifying force. This force rushed up from the ground and blasted Mo Ying into a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, making him look like a madman. The clothes on his body were also torn into tatters. The demonic shadow fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with inexplicable horror. What happened? Countless people were baffled. Ling Xiao clearly did not make a move, so why was Mo Ying blown up so badly, although his injuries did not seem serious? But to be defeated in the first place, his confidence would probably be severely damaged. Deputy Leader Yun, did you notice? The first sect elder looked at Phoenix in the cloud blankly. Even she did not know what Ling Xiao had done. Ling Xiao, that brat, seems to have cultivated some strange secret skill this time when he went out. Just now, he seemed to have not moved, but in fact, he had already injected internal energy into the ground through his feet. As for that explosive power, I'm afraid it's the explosive power of the earth element. Phoenix in the cloud was still somewhat skilled. In an instant, she understood what Ling Xiao had done. Then what should we do? The first sect elder was anxious. Don't be so flustered. This is just a strange technique. It's not something that can be used in public. A sneak attack is fine, but once it is seen through, it's just SOSO. As long as Mo Ying calms down, he should not be hit again. Phoenix in the cloud said. I see. Deputy Leader Yun is still the best. Hearing this, the first sect elder could not help but feel relieved. At this time, Ling Xiao was still untainted on the stage. He stood there calmly and looked at the Mo Ying who was dozens of meters away. He had no intention of pursuing him. You're not good enough. If you want to force me to use the demonic dragon phantom, you should at least show me some real skills. I really don't care about this little trick. Ling Xiao yawned and said. You're pissing me off. You're really pissing me off. The Mo Ying wanted to calm down and think, but Ling Xiao did not give him a chance to think. When it came to provocation, he was the best at it. As long as the opponent became angry, it would be impossible for him to discover the secret of earth-splitting body. And to be honest, he also heard Phoenix in the cloud's words. Although her analysis seemed reasonable, this deputy leader had underestimated this secret technique of the second heaven of the immortal grade. Even if he saw through it, he might not be able to dodge it. Moreover, the Mo Ying did not seem to see through it at all. You dare to say that I'm not good enough. You dare to say that I'm not good enough. The Mo Ying completely lost his calm and rushed toward Ling Xiao crazily. Originally, a martial artist like Mo Ying needed to be calm the most. It was a pity that he couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's provocation and became a lunatic. He was embarrassed by Ling Xiao the first time he attacked. It was no wonder that Mo Ying would go crazy. After all, in his opinion, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao came back, he vowed that he hoped that Ling Xiao could live and be defeated by him. At that time, he was full of confidence and had the demeanor of an expert. But reality gave him a blow. It would be unreasonable if he didn't go crazy. Kill. 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 The demonic shadow's eyes were blood-red due to anger. I'll let you see my strongest skill. Immortal grade second heaven martial skill, 72 paths shadow killing sword. As Mo Ying's attack began, the two daggers in his hands were as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning, and as crazy. And one sword after another, each sword revealed a fatal and ruthless aura. Each sword was faintly discernible. To be honest, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Because they couldn't see the opponent's sword shadow, they couldn't block it. No matter what strategy they used, they couldn't avoid the ending of being seriously injured. But to use such a boring trick to deal with Ling Xiao, it was really showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Don't forget that Ling Xiao's understanding of the shadow ultimacy was stronger than anyone in the Black Tortoise continent. Including those experts in the Immortal Palace, in terms of pure understanding and application of the shadow ultimacy, they couldn't be compared to him. Is this your strongest move? It's really too boring. To be honest, although your cultivation has reached the first turn of 12 levels of hell, your strength is far too weak compared to the Thunder Supreme. You haven't even learned the basics of the 12 levels of hell. Ling Xiao let out a long sigh. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly spread his legs and took a deep breath. In the direction of Mo Ying's attack, he opened his mouth. Roar. Tiger's roar. This was the black-striped flying tiger's special skill. It was a sound-type martial technique that condensed its inner energy into sound and used it to injure the opponent. Under normal circumstances, it could cause the opponent to temporarily lose their sense of hearing. If it was even more formidable, it could even cause the other party to bleed from their 7 apertures, causing their blood to surge violently, rendering them unable to retaliate. Ling Xiao's tiger's roar in the mountains was terrifying. Moreover, his tiger roar mountain range had only been modified. Not only did it contain inner strength, but it also contained soul power. It could directly damage the opponent's soul. Terrifying roars resounded throughout the square, but Ling Xiao's main target was Mo Ying. However, even with that being the case, many people on the viewing platform still felt a splitting headache. Those who were not strong enough even bled from their ears and were carried away for emergency treatment. As for Mo Ying, who bore the brunt of the attack, not only was all of his attacks dispersed, but he was also the one who had to bear the brunt. Moreover, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. The power is not bad. I haven't used it in a long time. Using it once really makes me feel refreshed. Ling Xiao looked at the effect and was very satisfied. Mo Ying, I've already said that you can't do it. You actually dared to not use your martial spirit when fighting with me. I don't know where your courage comes from. Ling Xiao looked at Mo Ying indifferently. It was completely like a senior reprimanding a junior who didn't know the rules and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ah! Mo Ying let out a shocking roar. Behind him, a strange shadow martial spirit finally appeared. It was a ghost-like thing, cold and terrifying. With the aura of death. It looked like the ghost of a snake. Snake spirit martial spirit? A martial spirit of the dead spirit martial spirit. It's really special. I'm suddenly a little interested. But such a good martial spirit, how will you use it? Don't let me down again. Ling Xiao had originally planned to end this battle. However, seeing Mo Ying's martial spirit, he suddenly became interested. Martial spirits of the dead spirit martial spirit were rare. In the past, his friend Cold Plum had a martial spirit of the dead spirit martial spirit. Today, he met it again. Ling Xiao, you shouldn't humiliate me like this. When I used my snake spirit martial spirit, you were already doomed. Don't even think about living. Mo Ying's body floated up like a marionette. It was as if his entire body had no bones. Don't say too much to scare people. Since you used your martial spirit, then out of respect, I'll also use my beast spirit transformation to deal with you. Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Spirit Transformation. Although Ling Xiao appeared to be very relaxed, in reality, he had never underestimated Mo Ying from the beginning. The reason why he did that was to anger Mo Ying. In fact, with his current cultivation, if he wanted to fight with a martial artist at the early stage of the 12th level of hell, he wouldn't be able to win unless he used all his skills. But he didn't want to expose too much. So he could only play a little tricks. Fortunately, Mo Ying was a fool. If it was Elder Kong, that sly old man, he really wouldn't be fooled. It sounded like he used the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Spirit Transformation to respect his opponent. In reality, only he knew that if he didn't use his beast spirit transformation when facing Mo Ying who had used his martial spirit, he would be finished. He could underestimate his opponent with his mouth, but he couldn't underestimate his opponent with his body. Otherwise, he would really be courting death. Snake Spirit Netherworld Kill. As Mo spat out these words, the terrifying snake spirit martial spirit behind him instantly turned into nothingness. It almost turned into a pure bloody light. A dense murderous aura surged into the sky. In the stands, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared fixedly at this scene. Because they knew that Mo was going to use his true strength. As the snake spirit martial spirit gradually turned illusory, Mo Ying's body also seemed to have merged with the illusion and turned illusory as well. To be able to force Mo to use this snake spirit netherworld kill, this Ling Xiao is not bad. It's a pity that he won't be able to live after encountering this move. The first sect elder said coldly. That's right. Before Mo Ying broke through, this move of his was very threatening to me. Now that Mo Ying's cultivation has broken through to the 12th level of hell, the power of this move will only become even more terrifying. Even I don't dare to take it head-on, unless I rely on the magic dragon phantom movement technique to dodge. At the very least, I'll have to use the magic dragon phantom movement technique. And Mu Qing and I have already cultivated to this level. As for this Ling Xiao, to be honest, I'm afraid he won't even be able to reach the entry level in a month. Yun Lan, who was sitting beside Phoenix in the cloud, said disdainfully. Mu Qing also watched this scene nervously. She hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to create a legend. She also believed that Ling Xiao could do it. When she was in Cold Frost Town, she had heard that Ling Xiao was actually unharmed when facing Elder Kong. Instead, he had injured Elder Kong. With that kind of strength, defeating Mo Ying should be as easy as flipping his hand. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao faced Mo Ying's snake spirit netherworld kill head-on. It had to be said that the opponent's move was very fast. Ordinary movement techniques were simply impossible to dodge. Alright, since you want to see me make a fool of myself, I'll give you a surprise. What is a genius? I'll set an example for all of you. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao deliberately gave up on other ways to counterattack. He just stood there, waiting for the devil shadow to approach. What's wrong with this guy? Has he given up? Seeing this scene, many people felt very confused. According to Ling Xiao's style, he didn't seem like someone who would sit and wait for death. Could it be that he was going to use some big move, or was it the strange explosion from before? Deputy Sect Leader Yun? The first sect elder was also worried that Ling Xiao would use the earth-splitting technique, so he looked at Phoenix in the cloud. Don't worry, I've already used my internal energy to seal the earth element under their feet. He can't use that move anymore. Phoenix in the cloud said calmly. This old thing had put in a lot of effort to let the devil shadow win. He was really shameless to interfere in a duel. Godfather? Chen Luan looked nervously at Chen Bai. He had also noticed Phoenix in the cloud's little trick. It was impossible that Chen Bai didn't notice it. Don't worry, Phoenix in the cloud's trick will only make him look more shameless. It won't affect the outcome of the battle. You should know that Ling Xiao has a lot of trump cards after watching the battle between Chen Sanxiong and Ling Xiao. Chen Bai smiled slightly. He didn't stop Phoenix in the cloud from cheating because he knew that Phoenix in the cloud's actions would only be in vain. At this moment, some people were surprised, some were confused, some were happy, some were worried. The Devil Shadow's attack was very close. If he was really struck by the snake spirit nether kill, even if Ling Xiao was lucky enough to survive, he would still be a half-dead man. Wouldn't he be bullied by the Devil Shadow after that? Many people didn't understand. Was Ling Xiao suddenly possessed? Why wasn't he moving? I don't care what you do, you're going to die anyway. The demon shadow didn't care what Ling Xiao was thinking. There was only one thing he needed to do now, and that was to attack without hesitation. He didn't feel that what he was about to do was shameless at all. They are the dragon cult, an evil cult. Any method could be used. You're happy? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's poker face finally showed an expression, but it was a smile. To be honest, I really don't want to use that move of yours, which is so slow that it makes people go crazy. But since you all want to see it, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the specter's attack also hit Ling Xiao's body. No, no. That's not the real body, that's an afterimage. Someone exclaimed. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's teleportation speed was too fast, but he actually left behind a very realistic afterimage where he originally stood. The moment the demonic shadow attacked the afterimage, he suddenly realized that his attack had missed. Of course. That's the demonic dragon phantom. The demonic dragon phantom movement technique. In the stands, there was an earth-shattering exclamation. Although the demonic dragon phantom movement technique was only mastered by a very small number of people, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Anyone who had seen others use the demonic dragon phantom movement technique before could recognize that Ling Zhao's movement technique was definitely the demonic dragon phantom movement technique. At this time, Phoenix in the Cloud and the First Elder were so shocked that they were speechless. They definitely didn't expect that they would actually see Ling Xiao use the demonic dragon phantom movement technique on this battlefield today. It was really unbelievable. It felt like a dream. Countless people, out of excitement, actually stood up and shouted loudly. The dragon cult respected strength. Those who were strong would easily receive support and respect. This level of the demonic dragon phantom movement technique should be at the level of mastery, right? Deputy Leader Yun? He's already caught up to you, right? The First Elder had also cultivated the demonic dragon phantom movement technique, but his level was only at the level of mastery. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had advanced to the level of mastery in a month. He didn't want to believe such a fact, but the truth wouldn't change because of his thoughts. Impossible. How could his demonic dragon phantom movement technique catch up to me and master in a month's time? Yun. Lan couldn't believe it. He had worked hard for several years to reach the level of mastery, but someone had actually achieved it in a month's time. That kind of feeling was simply too excruciating. Mu Qing's beautiful eyes were also filled with hope. Her demonic dragon phantom movement technique had also reached the level of mastery, and was even stronger than the First Elder. However, she had also used several years to reach this level. However, unlike Yunlan's jealousy and hatred, Mu Qing was surprised and happy. Master, I told you before that I wouldn't be wrong about people. Ling Xiao is the key to freeing you. Mu Qing said excitedly. Xiao Muyu also looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. There was a secret hidden in her heart. The secret was that Phoenix in the Cloud's strength had actually long surpassed Qinbai's. The reason why Phoenix in the Cloud didn't kill Qinbai was because of her, Xiao Muyu. She had given herself to Phoenix in the Cloud because Phoenix in the Cloud had used drugs to sully her, making her feel that she was no longer worthy of being with Qinbai. However, the more important reason was to protect Qinbai. Although Phoenix in the Cloud was already able to defeat Qinbai, the difference in strength wouldn't be too big. As long as she, Xiao Muyu, was still around, Phoenix in the Cloud wouldn't dare to make a move. She buried all the grievances in the bottom of her heart, waiting for the day when she could fight back and take revenge. She needed someone who was stronger than Phoenix in the Cloud and who was absolutely loyal to Qinbai. Ling Zhao's loyalty didn't seem to be a problem. However, Xiao Muyu had previously doubted Ling Zhao's strength and talent. If Mu Qing hadn't asked her to pay attention to this young man, she wouldn't have come here to watch this battle. It was too shocking. Ling Zhao's performance had long exceeded her expectations. He was even more outstanding than she had imagined. No, absolutely impossible. I haven't even succeeded in cultivating the demonic dragon phantom. How can you succeed in 1 month? At this time, the demonic shadow was even crazier. The snake spirit's nether slay was already his strongest attack. However, it didn't hit Ling Xiao. In fact, he had already lost. However, he, who couldn't accept this result, began to attack crazily. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at the demonic shadow who had already lost control. Suddenly, he attacked and cut the tendons in the demonic shadow's hand with his sword. Ah! A shrill scream sounded on the battlefield. Ling Zhao's face was cold. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was too cruel. However, he felt that he was a little merciful. The demonic shadow wanted to kill him just now. However, what he did now was only to cripple the demonic shadow. If this wasn't merciful, then what was? Swoosh, the long sword stabbed again, the demonic shadow screamed again and again. 2 tendons in his hand, 2 tendons in his feet, in an instant, all of them were cut. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The demonic shadow finally burst out with a scream of horror. Phoenix in the Cloud tried to stop Ling Xiao from crippling Mo Ying. No matter what, Mo Ying was one of his strongest subordinates. However, a cold figure was standing in front of him. I didn't say anything when you interfered in the battle. But now, what are you trying to do? Chen Bai looked coldly at Phoenix in the Cloud. If he didn't get angry, did Phoenix in the Cloud really think that he, Chen Bai, was a pushover? Damn it. Phoenix in the Cloud glared at Chen Bai and was about to attack. However, at this time, Moing had already been kicked out of the arena by Ling Xiao. I'm bored to death. After waiting for a month, I got a trash to fight with me. I've been waiting for nothing. The battle was over. Ling Xiao had crippled Mo Ying's cultivation. No matter how angry Phoenix in the Cloud was, he couldn't change the outcome. Moreover, Mo Ying was the one who asked for this battle. Humph, we're all from the same sect. Isn't this a little too ruthless? Phoenix in the Cloud snorted. Ruthless? Mo Ying tried to kill Ling Xiao. I don't think he's ruthless. Instead, he's too merciful. Chen Bai said calmly. Look at the cheers outside the arena. Second brother, you seem to have forgotten that we're in the dragon cult. This is a place where strength is respected. At this time, there were cheers outside the arena. Even those who were loyal to Phoenix in the Cloud were cheering. The strong would definitely be respected here. This was the reason why many people who had been recruited by Phoenix in the Cloud were still in awe of Chen Bai. Master, since I've defeated Mo Ying, can I be promoted to an upper disciple directly? Also, can we start the demonic sea secret realm? Ling Xiao stood in the arena and asked loudly. He wanted to bring up this matter in front of everyone and strike while the iron was hot. He didn't want to give Phoenix in the Cloud a chance to go back on his words. Of course. I will now bestow upon you the identity of an upper disciple of the dragon cult, and you will also have the opportunity to participate in the demonic sea secret realm trials. Chen Bai naturally understood Ling Xiao's thoughts, so he announced in public. Phoenix in the Cloud and the First Elder were extremely reluctant, but they couldn't refute him. The fact that Ling Xiao defeated Mo Ying and successfully cultivated the demonic dragon phantom was too much of a surprise to them. So much so that they were not prepared to deal with it. Phoenix in the Cloud returned to her seat, but she didn't sit down. Instead, she looked coldly at Ling Xiao and sighed, what a blunder, this Ling Xiao was actually discovered by the sect leader first. What a blunder, now, even I have to admit that his talent is enviable, with such comprehension ability and cultivation speed. As long as he does not die, he will probably become one of the top experts of the Chen nation soon. Vice sect leader, don't just be envious. What should we do next? As long as this brat is not eliminated, we will not have a day of peace. Chen Bai is already troublesome enough, and now there is Ling Xiao. The First Elder couldn't help but say. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. If he was a trash, I might not care. But since he is such a genius, I must cripple him. If he can't be used by me, then he must be destroyed. Phoenix in the Cloud's face was extremely gloomy, but Chen Bai is watching closely now, so we need to plan for the long term. Let's go. Okay. The First Elder nodded. This was the only way. Making a move now was definitely out of the question. Ling Xiao was not a fool. Without a foolproof plan to kill this brat, he couldn't make a move casually. Master, leave that brat to me, Yunlan suddenly said. Didn't he want to fight for the demonic dragon sword? That's perfect. I'll kill him in this battle. For Yunlan, Ling Xiao's talent made him extremely jealous. Such a narrow-minded person would never let Ling Xiao go. Moreover, Mu Qing had brought Vice Sect leader Xiao Muyu to save Ling Xiao. This made him even more jealous. Mu Qing was his woman. How could she be with Ling Xiao? This Ling Xiao must die. Good. I am very pleased that you have such thoughts. But you have seen what happened to Mo Ying. Although you are much stronger than him, I still hope that you will not underestimate your opponent. Ling Xiao is more difficult to deal with than we thought. Phoenix in the Cloud reminded him. Master, don't worry. I will not underestimate my opponent. Yunlan's jealousy grew when she saw Ling Xiao's dazzling appearance in front of everyone's eyes. What right did a lowly person from a small town have to have the same status as him? He was unwilling. Yunlan was filled with jealousy and hatred as he left with Phoenix in the Cloud, the First Sect Elder, and the others. Ling Xiao also left with Chen Bai amidst the cheers and envy of countless people. On the way, Ling Xiao was still most concerned about the demonic sea secret realm. This was because he suspected that the demonic sea secret realm could not only help him break through his cultivation, but it could also help Xiao Jin increase his strength. Master, when will the demonic sea secret realm open? Soon. There are only 3 days left. Chen Bai replied, the demonic sea secret realm should not be difficult for you. However, don't go to the core area. Even Yanlan and Mu Qing have not been to the core area of the secret realm. Master, you don't have to worry about this. If it is really dangerous, I will not go rashly. However, there is a problem. I want to bring Xiao Jin into the demonic sea secret realm. So, I will have to trouble you to take care of the mountain master. Ling Xiao said. You don't have to worry about this. When you are in the demonic sea secret realm, I will stay in the Devil Sun Hall. Chen Bai nodded. He was now determined to cultivate Ling Xiao. So, as long as Ling Xiao's request was not too excessive, he would agree to it. Okay, thank you, master. Ling Xiao said happily. To him, this trip to the demonic sea secret realm was necessary because there were too many benefits. Other than helping Xiao Jin level up. More importantly, as long as he could obtain enough demonic crystals from the demonic sea secret realm, he would be able to obtain the cultivation conditions of the demonic dragon possession without caring about any conditions. The demonic dragon possession was an auxiliary martial skill at the 3rd heaven of the immortal grade. It would be of great help to Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was said that swallowing demonic crystals could increase one's cultivation. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to try it. If he could successfully break through to the 12th level of hell, it would be of great help to him in obtaining the demonic dragon sword. It was a rare opportunity. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the Devil Sun Hall. Master, is there anything else I need to pay attention to in the demonic sea secret realm? Since he was going to participate in this trial, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to know more. Since he had Chen Bai as a resource, it would be a waste not to use it. Ha ha ha, if it was in the past, I would definitely not be biased. But after so many years, I have seen through it. Fairness and justice? That's all nonsense. Everyone will give more benefits to those who are closer to them. If I don't do that, I will be letting my disciple down. Chen Bai could be considered to have grown up. It was this world that forced people to be like this. First of all, I think you should pay attention to mixing with Mu Qing as much as possible. This is not the first time Mu Qing has entered the Devil Sea secret realm. She is more familiar with the situation inside. Follow her and you can familiarize yourself with the environment more easily. And don't blame me for not reminding you. There are a total of 33 warriors entering the Devil Sea secret realm this time. Including you, there are 34 of them. Other than Mu Qing, the others are all Yun Zhongfeng and the other elders' men. They will definitely team up to deal with you. Only Mu Qing might help you. Chen Bai said. It seems like it will be a tough battle. But I have encountered this kind of thing many times. It doesn't matter. I don't want to implicate Mu Qing. Ling Zhao's thoughts were different from Chen Bai's. He did not want to implicate Mu Qing and become enemies with other upper disciples because of him. Then it's up to you. Next, I will tell you the specific situation of the Devil Sea secret realm. The Devil Sea secret realm was formed a long time ago. A strange object fell from the sky and the Devil Sea dried up. When I first entered, I did a survey. In the secret realm, due to a special demonic energy, a very powerful elemental demonic beast was born. It is called the Devil Sea Giant Beast. The Devil Sea Giant Beast's body can form demonic energy crystal stones. Only by killing them can one obtain the demonic energy crystal stones. I have also told you before that whoever obtains the most demonic energy crystal stones will be the biggest winner of this Devil Sea secret realm trial. You don't need to get first place. As long as you can get third place, you will be qualified to cultivate the demonic dragon possession. How strong is the Devil Sea Giant Beast? Ling Xiao asked. Under normal circumstances, they are at the late stage of the 1-star 11th level of hell. This is also the reason why only the upper disciples are qualified to enter the trial. Some mutated demonic sea beasts would reach the peak of the 11th hell, but they would only have 2 demonic energy crystals in their bodies. The most terrifying ones were the Devil Sea Beast Kings. If you encountered them, you should avoid them as much as possible. Those guys were all terrifying existences with the strength of 1 star and 12 levels of hell. However, the magic energy stones within the demonic Sea Beast King's bodies were also known as King Crystals. A single King Crystal was worth dozens or even hundreds of ordinary magic energy stones, depending on the demonic Sea Beast King's strength. Also, the reason why I didn't let you enter the core area is because the leader of all the demonic sea beasts, the demonic Sea Beast Emperor, lives there. Even I am afraid of its strength, so I haven't been there. Chen Bai explained in detail, fearing that Ling Xiao would not understand. It could be seen that he really cared and loved Ling Xiao very much. There are no crystals in the demonic Sea Beast Emperors? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Then I don't know. After all, so far, no one has been able to kill the demonic Sea Beast Emperors. As for obtaining the demonic energy crystals, it's even more impossible. Chen Bai shook his head and said, "Kid, don't take my words for granted." "Don't worry, master." "Do I look like a reckless person?" Ling Xiao smiled and said. "You really do. To be honest, when you went to save your master back then, your master was really shocked. You're too impulsive, child. It doesn't matter if your master dies, but if you die, then your master will really be in despair." Chen Bai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Do you have any other questions?" "Master will answer them all." "Not for now," Ling Xiao said. "All right, since that's the case, Master will go back to the sect Master's Hall first. My foster children have suffered so much, it's time for them to enjoy some benefits. In the past, it was Phoenix and the Cloud who protected those people. Do you think I won't be biased?" Chen Bai got up and left. In the Demon Sun's hall, only Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and the unconscious Yi Xianwu were left. Fortunately, Yin Yang realm martial artists would not die if they did not eat for 1 or 2 years. Otherwise, Yi Xianwu's situation would be really worrying. "Xiao Jin, you stay here first. I'll go see if there are any herbs in the trading hall. The mountain master can't stay unconscious." Ling Xiao was not too worried about the demonic sea secret realm anymore. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. In addition, he could bring Xiao Jin with him. With the 2 brothers working together, who could stop them? "All right, boss, go ahead. Anyway, those trash can't break the Demon Sun's hall's array." Xiao Jin nodded. Ling Xiao left the Demon Sun's hall. He originally planned to go directly to the trading hall, but who knew that a cold wind would suddenly blow from afar? He frowned, stretched out his hand, and grabbed that thing. A hairpin? Ling Xiao looked at the thing in his hand. It was indeed a hairpin, but there was a note wrapped around it. He opened the note and saw the words inside. He immediately frowned. "The Red Witch is in my hands. See you at the Ghost Lookout slope southwest of Demon Dragon City." At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that this hairpin was indeed the Red Witch's. He did not expect that the Red Witch would be used to threaten him as soon as she returned. It seemed that there were many people in the dragon cult who hated him. "I hope nothing happens to her. Otherwise, I don't care who you are. I'll kill you." The Ghost Lookout slope outside Demon Dragon City was a very famous place. Ling Xiao naturally knew about it. He left the city and arrived at the foot of the Ghost Lookout slope as quickly as possible. There was an old tree on the slope. At this moment, there was a rope hanging on the old tree. The Red Witch was hanging upside down on the rope. It could be seen that the Red Witch was not dead, but she had suffered a lot. Seeing Ling Xiao, the Red Witch shouted in a hoarse voice, Don't come over." Obviously, this was a trap, a trap. Someone wanted Ling Xiao's life, but it was not good to do it in the dragon cult. They could only lure Ling Xiao out of Demon Dragon City and use the Red Witch's bait. However, Ling Xiao did not listen to the Red Witch's words. Looking at the Red Witch's bruised body, Ling Xiao only felt a stomach full of evil fire brewing crazily. If he knew who did it, he could guarantee that this person would definitely die. No matter what, he jumped and hugged the Red Witch. At the same time, he cut the rope that was hanging the Red Witch. However, at this moment, a ball of red light suddenly appeared around them and wrapped the two of them inside. From within the red light, one could see outside. The people hiding in the dark finally walked out. The person in the lead was actually Yunlan. "Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have come," the Red Witch said as she cried. Although the Red Witch was very gratified and happy to see Ling Xiao come to save her, she was very worried when she thought that it was a trap. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would lose his life here because of her. "Don't worry. It's just a few bastards. I'm not even afraid of Elder Kong. Why would I be afraid of him?" Ling Xiao patted the Red Witch's back gently and comforted her. "Your task now is to sleep obediently. When you wake up, everything will be fine." At this point, he directly hit the Red Witch's sleeping acupoint and put her into the beast ring to rest. Then, he looked at Yunlan coldly. "You don't have to be so angry. To be honest, when I kidnapped the Red Witch, I was worried that you would be tricked because of her since you were so cruel. Now, it seems that this B*TCH is very much in your heart. Have you slept with her?" Yunlan looked at Ling Xiao with a cold and mocking smile on his face, as if he was talking to a trapped beast. "Your brain is full of *T. How sad. Your feelings for your mother, elder sister, and younger sister are also because you slept with them?" Ling Xiao looked at this handsome face with disgust. He was so handsome, but he was a scumbag deep down. No wonder this Yunlan couldn't win Mu Qing's favor. "Hee, you're right. I did sleep with my mother when I was young. However, she was old and weak this year, so I killed her." Yunlan smiled faintly as if he was talking about something insignificant. "F***ck, you're really a scumbag and a beast. Then there's really nothing to talk about between us." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Yunlan to be more of a beast than he had imagined. This guy even dared to defile his own mother. "You can say whatever you want. I didn't really want to kill you when I set up this trap today. After all, you're the sect master's favorite. If I kill you, I'm afraid the sect master will come looking for me." Yunlan looked at Ling Xiao and said calmly, "I kidnapped the Red Witch because I wanted to see if you're really that cold and heartless. The result surprised me. You look so ruthless on the surface, but in reality, you know how to take care of women. Although I can't kill you for the time being, if I kill the Red Witch, no one will come looking for trouble with me. The Red Witch is the first elder's disciple, but she went against the first elder's wishes. Even if I kill her, her death will be in vain. There's no need to beat around the bush. Just say it directly. Are you trying to use the Red Witch to threaten me?" Ling Xiao said with a frown. "It is really easy to talk to smart people. Just say it. As long as you can do 3 things, I will not harm the Red Witch or the others around you." Yunlan smiled and said, "The first thing is to withdraw from the demonic sea secret realm, the second thing is to draw a clear line between you and Mu Qing. Don't even speak to her, the third thing is to get out of the dragon cult. If you do that, not only will you not have to die, but the people around you will also not have to die." Although he was speaking with a smile, his tone was incomparably cold, like the cold wind of winter. "You really think too highly of yourself. Even Phoenix and the Cloud wouldn't dare to be so self-righteous. I caused a ruckus in Thunder City and killed so many people because those idiots in Thunder City thought too highly of themselves. They insisted that I do this and that, and they never cared about my feelings. Do you want to die?" Ling Xiao stared at Yunlan. There was no doubt that Yunlan was very strong, even stronger than Elder Kong. However, if this was enough to make him obedient, it would be too laughable. "Want to die?" Yunlan smiled and said, "Do you really think that you're qualified to be compared to me just because you defeated Mo Ying? To tell you the truth, even if Lei Di personally came, I, Yunlan, wouldn't put him in my eyes. As for that so-called #1 genius, Chen Sanxiong, the only thing that I fear is his talent. In terms of strength, how can he compare to me, not to mention you? Perhaps your aptitude is stronger than mine, but it's impossible for you to surpass me in a short period of time. You want to kill me? What a joke. Why don't you let me out and let's spar?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "Hee, you don't have to play tricks. I won't let you out before you finish your words. I won't fight you here." Although this place was quite far from the demonic dragon city, it was still within the range of Qianbai's aura. Do you want to use him to kill me? I won't fall for it. Yunlan sneered and said, listen, I won't repeat myself. If you can't do the 3 things I said before, you will soon see the corpse of the Red Witch. Of course, not only her, but anyone in the dragon cult who has a good relationship with you may die. Qin Yan, Qin Luan, Yichen Wu Xing, and that bird you love so much. Last time, I told Master to kill that bird directly. There was no need to put it in the beast fighting arena. If he was willing to listen to me, he wouldn't have lost the second elder. I can tell you now that I won't agree to any of your 3 conditions. Not only will I participate in the trial of the demonic sea secret realm, but I will also suppress you in terms of results. Do you want to hurt my friends and family? Go ahead and try. If they lose a single hair, I will make you pay back 1,000 times. I think you don't want to become a piece of trash like Mo Ying, right? Ling Xiao said coldly. He was very clear that whether he agreed to the 3 conditions or not, Yunlan would not let him and his friends go. Therefore, it was right to be a little tougher. As long as he took precautions and counterattacked, it would be fine. Yunlan, don't you want to hurt my people? I will make sure you don't have the time and ability to do so. I will make sure you can't even cultivate in peace. Since that's the case, there's nothing to talk about. Kill him. Yunlan gave the order to the experts beside him. Then, he turned and left without looking back. Perhaps in his opinion, it would be very easy for these experts, who were at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, to kill the trapped Ling Xiao. He didn't even need to do anything. After all, if he did, he might implicate his master, Phoenix in the cloud. He knew this very well. However, Yunlan had only left for a few minutes. Those experts who looked very strong all turned into corpses. Their so-called trap was just a formation that could weaken one's combat power. But it just so happened that formations were nothing to Ling Xiao. Bah! Ling Xiao spat at the corpses on the ground. He looked coldly in the direction Yunlan left. It seems that I have to make you, scum Yunlan, suffer a little in this trip to the demonic sea secret realm. Ling Xiao set all the corpses on fire and took the large amount of spirit stones that he had just obtained from Yunlan. Then, he headed toward Demonic Dragon City without looking back. Yunlan really thinks highly of me. She wants my life with 10 million low-grade spirit stones and 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. She must have spent a lot. It's a pity that it's all mine. 3 days later, the Demonic Sea Secret Realm trial officially began. Chen Luan, Chen Yan, and the Red Witch replaced Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin in the Demonic Prince Hall to take care of Dark Knight Formless. At the same time, this was also the safest place. Previously, Phoenix in the Cloud and the others had tried to break into the Demonic Prince Hall. They had spent a lot of effort but had not succeeded. Ling Xiao had used the spirit stones he had seized to strengthen and upgrade the formation here. It would not be a problem to defend it for another month. He would definitely not stay in the Demonic Sea Secret Realm for that long. Chen Bai also came to the Demonic Prince Hall to personally escort Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. Before heading to the Demonic Sea Secret Realm, Chen Bai specially reminded Ling Xiao, remember, as long as you have more demonic energy crystals than Mu Qing and Yunlan, you can get the first 2 stages of the Demonic Dragon Possession Cultivation method. Below the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 13th level of Hell, the first stage of the Demonic Dragon Possession could double one's attack power, defense, or speed. The second stage could triple one's attributes. You can already challenge those of a higher level. The Beast Soul transformation has given you a lot of boost. If you use the Demonic Dragon Possession flexibly, you can become stronger. It'll also be easier for you to challenge those of a higher level. Wait, why not all of the cultivation methods? I remember that there are 3 stages of the Demonic Dragon Possession. At most, it can increase one's ability by 4 times, right? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. If you want to get all of the cultivation methods, you'll have to get first place in this trial. However, since this is your first time participating in this trial, I don't think it's possible. After all, Yunlan and Mu Qing are not to be trifled with. Chen Bai shook his head. If that's the case, Master, you don't have to worry. To me, any unfamiliar place is the same as if I'd been there before. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi I could analyze any mystic realm. This way, even if he had never entered it before, he would still have experience. Therefore, there was naturally no need to worry about this. Although Chen Bai didn't know why Ling Xiao was so confident, he thought about it and said, "Since you are so confident, then do your best. Your aptitude is actually not inferior to Chen Songxiong's. In fact, it's even stronger." It was only because he entered the samsara later that he was not as good as Chen Songxiong, Yun Lan, and Mu Qing. Overtaking at the bend, maybe you can really do it. At this point, Chen Bai brought Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin to the saltwater lake outside the Demon Dragon City, which used to be called the Demon Sea. The saltwater lake was very large. However, it completely dried up in a breath's time. It was enough to imagine how terrifying the thing that fell into the Demon Sea was. The entrance of the Demon Sea mystic realm was heavily guarded by the dragon cult. And the person guarding the Demon Sea mystic realm was actually someone who was stronger than the three elders. People called him Domineering Blade Ghostly. Domineering Blade Ghostly's position in the dragon cult was very special. He was once saved by Phoenix in the cloud and joined the dragon cult to repay his kindness. Although he didn't have a position, no one in the dragon cult dared to disrespect him. Under his protection, the Demon Sea mystic realm had never been broken through by outsiders. He was really very powerful. Although Ling Xiao couldn't see through his true cultivation, he believed that he was probably an expert on the same level as Chen Bai. The entrance of the Demon Sea mystic realm was the place where the strange thing fell. It was a bottomless pit. At this time, Phoenix in the cloud and the first elder had already led the other 33 disciples to wait at the entrance. These 33 disciples included the other 8 of the 10 devil heirs. After all, 2 of them had already been crippled by Ling Xiao. Among the 33 people, other than Mu Qing who was Xiao Muyu's disciple, the other 32 people were all under Phoenix in the cloud and the first elder. In other words, Ling Xiao entered the Demon Sea mystic realm this time not only to obtain more demonic crystals, but also to guard against being schemed against. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had crippled 2 of the 10 devil heirs, but as soon as he appeared, the air was immediately filled with the smell of gunpowder. Those people's gazes were as if they wanted to kill him. They didn't dare to be disrespectful to Chen Bai, but they weren't afraid of Ling Xiao. These people had probably already discussed in private that the Demon Sea mystic realm would be Ling Xiao's death. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and he had crippled Mo Ying, it proved that his combat strength might have reached the early stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, these people were obviously not to be trifled with. Among them, the one with the lowest cultivation was at the late stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The one with the highest cultivation was naturally at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was similar to Ling Xiao's cultivation. Moreover, after Mo Ying's breakthrough, Phoenix in the cloud considered that his subordinate's strength would be weakened. He didn't hesitate to use a very evil method to pass Mo Ying's cultivation to the other 3 people. In his words, this was called making the best use of trash. As a result, these 3 people's cultivation had broken through a day ago, and all of them had advanced to the early stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, these 3 people were Phoenix in the cloud's most loyal disciples, Cloud Demon, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon, in addition to Yun Lan. These 4 people's cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. As long as they joined forces, Ling Xiao would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Compared to Ling Xiao, these 32 people were absolutely crushed. If it were an ordinary person facing such a terrifying opponent, even if they did not tremble in fear, they would definitely give up on the trial. However, Ling Xiao faced these chilling gazes and returned it coldly. Deputy Sect Leader Yun, First Sect Elder, you better watch your dogs. I have a bad temper. If they dare to attack me in the mystic realm, I will definitely kill them. Ling Xiao said coldly. This guy is too daring. That's right. He actually dares to fight against 32 upper disciples. My goodness, could it be that he has become arrogant after defeating Mo Ying? Who knows, but he seems to be able to surprise people every time. The guards of the Demon Sea mystic realm had naturally heard about Ling Xiao and were very curious about Ling Xiao. Could such a person really survive in the Demon Sea mystic realm? Phoenix in the cloud's face did not look good. Ling Xiao no longer took him seriously. Previously, Ling Xiao still had some respect for him. However, after he besieged the Devil's Sun Hall, Ling Xiao no longer had any respect for him. He was even worse than Chen Bai. He gritted his teeth and tried to remain calm. Let this guy be arrogant for a while. Once we enter the Demon Sea Mystic Realm, Ling Xiao will definitely die. Taking a deep breath, Phoenix in the Cloud looked at Chen Bai and said, Sect Master, since Ling Xiao has already been added, why don't we add one more person? What do you mean? Chen Bai frowned. Sect Master, please calm down. However, Geely also has a disciple who wasn't originally a disciple of our dragon cult. But 3 days ago, he came here and begged Geely to let him join the dragon cult. Moreover, his strength is definitely not a problem. He's only stronger than Mo Ying. Phoenix in the Cloud said calmly. Where is Geely's disciple? Chen Bai frowned. If it was really Geely's disciple, then he really couldn't refuse. Greetings, Sect Master. A young man in his 20s walked out from behind Ghostly. He looked just like Ghostly and had a ferocious look. This person's body was very strong, and his cheeks looked like they had been through a lot. Standing there, he was like a sharp sword unsheathed, and one could clearly feel his sword intent. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was strange. This person's sword intent seemed to be directed at him. It was almost condensed. He didn't understand. He had never met this person before, so why did he hate him? Could it be that Phoenix in the Cloud said something? However, it shouldn't be to this extent. This kind of hatred wasn't like the 32 upper disciples, but an irreconcilable hatred. What's your name? Chen Bai asked. Tuoba Yunxiang. What? Hearing this name, Ling Xiao suddenly realized something. Could it be that he was a descendant of the Tuoba family? If that was the case, then it was normal for him to have an irreconcilable hatred. After all, Tuoba Yu, Tuoba Yunfan, and Tuoba Fengdan were all killed by him. It would appear that this person truly resembled Tuoba Yunfan. Could it be that they were blood brothers? When Chen Bai heard this name, he was stunned for a moment before asking, What's your relationship with the Tuoba family in Cold Frost Town? Sect Master, this junior has been sent to my master's place to train since I was young. Tuoba Yunfan is this junior's older brother, and Tuoba Fengdan is this junior's grandfather. Tuoba Yunxiang did not hide anything. He had come to the dragon cult for Ling Xiao. Chen Bai still wanted to say something, but he heard Ling Xiao say, You're here for revenge, right? But I advise you not to be impulsive. Your brother and grandfather wanted to kill me, so I killed them. It's reasonable for you to want revenge. However, I don't want to kill anyone from your Tuoba family. After all, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I don't have much enmity with the rest of the Tuoba family. Are you scared? Tuoba Yunxiang said coldly. Haha, you're really a dog-biting Master Liu. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Forget it. Since you won't listen to my advice, I'll accept your revenge. However, I still have to warn you. If you attack, I won't just kill you. I'll also kill everyone from your family. Otherwise, if someone comes to me for revenge every once in a while, wouldn't I be very depressed? Ling Xiao had never thought of himself as a righteous person. Therefore, he never rigidly adhered to the rules when doing things. He only believed in one thing, and that was to repay enmity with enmity, and repay kindness with kindness. Everything was carried out according to this principle. Tuoba Yunxiang, since you're a disciple of my dragon cult and Geely's last disciple, and I saw that your cultivation has indeed met the requirements, I'll let you participate in the Demonic Sea Secret Realms trial. Chen Bai knew that it was useless to refuse. Moreover, it wouldn't be good. Geely had guarded the Demonic Sea Secret Realm for more than 10 years, and his contributions were great. If he refused, it would be disappointing. Moreover, he wasn't worried that Tuoba Yunxiang could do anything to Ling Xiao. Since he had to take revenge sooner or later, he might as well settle it in the Demonic Sea Secret Realm. Many thanks, sect leader. Tuoba Yunxiang stood up and withdrew his monstrous killing intent. When he looked at Ling Xiao again, he had already turned his gaze to the sinkhole not far away. He could feel that the sinkhole was filled with an incomparably mysterious aura. Blazing and powerful, Xiao Jin was even more excited as it flapped its wings and jumped on his shoulder. Ever since it became like this, Xiaojin could no longer cultivate human martial arts. It could only increase its strength by devouring heat. It had been holding it in for a long time. Alright, if there are no other questions, shall we begin the Demonic Sea Secret Realms trial? Chen Bai looked at everyone and asked. Phoenix in the Cloud naturally didn't have any other questions. What he wanted was for Tuoba Yunxiang to join in and increase the success rate of killing Ling Xiao. I have 2 questions. Ling Xiao suddenly said. What questions? Chen Bai asked. First, can we kill in the Demonic Sea Secret Realms trial? This is very important. He needs to have a reasonable authority to kill. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for him to do so. Regarding this, I naturally don't wish for fellow disciples to kill each other. However, in the Demonic Sea Secret Realm, outsiders won't know what happens. Therefore, if there is really killing each other, I won't be able to do anything about it. Of course, in order to prevent the dragon cult from suffering heavy losses due to killing each other, we have set up a total of 10 safety points in the Demonic Sea Secret Realm. As long as you stay inside, you won't be able to kill each other. Once you kill each other, you will suffer a backlash. This is all we can do. Chen Bai's explanation was very clear. In fact, he was introducing it to Ling Xiao. Understood. Then the second question, will I be able to obtain the complete cultivation method of the demonic dragon possession if I get the most demonic energy crystal stones? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Chen Bai nodded. He knew why Ling Xiao asked this question in front of everyone. It was because Chen Bai couldn't act arbitrarily. Therefore, Phoenix in the Cloud and the First Elder had to give an affirmative answer. Bai sect leader Yun and the First Elder don't have any objections, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course we have no objections. The supreme martial art belongs to the virtuous. If you really have the strength, we have nothing to say. However, don't be too greedy. Do you think you can surpass Yunlan and Mu Qing? Phoenix in the Cloud said lightly. What he didn't say was, whether you can come out alive is a problem. Bai sect leader Yun, you don't have to worry about that. I, Ling Xiao, will not only walk out of here with my head held high, but I will also get first place in this trial. After all, the trial isn't just about strength. It also depends on other things. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Chen Bai and said, Master, I've finished asking my questions. Good. In that case, everyone, get ready to jump into the sinkhole. Remember, after you go down, you will be blown to different places by the astral wind. Landing safely is the first step. Next, whether you act alone or find your teammates, it's up to you. With Chen Bai's order, a total of 35 people, 34 of them jumped down at the same time. Xiaojin, let's play a fun game next. Ling Xiao said mentally. What game, boss? Xiaojin asked excitedly. I'm thinking that those crafty fellows will most likely join hands to deal with me. Even the magic crystals obtained by the others will be given to Yun Lan, Yun Mo, Yun Goe, and Yun Yao. Let them occupy the top 4 spots. As for that Tuoba Yunxiang, he probably only has one goal, which is to kill me. It's very difficult. We can't just passively accept this, we have to take the initiative to attack. Ling Xiao sneered. Boss, are you talking about hunting? We won't go so far as to kill them, but we have to snatch all the magic crystals obtained by those people to prevent Yun Lan and the others from obtaining them. That would be disadvantageous to me and Mu Qing. Ling Xiao said. Good, this is much more exciting than killing the demonic sea giant beast. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. Let's go. After the discussion, Ling Xiao directly jumped down. At first, he didn't feel anything, but when he was about 100 meters down, a terrifying astral wind suddenly blew. Not only was it extremely hot, but the wind was also very terrifying. In order to not be separated from Xiaojin, Ling Xiao could only put Xiaojin into the beast ring. When the astral wind completely stopped, Ling Xiao found that he had already landed. There was indeed no one around. Ling Xiao's location was still relatively safe. The surroundings were filled with boiling magma, which seemed to have been formed after being melted by something. Seeing the magma, Ling Xiao suddenly became happy. Not only for him, but for Xiao Jin as well, it was definitely a great supplement. They were currently on a small island in the middle of the magma. Looking into the distance, they seemed to be able to see a huge monstrous beast formed by the magma. It should be the demonic sea giant beast. This thing is called demonic sea giant beast, it might as well be called lava giant beast. Ling Xiao shook his head and let Xiao Jin out, no longer thinking about the name of this beast. Next, he planned to follow Little Gold inside and kill some demonic sea beasts along the way. When the trial was about to end, he would start his robbery plan. At that time, those people would have a lot of magic energy stones. It would also be more convenient for them to snatch more. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest psychological burden towards this kind of behavior. Even if he did not do so, those people would not let him go. He was not a fool who would only take a beating and not fight back. With the Tai Chi Eye, not only was he very clear about the internal structure of the demonic sea secret realm, but he was also very clear about it. Furthermore, he could clearly see what was around him. That was why he dared to say that he would definitely be the first in the trial of the demonic sea secret realm. If he still couldn't win under such favorable conditions, then he was really incompetent. Go. Ling Xiao didn't linger on the heat in the magma because there was something better than that. That was the demonic sea beasts. These demonic sea beasts were born from the energy released by the foreign creature. They had all sorts of strange appearances, but they were basically all demonic beasts that existed in the Devil Sea in the past. Some looked like giant octopuses. Some looked like terrifying sharks. In short, it was as if all the demonic beasts in the Devil Sea had mutated, and most of them were very large. He moved forward quietly, using the nether demonic dragon to travel through the secret realm. It was worth mentioning that the nether demonic dragon was a way to use the demonic dragon phantom, just like the nether wolf. As mentioned before, Ling Xiao integrated the method of using the 1,000-mile wolf into the demonic dragon phantom. Not only was the effect stronger than before, but it was also more eye-catching. There was a huge demonic sea beast about 4 to 5 meters away from them. It looked like a mutated seal, and its whole body was shining with the light of magma. Its aura was also very powerful. However, it only had the strength of a late-stage 1-star 11-level hell. Ling Xiao could win for sure. Therefore, he didn't ask Little Gold to help. The moment he got close, he instantly attacked. The sword pierced through the demonic sea beast's vital point. The huge demonic sea beast struggled for a while, then fell to the ground in pain. Then, there was no bleeding from its body. Instead, it shattered and turned into magma on the ground. There were two things in the magma. One was the demonic beast crystal core, which was red in color, very similar to magma. Ling Xiao directly threw it to Little Gold to swallow. The other thing was the demonic energy crystal core, which was golden in color, somewhat similar to the golden crow. Ling Xiao's body movement and martial arts were actually quite suitable for sneak attacks. Moreover, there was no one here to see, so he could use some of his martial arts freely. It was not surprising that he could easily kill the demonic sea beasts whose cultivation was lower than his. How do you feel? After a while, seeing that Little Gold had absorbed the energy of the demonic beast crystal core, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. It feels good. Maybe it's because my cultivation is relatively low, but it gave me a huge boost. I can clearly feel that my cultivation is now at the mid-stage of the 11th hell with 50% of my energy. One demonic beast crystal core increased my energy by 20%, at this rate, I can reach the late stage of the 11th hell with 3 more cores. Little Gold said excitedly. I've said it before, this is called a blessing in disguise. Although your body has become the golden crow, it's easier to increase your cultivation. I'm envious of you. Ling Xiao sighed. Perhaps this is what the saying goes, who knows if it's a blessing in disguise. When you lose something, you will naturally gain more. Very good, then let's continue. Killing the demonic sea beasts could not only help Little Gold increase his strength, but also collect demonic energy crystals. This was indeed a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. From Ling Xiao's point of view, Xiao Jin's cultivation level would be about the same as his by the time the final robbery began. In the following time, Ling Xiao walked forward, and on the way, he encountered the demonic sea beasts and killed them. The demonic sea beasts with the strength of the late stage of the 11th hell were no threat to him, and killing them was not difficult. So soon, Little Gold's strength broke through to the late stage of the 11th hell. However, after his cultivation had broken through, the amount of energy he gained from each demonic beast core he devoured had become very small. Previously, one demonic beast crystal core could increase his energy by 20%. Now, 100 cores could only increase his energy by 10%. The problem was, there weren't that many demonic sea beasts. Along the way, they only saw a total of 12 beasts. Looks like I have to find a stronger one. If I encounter a demonic sea beast with the peak strength of the 11th hell, the demonic beast crystal core would definitely allow Little Gold to increase his strength faster. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's speed increased a lot. Chen Bai once told him that in the demonic sea secret realm, the deeper you go, the narrower the space, but the stronger the demonic beasts. So far, Ling Xiao had only obtained 12 demonic energy crystals. His speed was definitely not as fast as those 30 people. After all, they were familiar with the structure of this place and knew where the demonic sea beasts were. The reason why the demonic sea secret realm opened every once in a while was because the demonic sea beasts would be reborn after a period of time. Everything had originated from that mysterious strange object. It created these demonic sea beasts. It also created the demonic sea secret realm. The most interesting thing was that every time the demonic sea beasts were reborn, their range of activity was similar. This was even more beneficial to Yunlan and the others. Therefore, Ling Xiao felt that his initial plan of robbery was absolutely correct. If he did not do that, he would not be able to fight against 30 people alone. It was too ridiculous. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao continued forward with Xiao Jin. Anyway, there was still a lot of time. The demonic sea secret realm trial was set to last for 3 days. And now, only a few hours had passed. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to rob. For now, it was better to raise Xiao Jin's strength to about the same as his. Then, even if he encountered a powerful demonic sea beast king, he would be able to easily deal with it. After about an hour, Ling Xiao noticed that the situation around him had changed. The temperature of the magma had become even higher than before. Under such high temperature, ordinary warriors would not be able to survive at all. Even Yin-Yang realm warriors would feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao activated the volcano battle body to make himself feel more comfortable. Moreover, the volcano battle body seemed to be slowly improving under the high temperature. The elementary volcano battle body was already comparable to a third heaven immortal grade martial technique. What would happen if it improved further? Ling Xiao was very much looking forward to it. As for Xiao Jin, there was even less to worry about. Xiao Jin was the combination of the devouring demon fetus and the golden crow. It could absorb heat to improve. Not only was the high temperature not harmful to it, but it could also improve its strength. Boss, it seems to be the demonic sea beast that Chen Bai mentioned. We finally found it. About 100 meters ahead, a ferocious demonic sea beast was absorbing the heat in the air. Ling Xiao could also confirm that it was a demonic sea beast at the peak of the 11th level of hell. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out and split up with Xiao Jin, charging towards the mutated demonic sea beast at the same time. It was a pity that the mutant demonic sea beast was very powerful, but it still had to face these two monsters. Needless to say, he could even defeat a Yin-Yang realm warrior at the 12th level of hell. Xiao Jin was also able to fight against opponents of a higher level. With the 9 underworld yellow springs golden light, he could easily injure opponents at the peak of the 11th level of hell. Under the pincer attack of the two, the mutant demonic sea behemoth was easily killed. After the mutant demonic sea behemoth died, there were indeed 2 demonic energy crystal stones and an even stronger demonic beast core. Xiao Jin happily swallowed the demonic beast core and said happily, "Boss, we were right. I only need 5 demonic beast cores of this level to reach the peak of the 11th floor of hell. Okay, let's hurry up and do it." One man and one beast, once again, began their frenzied hunt. Soon, Xiao Jin's strength broke through again and reached the peak of the 11th level of hell. More importantly, his breakthrough didn't have any side effects. It was really enviable. Damn, I worked so hard to break through to this level. You did it so easily. I'm so jealous. After stopping the hunt, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin sat in a secluded place to rest. Ling Xiao sighed. Why don't we switch? Xiao Jin smiled. Let's not. Ling Xiao shook his head. Although it was easier for Xiao Jin to increase his strength in his current form, he still needed opportunities. If there wasn't a place like the demonic sea secret realm, it would be troublesome. Moreover, it was really hard for a person to maintain the state of a demonic sea beast. This was the so-called where there are gains, there are losses. Ling Xiao would rather cultivate slowly than become Xiao Jin. Moreover, his cultivation speed wasn't slow. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the front. Ling Xiao hurriedly stood up and looked over with his Tai Chi eye. He couldn't help but smile. Xiao Jin, more delicious food is coming. Demonic sea beast kings, and there's more than one. Perhaps they were too excited and got too close to the demonic sea secret realm, which alerted the demonic sea beast kings. More than 100 demonic sea beast kings rushed towards them. What should we do, boss? If we encounter so many demonic sea beast kings at once, even you and I will have trouble, right? Xiao Jin said anxiously. Don't be afraid. Did you notice anything special about the terrain here? Ling Xiao said with a smile. It's narrow enough. Xiao Jin suddenly realized. The road wasn't too narrow and could definitely allow 4 or 5 people to pass side by side. However, the demonic sea beast kings were too large and could only allow one to pass at a time. In this way, as long as Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin guarded the entrance, they could defeat the hundreds of demonic sea beast kings one by one. Xiao Jin, you hold on first. I'll set up the formation. We can't consume too much energy. After all, we still have to rob later. Ling Xiao called out and took out the materials for setting up the array. He began to set up the array on the narrow path. Xiao Jin had already rushed forward and guarded the narrowest road, fighting with the demonic sea beast kings. Although Xiao Jin's strength was only at the peak of the 11th level of hell, the demonic sea beast kings were at the early stage of the 12th level of hell. However, Xiao Jin wasn't afraid at all. Especially the terrifying 9 underworld yellow spring golden light. As long as it hit the demonic sea beast kings, it would be injured. At this rate, Xiao Jin had an 80% chance of winning. Of course, it was too tiring. That was why Ling Xiao had to set up the formation. In this place, the best formations were the 1000 Beast Blood Refining Formation and the Lesser 1000 Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to set up the real 1000 Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation, but the effect of the Lesser 1000 Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation was also good. Xiao Jin, you can move aside. Ling Xiao shouted, and Xiao Jin moved away from the spot. The demonic sea beast king, who had been beaten black and blue by Xiao Jin, rushed in. Boom, terrifying lightning appeared out of nowhere and the demonic sea beast king fell to the ground instantly. Then, the 1000 Beast Blood Refining Formation was activated. The demonic sea beast king's energy was absorbed by the formation and directly transferred into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao went forward and attacked with his sword. The demonic sea beast king was extremely powerful, but after being injured by the formation, Ling Xiao killed it with his powerful sword technique. It was a piece of cake. This is a good way to improve my cultivation and martial arts skills. The demonic sea beast kings were extremely powerful and were constantly attacking the bottleneck of Ling Xiao's cultivation. At this rate, if he could kill all 100 devil sea beast kings, his cultivation would break through to the first cycle of the 12th level of hell. As for his various martial skills, they would probably advance as well. The battle continued for 2 days. On the last day, all the demonic sea beast kings were killed. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's cultivation had already broken through when he killed 50 devil sea beast kings. Xiao Jin was the same, breaking through at the same time as him. The demonic sea beast king's demonic sea beast cores were extremely powerful and effective. Now, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were both experts at the early stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, they also obtained 100 demonic sea beast king crystals. This king crystal was equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of demonic crystal stones. This was truly a bountiful harvest. However, if Xiao Jin wanted to break through again, the demonic sea beast kings would not be qualified. They might even have to kill the demonic sea beast emperor that even Qianbai was afraid of. Boss, even Yunlan and Mu Qing wouldn't dare to fight so many demonic sea beast kings. Knowing how to use formations is awesome, Xiao Jin said excitedly. Not only that, the two of us are not afraid of the terrifying heat, so our battle strength will not weaken, but instead increase. But Yunlan and Mu Qing definitely won't be able to. So I feel that even if we don't rob them this time, the total amount of demonic crystal stones we'll get will surpass Yunlan and the others. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then we won't rob them? Xiao Jin asked. No, we'll definitely rob them. We can't let those bastards have an easy time, especially that Yunlan. He actually dared to use the Red Witch to threaten me. Even if I can't kill him, I won't let him have an easy time. Ling Xiao said coldly. Speaking of which, it's strange. Boss, didn't that Tuoba Yunxiang want to kill you? Why haven't we encountered any enemies until now? Xiao Jin asked doubtfully. About that, I intentionally avoided them. Ling Xiao smiled. In the beginning, there was no need to fight to the death with them. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye, so he could naturally avoid danger. As long as he was close to the other 34 people, he would change his route. Now that he was here, he could no longer see any enemies. The limit of those people was probably at the edge of the demonic sea beast king's birthplace. Xiao Jin, do you dare to follow me inside? With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Xiao really wanted to find a strong opponent to fight. Although he knew that the demonic sea beast emperor was extremely powerful, he still wanted to try. If worst came to worst, he could still use the golden light warping technique to escape. Of course. Boss, if you dare, I dare. Alright, let's go. Ling Xiao smiled and swallowed a blood spirit pill to recover his lost qi, blood, and inner force. Then, he headed towards the deepest part of the demonic sea secret realm. Along the way, they encountered many demonic sea beast kings. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the stronger the demonic sea beast kings became. However, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were no longer the same as before. Their cultivation had broken through, and their combat strength had increased by 100 times. Demonic sea beast kings of the same cultivation level could not withstand a single blow from them. Those who were one stage higher than them could not withstand a single blow from them. Before reaching the deepest part of the demonic sea secret realm, Xiao Jin's cultivation level had increased to the middle stage of the 12th level of hell. This cultivation level was already higher than Ling Zhao's. In terms of combat strength, it was comparable to Ling Zhao's. For this reason, Ling Xiao was not jealous at all. He was only relieved and happy. The stronger Xiao Jin was, the more help it would be to him. What was there to be jealous of? So terrifying. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stopped. He could feel that he was already at the deepest part of the demonic sea secret realm. A terrifying aura was constantly being released. It was so strong that he could not breathe. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. He had no choice but to release his Sky Tyrant Martial Soul to fight against it. Finally, he felt less uncomfortable. Xiao Jin, are you okay? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Boss, not only am I fine, but I'm also very happy. Maybe we were wrong from the start. Xiao Jin said excitedly. What's wrong? Ling Xiao was confused. Maybe there is no demonic sea beast king. Your master Qianbai also said that he was afraid of the demonic sea beast king, so he did not go to the deepest part. In other words, no one has seen the true face of the demonic sea beast king. And I can feel that there is no powerful beast in the deepest part of the demonic sea secret realm. It is only a ball of powerful energy and a remnant soul. Xiao Jin analyzed. Yes, this is interesting. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao quickened his pace and rushed forward with Xiao Jin. Along the way, they encountered even more powerful demonic sea beast kings. The strongest one was actually at the late stage of the 12th level of hell. However, although it took some effort, it was still destroyed by Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. As such, when they reached the deepest part of the demonic sea secret realm, Xiao Jin's strength had already broken through to the late stage of the 12th level of hell. At this time, his combat power had already surpassed Ling Zhao's. Just as you said, this is not a powerful beast at all. In front of Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin, there was only a ball of pure crimson sun energy. And the thing that was being protected inside was one of the remnant souls of the netherworld golden crow. Thinking of the reason why the demonic sea secret realm was formed, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. The reason why this guy created so many demonic sea beast kings was to protect himself and not let the dragon cult martial artists have a chance to get close to it. Unfortunately, it probably did not expect that Xiao Jin and it were of the same origin, so Xiao Jin could sense its aura. Xiao Jin had seen through its little trick. Unlike Qianbai, who would be frightened by its terrifying aura. Swallow it. Ling Xiao said. Hee. Boss, you don't have to tell me. Of course, Xiao Jin knew that its origin was actually the golden crow. After swallowing this remnant soul and energy, its strength would increase even more terrifyingly. He watched as Xiao Jin broke through. Ling Xiao sighed. Seems like choosing to come to the demonic sea secret realm was the right choice. Once Xiao Jin breaks through, it will probably be a demonic beast at the peak of the 12th level of hell. This strength has already reached Qianbai's level. It should also be at the level of the Qin nation's 5 elders. Next, I just need to focus on improving my cultivation and leave the matter of protecting my friends and family to Xiao Jin. Eh? What is that? After Xiao Jin swallowed the remnant soul of the golden crow, Ling Xiao discovered that there was actually a piece of purple-blue ice under that ball of blazing energy. Damn, what kind of ice is this? It can actually resist the heat of the netherworld golden crow without melting? Ling Xiao was very surprised, but his knowledge was limited. Thus, he summoned a Yuan Venerate and asked. Master, what do you think this is? Ling Xiao asked. It's not ice? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. It looks like ice, but it's not. It's the purple lightning in thunder essence that only exists in the immortal court continent. Although it's not much, as long as you can refine it, I reckon that not only will your cultivation level be able to break through 2 small realms in the 12th level of hell, but you will also be able to condense the purple lightning in thunder essence. Furthermore, he could also condense a powerful purple electric in thunder battle constitution in the future, which required a general level battle constitution as a foundation. Your volcanic battle body is a general grade battle body, so it can be devoured. The purple lightning in thunder battle body is a king grade battle body. Once it's refined, you will benefit immensely. The Yuan Venerate replied. That's a treasure. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he heard what the Yuan Venerate said. He had thought that only little gold could benefit from this place. He had not expected that he would also benefit so much. But master, why are there different grades of battle bodies? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course there are. Your thunder battle body and lava battle body were both soldier grade battle bodies. After the fusion, your volcanic battle body became a general grade battle body. Generally, when a general grade battle body is cultivated to its peak, its offensive and defensive capabilities are equivalent to a 7th level immortal grade martial technique. A king grade battle body is even more impressive. When cultivated to its peak, it will most likely become a divine grade martial technique. The Yuan Venerate replied. So strong. Ling Xiao was simply shocked when he heard this. However, based on what the Yuan Venerate had said, refining the purple lightning in thunder essence was relatively easy, but condensing the purple lightning in thunder battle body would be very difficult. However, he was not in a hurry. A general grade battle body was already enough for him. Furthermore, a general grade battle body could only be devoured after reaching its peak to assist in the formation of a king grade battle body. Right now, he just needed to break through his cultivation level first. He could take his time with a king grade battle body in the future. At this moment, Xiao Jin's body suddenly emitted a blazing light, and his body suddenly became incomparably huge. The terrifying aura frightened the demonic sea beast kings nearby and they all fled. A moment later, Little Gold's body returned to normal and its eyes shone with a sharp light. Is it done? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. Xiao Jin said excitedly, I didn't expect the demonic sea secret realm to bring me such great benefits this time. It allowed my strength to rise to the pinnacle of the 12th level of hell. Furthermore, my 9 underworlds Yellow Springs golden light has become stronger and more abundant. Very good. Little Gold, listen to me. Don't reveal all of your strength in the next battle. Just use the early stages of the 12 layers of hell. Ling Xiao suddenly said. I know, boss. You're just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. With my speed of improvement, I'm afraid that many people will covet me. Boss, you're afraid that something will happen to me, right? Don't worry, as long as my life isn't in danger, I'll try my best to hide. Xiao Jin nodded. That's good. Let's begin our hunting plan. Right now, the trial in the demonic sea secret realm is about to end. I believe that other than Mu Qing, the others are probably looking for me everywhere. Let's go and meet them now. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered coldly. After entering the Devil Sea secret realm, he had been keeping a low profile and enduring patiently. Now, it was time for him to strike back. At the same time, Yunlan divided the 33 people into groups. They had already obtained enough demonic crystals. On the last day, they planned to hunt down Ling Xiao. Out of the 33 people, Yunlan was in a group alone. The remaining 32 people, including Tuoba Yunxiong, were divided into 8 groups. With 4 people in a group, they could help each other. All of this was for the sake of killing Ling Xiao. Somewhere in the demonic sea secret realm, a mutated demonic sea beast had just been killed. A black-cloaked youth looked at the demonic crystals in his hand and curled his lips. Sigh, it's a pity that these things have to be given to those 4 people. These are really good things. Forget it. Those are small matters. As long as we work hard for Deputy Sect Master Yun, we won't be short of benefits. Right now, the most important thing is to find Ling Xiao. Why did that kid suddenly disappear after entering the demonic sea secret realm? Another person said. Could he have been killed? Hee hee. Another person said. Don't joke around. Although Ling Xiao isn't likable, it's a fact that he crippled Moing. Underestimating him will only bring us bad luck. That black-cloaked youth said coldly. Moing, that idiot, only underestimated him. Moreover, we are more familiar with the terrain here. This is the first time that Ling Xiao came here. If the 4 of us were to encounter him, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? The 4th person, who had been silent, said. Do you guys really want to kill me that much? Suddenly, a voice rang out not far away. The 4 people who were talking hastily turned their heads to look. They discovered that less than 100 meters away from them, there was a youth with a smile that wasn't a smile. On the youth's shoulder, there was a lazy little golden bird. When the 4 saw Ling Xiao, they were all startled. However, they immediately laughed. This was truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of Ling Xiao, only to find Ling Xiao without any effort. They had been searching for Ling Xiao all this time. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually walk right into their trap. Good lad, you've got guts. Although we don't have any grudges against you, who asked you to offend Vice Sect Leader Yun? If you know what's good for you, you'd better cripple your own cultivation. That way, you can still live. Otherwise, if the 4 of us join forces, you won't stand a chance. The black-cloaked youth seemed to be the strongest of the 4. He was the leader. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 11th level of hell in the first rotation of the yin-yang state. No wonder he was so confident. Haha, compared to you, I'm much more merciful. Hand over all your demonic crystals, and I'll spare your lives. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Damn, you've got guts. How dare you steal our demonic crystals? The black-cloaked youth was stunned for a moment. Then, he cursed, you're asking for death. You talk too much. Little Gold, do it. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste time with the black-cloaked youth. He directly called out to Little Gold. Little Gold soared into the air and grew in the wind. His body instantly grew in size. Then, a terrifying heat was released. The 4 guys who were talking nonsense were all blasted to the ground in an instant. The scorching heat completely enveloped them. Everyone felt as if their bodies were about to melt. Damn, how can this bird be so strong? Ling Xiao hasn't even made a move yet. This time, we're finished. Faced with this terrifying heat, the black-cloaked youth and the others had no chance to resist. In front of this terrifying golden bird, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Now, hand over your demonic crystals. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao said coldly. No problem, no problem. What the hell are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and hand over all your demonic crystals. The black-cloaked youth shouted. His tough attitude from before was instantly gone. There was no other way. The situation was beyond his control. Their strength couldn't compare to Ling Zhao's. If they really fought head-on, only death would await them. They had witnessed Ling Zhao's coldness and cruelty. Not bad. With the strength of the four of you, getting 100 demonic energy stones and 2 imperial crystals in 2 days is not bad. After taking the items, Ling Xiao casually put them into his storage ring. Next, I will ask you a few more questions. You better answer truthfully. Otherwise, it's not worth it to die here. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young sect master, just ask. We will definitely answer. The black-cloaked youth was afraid and had already started to flatter Ling Xiao. What young sect master? How could he say that? Why are the 4 of you working together? Ling Xiao said coldly. It was Yun Lan who divided us into 9 groups. He was in one group, and the remaining 32 people were divided into 4 groups. The black-cloaked youth did not dare to speak carelessly. Because if he lied and his companions spoke the truth, then he would really be dead. Oh? You divided yourselves into these groups to deal with me? Ling Xiao asked again. Yes. How are the strength of each group divided? Most of them are about the same as our group. However, there are 2 groups that you have to be careful of. One of them is Yun Lan. Although he is alone, he is comparable to more than 30 of us. The other group is made up of Tuoba Yunxiang, Cloud Demon, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon. The black-cloaked youth said again. Very good. Then we will deal with them at the end. Ling Xiao smiled. With his and Little Gold's current strength, whether it was Tuoba Yunxiang's group or Yun Lan's group, they were not their match. From today onwards, they could be more arrogant in the dragon cult. I have told you everything. Can you let us go now? The black-cloaked youth looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Don't worry. I said I won't kill you. However, before I let you go, you have to swallow this first. Ling Xiao casually took out 4 pills and said, these are the soul-assimilating pills that I have improved. Together with my 4-leaf demonic eyes, I can easily control people with lower cultivation than me. Be obedient and become my people. I will definitely give Phoenix in the Cloud a surprise. Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate Phoenix in the Cloud. Therefore, he had to use all the methods he could think of. Ling Xiao forcefully fed the black-cloaked youth and the other 3 soul-assimilating pills, and then controlled them with soul-assimilating pills. He had practically become Ling Xiao's puppet. Normally, they didn't seem to have any problems, but at critical times, as long as Ling Xiao had a thought, they would immediately pledge their loyalty to Ling Xiao. He had been forced to do so, being constantly targeted by others and then finding trouble for him was not a good life. Even if he could resolve it every time, it was still a pain in the ass. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative to attack. In the scorching hot Devil Sea secret realm, 4 people were walking forward. Beside the road were the corpses of the Devil Sea beasts. F***CK, we've been searching for half a day, but there's still no trace of Ling Xiao. Could it be that brat has turned into a rat and burrowed into the ground? One of them couldn't help but curse. Don't be so long-winded. Find Ling Xiao and kill him. We'll be great contributors to Vice Leader Yun. When the time comes, he'll definitely reward us heavily. The leader of the group, a young man, reprimanded impatiently. Hee, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a chuckle sounded from behind the 4 of them. The 4 of them turned their heads to look in surprise. They found Ling Xiao standing there, looking at them with a smile. Kill him. The hunter, who was originally a little disappointed, suddenly became excited when he saw Ling Xiao. The leader didn't waste any time. He directly waved his hand, and the 4 of them rushed toward Ling Xiao together. Unfortunately, before they could reach Ling Xiao, they were enveloped by a terrifying heat. They fell to the ground. Ling Xiao used the same trick again, but this time, he didn't waste any time. After taking the magic crystals, he fed them a soul-assimilating pill, used soul-assimilating pills to control the 4 of them, and hid. He sensed that another team was coming this way. Just right, the ambush would be done in one fell swoop. It only took a little more than a minute. In the distance, 4 figures quickly rushed over. Seeing the other 4 people sitting on the ground, their skin almost glued to the skin from the heat, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "What's going on?" the newcomer asked. "We were plotted against by Xianxia. He actually snatched the magic crystals," the leader sitting there said helplessly. "A few pieces of trash, you can't even control Xianxia." Among the 4 newcomers, there was a fierce-looking woman. She was young, but she looked very ferocious. She didn't give any face to the 4 people who were defeated. "What do you know? That Xiao's strength can even defeat Moing. How can we be his opponent? Not to mention us, even the 4 of you would be unlucky if you encountered him," the defeated leader scolded. "Hee, I won't be like you pieces of trash, who would be taught a lesson by Xiao so easily," the woman ridiculed. "Your ending won't be much different from hers." Xiao walked out from the darkness and looked at the 4 newcomers with a smile. "Bullshit, I'll take care of you now." The woman in the lead waved her hand and charged towards Xiao. But when she rushed out, she suddenly found that the 3 people behind her didn't follow at all. She looked behind her in horror, only to find that the 3 men had been subdued by her men. "What are you doing?" the woman roared angrily. "Idiot, don't you understand? We have already abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Now we are the people of the sect leader, the young sect leader. You traitors should be dealt with. You dare to betray the vice sect leader, you're crazy." Unfortunately, the woman only said such a sentence and felt that her shoulder was pressed down by someone. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on her, and she couldn't move. "They're not crazy, because the next 4 of you will be like them." Xiao didn't waste any time and dealt with the 4 newcomers. So far, he had already dealt with 3 groups of people, and the time he spent was only slightly more than 10 minutes. There was still a long time before the Demon Sea Secret Realm trial ended. He had plenty of time to play slowly. "Next group." Xiao called out to Xiao Jin and then left again. "Wait, young sect leader. What's wrong?" Xiao turned around and asked the ferocious woman. "Young sect leader, I've offended you before. In order to atone for my sins, I'm willing to help you lure the remaining groups over," the woman said. "That's a good idea. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. However, don't inform Yunlan and Tuoba Yunxiang's group first. Let's lure the other 4 groups over." Xiao smiled. Although it was easy for him to find people, it was still troublesome to run around. Besides Yunlan and Tuoba Yunxiang's group, no one else could pose a threat to him. He could just lure them over and catch them all in one fell swoop. "I'll do it right away." In the spacious field, Xiao sat cross-legged there, circulating his cultivation while waiting for the arrival of the enemy. The woman's signal for help had already been sent out. He believed that the other 4 teams would arrive soon. There was a tinge of tension in the air, as if it was the oppressive atmosphere before a storm. Silence, silence. About half an hour later, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked in 3 directions. In those 3 directions, 4 teams were rushing over at high speed. "Very good. You can hide now. We'll take care of the rest ourselves." Xiao waved his hand, ordering the people he had subdued with the soul assimilation spell to retreat. These people were not of much use here. It was better to let them hide and watch the show. The stronger he was, the more effective the soul assimilation spell would be. These people would not be able to resist. Yes. Not long after the 8 of them went into hiding, more than a dozen figures appeared above the gushing lava, stepping on the air. Everyone's speed was very fast, and everyone was very strong. After arriving, these people did not make any adjustments. While still in the air, they suddenly attacked. More than 10 attacks simultaneously blasted toward the seated Xiao. His aura was overbearing and tyrannical, like the eruption of magma from a volcano. Boom, just when these attacks were less than 3 meters away from Xiao, a dazzling light flashed. A golden ball of light bloomed from Xiao Jin's body, forming a golden sphere. 16 attacks were completely blocked. So strong. No wonder they weren't your match. Just based on this move, apart from Tuoba Yunxiang and Yun Lan's team, any of our teams would be doomed if they met you. Seeing that their attacks were ineffective, one of them was shocked and believed that the previous call for help was real. Although they found it strange that the person who had asked for help was not here, they did not think too much about it. In any case, Ling Xiao was vicious and merciless. Perhaps the person who had asked for help had already been smashed to pieces. Ling Xiao calmly raised his head and looked at the 16 outstanding youths of the dragon cult. What surprised him was that there were 3 more Yinyang realm martial artists in the early stage of the 12th level of hell. Furthermore, he was certain that these 3 people were definitely not Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, or Cloud Yao. By the looks of it, the demonic sea secret realm had not only given him and Little Gold a huge boost in strength, it had also allowed the 3 of them to achieve breakthroughs. He was already a peak Yinyang realm level 11 martial artist. It was not strange for him to break through at any time. But so what? It only added some excitement to his hunt. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. 16 people, not one less. Now that everyone is here, it saves me the trouble of looking everywhere. Brat, I know you're very strong, but your arrogance will end here. Any one of us might not be a match for you, but with 4 of us working together, you won't stand a chance. The one who spoke was a youth with a dark complexion. Perhaps this was due to him cultivating some kind of special martial art. This person was one of the 3 Yinyang realm martial artists in the early stage of the 12th level of hell. He said coldly and valiantly, "Don't think that you can overturn the world just because you defeated 1 or 2 groups of martial artists. In the end, you're just one person. Even if you have a beast with you, you won't have any chance of turning the tables. There's only one ending for you, and that's death." Ling Xiao smiled casually and said, "Everyone knows how to say nice words. You think you're the hunter and I'm the prey. You don't know that the moment we arrived at the demonic sea secret realm, the tables had turned. Now, Little Gold and I are the hunters, and you're just the pitiful prey. Not only are you pitiful, but you also don't know your own limits." He did not transform into a beast soul. Instead, he took out the white jade flying dragon sword. He held the sword hilt and waved it lightly. A powerful sword she easily carved a 1-meter deep groove on the hard stone floor. "Come, I'll give you a chance to kill me. Let's see if you can grasp it. You're really arrogant. To be honest, there were people like you in the dragon cult before. Do you know what happened to them?" The one who spoke was a young man with a pale face. He looked sickly, but it was possible that he cultivated some special martial arts or had a special martial soul. After all, there were all kinds of strange things in this world. Martial souls were even more mysterious. Especially special martial souls, there were all kinds of strange things. No one had seen all of them before. This person was very strong. Like the dark-skinned man, he was one of the 3 experts. "Wu La, Bai Shui, don't waste your breath on this guy. After breaking through, I haven't really fought with an expert. Let's just treat this kid as a sparring partner." This time, it was a woman who spoke. However, this woman's figure was not complimentary. She was so strong that it made men despair. She was probably a strength-type existence. "That's true, Jiaohua. However, I don't agree with fighting alone. In order to complete the orders given by Vice Leader Yun, we can only bully with numbers." Wu La said coldly. "I agree." Bai Shui nodded and said. "Mother asterisk Kerr, although this is very shameful, this kid is very strange. To be able to defeat Mo Ying, he's definitely not simple." "I agree with your decision. Then let's attack together." Jiaohua also cursed. Following the orders of the 16 people erupted with a terrifying aura at the same time. The nearby magma roared crazily because of this aura, creating waves of magma that were more than 10 meters tall. Bullying with numbers? I don't blame you. After all, this is what I'm looking forward to. Ling Xiao stood up and said to Xiao Jin, "You don't need to do anything. You've played enough. Help me keep an eye on the surrounding situation. Once the battle starts, Tuoba Yunxiang and Yun Lan will most likely sense it." "No problem, boss." Xiao Jin nodded and flew off Ling Xiao's shoulder. He lazily lied down on a red-hot rock and yawned. "Kill." 16 afterimages pounced at Ling Xiao at the same time. They did not hold back. They all used their most powerful attacks in an attempt to take down Ling Xiao as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao only looked at these 16 people indifferently. Then, he muttered to himself, "Let's reduce the number of people first." After saying that, he took a step forward. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. Scorching hell. This was the strengthened scorching hell. In addition to Ling Xiao's increase in cultivation, the power of scorching hell had become even more terrifying. The 16 people only saw the surrounding environment change in an instant and felt that something was wrong. Following that, someone let out a scream. A figure was on fire and fell to the ground. The ones who attacked him were the furious fire dragons of scorching hell. In just an instant, blood-curdling screams resounded. Out of the 16 people, 13 had fallen. Only 3 people were left standing. Wu La, Jiao Hua, and Bai Shui. However, even they were surrounded by the terrifying fire dragon and lava monster, unable to attack Ling Xiao. "Now, do you still have the confidence to kill me?" A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He then used the demonic dragon phantom steps and punched 3 times, knocking Wu La, Jiao Hua, and Bai Shui to the ground. Immediately, he withdrew scorching hell. From the beginning to the end of the battle, less than a minute had passed. All 16 people had been defeated and lost the ability to fight. Wu La and the others did not expect this at all. As for the 2 groups hiding in the dark, they were even more astonished. Involuntarily, the effect of the soul assimilation pill became stronger. Ling Xiao did not waste time with these people. Although the battle did not last long, the scene was not bad. He believed that Yunlan, Tuoba Yunxiang, and the others had already seen it. He had to quickly take the demonic energy crystal for himself first. Then, he would use the soul assimilation pill to control these 16 people. When everything was over, Ling Xiao looked in a certain direction. "All of you hide." His words were naturally directed at Wu La and the others. "Yes, young sect master." Wu La and the others also hid in a concealed place. A moment later, as expected, Tuoba Yunxiang's group arrived. "You're late." Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Tuoba Yunxiang and the others and said, "We're not late. Even without those trash, the 4 of us are enough to take your life." Tuoba Yunxiang coldly said, "Is that so? It seems like everyone who wants to kill me will say this. I have already reminded you. If you kill me, I will also kill you." Ling Xiao coldly said. This Tuoba Yunxiang's cultivation was higher than his. Therefore, the soul assimilation pill's effect was not good. He could only kill him. "Enough nonsense. We'll know who killed who soon. You 3 don't need to make a move first." Tuoba Yunxiang planned to take revenge himself. Moreover, he did not think that he was weaker than Ling Xiao. Furthermore, the cloud demons, cloud ghosts, and cloud demons all relied on the power of the devouring specter to forcefully increase their strength. Their actual combat power was not that great. If they joined forces, they might actually become a burden to him. "Alright, if that's the case, then make your move. I'll give you a quick death." Ling Xiao put away the white jade flying dragon sword and took out 2 8 immortal swords. Facing Tuoba Yunxiang, he did not plan to underestimate him. "Remember, I won't underestimate you in any way. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, you should understand. I'm not an idiot like Demon Shadow." Tuoba Yunxiang's body shook. What appeared behind him was actually a martial spirit that was completely different from the Tuoba families. It wasn't the cyan demonic bull martial soul, but a strange pitch-black martial soul. "This is our Tuoba family's ancestral martial spirit, the dreary gold martial spirit." As he spoke, the black metal instantly enveloped his entire body. In the end, it actually turned his skin into a color similar to Wula's. Even his body seemed to have become a lot bigger. At the same time, the large saber in his hand also seemed to have fused with the martial spirit. There is actually a feeling of man and saber becoming one. This is not the mental state of man and saber becoming one, this is the true state of man and saber becoming one. Dreary gold martial spirit? What an interesting martial spirit. Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Yunxiang and felt that he is somewhat appreciative of his talent. This person doesn't have the bad habits of Tuoba Yunfan and Tuoba Yu. Furthermore, he didn't give up his ancestral martial spirit for other things. Instead, he brought it to greater heights. In some sense, Tuoba Yunxiang's strength has already far surpassed his grandfather, Tuoba Fengdun. Not only in strength, but also in vision. To be honest, I really don't want to kill you. But in this battle, I will do my best to respect you. He won't use his full strength, but he will do his best to display the power that he can. So that even if Tuoba Yunxiang dies in battle, he can die in a dignified manner. While speaking, he has already activated Volcano War Body. Scalding hot magma enveloped his entire body. His skin seems to have turned into magma, and it is very oppressive. Even the two eight immortal swords in his hands are wrapped in hot magma. At the same time, lightning is leaping within the magma. This is the Volcano War Body. Heavenly lightning above and magma below. It is a perfect general-level war body. With this Volcano War Body, there is no need for the beast spirit transformation. Otherwise, it will feel like bullying. Don't you still have the beast spirit transformation? Why don't you use it? Do you think you can defeat me with this Volcano War Body? Tuoba Yunxiang is somewhat angry. His joints actually emitted a strange sound of metal clashing. This is not the Volcano War Body, but the Volcano War Body, a general-level war body. If you know about the general-level war body, you should know that I didn't underestimate you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. General-level war body? I have heard of it. Alright, let's see if your general-level war body or my dreary gold martial spirit is more powerful. Tuoba Yunxiang raised the large saber in his hand. For a moment, the terrifying saber chi seems to be able to split the heavens and earth. It makes people's breathing a little hurried. That terrifying saber intent is not to be underestimated. Alright. Ling Zhao's two swords emitted sword intent and collided with the saber intent in the air. Then, he took a step forward with his right foot. Using the demonic dragon phantom body technique, his body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. In the blink of an eye, he is within the range of Tuoba Yunxiang's saber chi. You want to fight in close combat with me? You must be tired of living. Tuoba Yunxiang sneered and slashed with the large saber in his hand. Cracking sounds can be heard in the air. It seems like the space is being torn apart by the saber. The invisible saber chi slashed the boulders and the surroundings into halves. Hearing the terrifying sound of the saber cutting through the air above his head, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. He raised the eight immortal sword in his right hand. The crimson and purplish-blue light intertwined and collided with the large saber. What violent strength! Ling Xiao thought to himself. This terrifying blow was practically going to press him to the ground. But it was only almost. Ling Xiao's body still maintained its balance. Although it is slightly bent, everything is going according to his plan. The eight immortal sword in his left hand suddenly pierced out. A powerful sword chi emitted from the tip of the sword. Shadow Sword Demon, although this move is not the strongest of Ling Zhao's martial techniques, it is the most suitable. Its power is not bad, and its release speed is fast. With his current strength, this move can seriously injure Tuoba Yunxiang or even kill him. The terrifying sword chi exploded at Tuoba Yunxiang's chest. Then, it pierced through Tuoba Yunxiang's body. Tuoba Yunxiang has no choice but to retreat and avoid Ling Zhao's attack. No blood? Although the sword pierced through Tuoba Yunxiang, there is no blood. Touching the wound on his body, Tuoba Yunxiang sneered and said, Ling Xiao, you are indeed extraordinary. You have an astonishing movement skill, an outstanding martial skill, and a pure battle skill. You are truly astonishing. However, once I fuse with my primal metal martial spirit, I have an undying body. You can't kill me. Looking at the wound that has already healed, Ling Xiao said indifferently, I don't believe that there is an undying body in this world. Your martial spirit only allows you to elementalize your body the instant I attack. It is not strange for you to say it. So what if you know? You still can't break it. Tuoba Yunxiang said coldly. Is that so? However, in my opinion, your elementalization can only affect a part of your body. Even if your entire body can be elementalized, your body will still exist. It will only be condensed into a small ball and hidden away. In the end, elementalization still needs to be done around the body. What if I destroy your entire body? Speaking till here, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The two swords in his hands pointed at Tuoba Yunxiang. A terrifying sword intent pervaded the entire space. Kill! Suddenly, he roared. His two swords spat out terrifying sword chi that shot towards Tuoba Yunxiang. Humph, that move didn't even injure me. How can an ordinary sword skill injure me? Tuoba Yunxiang snorted disdainfully. He brandished his large saber and charged towards Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's sword chi exploded in the air and shot towards Tuoba Yunxiang like a rain of flowers. Meteor Sword Art's second move, Heavenly Fire. Indeed, it was as Tuoba Yunxiang had said. Ling Xiao's attack was truly not strong. That was because it was just an ordinary jade grade sword skill. This is a move that Ling Xiao learned in the past. It has been a long time since he used it. However, what he wants is not the power. The sword chi descended like heavenly fire and hit Tuoba Yunxiang's body. Countless tiny holes appeared. Most of the holes did not show any signs of bleeding. At this moment, Ling Xiao's taiji I caught an extremely small trace of blood. So it's there. It's time for this battle to end. Devil Dragon Phantom, Sword Devil Dragon. The Descent of the Black Immortal. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body seemed to have transformed into a sword-shaped demonic dragon. He arrived in front of Tuoba Yunxiang in an instant. The second level of the immortal grade martial skill was executed and the sword pierced through Tuoba Yunxiang's body. In terms of speed, Tuoba Yunxiang would never be able to catch up to him. Therefore, this sword strike accurately struck Tuoba Yunxiang's body. This body was only the size of a fist, and was wrapped in layers of primal gold. This sword directly pierced through the body. Blood seeped out of the metal. Tuoba Yunxiang suddenly knelt on the ground, and his face was pale and bloodless. Your cultivation base is definitely higher than the peak of the 11th level of hell. The heavily injured Tuoba Yunxiang finally understood something. Letting Ling Xiao enter the Devil Sea secret realm before making a move was simply the stupidest thing to do. This person's talent was too frightening. Hee, whatever you say. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I've lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Come, give me a quick death. Tuoba Yunxiang roared. Don't worry, I'll deal with those three first. Ling Xiao looked at the Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon. These three people thought that they could crush Ling Xiao after breaking through. At the very least, if the three of them joined forces, they should be able to win against Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, seeing how easily Ling Xiao defeated Tuoba Yunxiang, they had already lost their confidence. Run! The three of them thought of the same thing and turned to flee. Since they had no chance of winning, wouldn't they be courting death by staying here? However, could they escape? Ling Xiao had yet to make a move, but Little Gold was already bored. Its originally palm-sized body suddenly became incomparably huge. In an instant, it blocked the escape route of the three people. The huge golden wings flapped, and for a moment, a blazing wind rushed towards the three people. The three of them felt as if their bodies were thrown into a raging fire, and they fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Boss, I'm sorry for stealing your kill. Little Gold smiled. Anyway, they're just three pieces of trash. There's no need for me to make a move. Ling Xiao walked over and didn't waste any words. After obtaining the three's demonic energy crystals, he fed them soul-absorbing pills and used soul-absorbing pills. The three of them had the same cultivation as him, but their soul power was much weaker. Naturally, soul-absorbing pills was effective. The heavily injured Tuoba Yunxiang watched this scene with his eyes wide open, and cold sweat uncontrollably dripped down his forehead. He would rather be killed than be controlled. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand and slapped down on his head. However, this hand was blocked by Ling Xiao. Brother Tuoba, don't worry. I won't do that to you. To be honest, compared to your shameless grandfather and brother, there's a world of difference. Hand over the demonic energy crystals, and you can leave. I'll let you live. I hope you won't find trouble with me again. Otherwise, I won't spare you next time. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're willing to let me go? Tuoba Yunxiang asked in shock. After coming to the dragon cult, all the discussions about Ling Xiao that he heard were from Yunlan and the others. Thus, his impression of Ling Xiao was extremely poor. However, after this battle, he came to a completely different conclusion. After a moment of silence, he took out the demonic energy crystals and gave them to Ling Xiao. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Brother Ling, perhaps I misunderstood you before. Moreover, I've already tried my best to take revenge. Not only did I not kill you, but I also almost lost my life. At least I didn't let down the Tuoba family. After all, they were the ones who let me down first." "Let you down?" Ling Xiao was somewhat curious. "Let's not talk about the past." Tuoba Yunxiang sighed. However, a scene that made his heart turn cold still appeared in his mind. That year, Domineering Blade Ghostly received orders from Phoenix in the Cloud to go to Frosty Frost Town and threaten the Tuoba family to submit to him. At that time, Ghostly's hostage was originally Tuoba Yunfan. However, the Tuoba family thought that Tuoba Yunxiang's talent was inferior to Tuoba Yunfan's, and actually swapped Tuoba Yunxiang and Tuoba Yunfan, sending them to Domineering Blade Ghostly as a hostage. At that time, Tuoba Yunxiang was already sensible. His mournful cries did not receive any pity from his family. From that time onwards, his heart turned cold towards the Tuoba family. This time, he could take revenge on Ling Xiao for the Tuoba family. It could be considered as a repayment for the Tuoba family's kindness in giving birth to him. In a sense, the previous Tuoba Yunxiang was already dead. The current Tuoba Yunxiang was alive because Ling Xiao had given him life. This is a blood spirit pill. If you trust me, take it. I guarantee that you'll recover very quickly. In the following time, you still have time to obtain some demonic energy crystals. Tuoba Yunxiang, if you trust me, then immediately consume this blood spirit pill. I guarantee that you will recover quickly. Although it is impossible for you to obtain the first 2 places, if you hurry, you might be able to obtain the 3rd place. You will also be able to cultivate the demonic dragon possession, but it will be incomplete. Ling Xiao comforted Tuoba Yunxiang. He wouldn't return something that he had obtained. After all, it was his spoils of war. Giving Tuoba Yunxiang a blood spirit pill was already merciful enough. "Many thanks." Tuoba Yunxiang didn't hesitate and took it in one bite. In his opinion, his life was already in Ling Xiao's hands, and Ling Xiao could do whatever he wanted with him. There was no need to do anything to a pill. This was the first time he had taken a blood spirit pill, and the effects were excellent. With one pill, his injuries were instantly healed by more than half. After a while, he would probably be completely healed. Not only that, but he could also feel that his cultivation had increased a little as a result, and there were signs of a breakthrough. "I wanted to kill you, but you treated me like this. I am truly ashamed." Tuoba Yunxiang sighed with emotion. "If Brother Ling has any instructions in the future, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help. No need to be so polite. I treated you like this because I can see that your nature is not bad. Your conduct is much better than some people." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Go. While there is still time, I should go find Yunlan and completely end this trial. Yunlan should be fighting with Muqing now. I saw them when I came over. They are 2 miles southeast." Tuoba Yunxiang said. "Why is he fighting with Muqing? Doesn't this person like Muqing a lot?" Ling Xiao didn't expect that Yunlan would actually fight with Muqing. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Muqing accidentally found a treasure, and Yunlan saw it. Tuoba Yunxiang said. "Alright, I got it. Let's meet again." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and stepped into the air, instantly disappearing into the distance. Looking in the direction Ling Xiao disappeared, Tuoba Yunxiang revealed a sincere smile. "I didn't think that I, Tuoba Yunxiang, would be able to meet such an outstanding person. Maybe he can help me break free from Tyrannical Blade Ghostly's restraints." Everyone knew that he was Tyrannical Blade Gili's direct disciple, but they didn't know that Tyrannical Blade Gili treated him like a slave. All the dangerous and arduous tasks were left to him. Although he had gotten used to it over the years, he was still very unhappy. He wanted to break free from Tyrannical Blade Ghostly's restraints, but his own strength was not enough. Perhaps with Ling Xiao's help, he could succeed. Ling Xiao quickly arrived at the place Tuoba Yunxiang mentioned. Tuoba Yunxiang did not lie. At this moment, Yun Lan was fighting with Mu Qing. Mu Qing's cultivation was at the late stage of the 12th level of hell. But against Yun Lan, he was actually suppressed miserably. Even though he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time, he still wouldn't be a match for Xianxia as time went on. Mu Qing, be obedient and give that treasure to me. With me here, no one in the dragon cult can bully you. Why must you insist on being my enemy? Yun Lan's attacks didn't stop and even showed signs of speeding up. However, he was still saying disgusting words. Beast in human clothing, you make it sound so nice. I obtained this thing first. If you really cared about me and cherished me, you wouldn't have snatched it from me, didn't you? Always ask me which part of you can't compare to Ling Xiao. I can tell you now that there is no part of you that is better than Ling Xiao. It is your shamelessness that surpasses his by a lot. Mu Qing said with grief and indignation. Bitch, you can't be thinking of giving that thing to Ling Xiao, right? You shameless bitch, looks like I can't have a good chat with you. Today, I will execute you on the spot. Just like how my master treated your master back then. Ha ha ha, back then, Xiao Muyu also liked Chen Bai and didn't care about Phoenix in the cloud. What happened in the end? After being raped, she still obediently followed Phoenix in the cloud and followed my master. Yun Lan laughed crazily and proudly. She didn't treat that ugly thing as a shame at all. Instead, she treated it as a kind of pride. You are right. I want to give this thing to Ling Xiao. He is different from you. Back in the 8 Immortals County, I was careless and fell into the trap of the Shadow Devil sect. As a result, I temporarily lost all my skills and almost became a blood sacrifice. It was Ling Xiao who saved me. Maybe he doesn't even know me and doesn't remember me, but I remember him. He is my benefactor and a great hero in my heart. You disgusting beast in human clothing, even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Mu Qing didn't know that Ling Xiao had arrived. She had hidden this matter in her heart for a long time and had never told anyone. Today, she knew that she might not live for long, so she said these words. No wonder. Humph, in that case, I don't need to have any more thoughts. You be *tch, go to hell. Yun Lan snorted coldly and her attacks became even fiercer and fiercer. Her previous attacks were only to seriously injure Mu Qing and seize the treasure in Mu Qing's hands. Then, her current attacks were purely to take her life. Mu Qing resisted very hard, but she still persevered. She didn't know why, but Ling Xiao's figure appeared in her mind at this moment. Ding! Suddenly, a stalwart figure blocked in front of Mu Qing. This person actually used his hand to block Yun Lan's ferocious attack. Ling Xiao. I'm not dreaming, am I? Mu Qing looked at the stalwart figure in front of her and felt like she was in a dream. It was too unreal. Am I not a hero in your heart? Of course, a hero has to appear at a critical moment. Ling Xiao smiled. This girl was really naive. Just because he unintentionally saved her once, she could not forget Ling Xiao. Such a loyal and righteous girl, how could he bear to see her being bullied by Yun Lan? Ling Xiao. It's you again. Why is it you again? You're ruining my good business again. When Yun Lan saw Ling Xiao, it was as if she saw an irreconcilable enemy. She was simply furious to the extreme. A shameless person like you naturally needs a great hero like me to teach you a lesson. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Great hero? You really think you're some big shot? Where's Tuoba Yunxiang? Where's Yun Goe, Yun Mo, and the rest? That bunch of trash, why can't they even stop trash like you? The reason why Yun Lan dared to attack Mu Qing was that she calculated that Ling Xiao could not arrive in time. But now, not only did Ling Xiao arrive, but he also arrived in time. This made her unable to understand and unable to accept. They are indeed trash, but you're not much either. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Lan and said in a cold voice, you're even more trash than them. Furthermore, you're a scum. Courting death. Yun Lan snorted coldly and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Humph, Ling Xiao, do you think I'm stupid? If you and Mu Qing work together, I'm really no match for you. But remember, I won't let you off. In the distance, Yun Lan snorted coldly and disappeared. Damn, you haven't given me the magic crystal stones yet. Ling Xiao helplessly watched Yunlan escape. He had no choice. That guy also knew the demonic dragon phantom and was not slower than him. If he wanted to escape, he would not be able to catch up with him. Ah! Just when Ling Xiao was feeling helpless, he suddenly heard a scream. Yunlan, who had escaped, was blasted back. It turned out that Xiao Jin had stopped this guy. Yunlan never thought that he would be defeated by Xiao Jin. For a moment, it was really hard for him to accept. Kill him. Ling Xiao called out and rushed forward as well. At this time, Yunlan understood that he could only escape. Facing this fierce golden bird and Ling Xiao, who seemed to have broken through. If Mu Qing was added to the mix, he would not be a match for them. But how could he escape? Suddenly, he had an idea. He took off the storage ring on his hand and threw it into the boiling magma. Ling Xiao, I'll give you these magic crystal stones, the spirit stones and monster cores inside. Seeing the storage ring, Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed over. Compared to Yunlan's life, he was naturally more interested in this. Yunlan was no longer a match for Xiao Jin. Even if he fought against him, he would not be able to gain an advantage. It could be said that even if he was outside, he could cook whenever he wanted. But that storage ring was different. Generally, once a storage ring was out of the protection of the internal force and fell into the hot magma, it would melt instantly. The things inside would probably be ruined. This idea was just a thought. Ling Xiao first used the Tai Chi Eye to confirm that the storage ring was real. Then, he rushed over. It was during this time that Yunlan escaped again. He avoided Xiao Jin and flew away from the path where no one blocked him. He, Yunlan, had never been in such a sorry state before. He actually had to run for his life. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. Ling Xiao, just you wait. Once we get out of here, I'll definitely settle the score with you. This isn't over yet. Do you think I'm scared of you, idiot? Ling Xiao took the storage ring and checked the things inside. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. It seemed like Yunlan had removed all the other things in the box in order to store more magic stones. But even so, the magical crystals inside were enough for Ling Xiao to enjoy for a long time. To put it bluntly, the magical energy crystal stone was a special kind of stone that contained heat energy. Compared to the spirit stones, although the energy of the magical energy crystal stone was single, it was purer. It was more useful for cultivation and setting up formations. Mu Qing, are you all right? Ling Xiao turned around and asked Mu Qing. I'm fine, but you become enemies with Yunlan in order to help me. I'm afraid it won't be good in the future. Mu Qing said worriedly. You don't have to worry about that. Even if he didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find him. That scum actually kidnapped the Red Witch and even beat her up. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid she would have been killed. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect that. He kept saying that he liked you, but he actually attacked you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you go alone. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Mu Qing felt a sweet feeling in her heart. It was not in vain that she had almost been killed by Yunlan in order to protect that treasure. This is for you. Mu Qing took out something that looked like a heart from the storage ring. However, this thing flowed with blazing magma. It emitted an extremely high temperature. Could this be? Yes, it's the kiln fire heart. Mu Qing nodded and said, I'm sure you know that in places where magma accumulates all year round, there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that a kiln fire heart will appear. Refining the kiln fire heart can not only change the nature of one's inner strength, but it can also transform ordinary inner strength into a special inner strength, the molten power, which is much stronger than ordinary inner strength. Moreover, for warriors with special constitutions, they can also obtain the molten martial soul. Others might not be able to do this, but I believe you can. In addition, the kiln fire heart can also strengthen magma attribute beast souls, making them stronger. I remember that you have a magma Cerberus beast soul. Of course, your cultivation will also improve. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the biggest effect of the kiln fire heart was to change the characteristics of one's inner strength. As mentioned before, there were generally 4 levels of inner strength. First, ordinary inner strength. This was the inner strength that most warriors possessed. Whether it was the vital essence of the past or the yin-yang essence of the present, they were all different forms of inner strength. In terms of levels, it was still ordinary inner strength. Second, special inner strength. This was inner strength that was fused with the changes of the 5 elements. Warriors with special martial souls or special martial arts could possess inner strength that was a bit stronger than ordinary inner strength. Third, origin inner strength. This was the core of inner strength. It was the essence of inner strength and was very powerful. Ordinary warriors wouldn't use origin inner strength to fight, but they would definitely use it when their lives were on the line. Some powerful warriors were able to condense all their inner strength into origin inner strength, making it incomparably powerful. Fourth, profound inner strength. This was the strongest inner strength that Ling Xiao knew of. It was even more terrifying than origin inner strength. And he possessed this kind of inner strength. This was also why Ling Xiao's inner strength always had the advantage when clashing with other warriors. Ling Xiao had to thank the human king for this. If it wasn't for the human king's guidance, his inner strength would only have reached the special inner strength stage. Of course, the kiln fire heart wasn't useless to him. It could be transformed into the molten martial soul or used to increase the rank of the magma Cerberus. But that would be too much of a waste. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "This is a treasure that you worked so hard to obtain. How could I have the qualifications to possess it? You don't want it?" Mu Qing was stunned for a moment before she threw the kiln fire heart into the magma. Ling Xiao hastily rushed over and grabbed the kiln fire heart. He bitterly smiled and said, "I don't want it. You can use it." The molten fire heart's molten fire energy is considered top-notch among special inner strengths. It's almost twice as strong as ordinary inner strength. It's definitely a good item. And even if you don't use it, you can sell it for at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones. I already said that I'm giving it to you, so it's a gift. Mu Qing's stubbornness made Ling Xiao feel helpless. All right. I accept it. But can I give it to you? Ling Xiao asked. It would be a waste for him to use it. He might as well give it to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin relied on absorbing heat to increase his cultivation. This kiln fire heart was just right for him. When Xiao Jin wanted to break through the 13th layer of hell, the kiln fire heart would help him break through. Who are you giving it to? Of course I'm going to give this molten core to Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao replied. Hearing that he was going to give it to Xiao Jin, Mu Qing heaved a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Ling Xiao would give it to the Red Witch. Although she and the Red Witch were good sisters, a woman's mind was a little strange. Speaking of Xiao Jin, he was able to send Yunlan flying just now. Isn't that too powerful? Yunlan, that fellow, is extremely powerful even among martial artists at the later stage of the 12th level of the Hell and Yin-Yang realm. Looking at the cute and obedient Xiao Jin, Mu Qing couldn't help but ask. Girls just love these cute little animals. Don't underestimate him. He's stronger than me now. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'll have to rely on him to support me in the future. Are you serious? I believe that he's very strong, but I always feel that you're stronger. In my heart, you're really a very mysterious and powerful existence. Mu Qing knew that Ling Xiao had heard what she said before, so she let go now. In front of Ling Xiao, she was like a fan, expressing her admiration to her heart's content. Well, thank you for thinking so highly of me. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. How many demonic energy crystals have you collected? Don't just look for trouble. You have to understand that the demonic energy crystals are related to the demonic dragon possession. Mu Qing didn't feel that there was anything wrong with asking this. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was as close as Xiaomuyu. They were both her family. Well, to be honest, I don't know how many I have. I estimate that I have at least 500 to 600. Ling Xiao had never counted, so he just gave a number casually. 500 to 600. Did you get the demonic Sea Emperor gem? Mu Qing asked. Yes. That's great. In this way, even if those people give all the demonic energy crystals to Yunlan, you should still be able to get 3rd place. Mu Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Only 3rd place? That's right. I have about 800 magic energy stones. You have to work harder. Otherwise, I'll give you my own magic energy stones as well. Mu Qing said with a smile. Let's not. I took Yunlan's magic crystals purely because that guy is hateful. You're different. But this guy doesn't seem to have a lot of magic crystals, only about 100 or so. What has he been doing for so long? Ling Xiao checked Yunlan's storage ring and was a little confused. After all, with Yunlan's strength, she should have gotten more than Mu Qing. I vaguely heard him say that he was delayed by some special mission. Mu Qing thought for a moment and said, however, I don't know what kind of mission it is. You should be careful. I suspect that this special mission is either targeted at you or the sect master. Thank you for your reminder. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. He also believed that Mu Qing's words were correct. However, it was very difficult to guess exactly what this conspiracy was. Perhaps he would only know after leaving the demonic sea secret realm. Then you should hurry up and get more magic crystals. Mu Qing urged. All right. Ling Xiao did not tell Mu Qing what he had done before. Although Mu Qing was very reliable, she was too straightforward. If he told her, it was very likely that she would reveal it because of some unnatural behavior. After all, Phoenix in the Cloud was an old fox. He turned and left, but he kept hiding near Mu Qing to prevent Yunlan from coming back. When the time for the demonic sea secret realm's trial was up, everyone was directly teleported out of the secret realm. Every disciple of the demon dragon religion had an identity card. This identity card was very special. At the critical moment, it could be teleported together as long as you didn't reject it. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, he felt that he was being targeted. The terrifying light from Phoenix in the Cloud and Yunlan's eyes almost killed him on the spot. However, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. Previously, when his cultivation was low, he didn't do anything. Now that his cultivation had broken through, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, his little gold was now a great killing machine. Whoever dared to provoke him shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Disciple, are you all right? Chen Bai walked over and blocked the terrifying pressure from Phoenix in the Cloud for Ling Xiao. He then asked with a smile. I'm fine. What can happen to me? I'm not the one who's in trouble. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Strange, why can't I see through little gold's strength? When Chen Bai looked at little gold on Ling Xiao's shoulder, he frowned slightly and was shocked. Previously, he could clearly determine that little gold's strength was at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. But now, little gold gave him the feeling that it was a cloud of fog. He couldn't see its true strength at all. It's good that you can't see through it. Master, it has gained much more benefits this time. Ling Xiao said, with Master's wisdom, you should have known that the reason why I insisted on participating in the trial of the Demon Sea Secret Realm was actually because of little gold. I know, but I didn't expect it to improve so quickly. If even I can't see through its strength, then it's probably as strong as me at the very least. Chen Bai lowered his voice. Haha, you have good eyes. Ling Xiao didn't need to hide little gold from Chen Bai. He already knew Chen Bai's character very well after interacting with him many times. Moreover, the two of them had been through life and death together. Not only were they master and disciple, but they had also been through life and death together. Other than the Sky Tyrant martial soul, there was nothing wrong with telling Chen Bai other secrets. The key to the Sky Tyrant martial soul was too special. It was something that could tempt even the king of sovereigns in the immortal court continent. It was better to take it easy. The fewer people who knew, the better it was for him. Damn, what kind of monster is this? It made such a terrifying breakthrough in 3 days. My dear disciple, you've really gotten yourself a good treasure. But you have to keep it a secret. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if you're targeted. Chen Bai reminded him. Little gold, did you hear that? I told you to release some aura before. Don't be so mysterious. Ling Xiao said to little gold. As soon as he finished speaking, little gold released the aura of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. TSK, he got such great benefits. What about you? Are you sure there's no problem? Can you get first place in the trial? Chen Bai asked. Easy. Ling Xiao replied. After parting with Mu Qing, he hid in the dark and counted the number of demonic energy crystals he had. To be honest, he was shocked. It was completely different from what he had estimated. Not to mention getting first place in this trial, if he really took out all of them, it would probably scare people to death. So this time, he was only prepared to take out 1/3 of them as the trial's result to the sect. The remaining 2/3 would be left for little gold to eat as snacks. He could also use some for setting up formations and cultivation. Easy? Don't be careless. Whether it's Yunlan or Muqing, they're not easy to deal with. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the other disciples will most likely give all their demon energy crystals to Yunlan and the others. In fact, this isn't a fair competition. Although Chen Bai knew this, there was nothing he could do about it. In the Demon Sea secret realm, as long as one could obtain demon energy crystals, it was considered a skill. Whether it was snatching or taking, it wasn't against the rules. This was the dragon cult, the demon cult style. Master, from the beginning of this trial, I was very clear in my heart. If I said it was easy, it was easy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What a joke. Other than Muqing, everyone's demon energy crystals had been snatched by him. How could this result be unexpected? Although you're young and frivolous, I really like your domineering attitude. This is the heart of an expert. No matter who your opponent is or how strong they are, you can't lose in terms of aura. You've done well. Chen Bai said with a smile. Not only do I not lose in terms of aura, I'm really confident that I can beat them. From the day Ling Xiao obtained the Mountain River martial spirit, he had already made up his mind. He had the martial spirit that the human king had used before. He had the strongest martial spirit in the mystic world. If he couldn't become the strongest, it would be a failure. Now that the Mountain River martial spirit had evolved into the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it had become a unique martial spirit that belonged to him. That was what he thought. Whether it was Yunlan or Chen Songxiong, they were just passers-by on his path. He really didn't treat these people as real opponents. Because they weren't worthy, and because he couldn't lose. Why do I feel that Bai sect Master Yun and the others are very angry with you? Did you do something in there? Chen Bai suddenly asked. He could feel that phoenix in the cloud. Yunlan and the others couldn't wait to skin Ling Xiao alive. That kind of hatred was definitely not ordinary. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of Yunlan's mouth. She was so angry that she vomited blood. It's nothing much. I just borrowed some magic energy stones from them and was lucky enough to obtain the kiln fire core. It's just a small matter. It's not worthy of praise, nor is it worthy of their hatred. Ling Xiao said casually. Borrow? Chen Bai suddenly realized something. He didn't know whether to laugh or be surprised. This disciple of his was always full of surprises. When we return to the demonic dragon city, I will announce the results of this trial in front of everyone. I don't want anyone to accuse me of abusing my power for personal gain. Ghostly, you should go as well. After all, your disciple is also participating in this trial. Chen Bai could roughly guess what Ling Xiao had done. Of course, he wanted to use this matter to suppress Phoenix in the cloud. Many people had already gathered in the demonic dragon city square. The higher-ups of the demonic dragon sect, as well as many middle and lower disciples, were all present. Those who had nothing important to do came to join in the fun. Seeing Yunlan's ashen face, everyone couldn't help but guess. Could it be that Ling Xiao actually obtained more magic energy stones than senior brother Yunlan? Don't joke around. Let alone senior brother Yunlan, senior brother Yun Mo, senior brother Yun Goe, and senior brother Yun Yao, there's no way that Ling Xiao could surpass them. That's right. I'm guessing that Bai sect leader Yun's people wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the demonic sea secret realm but failed. That's why they're so angry. After all, Ling Xiao didn't give Bai sect leader Yun any face and even harmed the third and second sect elders. That makes sense. Everyone seemed to think that this was the most logical reason. No one thought that Ling Xiao would be able to obtain first place in the magic energy stones competition. Because as long as one had a brain, they would know that Ling Xiao participated in this trial by himself against more than 30 people. It would be strange if he could win. Alright, don't make a ruckus. Next, it's time to announce the results of this demonic sea secret realm trial. Disciples who participated in the trial will turn in the magic energy stones you obtained. The number of magic energy stones you handed in will determine your results. Ling Xiao and Tuoba Yunxiang are new, so you two will be placed at the end. The others will start according to their ranking among the upper disciples. Chen Bai purposely used his privilege to put Ling Xiao at the end to leave some suspense. However, after Chen Bai finished speaking, no one came up for a long time. Everyone couldn't help but discuss. What's going on? Don't tell me he didn't even get a magic energy stone? Isn't that too embarrassing? Impossible. After all, he's an upper disciple. Even the lowest ranking disciple is at the late stage of the Yinyang realm's 11th level of hell. With such cultivation, how could he not get a magic energy stone? That's true. However, if he really didn't get a magic energy stone, then Vice Sect Leader Yun and the First Sect Elder won't be able to show their faces. After all, apart from Mu Qing, Tuoba Yunxiang, and Ling Xiao, everyone else is a disciple of their two sections. Amidst the discussion, the First Sect Elder couldn't help but ask, "What the hell are you doing? I asked you to hand in your magic energy stones. Why are you dilly-dallying?" The 33rd ranked upper disciple was his disciple, so he was very unhappy. When that person heard the First Sect Elder's question, he suddenly knelt on the ground and said loudly, reporting to the First Sect Elder, Disciple didn't get a magic energy stone." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Including Chen Bai. He thought that he had guessed correctly. Ling Xiao was really ruthless. He didn't leave a single magic energy stone for others. You should at least leave a few. As for the others, they were in disbelief. Especially the First Sect Elder and Phoenix in the Cloud. They knew that Yun Lan's magic energy stones had been snatched by Ling Xiao. However, Yun Lan had used the following period of time to kill a few demonic sea beast kings and obtain some king crystals to make up for it. It had to be said that this guy had another mission in the beginning. Otherwise, if he really wanted to get the magic energy stones, he might not lose to Ling Xiao. Of course, the premise was that Ling Xiao didn't snatch his magic energy stones. However, Phoenix in the Cloud didn't expect that the others had also been robbed. Could it be that Ling Xiao didn't let a single person go? Trash, next. Phoenix in the Cloud was anxious. He didn't care that Chen Bai was still present and directly gave the order. Chen Bai didn't say anything. If you're anxious, then be anxious. After all, it's time for you to make a fool of yourself. Seeing that you're going to make a fool of yourself, I won't haggle over this small matter with you. In the end, the 32nd ranked disciple came up and still got nothing. Get lost. Next. Phoenix in the Cloud was on the verge of exploding. The onlookers felt that things weren't that simple. If only one person didn't get a magic energy stone, it would be understandable. However, two people didn't get a magic energy stone in a row. It was obvious that something had happened to him. The 31st ranked disciple also got nothing. 30, 29, 28. Ha ha ha, I say, Brother Yun, First Elder, what's wrong with you disciples? You didn't even get a single demonic crystal. This is the first time something like this has happened. Chen Bai was very happy. This was not the first time the demonic sea secret realm trial had happened. In the past, it was always others who mocked him as the sect leader. He had never mocked others before. Today, it seemed like it was his turn to mock these guys. Humph, those are all trash. Jiaohua, Bai Shui, Wu La, you three can't be the same as those trash, right? Phoenix in the Cloud snorted coldly. Jiaohua, Bai Shui, and Wu La smiled bitterly. The three of them walked out of the formation and knelt in front of Chen Bai, Phoenix in the Cloud, and the other higher-ups. They said loudly, reporting to the sect leader, vice sect leader, elders, and other higher-ups. The three of us did not get a single demonic crystal. What? Hearing the three's report, Phoenix in the Cloud and the first elder's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. They looked like they were about to flip out. No matter what, they did not expect this situation. Now, everyone was wondering if Ling Xiao had robbed these people of their demonic crystal. That was why they did not get a single demonic crystal. Because among all of them, only Ling Xiao had a smug smile on his face. This kid is really daring. But, well done. Chen Bai was ecstatic. The Red Witch, Chen Yan, Chen Luan, and the others who were watching from the side shouted loudly. Scram, scram, scram. I thought so highly of the three of you. I didn't expect the three of you to be trash. Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, Cloud Demon, you three won't disappoint us, right? The first elder shouted angrily and looked at what seemed to be their last hope. These three people were Phoenix and the Cloud, who had abandoned the demonic shadow and forcefully increased his strength. If they also got a 0, it would be too embarrassing. The three of them stepped out of the formation. Cloud Devil said loudly, reporting to the higher-ups, we got the demonic crystal. You got it? That's great. Hurry up and bring it over. Let the sect leader broaden his horizons and let him know that you guys aren't comparable to that trash of a disciple of his. Phoenix in the Cloud was so excited that she didn't even think or analyze Cloud Devil's words. She just said what was on her mind. Cloud Demon and the other two exchanged glances. In the end, they stepped forward and handed over 5 magic energy stones each. That's it? Yun Zhongfeng was on the verge of exploding upon seeing this. Bastard, what's the difference between this and not getting it? Tell me, what happened? Why is it like this? Phoenix in the Cloud roared angrily. A terrifying aura spread throughout the square. Many martial artists who were in the midst of discussion shut their mouths in fear. Brother Yun, don't be so angry. Anger is bad for your body. Even if the children couldn't do it, she should continue to believe in them. She shouldn't lose her temper so easily. See if it's because she didn't teach them well and wants to find fault with herself. Although Chen Bai's words were a little strange, Phoenix in the Cloud couldn't refute it. Because these were the same words he said to Chen Bai in the past. Now, Chen Bai was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Sect leader, I'm not angry. I just want to investigate this matter and see if someone broke the rules. Phoenix in the Cloud looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then continued to stare at Cloud Devil and the other two. Tell me, what happened? Cloud Devil was about to speak when Yunlan suddenly said loudly, Master, do you still need to ask? Of course it was that guy Ling Xiao who stole it. I don't know what kind of treasure that guy obtained from the sect master, but he didn't lose any strength in the demonic sea secret realm. Furthermore, he and that bird beside him ambushed us and stole all of our demonic energy crystals. This is a violation of the rules. It's cheating. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say such things. You mean that I helped Ling Xiao cheat? Chen Bai said coldly, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded Yunlan. Sect leader, although Yunlan's words are a little overboard, it's not impossible. Phoenix in the Cloud blocked the murderous aura for Yunlan and said. At that moment, people in the crowd nodded. The sect leader is the most familiar with the demonic sea secret realm. If he helped Ling Xiao cheat, it's possible. Yes. If that's the case, then the sect leader is too biased. Who would be willing to serve the dragon cult in the future? Such discussions suddenly sounded, and Chen Bai's face turned ugly. However, he couldn't explain this matter. Even if he killed Yunlan, he would lose the hearts of the people. Ha 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 ha. Mad dogs really do know how to bite people. Suddenly, a wild laughter mixed with a valiant sound martial skill instantly spread throughout the entire square, and those discussions came to an abrupt end. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be? Ling Xiao, who are you calling a mad dog? Yunlan shouted angrily. Who else could it be other than you? You refused to admit defeat after losing the trial, and you started to bite people. In this world, there's something called evidence. You have to be responsible for your words. As long as you have evidence or witnesses, I'll get out of the dragon cult immediately. I won't stay any longer, lest I tarnish the sect leader's reputation. However, if you don't have evidence or witnesses, then you're slandering the sect leader. You know what kind of crime that is. Do you still remember how the third sect leader died? Ling Xiao looked at Yunlan indifferently and said coldly. Sure, I have plenty of witnesses. Yun. Lan said proudly, do you think you can scare our people with your threats? Dream on. You said that if I have witnesses, you'll get out of the dragon cult immediately, right? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded, and a cruel sneer flashed across his eyes. Since Yunlan wanted to die, he couldn't stop him. Fine, if you dare to swear, so do I. If you don't have witnesses or evidence, I, Yunlan, am at your disposal. Yunlan said loudly. That doesn't count. If you don't have evidence, then you're guilty of slandering the sect leader. Of course, you'll be at his disposal. You have to bet something else. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If he doesn't have evidence, then I'll quit as the vice sect leader. Is that okay? Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly said. He had already confirmed that Ling Xiao had robbed those people of their magical crystals. As long as there was one person who could prove it, then it would be a witness. Therefore, this was a bet that he couldn't lose. No matter what he said, it wouldn't be a problem. Sigh, I can't dismiss you because of this. How about this, don't you have a jar of good fire dragon brew? If you lose this time, then give this fire dragon brew to Ling Xiao, how about it? Although the fire dragon brew was a type of wine, it was very effective against the dark night. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed like Chen Bai had always been concerned about the dark night. Sure. Phoenix in the Cloud nodded and immediately asked Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon to stand out. The three of you, tell me what happened. It's best if you tell me everything. If you lie, I won't forgive you. Vice sect leader, we wouldn't dare to lie. Cloud Devil and the other two looked at each other and exchanged glances. They had already discussed what to say before the trial ended. Naturally, they wouldn't be exposed. Reporting to the higher-ups, the main reason why things didn't go smoothly this time was because of the appearance of the demonic sea beast emperor. Cloud Devil said. That's right. For some reason, the demonic sea beast emperor suddenly entered the demonic sea secret realm. It's already very difficult for us to escape. How could we have the time to get the demonic crystal? Cloud Ghost said. In all honesty, we've already tried our best. There's really no other way. What nonsense. Phoenix in the Cloud thought that the three of them would criticize Ling Xiao in public. In the end, they replied in such a way that made him furious. Master, please investigate this matter. We wouldn't dare to lie. Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon knelt down and said. I didn't expect the three of you to encounter the same problem. Actually, we were the same. We were chased by the demonic sea beast emperor. We could only hide and didn't dare to come out. Wu lost it out and said. Yeah, that guy is too terrifying. Vice sect leader, you should know that even you wouldn't dare to go against the demonic sea beast emperor. In order to save our lives, we could only give up the trial. Bai Shui said. There's still another chance if you give up the trial. But if you die, you won't be able to serve the dragon cult anymore. Cunning added. So that's the demonic sea beast emperor. No wonder it's so powerful. I almost died. Someone else spoke up. Yeah, I was scared to death. I fainted in one move. If it weren't for my good luck, I wouldn't have made it back alive. The 31 disciples were all telling the truth. However, the devil sea beast kings they were talking about were actually Ling Xiao and Little Gold. But because he had indeed been beaten up, and very badly at that, it sounded very real, and people couldn't help but believe it. However, Yunlan and Phoenix in the Cloud's expressions didn't look too good. Tuoba Yunxiang, how many magic energy crystals did you get? Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly asked Tuoba Yunxiang. Yes, about 100 or so. Tuoba Yunxiang replied. 100. With your strength, this shouldn't be the case. Phoenix in the Cloud frowned. Vice sect leader, I also encountered a demonic sea beast emperor, so I was too hasty. Tuoba Yunxiang said indifferently. Although he was not affected by Ling Xiao's soul-sucking technique, he was still willing to help Ling Xiao. Perhaps this was what they meant by no discord, no concord. Moreover, he was still hoping that Ling Xiao could help him escape from the clutches of tyrannical saber ghostly Yu. Yunlan's face turned ashen. Why didn't I encounter a demonic sea beast emperor? You still have the face to say that? In order to snatch the molten fire core from me, you have been fighting with me. Where did you find the time to encounter a demonic sea beast emperor? Right at this moment, Mu Qing spoke bluntly. What's going on, Mu Qing? Xiaomuyu asked coldly. She could pretend that she didn't see many things, but Mu Qing was her disciple. She definitely wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. No. It's nothing. Yunlan hurriedly shook her head. Mu Qing also remained silent. It seemed that she had something she couldn't say. Since Mu Qing doesn't want to say it, I'll say it for her. This Yunlan said that he wanted to force himself on Mu Qing and take her for himself, just like what Vice Sect Leader Yun did to Vice Sect Leader Xiao. Mu Qing didn't dare to say it, but Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He reckoned that Chen Bai still didn't know what had happened in the past. Bastard, how dare you slander me like that? Phoenix in the Cloud shouted angrily. Her body flashed and she directly charged towards Ling Xiao. However, before she could run a few meters, she was stopped by Xiaomuyu. Phoenix in the Cloud, don't you think that you've embarrassed yourself enough? You've already lost the bet with Ling Xiao. Let's put our matter aside first. Wait. If you want to say it, then say it now. Is what Ling Xiao said true? What happened in the past? Chen Bai's face was extremely terrifying. If Xiaomuyu had fallen in love with someone else, he could still accept it. However, if Phoenix in the Cloud had used some special means to get Xiaomuyu, he definitely couldn't accept it. Big brother, there's nothing to say. It's been so many years. No matter what happened, let it rot in the river of time. Xiaomuyu turned her head and looked at Chen Bai. Her eyes were filled with pain and helplessness. Because she knew very well that once she said what happened in the past, everything would be irreparable. Third sister, you. Chen Bai sighed helplessly. He didn't know why Xiaomuyu would do that. However, if Xiaomuyu didn't admit it, what other people said didn't count. Then, what reason did he have to attack Phoenix in the Cloud? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yunlan, you just said that I cheated. What else do you have to say now? Although he couldn't attack because Xiaomuyu was in front of him, he still had other ways to make Phoenix in the Cloud suffer. Disciple. No, they're all talking nonsense. Why would the demonic sea beast king suddenly come out to cause trouble? It has been staying in the depths of the demonic sea secret realm all this time. Until now, Yunlan still didn't give up. After all, once he was convicted of slander, he would be at Chen Bai's mercy. Phoenix in the Cloud was unwilling to give her fire dragon wine to Ling Xiao. Hence, she said coldly, this matter needs to be investigated. These people might not be telling the truth. This fella didn't even believe his own people at such a crucial moment. You're saying that the demonic sea beast king has been staying in the depths of the demonic sea secret realm all this time? Don't be ridiculous. Now that the demonic sea beast king has escaped from the demonic sea secret realm, the demonic sea secret realm will no longer be special. Ling Xiao sneered and said, if you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. Disciple, are you serious? Chen Bai frowned and asked. How would I dare to lie? The reason why the demonic sea beast king is causing trouble is probably to find a place to escape. Ling Xiao replied. The golden crow remnant soul had been swallowed by Xiao Jin. Hence, the demonic sea beast king naturally didn't exist anymore. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the reason he randomly made up. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Chen Bai, Phoenix in the Cloud, Xiaomuyu, and Domineering Blade ghostly entered the demonic sea secret realm. After about 20 minutes, they returned to the square. Me. How is this possible? Yunlan could not believe that this was actually true. However, Yun Zhongfeng's expression seemed to have become even uglier. It was as if something else had been affected by this unforeseen event. It had caused a flaw in one of his plans, causing him to feel extremely displeased. He suddenly attacked and kicked Yunlan. Yunlan vomited blood on the spot and fell to the ground, looking at Phoenix in the Cloud in horror. Phoenix in the Cloud continued to attack and beat Yunlan until he was almost dead. Only then did the first elder and the others hypocritically stop him. Sect leader, Yunlan has committed a serious crime by slandering you. However, he is now half dead. Shouldn't you forgive him? The first elder said. Yes, sect leader. Please be merciful. After all, Yunlan is the #1 genius of the dragon cult. He is second only to Xianxia. An elder also stood out and said. Phoenix in the Cloud's move was really well played. He took the initiative to attack Yunlan. Naturally, he could make sure that his strength was appropriate. Although Yunlan was also in a miserable state, he would not die. This also won the sympathy of the higher-ups. Although Qianbai wanted to kill Yunlan on the spot, he had no other choice. After all, he was the sect leader. He could not act as he pleased like Ling Xiao. Where is the fire dragon brew? Qianbai looked at Phoenix in the Cloud and asked. Phoenix in the Cloud took out a jar of fire dragon brew from his storage ring and threw it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao caught it and laughed. By sect leader Yun, you tried your best to protect Yunlan today. However, you could not stop that trash from seeking his own death. I hope that you can discipline him more strictly. Otherwise, there will still be problems. Humph. Phoenix in the Cloud snorted coldly. At this moment, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. However, Qianbai and Xiao Muyu were present. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, there was no chance at all. Alright, since this matter is over, Mu Qing, take out the magic crystals you obtained. Qianbai said as he looked at Mu Qing. Although he didn't manage to kill Yunlan would need to rest for at least 1 or 2 months to recover. After such a long time, Ling Xiao's strength had probably long surpassed his. Furthermore, he even managed to get his hands on the fire dragon brew that Phoenix in the Cloud had always been reluctant to part with. This time, it was actually quite worth it. Therefore, there was no need to dwell on this matter. Mu Qing hesitated for a moment before finally taking out 400 magic energy stones. This was because she had heard from Ling Xiao that Ling Xiao had 500 magic energy stones. She didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Just think of it as repaying Ling Xiao for saving my life. Because of Yunlan's attack, I didn't have much time to look for magic energy stones. Later, the demonic sea beast emperor appeared, so I didn't have that much time. So, I only got this much. Mu Qing explained. Not bad. So far, you've got the most magic energy stones. Qianbai said with a smile. Ling Xiao, you're the only one left. Take out your magic energy stones and let everyone see. After Mu Qing left, Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiao and said. Wait. Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly said, Sect Master, although Yunlan committed a capital crime, he still participated in the trial. He can't be excluded, right? What right does he have to participate in the trial rankings with such a serious crime? Qianbai said coldly. Master, since he wants to participate in the trial rankings, just give him a chance. Otherwise, everyone will be unconvinced. Since I want to take first place, I have to make everyone obedient. Ling Xiao knew that if he allowed Qianbai and Phoenix in the Cloud to continue fighting, it would be a waste of time. He might as well take a step back. After all, it was impossible for Yunlan to get more magic energy stones than him. Alright. Since you've said it, I'll give in to them. Yunlan, take out your magic energy stones. Qianbai shouted sternly. Yunlan could no longer move by himself. Even so, he could just send a disciple to retrieve the magic energy stones from Yunlan's storage ring. He did not expect Phoenix in the Cloud to retrieve the storage ring personally. Oh no, this old thing is trying to cheat. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong. His Tai Chi eye caught something that others could not. The moment Phoenix in the Cloud put his hand into the storage ring, he put a lot of things into it. Old dog. How shameless. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and cursed. At that moment, Phoenix in the Cloud had already taken out the items from the storage ring. Wow. As expected of the number 1 senior brother Yunlan. Oh my god, there are 1,000 magic energy stones and 10 demonic sea king crystals, that's amazing. He's definitely number 1. He's already broken his own record. Yeah, no wonder Vice Sect Leader Yun wants senior brother Yunlan to show his results. Hehe, even if Ling Xiao beats senior sister Mu Qing, he won't be able to beat senior brother Yunlan. At most, he'll get 3rd place. Following the discussions, Phoenix in the Cloud turned around and looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and a cold smile. His meaning was obvious. Aren't you being cocky? Are you going to continue being cocky now? He wanted to see the shock and despair on Ling Xiao's face. However, what he found strange was that although Ling Xiao was shocked, there was no despair on his face. Instead, there was a hint of disdain and mockery. Hee, Vice Sect Leader Yun, you're really something. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. What do you mean by that? Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. He firmly believed that no one had noticed his actions just now. I'm sure Vice Sect Leader Yun knows what I'm trying to do. Do you think you can fool everyone by putting the demonic Sea King crystal and the demonic Sea King crystal you obtained in the demonic Sea secret realm into Yunlan's storage ring? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Hearing this, Phoenix in the Cloud frowned. He didn't expect his actions to be discovered. Impudent. How dare you slander this Vice Sect master? Phoenix in the Cloud roared and a terrifying aura engulfed Ling Xiao. What's wrong? Are you angry out of humiliation? Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Xiao, you better have evidence to back up your words. Otherwise, you're slandering me. What happened to Yunlan will happen to you. Slandering the Vice Sect leader is the same as slandering the sect leader. The first type of elder snorted. That's right. He must have gotten less magic energy stones than senior brother Yunlan. That's why. Voices of doubt could be heard from the crowd. Ling Xiao, show us your results as soon as possible. Don't make wild guesses here. One of the elders added. Because no one thought that Ling Xiao's results could surpass the record. Wild guesses? Let's put this aside for now. We'll talk about it later. No matter what despicable methods you Phoenix in the Cloud use, it's all in vain. Because in your heart, you're still looking down on me. I'll show you what a real Vice Sect leader is like. I'll show you what a real champion is like. Vice Sect Leader Yun, I'm untalented and have only achieved a little. In this trial of the demonic sea secret realm, I've obtained a total of 1,500 demonic energy stones and 20 demonic sea monarch crystals. Everyone's arithmetic is correct, so there shouldn't be any suspense as to who will be first, right? Ling Xiao showed his results, and the entire place fell silent. A moment later, there was an earth-shattering cheer. Of course, most of the people cheering were from the sect leader's faction, but their voices were loud enough. No one, including Chen Bai, had expected that Ling Xiao, who had participated in the demonic sea secret realm's trial for the first time, would actually get first place. Moreover, it was an extremely huge advantage. In this way, the demonic dragon possession naturally belonged to Ling Xiao. Only after Ling Xiao cultivated it would the others be qualified to cultivate it. Moreover, 3 days was a result that had never been achieved before. It could be said that it was an eternal record in the history of the demonic sea secret realm. Now that the demonic sea beast emperor had disappeared and the demonic sea secret realm was collapsing, there would probably not be such a trial in the future. Looking at the high-spirited Ling Xiao standing there, the people's hearts were really complicated. The most excited person was naturally Chen Bai. When he accepted this disciple, he was actually quite nervous because of Chen Songxiong's precedent. Moreover, there would definitely be many people in the dragon cult who would suppress Ling Xiao. He was completely uncertain whether Ling Xiao could make a name for himself. However, today, Ling Xiao used his brilliant results to tell him that his choice back then was not wrong. Not only was it not wrong, but it was also very outstanding. His joy was naturally Phoenix in the Cloud's sorrow and anger. He had spent a lot of effort to cheat, risking his face, and did not want to let Ling Xiao win. However, Ling Xiao still won and won so easily. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face. He could not do anything. Phoenix in the Cloud was very angry. In his chest, a ball of anger burned uncontrollably. His gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao. It was this brat who had embarrassed him and caused his plans to fail time and time again. In the past, he had never thought of personally killing Ling Xiao because he didn't think it was necessary. However, from today onwards, he felt that it would be more appropriate for him to act personally. As long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, he would not be able to rest in peace. Sect leader, congratulations. I'm feeling a little unwell, so I'll take my leave first. With that, Phoenix in the Cloud prepared to leave with her men. Wait. However, a voice called out to him. Vice Sect Leader Yun, you seem to be a little forgetful. What happened just now hasn't been explained clearly. I don't want to be accused of slandering Vice sect leader. The one who spoke was naturally Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't like the saying that one should spare others whenever possible. He only knew what it meant to beat a drowning dog. You. Phoenix in the Cloud's face was extremely gloomy. Brat, what are you trying to do? Vice sect leader Yun, you're being too serious. I'm not trying to do anything. It's you who helped Yunlan cheat. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Ling Xiao didn't give Phoenix in the Cloud any face. If you don't have evidence, then don't spout nonsense. Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. Who told you that I don't have evidence? Ling Xiao said with a smile, as everyone knows, the storage ring has a small function. It's very practical, but many people only use it on a daily basis and don't pay much attention to it. It's called the time recording function. Every time a batch of items is put in, it will generate a time point. Vice sect leader Yun, you just need to check Yunlan's storage ring to see if he cheated. As soon as he said that, the crowd began to discuss. Yes, it does have such a small function. I almost forgot that it's very useful when organizing things. I've used it before. Not bad, it can indeed prove whether Vice sect leader Yun cheated or not. Vice sect leader Yun, a clean conscience is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Just let them check. The disciples who didn't know the truth shouted loudly. In their hearts, Vice sect leader Yun wasn't so despicable. Phoenix in the Cloud's face was extremely gloomy. He suddenly crushed Yunlan's storage ring and said coldly, no one can suspect me, Phoenix in the Cloud. No one. Let's go. His action shocked countless disciples. However, Ling Xiao revealed a victorious smile. Actually, this small function wasn't as useful as he said. He was so confident because he knew Phoenix in the Cloud's personality. Phoenix in the Cloud would definitely not let them check. And that was the truth. Yun Zhongfeng's act of destroying the storage ring was tantamount to revealing 300 taels of silver here. Looking at Phoenix in the Cloud's back, many people cursed in their hearts. This Vice sect master's reputation, which was like the sun in the sky, was once again successfully weakened by Ling Xiao. Sigh, disciple, why did you have to do this? This way, you and Phoenix in the Cloud will definitely be like fire and water. He won't let you go. Chen Bai sighed. Master, you're wrong. If I didn't do this, he still wouldn't let me go. So, I might as well stomp on this bastard and vent my anger. However, your foster children should be careful. During this period, it's best for them to stay in the Devil Hall and cultivate. Don't go anywhere. Even if it's a little frustrating, you have to prevent Phoenix in the Cloud from taking revenge. That despicable and shameless person, there's nothing he doesn't dare to do. You're right. Chen Bai nodded. He also knew that with Ling Zhao's continuous rise, the time for him to completely fall out with Phoenix in the Cloud was approaching. Alright, congratulations, my disciple. I'll hand over all the cultivation methods of the demonic dragon possession to you. Chen Bai smiled, then announced this matter to everyone. The human heart was a very strange thing. When a person gained power, many people would be willing to follow him because they knew that following him would give them the greatest chance of success. Ever since Ling Xiao came to the dragon cult, he had repeatedly suppressed Phoenix and the Cloud's faction in various matters. This caused many people who were originally wavering to become determined to follow Chen Bai. Speaking of which, the number of people who were in the middle was actually the largest. Ling Zhao's success in the demonic sea mystery realm trial this time was not only due to the increase in strength, but also the acquisition of cultivation methods. More importantly, it was this kind of invisible power. The one who had the power would have the world. When everyone was preparing to leave with very complicated feelings, Chen Bai did something that shocked everyone again. This cult leader understood what it meant to strike while the iron was hot. He publicly announced that Ling Xiao would be his successor. After his death, Ling Xiao would directly inherit the position of dragon cult leader. The dragon cult was created by him alone and belonged to him alone. This was the same as those kingdoms and empires. Originally, if Chen Bai had a son, the one who would inherit the position of cult leader would definitely be his son. Now, he passed the position of cult leader to Ling Xiao, which was absolutely natural. The people who were already preparing to leave began to reevaluate this youth. Ling Xiao had only joined the dragon cult for a little more than a month, but he had already achieved such brilliant results. Although becoming the successor of the dragon cult might be a bit hasty, it was also reasonable. After all, the battle between the dragon cult and the Qin country's royal family was very dangerous. Qin Bai could die at any time. Even if he died, the position of cult leader couldn't be left empty. Originally, many people thought that Phoenix in the Cloud was the most suitable candidate to inherit the position of cult leader, but the recent events caused them to have serious doubts about Phoenix in the Cloud's character and ability. Perhaps Ling Xiao, a genius youth who repeatedly set various records in the dragon cult, could really become the most outstanding cult leader in the history of the dragon cult. They were looking forward to it. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao didn't reject the position of dragon cult leader. If he wanted to unify the Qin country, the dragon cult had to be a powerful force that he could conquer. As long as he became the cult leader, this wouldn't be a problem. Qin Bai had his own plan, and so did Ling Xiao. It was just that his plan was more long-term. What he wanted wasn't the small dragon cult, the small Qin country, or the Black Tortoise continent. He wanted to unify the entire mystic world. From the moment he set this great ambition, he had been working hard to achieve it. Although the process was extremely dangerous, and he had almost lost his life many times due to various dangers, he had persevered. The Sky Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent were already in his hands. This time, it was the Black Tortoise continent's turn. Although the Black Tortoise continent was larger than the previous 3 continents combined, and its strength was much stronger. But his determination couldn't be shaken. Good, as long as you accept it. Master was afraid that you wouldn't accept it. What do you plan to do next? Qin Bai asked. Now that I've obtained the Fire Dragon Brew, I plan to wake up the mountain chieftain first. After that, I'll naturally cultivate the demonic dragon possession. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, but Shizhuan, that bastard Phoenix in the Cloud seems to be plotting something behind our backs. I don't know the details, so you have to be careful. I understand. Qin Bai nodded. Phoenix in the Cloud had never stopped scheming. In the past, he only had one goal, and that was to kill Qin Bai. Now, he had another goal, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. Even though he didn't know what Phoenix in the Cloud was up to, he was certain of one thing. Alright then. If Master doesn't have any other instructions, this disciple will return to the Devil's Sun Hall first. Ling Xiao said. He was very anxious now. Dark Knight Formless had been unconscious for so long. He had to wake up quickly, or his body would degenerate. Go. Qin Bai nodded. He also had to make some preparations. Phoenix in the Cloud could turn hostile at any time. He definitely couldn't be too passive. After returning to the Devil's Sun Hall, Ling Xiao immediately used the Fire Dragon Brew. He had already thought of a way to save Dark Knight Formless. He was just missing the Fire Dragon Brew. Now that everything was gathered, Dark Knight Formless successfully woke up in less than half an hour. When family members met, it was naturally very touching. Facing Dark Knight Formless' confusion, Ling Xiao told him everything that had happened during this period of time. Even though he was anxious to cultivate, he still maintained absolute patience. Dark Knight Formless had done him a great favor, and he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. How could he be tired of it? Everything that happened was too unbelievable. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that I didn't misjudge you. Ling Xiao, I need to calm down and think about the past. If you want to cultivate, go quickly. Don't delay because of me. Dark Knight Formless was happy for Ling Xiao, but the large amount of information made him a little dazed. He had to organize it properly. Mountain Lord, this dragon cult isn't very safe. Try not to leave the Devil's Sun Hall. Otherwise, I can't predict what will happen. Ling Xiao reminded. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Dark Knight Formless smiled. Little Gold, protect the Mountain Lord. Remember, don't leave him. Ling Xiao turned around and said to Little Gold. The current Little Gold's battle strength had soared to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. He was definitely his trump card. If someone really tried to sneak into the Devil's Sun Hall to ambush Dark Knight Formless, there would only be one outcome, death. boss, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to the Mountain Lord. Ba ba ba. One of you is my benefactor, and the other is my good brother. None of you can die. If you can't handle it, call me. Ling Xiao glared at Little Gold and said unhappily. Hee, boss, I'm just saying. Go and cultivate. Little Gold chuckled. Ling Xiao nodded and returned to his cultivation room. He wanted to refine the purple lightning Yin thunder essence. Although he couldn't condense the purple lightning Yin thunder battle form yet, his cultivation would be able to break through after refining the purple lightning Yin thunder essence. He urgently needed to improve his strength now. As for the purple lightning Yin thunder battle form, he could take it slow. The purple lightning Yin thunder essence was a terrifying existence that even the 9 underworlds Yellow Springs golden light couldn't melt. It contained rich purple lightning Yin thunder chi. It could be said that the entire thing was a treasure. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao swallowed this thing into his stomach. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be so crazy because the terrifying low temperature would freeze them to death in an instant. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The moment he swallowed the purple lightning Yin thunder essence, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if his whole body was about to freeze. However, his body was naturally able to generate a blazing heat to resist the low temperature. He had the beginner volcanic battle form and 3 kinds of divine fires in his body. Although the purple lightning Yin thunder essence was terrifying, it didn't mean much to him. Refine. But even so, it wouldn't be good for his body to resist it for a long time. So he seized the time to refine the purple lightning Yin thunder essence, which would be of great help to him. The refining process was very simple. Ling Xiao's body was a furnace. The purple lightning Yin thunder essence was constantly being melted in the fire, and then it turned into a pure aura that seeped into every corner of Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's cultivation sea also began to fill up. All of this seemed to have happened naturally. The entire process was so easy that even Ling Xiao was surprised. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the middle of the 12th level of Hell after an hour. He was close to the late stages of the 12th level of Hell. It's a pity that I wasn't able to break through 2 small boundaries. Master, what you said wasn't very reliable. Ling Xiao was naturally speaking to the Yuan Venerate. You can't blame me for this. It's your cultivation sea that contains too much energy. If it had been anyone else, they would have been able to break through 3 whole boundaries. But you can only break through 1 boundary. However, every time you break through, you will definitely be much stronger than martialists of the same boundary. There is no doubt about this. Ling Xiao could still accept the Yuan Venerate's explanation. He had always been able to challenge people of a higher grade because his internal strength was stronger than other martialists of the same grade. Forget it. Being able to reach the mid-stage of the 12th level of the Infernal Realm was already pretty good. It had only been 1 trial in the demonic sea mystic realm, yet he had already broken through a major boundary. Anyone who heard of this would treat it as a miracle. About 2 months ago, Xianxia's cultivation had only been at this level. In these 2 months, given Xianxia's aptitude and talent, as well as the nurturing of the Qin nation's 5 elders, he would definitely have made a breakthrough. He might even have reached the peak of the 12th level of the Infernal Realm. Ling Xiao knew very well that others couldn't stop advancing while he was improving. It was just that his speed of improvement was faster. 2 months ago, he had needed to use the bloody rat devil art. Furthermore, Xianxia had been in a hurry to end the battle and had shown a flaw. That was how he had been able to turn the tables. However, that had been a fluke. Actually, his chances of winning back then had been less than 10%. However, if he were to meet Xianxia again, his chances of winning would definitely be more than 50%. This was progress, even if the people around him were also improving. It would be enough as long as he improved faster. What he needed to do next was to cultivate the demonic dragon possession and ultimately obtain the demonic dragon sword. The demonic dragon sword was also a mortal grade, the arch weapon like the Blood Thunder Emperor sword and the 8 immortal swords. However, even weapons of the same grade had differences in quality. The demonic dragon sword was one of the most outstanding weapons. Only it could contend with the Qin nation's king sword. Although that sword had many names, such as the Thunder Emperor's sword and the Emperor's sword, it still referred to that one sword. The thunder attribute king sword. As long as he could obtain the demonic dragon sword, Ling Xiao wouldn't lose to Xianxia in terms of weapons. He had a grudge against the Qin nation's royal family, but more importantly, he wanted to take the Qin nation for himself. This was his grand ambition. He would destroy anyone who dared to obstruct him. He was a tyrant, not a benevolent king. A tyrant was needed to conquer the world, a king was more suitable to govern the world. Conquering the state of Chen was just a small step on his path to becoming a hegemon. Not to mention the profound world, even the Black Tortoise continent was filled with experts in countless countries. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, this tiny Qin country was merely the lowest-ranked country. Even in the western regions, the state of Chen was only ranked at the bottom among the tens of thousands of countries. It was mentioned earlier that the ones who truly controlled the western region were the 9 forces known as the 9 Supremes. The Qin nation was meant for him to practice his skills. If he couldn't even take down the Qin nation, there was no need to even think about the other powerful nations around it. As for the 9 Supremes, he could forget about it. As for the 2 women that Ling Xiao missed the most, one of them was in the Golden Heavenly Nation. One was in the Palace of Eternal Life. Needless to say, the Immortal Palace was the core of the Black Tortoise continent. It was the strongest force and also the last force that Ling Xiao would conquer. Although the Golden Heavenly Nation was not as powerful as the Palace of Eternal Life, it was more terrifying than the 9 Supremes of the West. The reincarnation of the Moon Lady, Yu Fenghua, had returned to the Immortal Palace to participate in the examination. There was still no news of her, but it was useless to worry. The Immortal Palace was too far away from him. As for the Golden Heavenly Nation, where the Divine Codex was, it was also unreachable. Because of these expectations, his desire for strength was stronger than anyone else's. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid, nor would he lose confidence. He had the strongest martial spirit in the profound world. As long as he didn't slack off and persevered, there would be a day when he would reach the peak of the Black Tortoise continent and the profound world. As for Xiao Jin, it was the most terrifying existence in the Black Tortoise continent. It was the product of devouring the demon fetus and the golden crow's soul. There was no need for them to be afraid. After breaking through, Ling Xiao calmed down and began to study the demonic dragon possession. In fact, this kind of support-type martial arts was much easier to cultivate than the demonic dragon phantom movement technique. Ling Xiao quickly grasped the knack and began to immerse himself in it. If there was someone else present, they would definitely see a black demonic dragon circling above Ling Xiao's head. At the same time, in the demonic dragon city's vice sect leader's residence. The construction here wasn't inferior to the demon palace at all. After so many years, Phoenix in the Cloud had actually controlled the dragon cult. Although Qinbai wasn't completely taken over, it was close. However, the series of events that had happened since then had caused him to suffer heavy losses. Not only did he fail to kill Qinbai, but he also made Qinbai's reputation stronger than before. This was something he didn't expect. And the culprit behind all of this was the small fry that he had once looked down on, Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao first arrived at the dragon cult, they actually thought that he was a fake. Looking back now, it was really laughable. In a secret room in the residence, there were about 10 people sitting upright. They were all Phoenix and the Cloud's diehard fans. Other than himself, there was also the first sect elder, domineering blade ghostly, Yun Lan, and a mysterious person dressed in a blue robe that covered his face. There were also a few helm leaders of the dragon cult. Don't underestimate these helm leaders. Because they had been away for a long time, it was hard to notice them. However, only the first sect elder knew that any one of these helm leaders was stronger than him. Among these people, he was the weakest. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some power in his hands, he probably wouldn't be qualified to participate in such a meeting. Why didn't you let Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, Cloud Demon, Woola, White Blood, and Delicate Flower come? These 6 little guys have reached the age where they can be of great use. The first sect elder asked curiously. Among all the disciples, only Yun Lan, who was severely injured, was present. This was too illogical. Let's not let them participate for now. I keep feeling that something is wrong with this demonic sea secret realm trial. Let's conduct a secret investigation on them first. After confirming that there are no problems, let's let them participate in this important meeting. Phoenix in the Cloud was indeed a sly old fox. He was very cautious. Although he didn't have any evidence to prove that those people had betrayed him, based on his years of experience, he decided that it was better to hide some things from them. That's good too. The first sect elder sighed in his heart. He was still inferior to Phoenix in the Cloud. Yunlan, how do you feel? Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly looked at the injured Yunlan and asked. Thank you for the healing pill, Master. My injuries are almost healed. Yunlan replied. Phoenix in the Cloud said with satisfaction, that's good. Actually, you can't be blamed for this matter. That Xianxia exuded an evil aura. Even I have underestimated him a little. Thinking about it carefully, when he wreaked havoc in Thunder City, he was actually able to escape from the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion and Xianxia. If he didn't have some ability, it was almost impossible. Moreover, General Purple Thunder was killed by him. It is said that even Xianxia was defeated by him. After Xianxia killed the Thunder Seigneur, he fought with the Chenguo's Elder Kong. Not only did he escape unscathed, he even injured Elder Kong. This kid's strength really can't be judged based on his cultivation. It's not unjust that you lost to him. Although Phoenix in the Cloud was furious, he had no choice but to admit that Xianxia was strong. Xianxia was much stronger than he had imagined. This kid was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Master, you don't have to boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. If it was a one-on-one battle, he definitely wouldn't be this disciple's opponent. Yunlan was still unconvinced. Of course, it's just that this kid is very cunning. Even if you want to fight him one-on-one, he might not fight you one-on-one. Don't be fooled by his impulsive appearance, this kid is actually very cunning. He will only fight when he is sure that he can defeat his opponent. Otherwise, he will use his movement technique that even I don't understand to escape. Phoenix in the Cloud frowned. Brother Yun, since you asked me to participate in this meeting today, then I must say something. This Xianxia has already become our common problem. He is a thorn in our side, a thorn in our flesh. If we don't get rid of him, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future. You guys have heard the news that just came, right? Qianbai has already announced his identity as the successor of the dragon cult to him. In other words, if Qianbai dies, he can immediately inherit the position of the cult leader. In my opinion, this Xianxia is more difficult to deal with than Qianbai. His strength might not be as good as Qianbai's, but if he gets the demon dragon sword, then it's hard to say. If we want to kill him, we have to do it as soon as possible. The one who spoke was the mysterious person in the blue robe. Old brother is right, this kid is really too cunning. I worked so hard for so many years to make Qianbai a mere figurehead. I definitely can't let him take the fruits of my labor. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a laughingstock for no reason? Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. And that bird beside him, we must kill it as well. We've all overlooked the existence of that bird, but in reality, its threat is no less than Ling Zhao's. Yunlan suddenly said, in the demonic sea secret realm, that bird actually managed to stop me with a single move. Although it was a sneak attack at that time, Disciple could feel how terrifying that bird was. There's such a thing? Looks like this Xianxia is really not easy to deal with. Although I really want to destroy him, I don't have a foolproof plan. The first sect elder frowned his eyebrows. It's time to use that person. Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly snorted. That person? Everyone looked at Phoenix in the Cloud in confusion. To tell you the truth, I've already considered the possibility of such a situation happening a long time ago. Just in case, I planted 2 spies beside Qianbai, one in the light and one in the dark. Now, it's time for them to act. Phoenix in the Cloud sneered. Are you going to kill the sect leader? The first sect elder asked. No, how can Qianbai be so easily ambushed? The person I'm going to kill this time is Dark Knight Formless. Phoenix in the Cloud sneered. I've investigated Xianxia for a long time. His only weakness is that he's too loyal. We'll kill Dark Knight Formless silently. His mind will be in a mess and he won't be in the mood to cultivate. This way, he won't have anything to be afraid of, and we'll have more opportunities to target him. Wonderful, this is a wonderful plan. I know that back in the Qin nation, Bo Yi Liuli of the Bo Yi family captured the two little girls by Ling Xiao's side. This Ling Xiao actually killed Bo Yi Liuli without any regard for the consequences. If it wasn't for Ji Hyun of Scylla's muddle-headedness and protecting that kid would be dead already. What's certain is that once Dark Knight Formless dies, Ling Xiao will definitely be in a mess. It'll be very easy to kill him then. The blue-robed man chuckled. Speaking of which, Brother Yun, in terms of cunning, even 10 Ling Xiaos added together can't compare to you. Brother, you flatter me. The two of us are in the same boat. Phoenix and the Cloud laughed. Ha ha ha, then that's it. I'll take my leave first. I'll wait for Vice Sect Leader Yun's good news. The blue-robed man laughed loudly and turned to leave. Bah! Who do you think you are? If I didn't want to use you to deal with Chen Bai, why would I cooperate with the Chen nation's royal family? As soon as the blue-robed man left, Phoenix and the Cloud spat on the ground and cursed. Don't worry, Master. As long as we control the dragon cult, those idiots from the Chen nation's royal family will die sooner or later. Yunlan laughed. Let's not talk about this anymore. As for the assassination of Dark Knight Formless, Master will personally arrange it. How's the thing I asked you to do? Phoenix and the Cloud suddenly asked Yunlan. Master, this matter was going very smoothly. Using the treasure you gave me, I captured more than 10 Devil Sea Beast Kings. Unfortunately, for some reason, the Devil Sea Beast Kings disappeared. I'm afraid our plan will have to be put on hold. Yunlan said helplessly. Humph, it must be that Ling Xiao's doing again. This kind of situation has never happened before. As soon as he participated in the trial, the Devil Sea Beast Kings disappeared. Phoenix and the Cloud coldly snorted. However, although more than 10 Devil Sea Beast Kings aren't enough, it's enough to complete our experiment. This time, let Cloud Devil and the others be the test subjects, including that Mu Qing. That girl actually dares to side with Ling Xiao. If I don't teach her a lesson, she won't know how powerful I am. Master, she's indeed a slut. But wouldn't it be a waste to use her as a test subject? Yunlan asked. Hee, don't worry. I naturally know what you're thinking. I'll make sure you have a taste of her before that. Phoenix and the Cloud chuckled. Thank you for your help, Master. Yunlan revealed an excited smile. In the Devil Prince's hall, Ling Xiao was cultivating. He didn't know what had happened in Phoenix and the Cloud's residence. The cultivation of the Devil Dragon possession was easier than he had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had cultivated the Devil Dragon Phantom Movement technique and the Devil Fairy Sword Shadow, 2 immortal grade 3rd heaven martial skills. Therefore, with some experience, it was easier for him to cultivate compared to ordinary people. The so-called Devil Dragon possession was to summon the Devil Dragon's chi to attach to one's body to enhance one's combat power. There were 5 types of Devil Dragons, which represented defense, inner strength, speed, soul force, and attack power. When the Devil Dragon possession was cultivated to the first level, one could summon a Devil Dragon and choose to upgrade any one of the 5 abilities. Moreover, the ability would be doubled. When the Devil Dragon possession was cultivated to the second level, one could summon 2 Devil Dragons at the same time and upgrade 2 abilities at the same time. Moreover, the ability would be doubled. When the Devil Dragon possession was cultivated to the 3rd level, one could summon all 5 Devil Dragons at the same time and upgrade 5 abilities at the same time. Moreover, the ability would be quadrupled. Ling Xiao had been cultivating for more than an hour, but he had only cultivated to the 1st level, which allowed him to summon a Devil Dragon. However, this was already very powerful. Late at night, outside the Devil Sun Great Hall, Ling Xiao, who had been cultivating for a long time, came out to take a breather. He was a person who cared about the balance between work and rest. Although he was anxious to increase his strength, he wouldn't forcefully tire himself to death. Who is it? Ling Xiao, who was taking a stroll, suddenly saw a sneaky figure flash by outside the Devil Sun Great Hall. Although he considered the possibility that it was bait, he still chased after it. Someone who dared to sneak into the Devil Sun Great Hall most likely wanted to harm him or the people in the Devil Sun Great Hall. He definitely couldn't ignore it. Using the Demonic Dragon Phantom Movement technique, he caught up to the figure in a short while. Brother Ling, it's me. Tuoba Yunxiang. Ling Xiao frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Tuoba Yunxiang had come to the Devil's Sun Great Hall late at night, so there must be something important. Long story short, someone wants to harm Dark Knight Formless. Be careful. Although Tuoba Yunxiang didn't participate in that secret meeting, this didn't prevent him from knowing the contents of the meeting through some channels. After all, he was tyrannical saber Ghost Li's disciple, and even those branch masters had to be respectful to him. Of course, the information he received wasn't detailed, and only knew that someone wanted to harm Dark Knight Formless. As for the specifics, he didn't know. Saying this, he turned and left. Ling Xiao didn't stop him. Although he was puzzled as to how Dark Knight Formless could be harmed in the Devil's Sun Great Hall, since Tuoba Yunxiang took the risk to inform him, then it must be true. Thinking this, he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Although Tuoba Yunxiang didn't say it clearly, this matter definitely has something to do with Phoenix in the Cloud. I once swore that whoever dares to harm my loved ones, I'll let them die. I'm temporarily not a match for Phoenix in the Cloud, but Yunlan and the First Sect Elder don't think about living. Thinking this, he immediately used soul power to contact Xiao Jin. Keep an eye on anyone near the Mountain Master. Even if it's our own people, don't underestimate them. Yes, boss. Xiao Jin didn't ask why. Since Ling Xiao ordered this, he naturally had his reasons, and he just had to do it. After informing Xiao Jin, Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. He believed that the person who could make a move against Yihei Wuxing in the Devil's Sun Hall was definitely one of his own people. It must be one of Chen Bai's adopted sons and daughters. From the looks of it, Yun Zhongfeng had already planted a mole. Humph, I'll make you lose both your spy and your soldiers this time, let your years of planning go to waste. Thinking of this, he turned around and returned to the Devil Air Hall. Although Xiao Jin was around, he still couldn't be completely at ease. Although Xiao Jin could protect Dark Knight Formless, there were several spies in Phoenix in the Cloud. As for who they were, Xiao Jin couldn't determine. How could a spy be allowed to sleep peacefully beside the bed? This time, he had to uncover all the spies in Phoenix in the Cloud. The Devil Child's Great Hall was very big. Formless liked peace and quiet at night, so he chose to stay in the innermost courtyard. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Although his talent wasn't as good as Ling Zhao's, he didn't want to be a burden to Ling Xiao. If he had the chance, he naturally wanted to raise his cultivation as much as possible. Fortunately, the cultivation conditions here were much better than at 8 Immortal Mountain, and he wasn't weak to begin with. Now, he had already recovered to the peak of the 8th level of Hell. However, this cultivation was definitely at the bottom of the dragon cult. If someone really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Therefore, he had to work even harder. Xiao Jin stood on a nearby tree, vigilantly observing the situation around him. After receiving Ling Zhao's notification, he didn't dare to be negligent. Not long after, a dozen people led by Chen Luan walked over. They were all Chen Bai's adopted sons and daughters. They were worried that Phoenix in the Cloud and the others would secretly kill them, so they stayed in the Devil Air Hall. However, they actually came together today, so he didn't know why. Xiao Jin faintly felt a trace of worry in his heart. If 1 or 2 people came, he could still keep an eye on them. However, if a dozen people came at the same time, how could he determine who was a spy from Phoenix in the Cloud? Just as he was thinking, Dark Knight Formless opened his eyes and looked at everyone. Senior Dark Knight, we were bored, so we specially prepared some food and wine. You've been cultivating hard, so why don't we rest together and talk about the problems in your cultivation? We can help you solve your doubts. Chen Luan said with a smile. Because Ling Xiao had given them this shelter, they were safe and sound. So, according to common sense, it was only right for them to thank Dark Knight Formless. There was no problem with this reason. Sure. Dark Knight Formless didn't know what danger there was and felt that it was a kind gesture, so he nodded and accepted. On the other hand, Xiao Jin was getting more and more worried. In order to find the spy as quickly as possible, he purposely flew onto Dark Knight Formless' shoulder. This way, no matter who made a move, he would be able to stop them immediately. The food and wine were quickly served, and everyone sat down. Chen Luan was the first to raise his glass and clinked it with Dark Knight Formless. This made Xiao Jin pay special attention to him. However, at this moment, a small knife about an inch long appeared in the hand of the person closest to Dark Knight Formless. There was a faint cold light on the small knife, as if it was smeared with something poisonous. The small knife stabbed towards Dark Knight Formless. That person's eyes flashed with excitement. As long as this mission was completed, he could get rid of his identity as a spy and officially become a sect elder. This was Vice Sect Leader Yun's promise to him. When that time came, he would have everything he wanted. He wouldn't have to act like a grandson anymore. However, just as the tip of the knife was about to touch Dark Knight Formless, a terrifying wave of heat rushed towards him. His body flew out uncontrollably and landed heavily on the ground. The small knife also fell to the ground, still flashing with a faint cold light. "Chen Pai, what are you doing?" Chen Luan looked at the knife in shock and instantly understood what was going on. "What am I doing?" "Killing that trash." Chen Pai wiped the blood at the corners of his mouth and said coldly, "You bunch of fools still don't understand? Chen Bai is already finished. Following Vice Sect Leader Yun is the right path. Right now, Vice Sect Leader Yun gave me the order to kill that trash. As long as I kill him, I can get whatever I want. Bastard, I'll kill you." Chen Luan walked over and grabbed that person's neck. While at this time, Xiao Jin also stared fixedly at this person, wanting to turn this guy into ashes. "You dare to kill me? I'm Vice Sect Leader Yun's person. If you kill me, even Chen Bai won't be able to protect you." That person looked at Chen Luan arrogantly and said coldly, "You guys have always been a bunch of cowards. Do you really think that I don't understand? Following you bunch of cowards, I pretended to be a grandson for a very long time. I've long been very unhappy. Since you're unhappy, then go to hell." "No." Xiao Jin was celebrating after killing Chen Pai when he suddenly heard Qin Yan's cry. He turned around and saw another person aiming a palm at Dark Knight Formless' back. This person's palm was surrounded by a terrifying black aura. There was no way Dark Knight Formless could block it. "I was careless. I didn't expect there to be two spies." Xiao Jin was shocked. However, it was already too late for him to save Dark Knight Formless. It was simply too late. At the critical moment, a hand reached out from the void and grabbed the hand that was emitting the terrifying black gas. Then, a person stepped out from the darkness and looked coldly at the spy in front of him. "You attacked my benefactor. Are you ready to atone for your sins?" The person was Ling Xiao. He had been hiding in the dark with the Nether Demon Dragon. He was afraid that there was more than one spy. As soon as the spy made a move, he stepped in to stop him. A cold voice came from his mouth, and the air seemed to freeze. Ling Xiao. You. Why are you here?" The spy looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He felt a sense of fear and coldness that he had never felt before. "Boss, this is great." Seeing Ling Xiao appear, Xiao Jin was relieved. If the other party's sneak attack had succeeded, he would have felt guilty for the rest of his life. Dark Knight Formless also let out a long breath. He had just woken up and still had many things to do. It would be a pity if he died so carelessly. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was soaked in sweat. However, the feeling of narrowly escaping death still made him very excited. Now, he was even more impressed with his choice back then. He had offended many people at 8 Immortals Mountain in order to protect Ling Xiao. Today, Ling Xiao did not disappoint him. He believed that as long as Ling Xiao was here, no one could hurt him. Spare me, I was forced to do it." The spy was choked by Ling Xiao. The feeling of suffocation made him extremely afraid. "Spare you? If I hadn't received this news in advance, I'm afraid I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. If you don't die, the heavens will not tolerate it, but before you die, there are some things I must know." The reason why Ling Xiao didn't kill him directly was because he wanted to know more about the truth behind the scenes. I'll tell you everything, just let me go," cried the man in terror. "There's no need for that. I'll look for it myself, soul catcher." A demonic light shot out from Ling Xiao's right eye and entered the spy's soul realm. Moments later, Ling Xiao exerted force with his right hand and broke the spy's neck. Then, the spy's body turned into ashes. It really is that bastard phoenix in the cloud. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Everything was clear now. These two spies were arranged by Phoenix in the Cloud to stay by Chen Bai's side in the early years. They were going to be used as a trump card. Their main purpose was to target Chen Bai. Little Jean, I'll leave this matter to you. I have something to do. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix in the Cloud's mansion. He didn't like to be passive and take a beating. Moreover, the other party had already made their move. Why should he be merciful? With his current strength, there was no one in the entire dragon cult that could kill him. What was there to be afraid of? He wanted to kill the First Elder and Yunlan in front of Phoenix in the Cloud. He wanted to let that old dog know the consequences of offending him, Ling Xiao. Boss, I'll go with you. That old dog Phoenix in the Cloud is not weak. Little Jean hurriedly said. I think I understand what's going on. Ling Xiao, if you trust me, leave this matter to me. Let little Jean go with you. Chen Luan finally recovered from her shock. Although she still couldn't accept the fact that her sworn brother was a spy, the scene just now was clearly in front of her. She had to accept it. Thank you. Ling Xiao was sure that there were only two spies. He trusted Chen Luan enough. Therefore, he nodded and left with little Jean. However, before leaving, Ling Xiao left behind his most powerful Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard for the sake of security. Chen Luan could be trusted, but it didn't mean that others could be trusted. It was better to be safe than sorry. Phoenix in the Cloud, you old dog, get out here. In the middle of the night, a thunderous roar was suddenly heard. The entire demonic dragon city was in an uproar. Who is so bold to break into the vice leader's mansion in the middle of the night and insult vice leader Yun? Why does it sound like Ling Xiao's voice? Damn, there's a good show. Get up and go watch. Everyone had a curious heart. Ling Xiao's roar was deliberately heard by everyone. Although some people didn't dare to join in the fun because they were afraid of Phoenix in the Cloud, there were still many people who came in the middle of the night. Everyone was holding a small glowing Dharma treasure in their hands. The entire outside of the vice sect leader's residence was illuminated. Phoenix in the Cloud, the First Elder, Yunlan, and the elders and guardians of the dragon cult had all arrived. Brat, are you crazy? Do you know what crime it is to break into the vice leader's mansion in the middle of the night and insult the vice leader? The First Elder asked loudly. Old dog, you should know very well why I'm here, old dog. I've already killed the two spies you sent to ambush the sect leader. To be honest, I can tolerate you doing other things, such as suppressing me or framing me. However, assassinating my benefactor and family is a taboo. Today, we will fight to the death. Ling Xiao roared. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about, but if you continue to behave atrociously here, don't blame me for being rude. Phoenix in the Cloud's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that the two spies he had carefully trained would be killed by Ling Xiao. They were gone just like that. Was his hard work going to be in vain? Old dog, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Fine, if that's the case, I'll beat you until you admit it. Ling Xiao didn't want to fall out with Phoenix in the Cloud so soon. After all, Chen Bai had his own plans. However, he couldn't tolerate what happened tonight. Everyone had their own taboo, and Ling Xiao's taboo was his family, friends, and benefactors. He would not let anyone who dared to hurt them go. How dare you? I think you've lost your mind. Phoenix in the Cloud was really angry. Since Ling Xiao had come to him today, he might as well use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. This way, Chen Bai wouldn't be able to find any reason to protect him. Master, do I need you to kill him? Just give me a chance. Yunlan stepped forward. It seemed that his injuries had healed. Not only that, but his strength had also returned to its peak. Yunlan wished he could skin Ling Xiao alive. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to do so. Tonight was the best stage for him to do so. Alright, remember to be ruthless. Don't show any mercy. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you. Phoenix in the Cloud glanced at Yunlan and nodded. From time to time, whispers could be heard from the crowd. They were all talking about Ling Xiao's audacity to barge into the vice sect master's residence at night. Ling Xiao only achieved some insignificant results. He only got first place in the Demonic Sea Secret Realm trial. How dare he be so arrogant? Does he really think that Vice Sect Master Yun is easy to bully? He doesn't know that in the eyes of others, he's just a moth flying into a flame. He's digging his own grave. The person who spoke deliberately raised his voice as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao could not hear him. After all, this was Vice Sect Master Yun's residence. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him here. Moreover, he was not weak. Although he did not belong to the dragon cult, he had a good relationship with Vice Sect Master Yun and Yunlan. With their help, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Although he was a little old and was already 100 years old when he reincarnated, so what, he was not a genius. It was fine as long as he was stronger than those geniuses. He liked to destroy geniuses. Therefore, there were people in the pugilistic world who called him the nemesis of geniuses. Well said, not to mention Vice Sect Master Yun, even Yunlan is the #1 genius of the dragon cult. His cultivation is even stronger than Chen Songxiong, who is known as the #1 genius of the Qin nation. Chen Songxiong is only considered more talented because he is younger than Yunlan. Moreover, Yunlan's actual identity is from the Xinjiang clan, one of the Qin nation's 8 great clans. Since he's willing to turn over a new leaf and submit to the dragon cult, we should cherish him and support him. Regarding this point, Ling Xiao had never heard of it. Yunlan was actually a martial artist from the Xinjiang clan, which was ranked second among the Qin nation's 8 great clans. Her status was second only to the royal clan. What kind of bullshit genius is Yunlan? Although I don't like the 8 great families of the state of Chen, Yunlan clearly left home in anger because he lost to Chen Songxiong and was taken in by Phoenix in the cloud. Speaking of geniuses, Ling Xiao was the true genius. According to the rumors, not only had he defeated Chen Songxiong, he'd even killed the Lightning Senior and injured Elder Kong. Only such a hero was worthy of the position of the vice leader of the dragon cult. Just now, he was called a genius. How could Yunlan compare to him? What's more, I also understood what happened just now. Vice Sect leader Yun and Yunlan actually tried to assassinate someone's family. Such a despicable and shameless act is really a disgrace to the dragon cult. It's true that the dragon cult is an evil cult, but such despicable acts are equally despicable. The person who spoke was actually a middle-aged man in his 30s. His strength was far inferior to that genius nemesis. The reason why he dared to speak like this was because he worshipped Ling Xiao. Secondly, it was because he believed in Ling Xiao. These days, Ling Xiao's name had never stopped ringing in his ears. Whether it was causing havoc in the Thunder Capital or killing the Lightning Senior, any of his deeds were admirable. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao had gradually become the idol of many young practitioners in the state of Qin who hated the royal family. They worshipped him, revered him, saw him as a role model, and wanted to follow in his footsteps. They wanted to become a young hero like him who could support the heavens. Although the man was slightly older, he was only in his early 30s. After more than 30 years, he'd actually been awakened by the deeds of this kid Ling Xiao. His worship of Ling Xiao was even greater than the others. Stinking brat, who do you think you are? How dare you talk back to this old man? The genius nemesis roared angrily at the young man. What does Ling Xiao have to compare with Yunlan? Ever since Yunlan joined the dragon cult, she was #1. Now, she's still the strongest genius of the dragon cult. Ling Xiao only won the trial of the devil dragon's secret realm by luck. Does he really think he's that great? There were plenty of people who were stronger than him. Moreover, since he did such a stupid thing today, he's dead for sure. What bullshit genius, don't even think about continuing to be arrogant. Old thing, you're bullshitting. Ling Xiao will definitely not die today. He didn't die when he encountered Chen Songxiong, the Lightning Senior, and Elder Kong. He didn't die when he caused havoc in the Thunder Capital. How can he die here? The young man argued. No one wanted to hear others curse their idol. Kid, you'd better be smart and not stand on the wrong side. Otherwise, not only will Ling Xiao die today, you'll also be buried with him. The genius nemesis emitted a cold murderous intent, and a terrifying aura was directed at the young man. He originally wanted to show off in front of Phoenix in the cloud and Yunlan. He wanted to show his loyalty and his strength. In this way, after Phoenix and the cloud obtained the Qin nation's world, he could also get a share of it. I don't know if I'll die or not, but Ling Xiao definitely won't die. Yunlan actually needed Phoenix in the Cloud's help in the trial of the Devil Sea Secret Realm. He's not qualified to be compared with Ling Xiao. Facing the murderous intent released by the genius Nemesis, the young man's expression changed slightly, but he still said stubbornly. Actually, Yunlan and Ling Xiao had heard the conversation between the two. Before the battle, there were actually people arguing so fiercely about who was stronger. It was also a strange thing. Yunlan was not in a hurry to make a move. After all, this was Vice Sect Leader Yun's residence. Since Ling Xiao was here, he could forget about leaving easily. A cooked duck could not fly away. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I really didn't expect that there would be an idiot who blindly worships you and doesn't even want his own life. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, I can't help it. Who asked me to do something real? I really didn't know that you came to the dragon cult because you couldn't beat Jin Songxiong. What is this called? A stray dog? Damn it. Yunlan's expression instantly turned ugly. Then, he suddenly sneered and shouted at the genius Nemesis, Today, whoever dares to support Ling Xiao can forget about leaving alive, kill that guy. He knew that he might not be able to kill Ling Xiao in a short time. However, it would be easy for the genius Nemesis to kill the person who supported Ling Xiao. In this way, who would dare to support Ling Xiao, who would dare to stand on Ling Xiao's side? He wanted Ling Xiao to have a taste of what it was like to be alone before he died. The genius Nemesis originally wanted to make a move, but he did not want to ruin Yunlan's mood. When he heard Yunlan's words, he chuckled, knowing that his chance had come. Kid, don't blame me. Who asked you to support that idiot Ling Xiao? Since that's the case, I'll let you go down first and wait for him. The genius Nemesis walked towards the young man and suddenly sped up. His right hand formed the shape of a claw and viciously grabbed at the young man's heart. The young man resisted with all his might. However, everyone could see that the young man was no match for this genius Nemesis. As long as he was hit by this attack, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Those who supported Phoenix in the Cloud were indifferently waiting to see a joke. However, at this moment, whoosh! The sound of a sharp blade piercing through the air was suddenly heard. One of the genius Nemesis's arms had been cut off, revealing a terrifying bloody stubble. The genius Nemesis screamed in horror, Who is it? Which son of AB*TCH did it? It's me. Ling Xiao's domineering and cold voice came from the sky. Today, if anyone dares to disrespect me, this old man will be their example. Ling Xiao was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Yunlan had just said that he would kill anyone who dared to support him. However, he said that anyone who dared to disrespect him would end up like this genius Nemesis. Looking at the bloody severed arm, it was obviously more intimidating than Yunlan's words. Yunlan was very shocked. When Ling Xiao attacked just now, he actually thought of a sneak attack. However, he gave up in the end. This was because not only was Ling Xiao's speed extremely fast, but he also had no flaws, so he couldn't attack at all. He could only watch as Ling Xiao cut off the genius Nemesis's arm. However, now, he finally had time to stand in front of Ling Xiao and said coldly, You're courting death. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao looked at Yunlan indifferently. Although Yunlan's cultivation was higher than his, to be honest, he didn't see Yunlan as an opponent at all. If they really fought, he could take Yunlan's life in less than 3 moves. However, he came here today not only to kill, but more importantly, to dampen the spirit of Phoenix in the Cloud's faction. Looking at Ling Xiao in the sky, the young man's eyes instantly became extremely fiery. Ling Xiao was indeed Ling Xiao. He was too strong and too domineering, he was indeed his idol, the person he worshipped. Young hero Yun, please step aside. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. The blood on Genius's Bane's arm had stopped. Hatred had blinded his eyes. He thought that he had underestimated his opponent just now. If he was serious enough, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Definitely, Yunlan thought for a moment and actually stepped aside. He wasn't too sure about Ling Xiao's strength, but if this genius Nemesis was willing to help him test the waters, he wouldn't mind. Many thanks. The long robe of the Nemesis of Geniuses fluttered without wind. The terrifying killing intent surged once again. Although he lost his right arm, it was not a big deal for a Yinyang realm martial artist. Below his right shoulder, he had actually used his internal energy and elements to condense an elemental arm. It wasn't as beautiful as a real arm, but it was quite useful. Whoosh, like an arrow leaving a bow, he suddenly shot up from the ground and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The terrifying aura rubbed against the air, producing an ear-piercing sound, making this night even more unusual. Die! An angry roar sounded in the middle of the night, startling countless owls. In the next moment, blood splattered in the night sky like a rain of flowers. Under the light, it was so beautiful and ferocious. Naturally, the one who died was not Ling Xiao. The furious nemesis of geniuses was shattered by Ling Xiao's palm. The corpse shattered and scattered on the ground. The scene was very horrifying. A piece of trash dares to call himself the nemesis of geniuses? Pathetic. Lamentable, if you didn't attack me, you would just lose an arm. Now, you can only blame yourself for being too cocky. Ling Xiao looked at Yunlan again and said provocatively, the person who supported you is already dead. It seems like you're the one who can't do it. Arrogant, domineering, and looking down on everyone, Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at Yunlan. His eyes were filled with mockery. Yunlan, you're not only shameless to your enemies, but also to your own people. You know that he's no match for me, but you want him to die for you. Haha, it's really disappointing. Ling Xiao wanted to shake the other party's morale. And what he said was also the truth. Anyone with a bit of brain understood that Yunlan just said that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, he was afraid of Ling Xiao. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength was probably not much worse than Yunlan's. Although the nemesis of geniuses was not weak, compared to Yunlan, it was far worse. But Yunlan allowed him to deal with Ling Xiao. What was it if not sending him to death? Many people who originally supported Yunlan lowered their heads. Their faces were somewhat pale. Fortunately, it was not them who made a move. Otherwise, not only would they die, but they would also die very unjustly. Simply full of nonsense. Yunlan's face became very stiff because Ling Xiao happened to say what was in his mind, making him unable to refute. Haha, I'm full of nonsense? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Yunlan, you and I have fought in the Demon Sea secret realm. With your eyesight, it's impossible that you can't judge my strength. Could it be that you want to tell me that your eyes suddenly went blind and you didn't know that he would be killed by me if he made a move? Yunlan did not say anything because no matter how he tried to explain, it might cause him to fall into a deeper contradiction. So he simply did not say anything. Come on, Dragon Cult's #1 genius. I want to see if you're worthy of such honor. Ling Xiao beckoned Yunlan with his finger. He had said what he wanted to say. Next, what he wanted to do was to ruthlessly crush the arrogance of these people in front of Phoenix in the cloud. He wanted to let them know the consequences of offending him, Ling Xiao. Deputy sect leader, this kid is simply too arrogant. There's no need to talk about Jianghu justice with him. Why don't we all attack together and kill him? Let's see if he can still be arrogant after that. One of the branch leaders could not bear to see Ling Xiao behave so atrociously here. His anger was about to burn him up. Haha, if any of you are not convinced, you can stand up and fight with me, Ling Xiao, but remember, in today's battle, there is no victory or defeat, only life or death. If you don't have the guts, keep your mouth shut and don't fart. You're embarrassing yourself. Ling Xiao dared to provoke all the martial artists of Phoenix in the cloud by himself. Arrogant, too arrogant, the originally lively residents of the deputy sect leader instantly became dead silent. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao in shock. That domineering figure and arrogant voice made them feel a shock they had never felt before. Was he an idiot? Was he crazy? Or was he so strong that he could ignore Phoenix in the cloud, ignore everyone? Ignore everything? All the martial artists of Phoenix in the cloud had ugly expressions. Ling Xiao's words were not only a provocation, but also an insult, it was a trampling on their reputation. Even so, except for a few experts, most of them did not dare to respond to Ling Xiao's provocation. In a battle of life and death, their minds were still relatively clear. Just from the scene of Ling Xiao killing the genius's nemesis with one move, they could see that this kid's cultivation had definitely advanced to the 12th level of hell. Ling Xiao, do you know what your words mean? The first sect elder's body was trembling. The third sect elder was killed and the second sect elder was turned into a pig because of Ling Xiao. Even if everyone here added up their hatred for Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have as much hatred as him. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant in front of so many people. It was beyond his imagination. Old dog, cut the crap. If you're not convinced, you can fight me. Even if you join forces with Yunlan, there's no problem, I'm just afraid that you won't dare to fight me. Ling Xiao looked at the first sect elder with disdain. She was only at the peak of Yinyang realm level 11. She was able to become a sect elder because of her seniority and Chen Bai's high regard for her. Unfortunately, not only did she not repay Chen Bai's kindness, but she also colluded with Phoenix in the cloud in an attempt to usurp power. She was shameless. Facing Ling Zhao's provocation, the first sect elder's expression changed. If she didn't fight, her reputation would fall to rock bottom. If she fought, she was worried that she would be killed by Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Zhao's current strength was different from before. Ling Zhao's strength was above hers. She was the dragon cult's first sect elder, instead, he was caught in an awkward dilemma. Go ahead. With Yunlan here, are you afraid that you can't kill that kid? This is a rare opportunity. If there's any danger, I'll help. Phoenix in the cloud was even more shameless than the first sect elder. He didn't care if others called him despicable. After all, Ling Xiao was the one who provoked him. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in Yunlan alone. However, with the help of the cunning first sect elder, the situation was completely different. However, he still didn't feel at ease. In his opinion, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he had to kill Ling Xiao directly. He couldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to turn the tables. The rest of you, come at me together. He looked at the Helm Masters who had come to participate in the secret meeting. These people's cultivations were all at the 12th level of Hell in Yinyang realm. There were a total of 6 people, 4 of whom were in the middle stage and 2 in the late stage. Yes, by sect leader. These people had been unhappy with Ling Xiao for a long time. He actually came here to provoke them. He really didn't put them in his eyes. They had always been outside, so the dragon cult did not know much about their strength. They also wanted to use this opportunity to prove themselves and show the audience what they were capable of. The dragon cult's experts weren't just limited to the Demon Dragon City's experts. Kill. The 8 of them were all Yinyang realm experts at the 12th level of Hell. They wanted to join forces to kill Ling Xiao. This made many onlookers break out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. It was as if nothing had happened. Little Gold, don't do anything. My cultivation has been breaking through too quickly recently. I need to practice and stabilize it through battle. Ling Xiao said to Little Gold, you just need to keep an eye on Phoenix in the cloud. If that old guy attacks, kill him. Okay. Little Gold nodded and stared at Phoenix in the cloud. Although Phoenix in the cloud didn't seem to have any intention of attacking now, when the battle situation changed, that guy would definitely not sit still. Ling Xiao brought Little Gold here for Phoenix in the cloud. Among all the warriors here, except for Phoenix in the cloud and Domineering Blade Ghostly, he didn't have the confidence to defeat them. He really didn't care about the others. Kid, you're too arrogant. Watch me kill you. One of the Helm Masters was probably anxious to make a contribution. He actually ignored the others and attacked first. His cultivation was stronger than that genius Nemesis, and his combat strength was also stronger. Therefore, he didn't think that he would end up like that person. He suddenly took a step forward in the void. Monstrous killing intent shrouded Ling Xiao. A long saber appeared in his hand, and then a fierce saber aura bloomed in the void. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at this person with contempt. He raised his hand, and the 8 immortal sword in his hand shone. It was bright and sharp. Chi, chi, an ear-piercing sound was heard. The sword aura directly cut through the saber aura. In just an instant, the Helm Master let out a shrill scream and fell from the sky to the ground. A sword mark appeared on his neck. It represented Ling Zhao's sword mark. Fresh blood was constantly spurting out from the sword mark. The Helm Master's life force was also rapidly fading away. Ling Xiao just casually swung his sword. He didn't even use any sword skills or beast soul transformation. Yet, he killed one of the Helm Masters. This scene happened in front of everyone's eyes. So strong. Everyone's hearts twitched fiercely. Ling Xiao's strength was obviously more terrifying than they had imagined. Why was he so domineering, frivolous, and arrogant? It was because he really had such strength. The Helm Master of the Helm Master had been arrogant for a long time. He thought that after returning to the dragon cult, he would be in existence above everyone else. However, he couldn't block Ling Xiao's casual attack. He couldn't even dodge it. It was too terrifying. Trash. As the Helm Master of the Dragon Cult's Helm Master, you formed a gang with the vice leader. You deserve death. Ling Xiao's voice resounded through the night sky. He actually killed as he said, without any intention of showing mercy. For a moment, Yunlan and the others were stunned. For a long time, they didn't have the intention to attack. They seemed to be frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. Phoenix in the cloud, didn't you want to usurp power and seize the throne? Today, I'll crush your ambition in front of you. Let's see what you have to fight with the cult leader and my master. Ling Xiao didn't look at the others. Instead, he pointed his sword at Phoenix in the cloud and said coldly. In the dark night, a figure appeared not far away. He was the dragon cult's leader, Chen Bai. Chen Yan had reported the situation here to him. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be in danger, so he hurried over. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw Ling Xiao kill a Helm Master of the Helm Master. This scene really shocked him. This kid is really getting stronger. As long as he gets the demon dragon sword, no one in the dragon cult can suppress him except for Phoenix in the cloud and me. My eyesight is really not bad. Chen Bai wasn't in a hurry to expose his identity. Instead, he hid in the crowd and watched. Since things had already escalated to this point, it was better to let Ling Xiao vent. This Phoenix in the cloud is really an idiot. He actually dared to attack Ling Xiao's benefactor, Dark Knight Formless. You know Ling Xiao's temper. Isn't this clearly showing that he's completely falling out with him? It seems that tonight might be the final battle. It all depends on how far Ling Xiao can push things. If there's a chance, I'll kill Phoenix in the cloud tonight and completely destroy Phoenix in the cloud's faction. I'll regain control of the dragon cult. What are you looking at me for? Attack together. Phoenix in the cloud was afraid of Chen Bai, so he did not take action personally. He did not know whether Ling Xiao's actions were a result of Ling Xiao's own whim or Chen Bai's manipulation. If he took action, Chen Bai would definitely take action and he would be defeated. Domineering Blade Ghostly could not take action because Xiaomuyu was there. Although that woman's body belonged to him, her heart was still with Chen Bai. Therefore, tonight's success or failure depended entirely on Yunlan and the others. It was quite laughable. Everyone, don't be afraid. The 7 of us will join forces and attack together. We will help each other and we will be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Yunlan also shouted loudly. Haha, join hands? Do you think that despicable and shameless people like you will sincerely join hands? You will probably betray your own people in the middle of the battle. Ling Xiao sneered and said disdainfully. Bullshit. Yunlan shouted, don't listen to him. He is trying to sow discord. Is that so? Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. In a flash, he used the demonic dragon's phantom body technique and pounced on Yunlan. Yunlan was shocked. She quickly released her star sword martial soul to fight against Ling Xiao. The rest of the people also attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. Boom! The swords collided in the sky and sword chi splashed everywhere. The sky was filled with dazzling sword radiance and many people temporarily lost their vision. At this moment, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Borrowing the rebound force from Yunlan's attack, he charged towards the first elder in another direction. He was too fast, the first sect elder could not react in time. He was not Yunlan. He was not as strong as Yunlan. Don't be afraid. We will save you. Apart from Yunlan, the other 5 branch leaders all charged towards Ling Xiao, attempting to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Pfft. Another person was hit in the sky. The one who was struck by the sword was not the first elder, but the leader of another branch. The position of the sword was also his throat. Idiots, didn't you notice that Yunlan didn't move at all? My goal is not to be the first elder. This old dog is the weakest, so it's not too late to deal with him. You're truly a moth flying into a flame, digging your own grave. Ling Xiao pulled out his sword and shook off the blood. In just a short moment, 2 branch leaders had already died. For a time, the hearts of the people began to change. Originally, these people were still considered united. However, after experiencing Ling Xiao's 2 massacres, they started to become suspicious. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. This change in the other party was naturally beneficial to him. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill all of you ungrateful wretches before killing Yunlan and the first elder. Ling Xiao said loudly. Then, he turned around and stabbed his sword at one of the branch leaders. Save me. This person had long been scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's previous 2 attacks. He didn't even know how to dodge and could only cry for help in horror. Unfortunately, no one moved. Yunlan didn't move, the first elder didn't move, and the remaining 3 branch leaders didn't move either. He looked on helplessly as Ling Xiao's sword pierced his throat. He died in anger and despair. He probably didn't understand why his people didn't want to save him even when he died. Why, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. If these people really wanted to unite to deal with him, it would be really difficult. It was like a monk carrying water to drink, 2 monks carrying water to drink, and 3 monks having no water to drink. For these despicable people, the more people there were, the more useless they were. It was even easier than killing Yunlan alone. Yunlan, first elder, the 2 of you hurry up and do it. He said that he would kill us first and won't kill you. One of the branch masters shouted. Idiot, you dare to believe his words? This guy is very cunning. Who knows what he will do? Yunlan couldn't help but curse. You're the idiot. Do you think that we've done too much and you've lost your position with Deputy Sect Master Yun, so you're deliberately trying to kill us? Think about it carefully. Your strength is not bad. How could you be defeated by Ling Xiao so quickly? It doesn't make sense. A branch leader scolded. The other 3 people also followed suit. They all felt that Yunlan was up to no good. Damn it, we can't fight among ourselves. Otherwise, Ling Xiao will reap the benefits. The first elder was the most anxious now. He was the weakest. If there was someone to protect him, he could sneak an attack on Ling Xiao. But if they fought among themselves, there would be no one to protect him. Then wouldn't he be dead? Oh no, I can't move. Suddenly, another branch leader shouted in horror. Just as he was arguing with Yunlan, Ling Xiao's 2 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards had already arrived behind him and firmly restrained his body. Die. Ling Xiao swung his sword across the air. The power of this sword was actually not great. If someone was willing to block it for this guy, he would definitely not die. But unfortunately, the people's hearts were scattered. No one cared about his life at all. This guy's head was directly chopped off by this sword, and his headless body fell to the ground. See, I was right. Ling Xiao has set his sights on the few of us. What are you guys afraid of? Let's do it. The remaining 2 branch leaders were martial artists at the late stage of the 12th level of Hell in Yinyang Realm. They were not easy to deal with. But at this moment, their hearts were in a mess. They couldn't unite their strength to deal with Ling Xiao at all. Instead, they were arguing with each other. Yunlan had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and finally entered the beast soul transformation state. He used the beast soul transformation of the tyrannical blood demonic dragon. In an instant, his combat strength skyrocketed. He and Yunlan went back and forth in the sky, and the battle was very lively. However, the first clan elder and the remaining 2 branch leaders were just there to watch the show. They didn't dare to help. Because they couldn't be sure whether this was Ling Xiao's trap again. Boom, Yunlan's sword chi blasted Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao fell from the sky to the ground, his mouth full of blood. Opportunity. The first elder and the other 2 branch leaders saw this opportunity. Yunlan also saw this as an opportunity. The 4 of them attacked Ling Xiao almost at the same time. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao before Ling Xiao gained a firm foothold. Get out of here. When I was fighting hard, you were watching from the sidelines. Now you want to take advantage of me? No way. When she got close to Ling Xiao, Yunlan suddenly swung her sword at her own people. The two branch leaders and the first elder were so frightened that they hurriedly dodged to the side. Be careful. Yunlan also felt it. A terrifying murderous aura came from behind him. He had no time to react. The distance was too close. My life is over. His heart was filled with regret. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was actually pretending to be injured and purposely baiting him. However, the two branch leaders revealed gloating smiles. But in the next moment, they could not laugh anymore. Ling Xiao's attack actually brushed past Yunlan's body and killed two birds with one stone, piercing the throats of two branch leaders at the same time. I've said it before. I'll kill you first. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword and shook off the blood as he spat out these words. He was even more terrifying in his tyrant blood demonic dragon form. Then, he looked at Yunlan and the first elder. Next, it's time for you to pay with your lives. He did not waste time talking nonsense and stepped into the air. This time, he did not use any tricks. He just went straight for the first elder. That old man deserved to die. Ling Xiao did not intend to find trouble with him before, but he still jumped high. He actually wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao every time. If he did not kill him, who would he kill? Yunlan stared at Ling Xiao. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill the first elder and cause trouble for him. In the end, not only did he not help the first elder, but he also ran away. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. The sword rose and fell. Stop. Phoenix in the cloud roared. At this time, even if Chen Baiyu was present, he could not help it. The death of the branch leaders had put him in a very passive position. If the first elder died, he would suffer a great loss. However, would Ling Xiao listen to him? His sword still stabbed down without hesitation. The first elder was shocked to the extreme. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to kill him in public. Yunlan, that bastard, actually hid at the side. No one dared to help him, and no one was willing to help him. The moment Phoenix in the cloud attempted to make a move, he discovered that a terrifying killing intent had locked onto him. In the crowd, Chen Bai's lips curled into a smile. In the past, it was Phoenix in the cloud who bullied his foster children. Many of them died at the hands of Phoenix in the cloud. Last time, he even threw all the disciples who supported him into the dungeon. Did they really think that Chen Bai didn't care? He was just holding it in. Today, he felt that he didn't need to endure anymore. In the end, Phoenix in the cloud didn't make a move. In the sky, the first elder could feel the bone-chilling killing intent. He felt as if his body had been completely frozen. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Not to mention blocking, he didn't even have the courage to dodge. Kill. Soaring killing intent bloomed in the void. Ling Xiao's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. With this sword, no one could stop Ling Xiao. The terrifying sword light was released in the sky. It was so bright and dazzling that many people couldn't help but pay attention to it. However, there was also a sense of uneasiness in their hearts. The sword finally fell. Everything seemed to have returned to calm. The whole place was dead silent. Only the dripping blood under the light fell to the ground drop by drop. The sound was so clear and loud. The first elder's throat was bleeding. The bright blood stain was a little dazzling under the light. His eyes were wide open in horror. It was as if he still couldn't believe that he had died just like that. Bang! His body fell to the ground with a loud sound that made many people tremble. The first elder was killed by Ling Xiao in front of Phoenix in the cloud. It was like a nightmare. Many people came here to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. They wanted to see how Ling Xiao would be dealt with by Deputy Leader Yun. However, what they witnessed was Ling Xiao's peerless dominance and merciless killing. No one could stop his sword, no one. Killing the first elder in front of everyone was equivalent to ruthlessly stepping on Phoenix in the cloud's face. This was even more brutal than a slap in the face. There was a suffocating silence. People trembled as they looked at the lifeless corpse on the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao again. Under the moonlight, the young man stood in the air. He was proud, arrogant, and supercilious. Many of them had only heard of Ling Zhao's illustrious name before. He killed the 8th prince, killed Ji-Hyun of Silla, eliminated the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder army, defeated Xianxia, killed the Thunder Lord, and fought Elder Kong alone. He occupied the 8 Immortals County and declared himself king. However, those were just legends. No one could be sure whether they were true or not. However, today, they saw with their own eyes Ling Zhao's domineering, frivolous, and peerless martial arts techniques. They also saw his fearless fighting spirit and anger for his benefactor. They finally understood that those were not legends. They must be true. In this world, other than him and Ling Xiao, who else would have such courage, who would dare to be so unrestrained, arrogant, and domineering? Even the dragon cult's leader, Chen Bai, could not compare with Ling Xiao in this aspect. Phoenix in the cloud assassinated my benefactor behind my back. Then I will kill your lackey and destroy your disciple in front of you. I will not be a coward who hides his head and shows his tail. I will humiliate you fair and square. People had no doubt. If Ling Xiao was given a little more time, he might even be able to kill Phoenix in the cloud. This young man was too terrifying. He seemed to have already disregarded life and death. Today, he was looking for Phoenix in the cloud and these people. Yunlan stood opposite Ling Xiao. His breathing became a little rapid. He was angry, but he was more afraid. When did Ling Xiao become so terrifying and powerful? If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Ling Xiao on the day that Ling Xiao joined the dragon cult. Now, it was too late for regrets. Make your move. You're the only one left. Ling Xiao looked at Yunlan with contempt and said, "You won't be a coward who runs away at the last minute, right?" Yunlan did not refute. He felt that every cell in his body was filled with fear. He did not know what he should do. Run? How could he face the dragon cult in the future? Not run, but he really did not have any confidence that he could defeat Ling Xiao. Do it. Phoenix in the cloud suddenly spoke. Today, I want to see how Ling Xiao will kill you. Yunlan was Phoenix in the cloud's last hope. He could not let Yunlan die. Otherwise, he would have no place in the dragon cult. Therefore, even if he had to fight with Chen Bai, he could not let Yunlan die. Okay, master, I will listen to you. Yunlan took a deep breath. Maybe it was Phoenix in the cloud's words that gave him confidence. Demonic Dragon Phantom, great success stage. He suddenly used the Demonic Dragon Phantom. The Star Sword martial spirit behind him shone with dazzling light. It was like a light dragon that shot towards Ling Xiao. Demonic Dragon Phantom, great success stage. Ling Xiao also used the Demonic Dragon Phantom. They were both at the great success stage. However, in the eyes of others, Ling Xiao's speed was obviously faster than Yunlan's. They could not understand why. But the truth was in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Demonic Dragon Possession Stage 1, Speed Summoning Demonic Dragon. A demonic dragon condensed in the void and entered Yunlan's body. At that moment, Yunlan's speed increased tremendously. He had obviously surpassed Ling Xiao. Kid, you're at your wit's end. You've only learned the demonic dragon possession for a few days. It's impossible for you to comprehend it. I'll crush you on this. Yunlan finally found some balance in his heart. His fear was not as strong as before. Is that so? Demonic Dragon Possession Level 1, Summon Speed Demonic Dragon. In the next moment, Ling Xiao gave Yunlan a hard slap. He had also used the Demonic Dragon Possession level. His speed increased tremendously and he surpassed Yunlan once again. At that moment, the two of them were close to each other. Ling Xiao kicked Yunlan to the ground. Before killing Yunlan, he wanted to torture this B*****starred. Otherwise, he would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. How is this possible? Yunlan, who had fallen heavily to the ground, looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The confidence that he had just regained disappeared without a trace in an instant. He was too shocked. How could Ling Xiao comprehend the Demonic Dragon Possession Level 1 in such a short time? It was simply unbelievable. Genius, a peerless genius. The sect leader has really picked up a treasure this time. That's right. To be able to cultivate the Demonic Dragon Phantom Level 1 in such a short time, this young man is probably much more talented than Xianxia. Did someone just say that Yunlan is the #1 genius of the dragon cult? Now, it looks like a joke. In the crowd, shocked discussions rose and fell one after another. Chen Bai's eyes were filled with joy. Perhaps even he did not expect Ling Xiao to give him such a big surprise. On the other hand, Phoenix in the Cloud's face became even colder. It was as though ice was about to form on his face. The better Ling Xiao's performance was, the worse his mood was. Yunlan, if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, use them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao stood in the void and said arrogantly to Yunlan. Killing Yunlan so easily was too easy for this B*****. Alright, you forced me to do this. Please don't blame me. Yunlan suddenly roared towards the sky. What followed was a change in his body. It was as if his entire body had been melted by lava. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not melting. Instead, his body had been replaced by lava. After a while, the flames disappeared and Yunlan reappeared in front of everyone. His height had increased by about a meter, and his aura had increased by several times. His entire body was covered in lava, making him look like a completely different person. Why is there the aura of a demonic sea beast king? Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly thought of Yunlan's special mission in the demonic sea secret realm. Could it be this, fusing a warrior with a demonic sea beast king? This technique was really quite brilliant. It was almost on par with martial soul transformation. He knew that in this world, there were some very evil and extreme techniques, including the removal of martial spirits. It seemed that the fusion between humans and demonic beasts had also achieved a breakthrough. Fine, let me see how strong your new body is. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yunlan in an instant. The sword in his hand pierced out mercilessly. Ding, however, the result was not satisfactory. The 8 immortal swords pierced Yunlan's throat, but there was a strange sound of metal clashing. Ha ha ha, idiot. My current body can only be hurt by martial techniques above the 3rd heaven of the immortal grade. Other attacks will not have any effect at all. Yunlan laughed wildly. He was ecstatic that he had succeeded in one transformation. At this time, he had abandoned the long sword and punched at Ling Xiao fiercely with both fists. The blazing fist force instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and used the demonic dragon phantom to dodge instantly. Then, the long sword in his hand stabbed out crazily. Within a minute, he stabbed out more than 1,000 times. Yunlan's body was pierced from head to toe. There were no flaws and the effect was exactly the same. He suddenly stopped the attack and stepped back. He looked at Yunlan and said, interesting. This defense is indeed very surprising. However, this will only make your death more miserable, demonic dragon. Possession, change, summon inner strength demonic dragon, tyrant blood demonic dragon blood curse. With the release of the demonic dragon blood curse, the magma on Yunlan's body began to fly in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seemed to have become a vortex that could swallow magma, a black hole. Do you think that my attacks just now had no effect? Although they can't hurt you, they made your transformation more lax, which is perfect for my demonic dragon blood curse. If you had a physical body, it wouldn't be so easy for my demonic dragon blood curse to devour your chi and blood. However, you have turned yourself into such a monster. Your physical defense is strong, but your internal organization has become loose. Your chi and blood have turned into magma and are exposed to the outside world, which makes it easier for me to absorb. Ling Xiao's cold voice resounded in the night. Yunlan's screams were also constantly heard. He screamed in fear and desperately returned to his original body. Idiot, you actually told me your purpose. It seems that you aren't as smart as I thought you were. After Yunlan recovered from his shock, he began to mock Ling Xiao. However, he saw Ling Xiao's mocking smile. Sorry, I lied just now, bloodthirsty plague. Following his voice, Yunlan suddenly turned pale with fright. He returned to his original body and brought the bloodthirsty plague that was originally attached to the surface of his body into his body. At this moment, the pain was 100 times worse than before. After killing you, he won't have to suffer anymore, right? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from below. Phoenix in the Cloud finally couldn't hold it in anymore and jumped up. He couldn't watch his disciple die in front of him without being able to do anything. However, what made him feel strange was that Chen Bai didn't make a move. He didn't understand. However, he couldn't think too much about it. If Chen Bai didn't make a move, he could just kill Ling Xiao. In fact, the reason why Chen Bai didn't make a move was entirely because Ling Xiao stopped him. Tonight's matter, regardless of whether it was good or bad, Ling Xiao would bear the responsibility alone. However, if Chen Bai made a move, it would be different. The nature of the matter would change. It would become a conspiracy of the sect leader that would damage Chen Bai's reputation. Anyway, Ling Xiao came with little gold. Since he wanted to play, he might as well play big. Die, you brat. Phoenix in the Cloud's palm wind sounded behind Ling Xiao. The vice sect leader was indeed powerful. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 12th level of Hell, Yin Yang realm. Moreover, his aura seemed to be about to break through. He was indeed stronger than Chen Bai. Little Gold was naturally inferior to him. However, if Little Gold suddenly attacked, even Phoenix in the Cloud wouldn't be able to block it. Phoenix in the Cloud was only about a foot away from Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from Ling Xiao's shoulder. The distance between them was close, and the difference in strength wasn't large. Moreover, the attack was sudden. No matter how powerful Phoenix in the Cloud was, he was still hit by Xiao Jin's 9 Underworld Yellow Springs golden light. A mournful scream resounded through the night, causing everyone's heart to twitch. Half of Phoenix in the Cloud's body was almost completely charred. His body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. If not for the fact that his head was still intact, this attack would have taken the old dog's life. Damn, this old dog's reaction is fast. Xiao Jin cursed. No matter how fast his reaction is, he still has to die. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't need to worry about Yun Lan. The bloodthirsty plague had already tortured Yun Lan to the brink of death. Even if he was rescued now, it would still be difficult for him to escape. Therefore, killing Phoenix in the Cloud was the key. He used the demonic dragon phantom and pounced toward Phoenix in the Cloud at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to take his life while he was down. What a vicious brat. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell behind Phoenix in the Cloud. He waved his hand, and a terrifying force rushed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swung his sword to block, but was forced back dozens of steps. The half-dead Phoenix in the Cloud was also rescued by the bolt of lightning. Even though Chen Bai chased after him, he had already disappeared. Someone from the Chen country's royal family? Ling Xiao was familiar with the bolt of lightning. It had the aura of the Chen country's royal family's lightning martial soul. He sneered. Even though he didn't kill Phoenix in the Cloud, from today onwards, Phoenix in the Cloud would no longer be able to cause trouble in the dragon cult. You all saw it. Phoenix in the Cloud has colluded with the Chen country's royal family. It's obvious that this isn't the first day or two. This is your vice sect leader Yun, humph. He snorted coldly and looked at Yun Lan, who had already been tortured to death by the bloodthirsty plague. He turned around and left. When he came here, he was so arrogant that not many people thought that he could leave this place alive. However, not only was he alive, but he was also unharmed when he left. The first elder was dead, Yun Lan was dead, the 6 branch leaders who followed Phoenix in the Cloud were also dead, even half of the Cloud Phoenix's body was sent back by Little Gold's golden light. If it weren't for the experts from the Chen Kingdom's royal family suddenly coming to the rescue, Phoenix in the Cloud was dead for sure. Even so, it was still a complete victory. Undoubtedly, it was a complete victory. Master, I'll leave the aftermath to you. Ling Xiao didn't want to get too involved in things that were too taxing. Today, he was only helping Dark Knight vent her anger. Too strong. Too domineering. This young man is a true one-in-a-million genius. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure, and a strong sense of reverence rose in their hearts. Only Domineering Blade Ghostly and a few of Phoenix in the Cloud's diehard followers looked at Ling Xiao, wishing they could skin him alive. However, they didn't do anything. At this moment, they understood that only by temporarily severing ties with Phoenix in the Cloud could they preserve their lives and their current status. To them, a moment of forbearance was a permanent victory. Although this night was unforgettable, it was still over. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao seized the time to cultivate, because he had a vague feeling that a terrible storm was coming. If he couldn't make himself stronger as soon as possible, he would be torn to pieces in this storm. After 3 days, he finally cultivated the demonic dragon possession to the 2nd level. He cultivated the demonic dragon phantom to perfection. He cultivated the earth demon secret technique that he obtained from Cold Frost Town to the 3rd level. However, his cultivation still showed no signs of a breakthrough. He walked out of the demonic hall and made a request to Qianbai to go to the demonic dragon mountain range and obtain the demonic dragon sword. Now, no one in the entire dragon cult was qualified to compete with him for the demonic dragon sword. However, obtaining the demonic dragon sword was still not easy. From Qianbai's words, the demonic dragon sword wasn't an ordinary sword. Other swords were dead, but the demonic dragon sword was alive. It would only choose the person it thought was suitable to be its master. When Qianbai heard Ling Xiao's request, he naturally wouldn't stop him. Thus, Ling Xiao embarked on the journey to the demonic dragon mountain alone. He left Xiao Jin in the dragon cult to protect He Wu Xing and the others, and at the same time to assist Qianbai. He originally thought that the demonic dragon mountain was very close to the demonic dragon city, but after obtaining the map from Qianbai, he discovered that the demonic dragon city was actually hundreds of miles away. Remember, there are hundreds of experts stationed in the demonic dragon mountain. The commander is a good friend of mine, so you don't have to worry about not being able to enter. However, you still have to be careful. This journey is very dangerous. You've offended Phoenix in the cloud. That guy and the people from the Qin Kingdom's royal family will definitely not let you off easily. Before leaving, Qianbai warned him again and again. Ling Xiao accepted his advice with an open mind. However, even though he was already very careful, when he was about 10 miles away from the demonic dragon mountain, he was still surrounded and attacked. Who is it? Ling Xiao coldly looked at the person who blocked his path. He felt that the person's aura was very familiar, but because the other party's face was covered, he didn't dare to be sure. Ling Xiao, as a disciple of the dragon cult, you killed a fellow disciple and injured the vice sect leader. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, you will die here. I will eliminate evil for the dragon cult. That person's cold voice actually contained some certainty. It seemed that today's ambush wasn't simple. Perhaps it had been planned for a long time. Ling Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes. A sharp gaze shot out from his eyes like a cold sword, causing that person to involuntarily dodge. Since you're here, show yourselves. There's no point in hiding. Ling Xiao suddenly looked around and said in a cold voice. Suddenly, figures dashed out from the dense forest. All of them were masked with black cloth covering their faces. Obviously, they didn't want Ling Xiao to see their true faces. However, their exposed eyes were filled with fierce killing intent towards Ling Xiao. It was killing intent, not hatred. In other words, these people weren't here for revenge. They were only here to carry out some kind of mission. There were many people, and none of them were mediocre. They were all very powerful. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Now, apart from the Qin Kingdom's royal family, only Phoenix in the Cloud could mobilize so many experts to kill him. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Phoenix in the Cloud had actually controlled the dragon cult for decades. No one knew what he had been doing all these years. However, one thing was for sure. As long as he wasn't dead, he would definitely be able to think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. You're all masked. Are you afraid of being seen? Ling Xiao sneered softly. Are you incomparably ugly, or are you afraid of being laughed at by the world for doing such a despicable thing? The person who had blocked the path alone just now sneered. I know you have a sharp tongue, but it's useless. The only thing you can know is that we are all existences of the dragon cult. We are the bottom line of the dragon cult, we are the root. After saying that, the warrior who had blocked Ling Xiao's path by himself added, we're helping the dragon cult eradicate the traitors and eliminate the danger, and you're the biggest source of trouble. If you don't die, the cult rules won't allow it. Cult rules? Haha, a bunch of people who have to cover their faces in broad daylight and don't even dare to reveal their true faces dare to talk to me about the cult's rules. Didn't the cult's rules teach you the consequences of killing the successor of the cult master? Amidst his laughter, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly focused, and a terrifying killing intent was released from his body. You really are a magical beast. You know our identities, and you still dare to attack us. You still want to kill us? Fine, since you want to die, you must remember my name after you die, Xianxia. I can't remember, and there's no need to remember, because you'll die very soon. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao had already stabbed out with his sword. This sword was too fast and too sharp. Xianxia could not dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the sword neared his throat, imagining the tragic scene of his throat being pierced. Clang, at the critical moment, a saber blocked in front of him, blocking Ling Xiao's sword. Shui. Xianxia looked excitedly at the person standing in front of him and let out a long breath. He was too lucky. If Shui had not intervened, he would probably be dead. Late-stage first transformation 12th level of Hell Cultivation, Ling Xiao looked at the man in a blood-red robe in front of him, who had more than a dozen scars crisscrossing his face, and frowned. This guy looked to be in his 40s. If he was really a member of the dragon cult, then he definitely would not be a nobody. It seemed that he had been hidden by Phoenix in the cloud for a long time. I've long heard that there's a source of trouble in the cult, and that your strength is not ordinary. Seeing it today, it's true, but no matter how strong you are, you must die today. Shui coldly looked at Ling Xiao. The blood-red battle saber in his hand released a shocking killing intent. He was originally the most secretive existence in the dragon cult. Phoenix in the cloud had once said that he would not be awakened unless he completely fell out with Qianbai. But now, he had been awakened. However, it was not for Qianbai, but for a young man who was known as the source of the disaster. They had come here today for no other reason than to kill Ling Xiao. The source of the chaos? Hee, that old dog Phoenix in the cloud really knows how to flatter people. Ling Xiao sneered, if I'm not wrong, you guys should be from the Dark Dragon Group, right? The Dark Dragon Group was a force that Phoenix in the cloud had secretly created. Nominally, they were martial artists who carried out assassinations and undercover missions in the dragon cult. In reality, they were nothing more than killing tools that he had secretly nurtured in order to eliminate those who disagreed with him. Over the years, many people in the dragon cult who were loyal to Qianbai had been assassinated one after another, and it was done by this group of people. The Dark Dragon Group had never been made public, but it really existed. This was what Xiaomuyu had told Qianbai. Qianbai had also told Ling Xiao. Since you know our identity, I won't talk nonsense. Now, I'll send you on your way. Shui sneered, and the killing intent on his body became even stronger. Is everyone from the Dark Dragon Group here? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Except for the leader, everyone is here. You have a lot of face, right? Shui did not know why Ling Xiao asked this, but he still answered. Very good, take out your saber. Ling Xiao instantly entered the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul transformation state, and then took out the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Behind him, the sword Martial Soul began to shine with a sharp light. There were many people on the other side, and many of them were experts. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Have you accepted your fate? Shui sneered, and then waved his hand and said, Don't attack, he's mine. As his voice fell, a terrifying saber intent began to spread in the air, blooming, a sharp, overbearing, and bloodthirsty aura wrapped around the blood saber in his hand and spewed out. The saber seemed to have merged with him, becoming a part of his body, making him stronger and more terrifying. Very strong, stronger than Yunlan, but still not enough to worry about. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. Shui's strength might not be stronger than Yunlan's, but his killing intent was stronger, and he had more experience. This kind of person was actually very difficult to deal with. In the underworld, there were actually many martial artists with similar cultivation. Usually, the difference between them would not be too big. At this time, the key to determining the outcome was experience and fighting intent. If Shui and Yunlan were to fight, Yunlan would definitely not be able to withstand 10 moves. This was a real battle, and it was not comparable to an ordinary exchange of pointers. Ling Xiao looked at the apprentice indifferently. The Blood Thunder Emperor sword in his hand shone brilliantly, and a surge of sword intent condensed on the sword. A biting cold intent bloomed in the air. It was like the bone-piercing cold wind in a world of ice and snow, and more like the killing intent of the evil wolves in the underworld. It was very terrifying. It made people tremble with fear, showing off his ability, without any concealment. It was so natural, as if the Blood Thunder Emperor sword belonged to Ling Xiao, and was inseparable from Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was not a person, but a sword that could make everything around lose its brilliance. Suddenly, it began to rain. It was a rainy day, and it was a murderous day. The rain was actually expelled by the saber intent and sword intent of the two, forming an empty space between the two of them. It was as if even the rain was afraid of their killing intent. Xuetu was slightly stunned, as if he was surprised by Ling Xiao's killing intent. It was not at all weaker than him, and this was something he did not expect. But at this time, he did not want others to help him, as he could not afford to lose face. No matter what, he was one of the 4 deputy team leaders of the Dark Dragon group. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand, and the blood saber swayed gently along with his arm. At this time, Ling Xiao had stopped his actions. Holding the sword in his right hand, he pointed it at Xuetu, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "I'll ask you one last time, will you submit to the leader, or follow that old dog Phoenix in the cloud to the end?" His voice was very loud and clear, and he believed that whether it was Xuetu or the people around, they could hear it clearly. But they did not answer. Only Xuetu sneered, "Kid, I know you have a glib tongue, but a battle is not won by glib tongue. It seems that you have chosen the stupidest path." Ling Zhao's voice slowly sounded. On the sword, the energy was crazily circulating, and streaks of blood thunder were roaring and roaring on the sword. It was as if it could pounce at any time. "It looks scary, but I don't know how strong you really are. I don't use this saber much, but I've used it 100 times, and 100 people have died, and I only kill people who are worthy of me. Among these people, your cultivation can only be considered below average." Xuetu said coldly and proudly. "I hope your saber is really more powerful than your mouth. Are you mocking me? Then go to hell." Xuetu was furious. No one had ever dared to mock him like that, not even Phoenix in the cloud. He didn't wait any longer. The blood saber in his hand suddenly dashed forward and condensed into a blood dragon in the void. Then, the blood saber radiance exploded. In the void, the blood dragon turned into a terrifying blood saber. It fell from the sky and slashed toward Ling Zhao's head. It was as if it was going to split the world in half. Ling Zhao's hand moved at the same time. The Blood Thunder Imperial sword gently swayed, and the sharp and powerful sword energy condensed into a blood-red dragon, bombarding the huge blood-red war saber. A blood sword and a blood saber. Both were blood-red, both emitted a bloodthirsty glow. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a terrifying blood red, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Transformative state, Dark Sword Demon, kill. Suddenly, a more powerful sword essence gushed out from Ling Zhao's sword. His body seemed to have become the energy source of the sword. It kept releasing terrifying energy, making the Blood Thunder Emperor sword indestructible. It became indestructible. Xuetu frowned. He could feel the terrifying power of the sword. Then, he released his saber martial soul at the same time. His blood saber also produced a more terrifying power. The overbearing saber chi collided with the sharp and indestructible sword chi. In an instant, it tore the void and spread throughout the entire space. The surrounding people's hearts twitched. It was really hard for them to imagine that Ling Xiao, a youth who had reincarnated at the age of 16, would be able to fight evenly with Xuetu, a master who had reincarnated at the age of 40. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. The saber and the sword were like two extremes. Two evenly matched enemies could not advance an inch. It seems that it won't be easy for Xuetu to kill him. Yang Hua frowned and quietly took out his weapon. For him, killing Ling Xiao was the most important thing. As for whether it was despicable or not, he didn't care. At that moment, he heard Xuetu's voice. "Yang Hua, you'd better not attack, or I'll destroy you. Do you think I only have this bit of strength? This brat is only enough for me to warm up." A cruel smile appeared on Xuetu's face. It was as if a ferocious beast had emerged from his body. In an instant, his strength and internal energy had become incomparably powerful. At the very least, it had increased by 2 times. Demonic dragon possession 2nd level? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. At least you know what's good for you. It's your bad luck to meet me today. Go to hell. Xuetu actually did not understand why they would send so many people to kill Ling Xiao. He alone could easily deal with them. But in the next moment, he no longer saw it that way. The reason for that was because a terrifying scene had appeared before his eyes. 2 demonic dragons formed above Ling Xiao's head. At the same time, it merged into Ling Xiao's body. Demonic dragon possession, you're not the only one who knows how to use it, I know it too. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. That's it. The Blood Thunder Emperor sword seemed to have suddenly erupted with its true power. With one sword, the blood saber shattered, his throat was cut, Xuetu died. Even though he was dead, Xuetu's eyes were still filled with horror and disbelief. Until his death, he did not understand how Ling Xiao had suddenly become so powerful. Even if everyone knew how to use demonic dragon possession, it should not be possible. He obviously did not know that under the Tyrant blood demonic dragon martial soul transformation state, every level of the demonic dragon's possession was twice as powerful. In other words, the first level could double, the second level could quadruple, and the third level could quadruple. This was obviously stronger than ordinary demonic dragon possession. In addition, the Blood Thunder Emperor sword was a mortal-grade emperor weapon, while the saber in Xuetu's hand was only a divine-grade spiritual weapon. They were not on the same level at all. It was normal for Ling Xiao to kill Xuetu's day. There was nothing strange about it. The massacre is about to begin. A cold smile suddenly flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The moment he killed Xuetu was not the end, it was just the beginning. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. All of you, get ready to be buried with Xuetu's day. What? No one expected that after Ling Xiao killed Xuetu, he would choose to take the initiative to attack instead of taking advantage of their shock to turn around and escape. At that moment, sword chi gushed out. A biting cold light whistled in the air and instantly enveloped 7 or 8 people. They did not even have time to understand what had happened before they were instantly swallowed by the sword light. On everyone's throat, there was an additional trace of blood. A fatal trace of blood, directly attacking. What a domineering Ling Xiao, what a crazy Ling Xiao, he actually did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. He began to massacre the people of the Dark Dragon Group. These people from the Dark Dragon Group had come with orders and arrogance. They were ordered by Phoenix and the Cloud to take Ling Xiao's life. They all thought that this was the best time to perform a meritorious service and also the key battle for them to come out from behind the scenes. They also thought that when Ling Xiao saw them, he would be so scared that his face would change drastically and his whole body would tremble. However, Ling Xiao gave them a surprise. Killing Xuetu and instantly destroying the 7 of them was as easy as swatting 7 mosquitoes. Stopping killing with killing, and exchanging violence with violence, this was Ling Xiao's simplest and most direct philosophy. In this unreasonable world, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, naively trying to persuade the other party through reason was not Ling Xiao's style. If he did not want to be killed by others, the most direct, simplest, and most effective way was to kill the other party. If the other party's descendants came to seek revenge, he would still kill their children. He would kill until no one came to find trouble with him. Anyway, even if he was benevolent and kind and let the other party go, the other party would still come to kill him. He was domineering and cruel. If he killed the other party would not be able to kill him. This multiple-choice question was very easy to choose. While they were shocked, Ling Xiao did not stop his killing. Basically, he killed at least one person with each sword strike. He was like a ghost in this dense forest. It was as if he was the Grim Reaper from hell. Bastard! The deputy leaders of the Dark Dragon Group were furious. Yang Huo was also furious. Although he was not a deputy leader, his cultivation had reached the 12th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. How could he watch Ling Xiao commit murder there and do nothing? The 4 of them attacked Ling Xiao almost at the same time. 4 waves of energy, with an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction, wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. However, Ling Xiao only took a light step forward. Like a phantom demon dragon, he easily dodged the combined attacks of the four people and stabbed the sword in his hand into the throat of a member of the Dark Dragon group. With his strange movement technique and powerful strength, Ling Xiao still did not have any fear in a group battle. Even if the members of the Dark Dragon group tried their best to resist, it was useless. What awaited them was only death. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The rain on the ground had turned red. The entire ground seemed to have been injured and was moaning in pain. The sword light might not be bright, but it was fatal. People were constantly being killed, people were constantly falling into pools of blood, and people were constantly moaning in pain. People seemed to have forgotten who was going to kill who today. The killer had become the victim instead. The one who had been killed had become the killer. However, what puzzled Ling Xiao was that although the members of the Dark Dragon group were constantly being killed, those people still pounced on him as if they were not afraid of death. It was as if death was nothing to them. Or perhaps, they believed that they were immortal. It was as if they were deliberately feeding Ling Xiao to kill. It was as if they wanted to use these fearless death warriors to weaken his physical strength, internal strength, and soul power. Make him tired, make him completely lose his combat strength. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not those who were stronger than you, but those who were not afraid of death. Because these people, if you couldn't kill them in one go, then they might bite you. Although it might not be fatal, it would definitely put you in a very dangerous situation. However, Ling Xiao's sword had never made a mistake. With the Tai Chi eye open, the entire space was under his control. He once again entered the mysterious realm of controlling heaven and earth. It seemed to be a casual and unintentional sword, but it never failed. The opponent was a death warrior. And he was more like a killing machine. Precise calculations without any mistakes. And he did not seem to be tired no matter what. In fact, among the many people, only the 3 deputy team leaders could really pose a threat to Ling Xiao. These 3 people, like Xue Tu, had rich combat experience and were powerful existences. Although Ling Xiao easily killed Xue Tu was courting death. However, that was just Xue Tu courting death. If the 4 of them had attacked together, Ling Xiao might not have had it so easy. He might even have been injured. Therefore, in the battle, Ling Xiao was always paying attention to the sneak attacks of the 3 people. Those 3 fellows, including Yang Hua, were all very cunning. Every time they attacked, it seemed like they were angry, but in reality, it was always just right. They seemed to want those Dark Dragon Death Warriors to use their lives to delay Ling Xiao, and then launch a sneak attack. However, Ling Xiao naturally had ways to guard against their sneak attacks. Now, Ling Xiao's priority was to get rid of these cannon fodders. His body instantly transformed into the purple thunderbolt beast soul. Then, the entire ground began to shake. Almost all of the people who rushed towards him had all kinds of situations happen in that instant. Those who were close to it had their bodies shattered and died. Those who were further away also fainted on the ground. After that, Ling Xiao transformed into his 3-headed lava hound beast soul again. Scorching hell release, boiling lava gushed out from the ground. The ferocious fire dragon slaughtered as it pleased in hell. The bloodthirsty magma monster roared and tore its enemies apart. In just a moment, close to 100 people around Ling Xiao were all swallowed up by the scorching hell and became sacrifices. This scene shocked the powerhouses of the Dark Dragon group. Ling Xiao was really powerful to the extent that it completely exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, when they came today, they were already fully prepared. Fortunately, they did not underestimate the enemy like that idiot Xue Tuesday. Otherwise, it would really be hard to say what would happen in today's battle. At a certain moment, there was not a single person within 100 meters of Ling Xiao. It was all boiling lava. But this time, it did not last long. More people surrounded him from all directions. Like puppets being controlled, they came over one by one to die. It seemed that he was right. These people simply wanted to exhaust him to death. Otherwise, there was no need to throw their lives away like this. Attack! Yang Hu gave the order. Following his order, another 100 attacks bombarded Ling Xiao from different angles at the same time. These people did not care about consumption at all. They were basically going all out. Because they only had one goal, and that was to exhaust Ling Xiao. There's really no end to this. To be on the safe side, Ling Xiao casually ate a blood spirit pill. Although he was not tired yet and did not consume much energy yet. But it was never bad to be prepared early. Swallowing the blood spirit pill, he pointed his long sword. A streak of sword energy pierced out, instantly piercing through the bodies of 3 martial artists, cutting them in half at the waist. When he wanted to continue attacking, a dense swarm of arrows suddenly flew over from the sky. Like flying locusts. They wanted to shoot him into a hornet's nest. The sharp Ling Xiao detected that among these arrows, there were actually some thin wild silkworm silk tied to the tails of the arrows. If not for the Tai Chi eye, he could not notice it at all. This kind of wild silkworm silk was not only incomparably sharp, but it was also virtually indestructible. It could be made into wild silkworm silk armor and could even be made into a sharp weapon to kill people. Very easily, it could cut a person into pieces, cutting them into small pieces of meat. It really took a lot of effort, Phoenix in the cloud, but it's a pity, the wild silkworm silk can't withstand the divine fire in the end. Ling Xiao took out a refining array stone and threw it into the sky. In that instant, the tyrannical true Samadhi fire turned into a terrifying fire dragon and flew out of the refining array stone. In just an instant, it burned the countless arrows and wild silkworm silk to ashes. However, with this delay, the killers on the ground approached again. Not only that, the 3 deputy team leaders, including Yang Hua, also launched an attack at the same time. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The 4 people's attacks were divided into 4 angles. It was to seal off the angle that Ling Xiao used the Devil Dragon Phantom movement technique. And the surrounding Dark Dragon group's kamikaze warriors held a fine net made of wild silkworm silk in their hands, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Kill. Apart from the sky and the ground, the surroundings were airtight. Ling Xiao frowned. The other party deliberately gave up these 2 escape routes. They must have other intentions. Did they really think that he would fall for it? From the beginning of the battle, he felt it. Although he could not confirm it, there was always a very dangerous aura staring at him. This person's concealment level was very high, so much so that even his Tai Chi eye could not capture it. But many years of battle experience gave him an intuition that was absolutely sensitive to danger. The sky won't work, the ground won't work either, then break through head-on. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Hua. It seemed like all of the kamikaze warriors were commanded by this Yang Hua. His strength was not the strongest, but his identity was not ordinary. Suddenly, he rushed towards Yang Hua. As if he did not see the wild silkworm silk net in front of him. Yang Hua smiled coldly, waiting to see the outcome of Ling Xiao's body being cut into pieces. Yang Hua watched helplessly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to touch the heavenly silkworm net, he actually vanished. Demonic Dragon Phantom, Nether Demonic Dragon. The Nether Demonic Dragon form could ignore all physical objects. Of course, it could not attack. Although the wild silk net was powerful, it could not hurt him. While Yang Hua was still in shock, Ling Xiao's figure had already appeared beside him. The Blood Thunder Imperial sword in his hand pierced through the bodies of 2 dark dragon men of sacrifice at a very strange angle and finally pierced into Yang Hua's throat. Since you want to die, why should I spare you? Ling Xiao should have been happy to kill Yang Hua. However, at this moment, he was not happy at all. Instead, he felt a gloomy chill in his body. He felt a chill down his spine. It was like a venomous snake, staring at him from a short distance, sticking out its tongue and baring its sharp fangs. This guy really picked the right time. The moment Ling Xiao showed himself and killed Yang Hua, Ling Xiao was already squeezed between the men of sacrifice. He had no room to dodge at all. This terrifying assassin just had to launch an attack at this very moment. Ling Xiao could even feel a sharp blade inching closer and closer to his back. Although this person's strength was slightly weaker than the 3 deputy team leaders, it was on par with Yang Hua. However, this guy was far more of a threat to him than the 3 deputy team leaders. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. Even Ling Xiao was no exception. If I can't dodge, I'll blast you out. Ling Xiao frowned and immediately channeled inner strength under his feet. Earth-splitting body. A terrifying explosion came directly from the ground. In an instant, more than 10 people with Ling Xiao as the center were directly blasted into meat paste. However, that venomous snake was still unharmed. His reaction speed was very fast, and he actually dodged this almost impossible to avoid attack. Even so, he had already missed the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he once again went underground and waited for an opportunity to make his move. But would Ling Xiao give him the chance? The inner force beneath his feet circulated once again, and an even more terrifying explosion erupted around him. It was still earth-splitting corpse, but it was much more powerful than before. Obviously, Ling Xiao was a little annoyed. With such a venomous snake staring at him, he would always feel like there was a thorn in his back. This time, everything within a 10-meter radius around him completely exploded. Another 20 men of sacrifice were killed by the explosion. However, that poisonous snake actually managed to dodge it. Not only that, but the 3 deputy team leaders had also approached Ling Xiao. He tried to stall Ling Xiao so that the poisonous snake could escape. "Since you're here, let's die together." Earth explosion. The second level of the Earth Demon secret technique required the user to send their soul power into the ground to control the earth element. The explosion was even more terrifying than the Earth dismemberment technique, and it lasted longer. Amidst a series of explosions, the 3 deputy team leaders had no choice but to dodge. As for the poisonous snake underground, it was finally blown out. Although he wasn't dead, he was injured. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't want to give him any chance to survive. Stepping on the demonic dragon phantom, his body turned into a sword light and flew forward. Demonic dragon phantom, demonic sword dragon, whoosh, a terrifying scene appeared. Ling Xiao's body was like a sharp sword, directly piercing through the poisonous snake's body and splitting it in two. Although the poisonous snake's eyes were already split open, there was still an incomparable shock and fear in his eyes. At that moment, he felt an unimaginable sense of fear. The scene in his eyes gradually split in two and then completely disappeared. Until his death, he didn't even touch Ling Xiao. Naturally, he couldn't let out a scream. Ling Xiao's attack this time was aimed at killing him in one blow. Around him, the men of sacrifice who were originally fearless finally started to feel afraid. Facing this demonic young man, their fear increased little by little. Originally, if the poisonous snake didn't die, they still had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. However, their biggest trump card was so easily killed by Ling Xiao. What could they use to support their inner courage? Not to mention them, the 3 deputy team leaders also felt their hearts twitching nonstop. How could this young man be so terrifying? How could it be? They could be afraid, but they definitely shouldn't be in a trance. This momentary trance was enough to be fatal. The 3 of them saw Ling Xiao turn back. It was a golden light that surpassed their vision. Then, one of them heard the screams of his comrades on both sides. When he looked again, there was a bloody mark on the throats of the 2 men. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood less than 2 meters away from him. He was so scared that he turned around and fled. After retreating dozens of meters away and being protected by the men of sacrifice, he felt a little bit of warmth. Ling Xiao stood there, and there was not a single wound on his body. There were only a few more tears on his clothes. Those bone-chilling and terrifying eyes were staring at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if the devil was mocking him. This guy was a real devil. The heart of the remaining deputy team leader began to twitch violently, giving him an impulse to run away. He thought that he had long lost his fear, but today, the young man in front of him once again brought fear to him and implanted it into his body. "Where's that old dog Phoenix in the cloud?" Ling Xiao didn't immediately make a move. His cold voice came from his mouth. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword aura, piercing all the enemies. He knew that Phoenix in the cloud was the main culprit. If Phoenix in the cloud didn't die, such things would definitely happen again. If he didn't have so many trump cards, he would have lost his life on the spot in today's battle. Thinking about it, Phoenix in the cloud must be very surprised that the Dark Dragon group had almost turned out in full force, but they still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. The deputy team leader looked at Ling Xiao in horror, as if he was wondering why Ling Xiao was still not exhausted. Why was there not a single wound on his body after fighting until now? What was this young man's cultivation level? Was there a mistake in the information about Phoenix in the cloud? Kill. Ling Xiao didn't get an answer for a long time, so he said these words coldly. Then, he swung his sword. A few more men of sacrifice were killed. Fresh blood mixed with the rain and dyed the ground red. My cultivation level has increased again. It seems that this battle wasn't in vain. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He suddenly hoped that Phoenix in the Cloud would send more people over. This battle had increased his cultivation level by 30%. Although there was still a certain distance to the later stage of the 12th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang transformation state. But as long as it could be improved, there was no need to be afraid that he couldn't break through. Moreover, the martial arts techniques he used had improved to a certain extent. The earth-splitting corpse move's range suddenly increased, and its power also increased at the same time. This was because it had reached perfection. The second layer's earth explosion corpse had also reached proficiency because it had been perfectly executed. The demonic dragon phantom had the greatest improvement. He had successfully used it many times, allowing him to avert danger. At the same time, it had also reached perfection. The first layer of demonic dragon possession had also reached perfection. The second layer had also reached proficiency because he had just broken through. In any case, Ling Xiao had gained quite a lot from this battle. This made him want to fight a few more battles. Clearly feeling Ling Xiao's aura increase, the deputy team leader had completely lost the confidence to resist. There were so many people before, but none of them had a chance to win against Ling Xiao, who was not as strong as he was now. How could they win now? If I tell you, will you spare my life? The deputy team leader clenched his teeth and suddenly asked. Under Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he finally changed his mind. Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking and disdainful expression. He despised this kind of person the most. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you tell me, I'll give you a quick death. If you don't, I'll make you wish you were dead. Bloodthirsty plague, activate. When he killed the two deputy team leaders, Ling Xiao had already released the bloodthirsty plague germs on this guy's body. Now that it was activated, the terrifying pain of having tens of thousands of worms biting his heart made this deputy team leader kneel on the ground. No. Stop, I'll tell you. If he wished he was dead, he might as well die. The most frightening thing was not death, but the pain of not being able to die even if he wanted to. The bloodthirsty plague was not only a good way to kill the enemy, but also a good way to interrogate. Speak. With a thought, Ling Xiao temporarily stopped the bloodthirsty plague's torture on this guy. Phoenix in the Cloud is at Demonic Dragon Mountain. The deputy team leader said. What is he doing at Demonic Dragon Mountain? Ling Xiao continued to ask. You should know this best. He wants the demonic dragon sword. Alone? No, he and a few of his sworn brothers are all here. Every one of them is an extremely powerful Jianghu hero. They are even stronger than us, including our team leader. At this point, he said sadly, I've already said what I need to say. I only ask that you give me a quick death. Sure. The moment the sword was drawn, the person would die. There was still a conspicuous bloodstain on his throat. With all the vice team leaders dead, the Death Warriors had long lost the will to continue fighting. Howling in horror, he turned around and fled. Seeing those people flee, Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly found a more secluded place, sat down, and began to heal his injuries. That look just now was just an act. In fact, although he did not suffer any external injuries in today's battle, he had suffered internal injuries because he had forcefully circulated his inner energy several times. This was the reason why he didn't kill them all. If the last vice team leader had been braver and braver, risking the pain of the bloodthirsty plague to attack together with the Death Warriors, Ling Xiao would probably have had to run for his life. Unfortunately, he was frightened by Ling Xiao's aura and lost his life for nothing. At the same time, in Demonic Dragon Mountain, Phoenix in the Cloud, whose body was completely rebuilt with metal, was looking for the location of the demonic dragon sword with some of his Jianghu friends. This Demonic Dragon Mountain was neither big nor small. It was not that easy to find the demonic dragon sword. Otherwise, with Demonic Dragon Mountain here, why was the demonic dragon sword not stolen? Was it because of the people guarding Demonic Dragon Mountain? Those people were not too strong. At this time, their corpses were already lying outside the mountain. They were probably eaten by wild beasts. Looking at the time, there should be a reply. Phoenix in the cloud suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked into the distance as if he wanted to see something. Brother Yun, don't worry. You know the strength of the Dark Dragon group the best. With so many people attacking together, Lin Xiao will definitely die. The one who spoke was the leader of the Dark Dragon group. Looking at him, he looked somewhat similar to the first elder. They should be brother and sister. His hatred for Ling Xiao was definitely real, and it was urgent. Yes, I believe in the strength of the Dark Dragon group. Ling Xiao will definitely not live. Phoenix in the cloud could not think of any accidents. As long as the Dark Dragon group's actions were not wrong, Ling Xiao would definitely die. At this time, a figure floated over from the distance. He was very fast and very anxious. As soon as that person appeared, Phoenix in the cloud asked anxiously, "How is it? Did you bring back Ling Xiao's head?" He was actually asking the obvious. There was nothing in the other person's hand. That person hesitated for a moment and finally sighed helplessly. The Dark Dragon group was almost completely wiped out. The 4 vice team leaders, including Yang Hua, have all died in battle. The remaining members of the Dark Dragon group fled for their lives. The Dark Dragon group was destroyed. What about Ling Xiao? Is Ling Xiao dead? Phoenix in the cloud did not seem to care about the survival of the Dark Dragon group. He only wanted Ling Xiao to die. If he could exchange the Dark Dragon group for Ling Xiao's life, he felt that it was worth it. Ling Xiao, unharmed. That person sighed and said. What? What happened? Did reinforcements come? Did Chen Bai make a move? That's impossible. The demonic dragon city should have been surrounded by the Qin Kingdom's army. Chen Bai can't save Ling Xiao even if he has wings. Phoenix in the cloud could not figure out who saved Ling Xiao. In his imagination, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to eliminate so many people from the Dark Dragon group. There were no reinforcements. They were all killed by Ling Xiao alone. That person said something shocking again. What? At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in Phoenix in the cloud's heart. Ling Xiao did not die after being surrounded by such a powerful army? That was simply unbelievable. Could it be that that kid was hiding some secret that he did not know? Bisect leader, we have to avenge our brothers. The leader of the Dark Dragon group said angrily. Yes, revenge. That Ling Xiao will definitely come to the demonic dragon mountain. This will be his burial ground. Phoenix in the cloud knew that he still had a chance, and this chance was in the demonic dragon mountain. Ling Xiao came for the demonic dragon sword. Even if he knew that there was an ambush here, with that guy's personality, he would definitely not turn back. Therefore, as long as everything was prepared here, Ling Xiao would definitely walk into the trap. In the Qin Kingdom, if there was anyone who knew the demonic dragon mountain the best, it would be Chen Bai. Only the Yamada family knew. The Yamada family had been living on the demonic dragon mountain since before the dragon cult was born. Only they knew why this place was called the demonic dragon mountain. Only they knew how terrifying the demonic dragon sword was. Chen Bai was the first to take out and use the demonic dragon sword, but the people of the Yamada family knew. The demon dragon sword was actually not a single sword, but 10 swords, 1 mother sword and 9 sub-swords. The mother and son were connected. As long as one held the mother sword, they could easily control the 9 sub-swords. What Chen Bai had previously obtained was only a sub-sword. A mere sub-sword was already a top-notch mortal grade emperor artifact. In that case, what grade of magic treasure was the mother sword? To be honest, only the Yamada family knew. Actually, from the outside, one could see that there were 9 small mountains around the main peak of the Demon Dragon Mountain. The Yamada family's history recorded the true origin of the Demon Dragon sword. Back then, 2 peerless experts fought here. One of them was the great demon who possessed the Jiuzi Demon Dragon sword, while the other was an expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation. He was also the first ancestor of the Yamada family. The 2 of them fought here for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, the great demon was killed. The Jiuzi Demon Dragon sword transformed into 10 mountains with the mental power of the demon before he died. The expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation was also seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. He knew that he did not have much time left and that it was impossible for him to return to the Golden Heavenly Nation. Thus, he gave birth to children here. 10 years later, he passed away. One had to know that with his cultivation, it would not be a problem for him to live for another few hundred years. Before he died, he used the last of his strength to seal the 10 mountains. From then on, the Yamada family became the guardians of these 10 mountains. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Yamada family failed to live up to expectations and submitted to the dragon cult. Thus, this place belonged to the dragon cult. Suddenly, the 10 mountains began to shake violently. The patriarch of the Yamada family, Yamada Akashi, looked in that direction in horror. What's going on? Didn't you say that the seal of the demon dragon sword is very strong? The one who asked was Phoenix in the Cloud. It turned out that Yamada Akashi had already secretly formed an alliance with Phoenix in the Cloud. Now, they were trying to crack the secret of the demon dragon sword together. However, before they could do anything, the 10 mountains that sealed the Jozi demon dragon sword began to shake violently. This, I don't know either. Who could actually loosen the seal? Yamada Akashi was also very shocked. Could it be that Xianxia? Since he is Chenbai's disciple, he must know the shortcut to enter Demon Dragon Mountain. The leader of the Dark Dragon group frowned. Rumble, at this moment, in the distance, at the top of the sky, black clouds suddenly floated over. The originally bright sky instantly turned dark, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Then, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and strong winds blew. The earth began to shake. It doesn't matter if it's Xianxia or not, we must stop him. Quick, speed up. We must break the restriction before that brat obtains the demon dragon sword. Seeing this, Phoenix in the Cloud became even more nervous. Originally, that brat Xianxia was already quite terrifying. If that fellow were to obtain the 9 Suns demonic dragon sword, wouldn't that be even more difficult to deal with? Understood, it's almost there. Yamada Zhang didn't waste any more time and began to break the restriction. This seal was left behind by his ancestor. Although there was no way to break it, there were still some clues left behind. After so many years, the Yamada family had not wasted their time. They had managed to find a way to break the seal. It was just a little bit away. If it weren't for the fact that Phoenix in the Cloud urgently wanted to break the seal this time, Yamada Zhang planned to wait for a while longer. Legend has it that only martial artists who possess dark attribute internal energy that permeates the sky can make the demon dragon sword feel evil and powerful. Only then can they stimulate the demon dragon sword to break the seal. Could that Xianxia be a devil? The leader of the Dark Dragon group asked. That brat can indeed be called a devil. He kills without batting an eye. Moreover, he might really have mastered dark attribute internal energy. I've had this feeling in the few times I've fought him. Phoenix in the Cloud gritted his teeth and said. The more it was like this, the more worried he was. In fact, Xianxia possessed shadow profound internal energy, which was of a higher level than dark attribute internal energy. Moreover, before Xianxia entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had cultivated a demonic body and refined a demonic creature. He and the demon dragon sword could be said to be the most perfect combination among all the martial artists in the Qin country. They were even more compatible than Chenbai. At this moment, the 10 mountains shook even more violently. In the sky, thick black clouds were constantly rolling, and blood-red thunderbolts were striking down from the sky. The entire world seemed to have sunk into doomsday. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. A terrifying and oppressive aura enveloped the entire Demon Dragon Mountain. The demonic beasts in the Demon Dragon Mountain were all lying on the ground, trembling. Even Phoenix in the Cloud and the others had to circulate their internal energy to resist the terrifying oppressive aura. Otherwise, they would really vomit blood on the spot. Kacha, a strange light pierced through the black clouds and pierced the sky. It was sharp and powerful. It was definitely a sword intent. A terrifying sword intent that could destroy everything in its path. When this sword intent appeared, Phoenix in the Cloud, Yamada Zhang, and the others didn't dare to move. This was because they were afraid that if they moved, they would be killed by the terrifying sword intent. At this moment, Xianxia was cooperating with the terrifying sword intent of the demon dragon sword to fight against the power of the seal left behind by a powerhouse. This powerhouse should be the ancestor of the Yamada family from the Golden Heavenly Nation. If it was a one-on-one battle, he could naturally suppress the Jiuzi demon dragon sword. However, now that Ling Xiao was involved and the demonic aura was soaring to the sky, he was gradually unable to hold on. The little remaining spiritual energy began to dissipate gradually. In the end, it completely disappeared. At this moment, Ling Xiao was not relaxed. He had completely resolved the power of the seal, but the Jiuzi demon dragon sword was not willing to be easily controlled by him. The sharp and evil sword intent was constantly pressing toward him, wanting to completely subdue him. However, this sword intent did not hurt him. It only wanted to destroy his spiritual sea and then control his body. Evil creature, I knew you would do this, so I made preparations. Activate the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. The formation was activated and attracted the lightning in the sky. Bolts of divine lightning constantly bombarded the sword intent of the demon dragon sword. The demon dragon sword had weakened a lot after resisting the power of the seal. Now that it was bombarded by the divine lightning, it was naturally injured again. However, even so, Ling Xiao was still under a lot of pressure. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and hair and fell to the ground. He stared at the pitch-black sword intent in the sky. There were also the 10 mountains that were constantly shaking. The mountains were crumbling. The more they crumbled, the stronger the sword intent of the demon dragon sword became. However, because Ling Xiao was prepared in advance, every time the sword intent appeared, a layer was destroyed by the divine lightning. It could not completely condense. However, the moment the 10 mountains completely cracked, a pitch-black demonic dragon appeared in the sky, under the black clouds. The demonic dragon instantly condensed and turned into a huge pitch-black sword. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He stood on the peak of the mountain, under the black clouds. He could strongly feel the cruelty, indifference, and arrogance of the demon dragon sword. Demon, this was a person falling into the demonic path because of extreme emotions, but would Ling Xiao be afraid? He had the bloodline power of the true heavenly demon. He had once completely refined the heavenly demon king that had been injected into his glabella in the White Tiger continent and turned it into his own power. Although most of the power had been integrated into his cells and stored. However, in terms of demonic energy, how could an ordinary demon compare to a true heavenly demon? Ling Xiao could feel that the demonic intent in his body was constantly rising. The terrifying heavenly demon power was constantly released from his cells, urging his cultivation to speed up. He liked this kind of pressure. Only under such terrifying pressure could he grow and become stronger. Boom, boom, crack, suddenly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The world seemed to be shaken by a terrifying giant. It began to tremble and let out a thick sorrowful cry. The 10 mountain peaks in front of him all exploded. The gravel was directly blasted into powder, forming a huge sandstorm. It enveloped the 10 mountain peaks. They came out. There were actually 10 swords. Ling Xiao thought that there was only one demon dragon sword, but he did not expect 10 to fly out at once. 9 of the swords were as black as ink jade. Under their ferocious appearance, they exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They suddenly flew into the sky and bloomed with a black luster, like a black sun. The terrifying demonic intent was constantly blooming. The most terrifying thing was not these 9 swords, but the huge 2-handed sword that was surrounded by the 9 swords. The sword was close to 2 meters long. The huge sword body was as black and ferocious, but the demonic intent that it emitted was even more terrifying. These 10 swords seemed to be connected by blood. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi could see that there was an energy connection between the 9 sub-swords and the mother sword that was so small that it was almost invisible to the Tai Chi eye. It was dark red like blood. It's time. Ling Xiao knew that at this moment, he had to subdue the 18 demon dragon swords with all his might. Otherwise, not only would he fail, but he would also die. These 10 swords were definitely not good. Boom, a pitch-black universe suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. He released his tyrannical martial spirit and quickly expanded its range. The entire sky and the entire mountain range were enveloped by this vast universe. In the universe of Tyrant, Ling Xiao was the only one who reigned supreme. Vile spawn, hurry up and submit. Ling Xiao roared. In the dark universe, there was a huge human shadow waving a palm that could destroy countless stars. It slapped towards the 10 swords. At this moment, the 18 demon swords actually began to tremble. Even though their demonic intents were overflowing, they still lost the ability to resist under the suppression of the tyrannical intent in the tyrannical universe. In an instant, all 10 swords fell to the ground. He appeared in the Mountain River world. The Mountain River world was only a part of the tyrannical universe. It was made up of the Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, the White Tiger continent and a small part of the Black Tortoise continent. The 10 swords formed 10 mountain peaks within the Mountain River world. They were identical to the demonic Dragon Mountain in the outside world. However, Ling Xiao could feel that as long as he was willing, he could summon these 10 swords at any time. He could feel that the 9 sub-swords were indeed ordinary grade emperor weapons. However, Ling Xiao was unable to distinguish the grade of the origin sword. However, he was certain that the origin sword was definitely stronger than the 9 sub-swords. So you're called the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword. No wonder there are 10 of them. The moment Ling Xiao subdued the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, he knew everything about it. 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, come. He raised his hand, and a huge black sword appeared in his hand. It was the origin sword. The 9 sub-swords actually revolved around his body like flying swords. It was very magical. Ling Xiao had also cultivated the imperial sword technique in the past. However, it was only the lowest level. Because its power was not enough, he could only control ordinary weapons. He did not use it again later. However, he had to admit that if he could control flying swords, it would definitely be impossible for the enemy to guard against. As he held the demonic dragon sword in his hand, Ling Xiao could feel that the sword was connected to his soul. It was as if the sword had already become a part of him. Even the slightest bit of energy fluctuation on the sword was so clear and real. Ling Xiao knew very well that he, who controlled the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, already had the strength of a top expert in the Qin Nation. Although he did not know if there were any hidden experts in the Qin Nation, at the very least, he should not be weaker than Qin Bai now. With the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, he also had the strength to run amok. Phoenix in the cloud, didn't you set up an ambush for me in the Demon Dragon Mountain? Then I'll let you have a taste of what fear is. Ling Xiao knew that the time for his revenge had arrived. Whether it was Phoenix in the cloud or the Qin Nation's royal family, it was time to end it. My cultivation is only 20% away from breaking through. I should first comprehend the demon dragon scripture and the imperial celestial dragon body. As soon as he thought about it, a vivid image appeared in his mind. In the image, a person wielded a huge sword and danced, releasing powerful sword moves. However, it was not the demon dragon scripture that Qin Bai mentioned, nor was it the imperial celestial dragon body. It was a new set of martial skills, and it was a 4th level immortal grade martial skill, True Demon Sword Essence. This True Demon Sword Essence was a martial skill that the True Demon Emperor of the True Demon Empire had casually imparted to a disciple when he conquered the Black Tortoise continent. However, that disciple could not fully grasp the sword skill that he had casually imparted. He only grasped about 10% of it. In the end, after modification, it became a 4th level immortal grade sword skill, True Demon Sword Essence. With this sword skill, that disciple became a famous demon in the Qin Nation. Later on, he even established his own sect in the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although the sword technique had become useless, the great demon was still reluctant to give it up. If I want to learn the True Demon Sword Essence, I can't learn the Demon Dragon Scripture and the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. Ling Xiao was already connected to the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, so he naturally knew this point. He also knew that this Demon Dragon Sword contained another set of even more terrifying sword skills. It was a pity that his cultivation was not enough and could not comprehend it. I'll choose you, True Demon Sword Essence. If there's a good one, I'll naturally learn it, a 4th level immortal grade martial skill, even if it's only cultivated to the initial stage, can crush a 3rd level immortal grade martial skill. Ling Xiao made his decision. Then, the moves of the True Demon Sword Essence began to appear in his mind. This True Demon Sword Essence only had a total of 4 moves. However, the difficulty of cultivating each move was 10 times that of a 3rd level immortal grade martial skill. Ling Xiao was originally afraid that he would not be able to successfully comprehend it, but the Tai Chi gave him another surprise. The first move of the True Devil Sword Essence was actually very simple. It was called True Devil Sword Chi. It could kill people from a distance. Moreover, the sword chi contained a terrifying demonic aura that could cause fear and negative emotions in the enemy's mind. This move was easy to learn because the so-called True Devil Sword Chi was actually infusing one's inner strength into the demon dragon sword and then changing its attribute to release a special sword chi. Ling Xiao felt that as long as he used it a few more times in battle, this move would soon reach perfection or even perfection. As for the last 3 moves, they were not so easy. After all, they were immortal grade 4th heaven martial arts techniques. They were much stronger than immortal grade 3rd heaven martial arts techniques. Perhaps Ling Xiao would only be able to start cultivating them after his cultivation broke through to the Yin-Yang realm's 13th level of hell. However, even if it was just one move, it had many uses. The True Devil Sword Chi could be infused into an existing move and could greatly increase the power of an existing move. It was not impossible to raise the power of an existing move by 1 level. In this way, even if he could not cultivate the last 3 moves of the True Devil Sword essence, he had absolute confidence in exchanging blows with the strongest person in the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Thinking of this, he sneered, "Qin Kingdom's royal family, you owe my good brother Ling Yan and me. It's time to pay back everything, you were the ones who chased after me. Now, it's time for me to settle the score." Someone was coming. Just as he was thinking of finding someone to test the power of the True Devil Sword Chi, someone came knocking on his door. 4 people appeared in front of him. He knew Phoenix in the Cloud. However, he did not know the other 3. However, there was no doubt that they were all experts. Although 2 of them had lower cultivation than Phoenix in the Cloud, they had reached the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. However, they were not as strong as Phoenix in the Cloud. The last person was a martial artist at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. However, he was stronger than the 4 deputy team leaders of the Dark Dragon group. They had the same cultivation but stronger combat power. There must be something special about this person. "You are Ling Xiao?" It was precisely the weakest person among them who shouted at Ling Xiao. The other 3 sealed off the 3 directions that Ling Xiao could escape in. "And who are you?" Ling Xiao asked. "I am Xuezhan, and Xue Tu is my younger brother." That person's roar was filled with incomparable hatred. "So it's that idiot's brother. But what do you want?" Ling Xiao asked again. "What are you doing? You have 2 choices now. First, hand over the demon dragon sword and submit to Vice Sect Master Yun. Then, accept his puppet surgery, the second one will die." Xuezhan sneered. "What if I don't choose?" Ling Xiao looked at Bloody Battle with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Your brain is as stupid as your younger brother's brain. Before I obtained the demon dragon sword, I killed him. Although you are stronger than him, you are not much stronger. In front of me, who possesses the demon dragon sword, you still dare to speak such nonsense. Do you want to die?" The moment his voice fell, Ling Xiao slashed out with the demon dragon sword in his hand. A ray of sword chi, True Devil Sword Chi, it flew out from the tip of the sword, and it was more than a foot wide. That powerful aura actually made Xuezhan tremble involuntarily. "Dodge!" Phoenix in the Cloud roared. Unfortunately, the speed of the True Devil Sword Chi was not something that ordinary sword chi could compare to. Once it stabbed out, it was impossible for that guy to dodge it unless he blocked it. "Ah, Blood Saber Wild Dance." Xuezhan also used a blood saber. His choice was correct. He knew that he could not dodge it, so he blocked it. This strategy was correct, but unfortunately, he was too weak. "How dare you!" Xuezhan was a member of the Dark Dragon Group. At this time, when the Dark Dragon Group's patriarch saw this scene, he roared and directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only smiled contemptuously. He stepped out with the Demon Dragon Phantom movement technique and pounced towards Yamada Zhang. He did not look at Bloody Battle at all. Because he knew that Xuezhan would not survive. The True Devil Sword Chi was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was fast, it was powerful, it also had a deterrent and other negative effects. It was simply too powerful. Among the 4 people, Yamada Zhang's cultivation was only slightly higher than Xuezhan's. Ling Xiao naturally had his reasons for choosing him. Brother Yamada, be careful of that brat. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch roared. However, he found that his speed could not catch up to Ling Xiao. At this time, Phoenix in the Cloud finally made his move. Ling Xiao had already predicted that he would make his move. The 9 demon dragon swords that surrounded his body suddenly shot out and all rushed towards Phoenix in the Cloud. Just at this time, a scream was heard. Shuizhan was already split into 2 by the demon-suppressing sword qi and died miserably on the spot. The others were attracted by the scream, but Ling Xiao still rushed towards Yamada Zhang. Brat, do you really think that this old man is made of mud? Yamada Zhang was furious. In any case, he was already old and his cultivation had already reached the peak of Yin-Yang realm level 12. How could he be willing to be treated as a soft persimmon by Ling Xiao? In that instant, the sword martial spirit appeared behind him. A sharp sword appeared in his hand and he stabbed towards Ling Xiao. The 2 swords collided in the air. However, a terrifying true devil sword qi climbed onto Yamada Zhang's sword like a poisonous snake and directly chopped off Yamada Zhang's wrist. Ah! A mournful scream was heard again. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was actually fighting 1 against 4. He even killed one of them and broke the other's wrist. This kind of strength was truly shocking. Brother Yun, protect Brother Yamada. I'll kill him. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao. Not only did he kill everyone in his Dark Dragon Group, leaving him as a general without an army, he actually dared to kill his people in front of him. This was simply unforgivable. Ling Xiao noticed that the surroundings seemed to be covered by a strange black gas, forming a huge cocoon-like thing that wrapped him and the Dark Dragon Group's patriarch inside. Although this patriarch had not been able to catch up to Ling Xiao and save Shuizhan, it was not as if he did not do anything. My martial soul isn't something powerful. It's just something like this. But there's one thing. If you can't kill me, you'll never be able to escape from here. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His martial spirit was a special martial spirit. It was formless but useful. Ling Xiao tried to use the true devil sword qi to chop it twice. As expected, he was unable to break it. He had also tried to escape, but he had failed. He could not even break it. Because this was not a formation. It was the Dark Dragon Group's patriarch's special martial spirit. Alright, since you're courting death, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao was carefree. If he could not get out, then he would kill the other party. This way, he could at least get out, right? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch roared angrily. His body actually seemed to expand by a lot. A pair of black dragon wings even grew out from his back. Looks like your martial spirit is not simple. Ling Xiao noticed that after this guy's body grew bigger, his strength, defense, and speed had all improved greatly. It's too late to find out now. Otherwise, why do you think I would dare to fight you one-on-one? The leader of the Dark Dragon Group took a step forward. His body, which was close to 3 meters tall, was like a small giant. He stood above Ling Xiao and looked down at Ling Xiao. Powerful and arrogant. Go to hell. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group did not waste any more words. The moment his transformation was completed, he launched an attack. He suddenly soared into the air, and then his entire body seemed to have turned into a meteorite, directly smashing towards Ling Xiao. This kind of fighting method was definitely used by people who were extremely confident in their own defense. It was crazy to use one's own body as a weapon to kill the enemy. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at that body. It was like a giant beast. Its entire body was filled with power and wildness. This guy, what exactly is he? He doesn't seem to be human. Ling Xiao frowned, but he did not dodge, let alone retreat. He held the demon dragon sword tightly with both hands and aimed at the huge monster in the sky. In the demon dragon sword, demonic energy soared into the sky, and killing intent soared. The sword intent soared into the sky. Kill. The sword pierced upwards, directly piercing the huge body. Bang. Rumble. The huge body of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group collided with Ling Xiao's demon dragon sword. At that moment, space was distorted. It's a pity that my cultivation is not enough. In the end, I can't unleash the true power of this demon dragon sword. Ling Xiao sighed. The current demon dragon sword in his hand was about the same power as the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The only thing that was stronger was the true devil sword Qi. Furthermore, it would be sharper. Otherwise, this collision would definitely be able to directly pierce through the leader of the Dark Dragon group. However, now, that huge body actually released a terrifying power. Ling Xiao's hands that were holding the sword actually let out a sorrowful cry. His legs began to sink into the ground. What terrifying power! What race is he? Yamada Akashi asked Phoenix in the Cloud, who was beside him. He was so engrossed in the battle that he forgot that he had lost an arm. Before the human monarch unified the mystic world, the ferocious beasts ruled the vast mystic world. One of the terrifying beasts was the mammoth. It resembled a war elephant, but its body was even larger, and its strength was even more terrifying. He is a descendant of the mammoth race who has awakened the mammoth bloodline. Phoenix in the Cloud replied, his martial soul doesn't have much attack power, but combined with his terrifying bloodline, he has never been defeated in a one-on-one battle, even I don't dare to fight him head-on. If I had known that Ling Xiao was so strong, I would have sent him to intercept and kill him. A Ling Xiao without the demon dragon sword is obviously easier to deal with. How domineering. As expected of the mammoth race. Ling Xiao also heard Phoenix in the Cloud's words. He knew that this couldn't go on. He suddenly put away the demon dragon sword and used the demon dragon phantom movement technique. He instantly retreated dozens of steps and avoided the terrifying attack. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Group leader's huge body smashed into the ground. At that moment, the ground actually cracked, flipped over, and broke into pieces. You still want to escape? The Dark Dragon Group leader didn't give Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. He flapped his huge dragon wings, and his sturdy body was like a nimble bird. He instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Then, he slapped down with both hands, wanting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot like a mosquito. Ling Xiao had no choice but to continue retreating. The Dark Dragon Group leader's attack followed like a shadow. Pa! His hands finally clapped together less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. That terrifying sound made Ling Xiao feel as if his eardrums were about to shatter. The most terrifying thing was the gale created by the clapping of his hands. It was like a knife that cut Ling Xiao's body, leaving dozens of wounds. Previously, when he killed so many people from the Dark Dragon Group, he wasn't injured. But now, facing the leader alone, he was already injured. It was enough to show how terrifying the Dark Dragon Group leader was. Seeing this, the corners of Phoenix in the Cloud's mouth finally raised into a sneer. The Dark Dragon Group leader wasn't so easy to deal with. In terms of talent, he was already very strong. However, this guy was also very hardworking. He cultivated his heaven-defying bloodline to become very powerful. Coupled with that magical martial soul, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape this time. Obediently accept your death. In my space, you have no chance of escaping. Seeing Ling Xiao retreating, the Dark Dragon Group leader sneered and attacked even more fiercely. That huge palm was like a fly swatter, continuously slapping down. The ground was constantly shattered, it kept cracking. Ling Xiao didn't even have a place to stand. He had to use the demonic dragon phantom movement technique to constantly dodge. As expected, it's still a bit troublesome for me to deal with a martial artist at the peak of the 12th level of hell. What's more, this Dark Dragon Group leader has probably reached the peak of the 12th level of hell. Coupled with that terrifying mammoth bloodline, not only is his skin rough and his flesh thick, but he also has boundless strength. Interesting. I'm gradually getting excited. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. In fact, until now, Phoenix in the Cloud was too happy that he didn't realize that Ling Xiao hadn't used any other moves besides the sword martial soul. He also didn't enter the beast soul transformation. Competing with me in strength? Alright, then I'll accompany you to the end. Purple Lightning Bull Beast Soul Transformation. Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, his body instantly transformed into the Purple Lightning Bull battle form. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Group leader's palm slapped over again. Rumble, this time, Ling Xiao didn't retreat. He stabbed the demonic dragon sword into the ground and blocked the terrifying attack with both hands. In terms of strength, I won't lose to you. Amidst the roar, Ling Xiao circulated the royal heaven-earth power throughout his body. His strength rose to the extreme. His body had also become much larger. Bigger than his opponent. Scram! With a roar, he raised his head and sent the leader of the Dark Dragon squad flying. Ha ha ha, awesome! Although this attack didn't injure the Dark Dragon group leader, it could be considered as venting his anger. Damn it, Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable being suppressed by someone else's strength all this time. He picked up the demonic dragon sword again. Then, dozens of terrifying purple lightning snakes were released from his body and pounced towards the Dark Dragon group leader. At the same time, he stepped on the ground and his figure flashed. He accelerated and stabbed out. His target was the weakest part of the Dark Dragon group leader's body, his eyes. Roar. The Dark Dragon group leader let out a beast-like roar. He actually used his physical body to tear apart the dozens of lightning snakes with his bare hands. Then, he used his hand to grab the demonic dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Ah! The Dark Dragon group leader roared, "Kid, you must die. No one has ever been able to surpass me in terms of strength. No one, and you are no exception." The leader of the Dark Dragon group roared angrily and waved his palms. His palms, which were as huge as palm leaf fans, collided with Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao had actually surpassed him in terms of strength. This was unbearable for him. He wanted to use his strength to completely tear Ling Xiao apart. Chi, the demon dragon sword pierced into the thick and huge hand of the leader of the Dark Dragon group, but it was as if it had pierced into a mountain rock. That rough skin with incomparable sword shadows was simply like an iron wall. It blocked the demon dragon sword from going any deeper. Roar. With a furious roar, the body of the leader of the Dark Dragon group actually grew larger again. Even his face became ferocious and terrifying, as if he had transformed into a terrifying monster. At the same time, the bloodline power in his body burst forth. The powerful blood energy actually condensed into the blood-red totem of an ancient mammoth above his head. The power of the mammoth, even if placed 100,000 years ago, was definitely one of the best. After inheriting this bloodline, the leader of the Dark Dragon group was truly very powerful. As the bloodline power continued to be stimulated and awakened, this fellow's body actually grew larger and larger like a small mountain. Previously, he was only 3 meters tall, but now, he had already grown to 6 or 7 meters. The most terrifying thing was not this, but his body was actually getting closer and closer to the form of a mammoth. His legs were thick and powerful. When he stepped on the ground, he actually caused the already cracked ground to shatter and collapse once again. A terrifying force directly suppressed Ling Xiao. Die. Finally, he suppressed Ling Xiao in terms of strength once again. The leader of the Dark Dragon group approached Ling Xiao's neck with both hands, attempting to directly crush Ling Xiao into a meat patty. The terrifying palm was already as tall as Ling Xiao's body. If it closed directly, Ling Xiao would probably be half dead even if he didn't die. This fellow's strength was truly terrifying. Of course, if it wasn't within his martial spirit, Ling Xiao could still use his movement technique to continuously dodge. He didn't need to fight this fellow head-on, but now that he was within this fellow's martial spirit, the space was only so small. Even if he wanted to hide, he didn't know where to hide. Therefore, he could only fight to the death. Demonic Dragon Possession, 3rd level, 5 Dragons Blessing. He roared. The 5 demonic dragons entered Ling Xiao's body at the same time. In that instant, Ling Xiao's strength, speed, internal energy, soul force, and defense had all received an enormous increase. He, who had been suppressed, was actually able to separate the 2 giant hands. Then, he did not retreat. Instead, he stomped his foot and rushed forward, thrusting his sword towards the leader of the Dark Dragon team. His target was still the other party's eyes. At this moment, the other party did not have enough time to defend with his hands. He did not believe that he could not succeed. However, the scene that followed still surprised him. At the crucial moment, the Dark Dragon group's leader closed his eyes. His eyelids appeared to be a thin layer, but the toughness of his eyelids was in no way inferior to the leader's hands. There were even sparks flying out. Ha ha ha, it's useless. With your strength, you can't unleash the true power of the demonic dragon sword. You're dreaming if you want to break my defense. The leader of the Dark Dragon Squad laughed. He opened his bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Ling Xiao into his stomach. Ling Xiao dodged. I can't unleash the full power of the demon dragon sword, that's right, but it's enough to kill you. In the air, Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Within his entire body, a crazy amount of internal energy began to gush out. The powerful energy condensed into a terrifying demonic aura in the sky. This guy's internal energy is so strong. He actually used the demonic aura of the demon dragon sword to completely transform the energy he released. Its power is even more terrifying. If it was a warrior who was one realm higher than him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. No wonder he could kill Shui Tu and the others so easily. It's a pity that he met the leader of the Dark Dragon Squad. All of this is useless. The onlookers saw it the clearest. Although Phoenix in the Cloud was surprised by Ling Xiao's terrifying comprehension and powerful strength, he still believed that the leader of the Dark Dragon Squad was the leader of the Dark Dragon Squad. However, he still thought highly of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group and believed that Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. Boom! The ground exploded. The dragon wings behind the leader of the Dark Dragon Squad flapped. As if he had escaped the suction of the mysterious world, he soared into the sky. He rushed towards Ling Xiao in the sky. Although his body was incomparably huge, his speed did not slow down much. This guy was really powerful to the point of being terrifying. Ling Xiao only looked coldly at the opponent who was charging at him. Around his body, black energy filled the air. Then, it turned into terrifying demonic lightning. Streaks of black lightning exploded around his body. The originally clear sky was once again covered by black clouds. Accompanied by the terrifying sound of thunder, lightning constantly fell. The lightning struck Ling Xiao's body and was actually absorbed by him. Then, it turned into demonic lightning that was contaminated by demonic aura. At that moment, an illusory figure of the god of thunder appeared behind Ling Xiao. However, this thunder god's body was completely black, as if it had been demonized. What kind of martial arts did this kid cultivate? How? Can he do this? Phoenix in the Cloud was even more surprised. There was actually someone who could attract the heavenly lightning and turn it into demonic lightning. This kind of martial arts was almost impossible for them at their cultivation level. At this moment, the demon dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand and the demon dragon sun sword that surrounded his body were all entwined with black demonic lightning. They contained a mysterious, sinister, and terrifying aura. Next, I'll use you to test my moves. Transformative stage, Shadow Sword Demon. Kill. In the void, Ling Xiao roared. The demonized thunder god turned into a sword demon. The sword demon and the demonized thunder god seemed to fuse together and exploded with an even more terrifying, evil, and powerful energy. Under the support of the true demon sword Qi, the Shadow Sword Demon, which was originally an immortal grade 1st heaven martial skill, exploded with the power of an immortal grade 2nd heaven martial skill. Roar, roar, the leader of the Dark Dragon Group let out an angry roar from his beast-like mouth. His skin no longer belonged to a human. It was infinitely close to a mammoth. The blood-red light around his body became even denser. It seemed to form a blood-red mammoth, wrapping his body in it. Then, he roared crazily and rushed towards Ling Xiao. That terrifying power filled the entire sky. It made the black clouds start to tremble. The terrifying Shadow Sword Demon directly bombarded the body of the blood-red mammoth. The mammoth's body seemed to be slightly deformed. A terrifying sound exploded in the sky. However, this sword did not repel the leader of the Dark Dragon Group. Although the blood-red mammoth's body was thwarted, it once again gained the upper hand as the sword Qi became weaker. Then, the leader of the Dark Dragon Group continued his attack. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi's faces revealed a smile. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group's attack was really powerful. Moreover, it was extremely overbearing and unreasonable. As the attacker, his face also bloomed with a victorious smile. The sword was unable to injure the opponent. However, Ling Xiao's face did not have the slightest bit of disappointment. He did not expect the Shadow Sword Demon to be able to pierce through the Dark Dragon Group leader's defense. The sword merely sent the demonic lightning into the blood-red mammoth's body. Perhaps Phoenix in the Cloud, Yamada Taka, and the Dark Dragon Group leader did not notice that within the blood red, there was a trace of black devil thunder that was constantly disintegrating the power of the bloodline. Can you block the next move? Ling Xiao waved the devil dragon sword in his hand, and an even more powerful move broke through the air. Black Immortal descends. This was originally a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill, but now it had the power of a third Heaven Immortal grade martial skill. The Shadow Sword Demon disappeared and was replaced by the even more powerful Black Immortal. Black Immortal held the devil thunder with both hands, and his entire body was condensed from sword chi. This sword pierced through the void, pierced through everything, and instantly arrived in front of the Dark Dragon Group leader. This is impossible. How can he use two powerful moves consecutively in such a short period of time? Not even a moment of pause? The Dark Dragon Group leader could not understand. How did Ling Xiao do it? It simply defied common sense. He may be powerful, but in terms of eyesight and intelligence, he was not as good as Phoenix in the Cloud. That was why he was Phoenix in the Cloud's underling. Even so, he still reacted. With a roar, a huge palm blasted out. This palm, which was wrapped in the blood-red mammoth body, was even more powerful than before. Brother Yun, what do you think? Yamada Taka was also very confused. Ling Xiao used two different moves consecutively. It was really unbelievable. This kid is very cunning. He used the sub-sword to condense the sword move in advance, so he only needed to release the mother sword. Not to mention two moves consecutively. Even if he used 10 moves consecutively, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Phoenix in the Cloud was still very powerful. After all, how could someone who could become the vice leader of the dragon cult and suppress Qianbai so miserably be an ordinary person? In the profound world, there was only one type of move that could be used continuously, and that was the chain skill. But even if it was a chain skill, once it was broken, there would be a pause. However, after Ling Xiao's first move was broken, he immediately unleashed a second move that was even more powerful. This really shocked Phoenix in the Cloud. He felt more and more regret. Why wasn't he the one who discovered Ling Xiao, but Qianbai? If Ling Xiao could be used by him, then the dragon cult would already be in his hands. Just as he was thinking about this, the sword light collided with the Dark Dragon Group leader's hands again. The sky trembled, the earth trembled. Under this sword, a huge object fell to the ground with a loud bang. Phoenix in the Cloud took a closer look and realized that one of Dark Dragon's fingers had been severed by the sword. From the looks of it, it was just an insignificant injury. But don't forget, the defense that the Dark Dragon Group leader was so proud of was broken. You just said that I can't break your defense. Then I'll break it for you. Ling Xiao stood in the air, cold and frivolous. You're courting death. The Dark Dragon Group leader felt an intense pain coming from his finger. He roared furiously and tried to attack Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Xiao just smiled coldly. The demon dragon sword in his hand was aimed at the Dark Dragon Group leader. Devil Thunder, True Devil Sword Chi. A terrifying sword chi was spat out from the demon dragon sword. The sword chi contained the power of Devil Thunder, which was even more terrifying than ordinary True Devil Sword Chi. The sword chi directly pierced through the blood-red mammoth's body and then stabbed into the wound of the severed finger. Ah! At that moment, the Dark Dragon Group leader felt a heart-wrenching pain. All the muscles in his body were twitching violently. However, the pain did not stop. Instead, it continued to spread throughout his body. He could feel that the Devil Thunder and Devil Chi were like a terrifying poison, wreaking havoc in his body. For a moment, cold sweat flowed from his forehead and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Ah! The Dark Dragon Group leader once again let out a shrill scream. His body fell to the ground like a towering mountain. However, as he fell, this guy also made a reaction that made people's eyes light up. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, which shot straight at Ling Xiao. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would follow up with another attack. Ling Xiao dodged lightly and avoided the blood arrow. He did not pursue. He had already found a way to deal with the other party. There was no need to rush. Boom, the ground completely collapsed. The Dark Dragon Group leader struggled to get up and threw a pill into his mouth. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao with an ugly expression. Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked down at the Dark Dragon Group leader. His eyes were cold and mocking. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Kill me? Do you have the right? Ling Xiao spat out a voice and said disdainfully. These words made the Dark Dragon Group leader's face turn ugly. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi's faces also turned ugly. This sudden turn of events made them somewhat unable to accept it. Because from the beginning of the battle, the Dark Dragon Group leader had the absolute advantage. But now, he was injured by Ling Xiao. In his body, there was also the Devil Thunder that was difficult to get rid of. In fact, they had thought too much from the beginning. Ling Xiao had not used his full strength since the beginning of the battle. Because there were some things that he did not want to expose. It was a trump card that could save his life. He would only use it when his life was in danger. And obviously, the Dark Dragon Group leader was not qualified. Dark Dragon, if you can't do it, let me do it. Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. Although she said that, she was actually putting pressure on the Dark Dragon Group leader. If he could not even kill the puny Ling Xiao, how could he be an expert? An expert? It was simply a joke. There's no need for that. Just stand there and watch how I kill him. The Dark Dragon Group leader was completely enraged. He looked at his severed finger and felt the stabbing pain in his body. His expression became more and more ferocious. In his eyes, there was a terrifying killing intent that had never been seen before. Roar, roar, it was like a berserk monster. The Dark Dragon Group leader let out a terrifying roar. The blood-red mammoth that had originally wrapped around his body was actually absorbed into his body and then completely disappeared. And at that moment, the Dark Dragon Group leader's body changed. It began to expand and grow bigger. In the end, from 6 to 7 meters, it became a huge existence that was 10 meters tall. His eyes no longer belonged to a human, but to an ancient beast, a mammoth. What was even more shocking was that the Dark Dragon Group leader's entire body was twisting and transforming. In the end, he completely transformed into a beast. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was no longer a person. Instead, it was a real existence, an ancient mammoth that was as huge as a mountain. An adult mammoth elephant's body was huge. On the plains, other animals did not pose any threat to them. Although female mammoths might be more gentle in normal times, they were abnormally irritable when raising their young. Male mammoths lived alone and their tempers were even more irritable. There was no doubt that mammoths were at the top of the food chain. In ancient times, they had very terrifying combat strength. Although mammoths were basically extinct now, there were still descendants of the mammoth race who had the terrifying blood of mammoths flowing in their bodies. The giant in front of them was the transformation of the Dark Dragon Group's leader. That's right, use all your strength to kill that Ling Xiao. Phoenix in the Cloud looked at this terrifying mammoth and felt very satisfied. Ling Xiao also looked at this giant beast and saw that its 4 limbs were standing tall like pillars supporting the sky. As early as the ancient times, there were actually many legends. One of them said that the profound world was actually on the back of a mammoth and was carried through the universe. Whether it was true or not, it was unknown. After all, Ling Xiao had never left the profound world, but it could be imagined how terrifying the mammoths were at that time, so people would have such an association. This guy had a ferocious and terrifying face and a pair of eyes that seemed to be bleeding at any time. Its long fangs were actually blood red. It was said that only a few mammoths had blood fangs. This kind of ancient bloodline is really difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned and thought of his good brother Long Chen. What Long Chen had was the bloodline of the dragon race, which was also incomparably powerful. But if you want to play transformation with me, then I'll play with you to the end. Purple lightning bull, monster beast form, transform. As Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded, his appearance began to change rapidly. In just an instant, his body also turned into a huge purple lightning bull. It was close to 7 or 8 meters tall, and purple lightning wrapped around its huge body. The surrounding ground was scorched black. Roar, the same roar that belonged to a monster beast came from the mouth of the purple lightning bull. From its huge nostrils, 2 lightning-like balls of air blew out, creating 2 large pits in the ground. What's going on? Yamada Akashi was stunned. Could it be that that guy also has some strange bloodline? No, that should be the beast transformation of a beast warrior. It's different from a bloodline. Phoenix in the Cloud shook her head. But that's not right, Brother Yun. I've never seen a beast warrior transform into such a terrifying beast. This is definitely wrong. Yamada Akashi shook his head and said with certainty. Could it be a beast god warrior? Phoenix in the Cloud frowned as a terrifying possibility occurred to her. I once heard Chen Sanxiong mention that the 8 immortal city that Ling Xiao occupies has the beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods. Could it be that he actually got it? The beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods, could they be the 12 beast gods who once protected the Black Tortoise continent and chased away the exotic beasts? Yamada Akira asked. Not bad. That's not going to be easy. Although the 12 beast gods are nothing in the entire profound world, they are definitely top-notch existences in the entire Black Tortoise continent. Their inheritance is practically the strongest inheritance in the Black Tortoise continent. How could this kid get it? Yamada Takashi frowned. If that's the case, then this kid can't be left alive. Kill him and get the beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods. This will be beneficial to our future plans. Phoenix in the Cloud also stared at Ling Xiao. This time, they had really picked up a treasure. However, if he knew that Ling Xiao had a true natal martial spirit in his body, what would he think? The Sky Tyrant martial spirit was an invincible martial spirit in the entire profound world. Die. The giant mammoth beast spat out a rough human voice. Then, its forehooves stomped on the ground and its body rushed out like a small mountain. Because its body was too huge, its terrifying weight caused the ground to shatter again. A terrifying aura spread out in the small martial spirit space. Damn it, it's you. The purple lightning bull spat out Ling Xiao's voice as its terrifying body rushed forward. It spat out purple lightning from its mouth. It was quite shocking. Boom. Heaven and earth seemed to suddenly collapse. The purple lightning bull and the giant mammoth beast collided. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to distort and deform. Even the martial spirit space of the leader of the Dark Dragon group began to tremble violently. A terrifying shockwave was released from the martial spirit space. Even Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Takashi felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. It's really 2 monsters. Yamada Takashi and Phoenix in the Cloud exclaimed in their hearts. The giant mammoth beast was a bloodline incarnation. It was reasonable to say that it should be much stronger than the martial spirit incarnation. However, this collision was actually unable to disperse the purple lightning bull. The 2 ferocious demonic beasts fell into a stalemate on the ground. Then, almost at the same time, they retreated. At the same time, they used all their strength to rush out. Oh my god, what kind of battle is this? It's simply terrifying. Yamada Takashi felt his body trembling. Fortunately, the one fighting Ling Xiao was the leader of the Dark Dragon group and not him. Otherwise, how could he deal with such a ferocious opponent? Rumble. The heaven and earth collapsed once again. A crazy sandstorm was created on the spot due to the impact of the energy. Then, it rose up and covered the entire sky. It's about time. Ling Xiao sensed the cultivation ocean in his body, because his opponent, the leader of the Dark Dragon group, was indeed stronger than him. Therefore, the energy in his cultivation sea had been constantly increasing. Now that it had reached its peak, it could break through at any time. But it was also the end. This peak, unless there was an even stronger opponent, otherwise, it would be impossible to break through. After all, the threat of the leader of the Dark Dragon group had come to an end. It could not stimulate the potential in Ling Xiao's body to be released. It's time to end this. A cold voice came out from the purple lightning bull's mouth. Ling Xiao once again transformed into the purple lightning bull's battle form. He summoned the demon dragon sword. In that instant, his body was wrapped in black gas that soared into the sky, like an evil spirit that walked out of hell. The giant mammoth beast instinctively felt the danger and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, at this time it was already too late. Do you think that you're the only one who knows how to use spatial restraint? As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, he had already changed form and transformed into the battle form of the 3-headed lava hound. At the same time, the scorching hell was born. This scorching hell, if Ling Xiao was willing, could isolate all auras and light. It made it impossible for the people outside to sense the situation inside, let alone see. He really did not want Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Takashi to know his true strength, so he had to finish off his opponent in the scorching hell. Moreover, the scorching hell could also greatly increase his combat strength in the three-headed lava hound battle form. This was absolutely beneficial to him. What's going on? Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Takashi suddenly lost their auras and traces, and they were a little anxious. But in the face of the double spatial isolation, silence, incomparable silence, outside, it had become deathly silent. Only the magma of the scorching hell was constantly rolling and changing. Could it be that Ling Xiao has some secret that he doesn't want us to know? Phoenix in the Cloud thought of this, but what could he do? He still couldn't do anything. Will the dark dragon be in danger? Yamada Taka asked anxiously. It'll be fine. As far as I know, as long as the dark dragon transforms into that form, even if he can't defeat the enemy, he'll be fine. Phoenix in the Cloud said confidently. He wasn't worried at all. Instead, he thought that Ling Xiao had trapped himself in a cocoon and sent himself to the tiger's den. Roar! Suddenly, a frightened and angry roar came from the scorching hell. This voice was clearly the Ultralisk's. There was fear in the roar, as if it had seen something unbelievable. Something's wrong, Brother Yun. Quickly think of something, or the dark dragon will be in danger. Yamada Taka said anxiously. Phoenix in the Cloud was no longer as confident as before. He didn't understand why the Ultralisk would make such a sound. Could it be that Ling Xiao really had some trump card that even the Ultralisk was afraid of? Suddenly, as if deliberately releasing a terrifying and fierce aura. It was filled with an ancient, primitive, wild, bloodthirsty, and destructive feeling. This feeling was as if an incredible monster had been born in that scorching hell. This kind of monster shouldn't belong to the mystic world. What was it that could emit such a terrifying aura, and why did Ling Xiao deliberately release such an aura? Could it be that he just wanted to show off? Damn it. Roar! The Ultralisk's roar came again. This time, there was no anger. All that was left was despair, sorrow, pain, and fear. It was as if it had encountered an unprecedented crisis. What's going on? Phoenix in the Cloud was also confused. His confidence had been completely shattered. Especially when he thought of Ling Xiao's previous actions, he really couldn't be sure that the Ultralisk was Ling Xiao's opponent. There was no need to even mention Yamada Akashi. He tried to break into the martial spirit space to help. But all his efforts were in vain. Fear and uneasiness grew in the hearts of these two experts. The roar of pain became weaker and weaker, more and more urgent, and finally disappeared completely. The scorching hell, which had been churning violently, gradually regained its tranquility. It was as if the foreign object inside had been removed, and everything was peaceful again. Could it be that the Ultralisk is dead? Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi both realized that the martial spirit space left behind by the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was falling apart. This meant that the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was dead. Only in this way could the martial soul space be removed. If he had taken the initiative to remove it, it should have disappeared instantly. What exactly happened in this terrifying scorching hell? Finally, the martial spirit space disappeared completely. The scorching hell was also taken away in an instant. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akira stared in the direction of the scorching hell. There was a figure standing there. It was Ling Xiao, a domineering and frivolous figure, a cold and handsome figure. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi with a smile that was not a smile. The two experts felt their hair stand on end. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. Because there was only Ling Xiao there, and the huge Ultralisk was nowhere to be seen. Even the body of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was gone. This scene was simply too bizarre and too frightening. What exactly happened? They looked at Ling Xiao with disbelief in their eyes, and even uneasiness and fear. What was certain was that the Ultralisk was dead. And there was not even a trace of it left. This was too terrifying. What did you do to the Dark Dragon? Phoenix in the Cloud asked angrily. It was as if a louder voice could reduce the fear and uneasiness in his heart. He really did not expect that he would be frightened by such a kid. It was simply embarrassing. But this was the reality. The death of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was too strange. People were always very afraid of the unknown. I ate him. Ling Xiao grinned and gave an answer that Phoenix in the Cloud could not accept. You ate him? Don't joke around. Yamada Akashi also roared, "How could you eat him? Nothing is impossible. If you want to deal with me, Ling Xiao, you should have thought of the consequences." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Next, it's the two of you. Since we met here by chance, you two can go down and accompany that guy." After saying this, he suddenly charged toward Yamada Akashi. This Yamada Akashi knew how to break the formation. If he was left alive, he would be a disaster sooner or later. He had to be destroyed first. Moreover, he had already lost an arm. This guy's combat strength would definitely be reduced. He was much easier to kill than Phoenix in the cloud. Illusion, fog of confusion. Yamada Akashi suddenly roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a thick cloud of smoke. It wrapped around Ling Xiao and instantly engulfed Ling Xiao's figure. "Brother Yun, take this opportunity to get rid of him. My fog of confusion has never failed before. I didn't have time to use it before, and he cut off my hand. Now, I want his life to avenge the Dark Dragon," Yamada Akashi said to Phoenix in the cloud. Actually, without him saying anything, Phoenix in the cloud had already launched an attack. With such an excellent opportunity, Phoenix in the cloud naturally had to grasp it tightly and not give Ling Xiao any chance. However, just as he was about to rush out, a voice suddenly rang out. Yamada Akashi heard a voice that claimed his life. "Fog of confusion? You actually used an illusion on me. Are you an idiot?" Ling Xiao was now the least afraid of illusions. His soul power was much stronger than ordinary warriors. Yamada Akashi's soul power was not even 1/10 of his. Yet, he actually dared to use an illusion on him. This was an extremely stupid move. Using an illusion on someone whose soul power was stronger than his would only result in a backlash. At this moment, Yamada Akashi had already fallen into an illusion of his own creation. In his illusion, he was being torn apart by a ferocious beast, but his body was completely immobile. In the real world, his throat was being pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. Get lost. Phoenix in the cloud knew that Yamada Akashi could not die. If Yamada Akashi died, he would not be able to control the entire Yamada family. Moreover, there were many things related to arrays that he could not solve. He flew over and heavily slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao's back. On his palm, there was a cold white flame burning. However, facing Phoenix in the cloud's attack, Ling Xiao did not react at all. The sword in his hand resolutely pierced through Yamada Akashi's throat. At the same time, Phoenix in the cloud's palm also landed on his back. What made Phoenix in the cloud extremely surprised was that on the surface of Ling Xiao's body, a blood-red mammoth blood shadow actually appeared. "That's impossible!" Phoenix in the cloud exclaimed. The fear in his heart grew. Nothing is impossible. I've said it before. I ate him. To be exact, I absorbed his bloodline power. Ling Xiao chuckled. Alright, both of them are dead. Next, it's your turn, my vice sect leader. No. I can't die yet. Phoenix in the cloud suddenly shouted. He turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the distance. F***ck, how did he escape so quickly? Seeing Phoenix in the cloud escape, Ling Xiao had no intention of chasing him. He was actually very tired after killing Shuizhan, the Dark Dragon, and Yamada Zhang. To be honest, he didn't have much chance of winning against Phoenix in the cloud. It would definitely be a tough battle. When he had just devoured the Dark Dragon, he had unexpectedly received a piece of shocking news. It was that domineering Blade Ghostly and the Qin Nation's army had worked together to break through Demonic Dragon City. He was in a hurry to go back. The reason why he didn't escape and killed Yamada Zhang was purely to intimidate Phoenix in the cloud. That way, it would be easier for him to fight. Now that Phoenix in the cloud had escaped, it saved him a lot of trouble. Master, Mountain Master, Little Gold, Mu Qing, Red Witch, Chen Luan, don't let anything happen to you. I'll be back soon. Ignoring Phoenix in the cloud, Ling Xiao threw the demonic dragon sword into the air and jumped on it. Back to Demonic Dragon City. The Nine Suns demonic dragon sword was different from ordinary magic treasures. It had its own consciousness. Like a monster, it could fly on its own and wouldn't consume its master's inner strength. For Ling Xiao, stepping on the demonic dragon's sword and returning to demonic dragon city was obviously more convenient. Whoosh, a sword light flew into the distance. Ling Xiao stood steadily on the wide sword. He closed his eyes and began to consolidate his cultivation. In the previous battle, although he didn't manage to break through, he had reached the peak of the middle stage of the 12th layer of hell. It was time for him to settle down. And because he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle, he needed to recover well. At this moment, on a grassland more than 10 miles away from the Devil Dragon City, several figures were fighting with a ferocious demonic beast. There were a total of 4 people. 2 of them were Ling Xiao's old acquaintances, Mu Qing and Chen Luan. As for the other 2, they were somewhat unfamiliar. One of them was a young man in his 20s. The other person was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Mu Qing and Chen Luan had received orders from sect leader Chen Bai to rush out of the city to seek help before the city was breached. The dragon cult had quite a few branches in the outside world. Other than those who were secretly bought over by Phoenix and the Cloud, there were also a few who were loyal to Chen Bai. They wanted to seek help from these branches. However, what shocked them was that these few branches that were still loyal to Chen Bai were actually all annihilated. Only the middle-aged man and the young man were saved. The young man's name was Feng Ran, and the middle-aged man was his father, Feng Hao. One was the young leader of a branch, and the other was the leader of a branch. Since they couldn't get help, Mu Qing and Chen Luan planned to return to the Devil Dragon City. No matter what, they had to live and die with the dragon cult. However, on the way, they encountered the war beast raised by the Qin Kingdom's army. This was a terrifying demonic tiger whose strength had reached the mid-stage of the Yinyang realm. It was 6 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. It could spit fire when it opened its mouth, and its claws and teeth were extremely sharp. Miss Mu Qing, this monster is too strong. You should deal with it. Feng Hao suggested, my injuries haven't healed yet. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Feng Ran isn't strong enough. What are you two talking about? It was Mu Qing who saved you. Moreover, the sect leader has been treating you well all these years. How can you let Mu Qing take the risk alone? Chen Luan was a little angry. Brother Chen Luan, don't say any more. You two stay aside. Leave this demonic tiger to me. Mu Qing was also a little dissatisfied. However, Feng Hao was indeed injured. If his injuries worsened, he wouldn't be able to help much even if he returned to Demonic Dragon City. As she spoke, she walked forward alone to face the ferocious demonic tiger. Although this demonic tiger's cultivation wasn't as high as hers, demonic beasts had thick skin and flesh. Their combat strength might not be weaker than hers. This battle might be a tough one. Mu Qing, let me help you. Although you are strong, you have been the only one fighting along the way. We relied on you to fend off the Qin nation's pursuers and the traitors. No matter what, please let me help. Chen Luan couldn't help but ask. No need. Your mission is to take good care of the 2 of them. Mu Qing shook her head. Of course, she knew Chen Luan's good intentions. However, Chen Luan's strength was too weak compared to this demonic tiger. He couldn't be of much help. If she really wanted to help, Feng Hao could. Unfortunately, he was injured. All right then. Be careful. However, if there's really danger, I'll definitely help. After Chen Luan finished speaking, he stood aside and took out his weapon. Although he knew that he couldn't be of much help, he could still block some of the attacks for Mu Qing. It was definitely worth exchanging his life for Mu Qing's. At the very least, that was what he thought. Soon, Mu Qing and the demonic tiger were engaged in battle. Feng Hao and Feng Ran sat to the side and rested. They were far from the battlefield and Chen Luan. Father, are your injuries all right? Feng Ran asked. Shu, lower your voice. My injuries have already healed. However, the situation is still unclear. How can we make an enemy of the Qin Kingdom's royal family? Let's wait and see. If the situation isn't right, we'll kill these 2 fellows and join the Qin Kingdom. After all, we'll still enjoy the glory and wealth. Feng Hao sneered. Brilliant, father. I thought you'd be stupid enough to go to Demonic Dragon City to help that Chen Bai. He should be like a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. Feng Ran said excitedly. That might not be the case. That's why we have to wait. If Chen Bai has any trump cards that can turn the tide, we can help him. Although the reputation of being a fence-sitter isn't good, we can live for a long time. We'll side with whoever is stronger. Feng Hao said proudly. No wonder father didn't want to help. I knew it. If you were to help, you should be able to easily deal with that demonic tiger. Feng Ran smiled. Just as they were talking, a loud sound came from the other side. It turned out that the battle between Mu Qing and the demonic tiger was nearing its end. The demonic tiger was heavily injured by Mu Qing and was on the verge of death. Mu Qing also exhausted too much energy and stood there gasping for breath. I'll help you end it. Suddenly, Feng Ran rushed out and pierced the demonic fox's neck with his sword. Then, he cut off its huge head. Before Mu Qing could say anything, Feng Ran had already taken out the demonic tiger's demonic beast core and placed it into his storage ring. This scene made Mu Qing smile bitterly. However, because the dragon cult needed Feng Hao's strength, she didn't say anything. Seeing Feng Ran's actions, Chen Luan was furious. Mu Qing had risked her life to kill the demonic tiger. Now that she had consumed so much energy, Feng Ran actually took advantage of it. The most despicable thing was that Feng Ran actually thought it was natural and did not ask for Mu Qing's opinion. He was obviously looking down on Mu Qing. Bastard, take out the demonic beast core and return it to Mu Qing. Chen Luan roared. Feng Ran squinted at Chen Luan and showed some disdain. He was afraid of Mu Qing, but he was not afraid of Chen Luan. Because he was stronger than Chen Luan. He was already at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I killed the demonic tiger and took its core. What's wrong with that? Moreover, Mu Qing didn't say anything. Why are you being so long-winded? With your strength, I really don't know how you became the demonic dragon's envoy. What a disgrace. Bah. Feng Ran spat on the ground and scolded. Kid, let's fight alone if you dare. Chen Luan had been tolerating this father and son for a long time. Since he saved them, they were like masters. They were always taken care of but refused to do anything. Even the ordinary pursuers would find excuses to stop him, saying that they were injured or not strong enough. Now that he had snatched Mu Qing's demonic beast core, how could he tolerate it? Alright, I'm not Feng Ran if I'm afraid of you. Feng Ran mocked, I'm just afraid that when I embarrass myself, you'll kneel on the ground and cry. Come on. Chen Luan roared. He was the kind of person who could be beheaded and bleed, but he would never be humiliated. In his opinion, his backbone was more important than his life. That's enough, Chen Luan. We still have important matters to attend to. Don't cause internal strife here. Mu Qing suddenly looked at Chen Luan and said. Mu Qing, you. Chen Luan was stunned. Ha 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 ha, look at how sensible Mu Qing is. Learn from her. Feng Ran laughed heartily and sat back down comfortably. A cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes, but she did not make a move. In fact, she was even angrier than Chen Luan. But now, she could only focus on the big picture. What was a little grievance? Moreover, she had just fought with the demonic tiger and was now exhausted. If she really fought with Feng Hao, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had to endure it. Haha, Miss Mu Qing is indeed a good person. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the forest. Figures walked out of the forest one after another. The man in the lead looked at Mu Qing indifferently and smiled. Our monster tiger battle beast's combat strength isn't bad. It once killed a cultivator with the same cultivation as young lady, but I didn't expect it to be killed so easily by young lady. The eyes of these people were as cold as frost, revealing a terrifying killing intent and cruelty. One look and one could tell that he was not a good person. A warrior from the Qin state. Mu Qing frowned. There was no need to ask. She could tell from the other party's attire. You got it right, but there's no reward. All of you, prepare to die. Weng, as the other party spoke, a terrifying killing intent suddenly blossomed in the air, enveloping the four of them. Dad, that guy seems to be the skeleton general, one of the new 7 generals of the Qin nation's Heavenly Thunder Legion. Feng Ran approached Feng Hao and said in a low voice. That's right, it's the skeleton generals. Rumor has it that the new 7 great generals were all recruited through conscription. They are the 7 hidden experts of the Qin nation. In order to invite them out, the Thunder Emperor gave them a sizable reward. Of course, Feng Hao understood the new 7 great generals better than Feng Ran. He also knew that these 7 people were more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than the previous 7 great generals. They were all experts at the 12th floor of the Yinyang realm. The weakest was the skeleton general. However, he was still a late-stage cultivator at the 12th floor of the Yinyang realm. Are we still going to follow those 2 idiots to their deaths? Feng Ran asked. Of course not. Feng Hao originally wanted to wait until he went to the demonic dragon city and saw the situation before deciding which side to join. However, the appearance of the skeleton general changed his mind. He did not want to be enemies with such a strong person. He walked forward and cupped his hands. I am Feng Hao, the former branch master of the dragon cult's branch. However, I am now willing to turn over a new leaf and join the Qin nation. I can even help you deal with them. What? Hearing this, Mu Qing felt her body tremble violently. She had been holding back and not making a move because she thought that Feng Hao would not betray her. However, Feng Hao's words completely shattered her fantasy and brought her back to reality. You 2 shameless bastards! Chen Luan roared angrily. Ha ha, you 2 are really shameless. However, if you want to join us, you have to do one thing first. Didn't you just say that you will help us kill those 2? Do it now. The skeleton general looked up to the sky and laughed a few times, then said with a smile. He did not believe Feng Hao and Feng Ran at all. Moreover, even if Feng Hao and Feng Ran wanted to join the Qin nation, he would not agree. Why would he want people who could betray their own people at any time? Did they want to betray him? However, Feng Hao did not think of this. He was anxious to make a contribution and wanted to take advantage of Mu Qing's exhaustion to kill her easily. Many thanks, General, for giving us this opportunity. We will do it now. Feng Hao chuckled coldly and looked at Mu Qing. I'm sorry, Miss Mu Qing. The dragon cult is already on its last legs. It is impossible for it to make a comeback. Just accept your death obediently and let us father and son seek riches. Feng Ran also looked at Chen Luan and said, Didn't you want to fight me alone just now? Now that there is a chance, I will let you know that you are nothing compared to me. Surround them. Don't let them escape. The skeleton general laughed coldly and ordered his subordinates to surround Mu Qing and Chen Luan. You 2 shameless bastards. Today, even if I, Mu Qing, die, I will drag you down with me. I was really blind. I actually still had expectations for you too. Truly laughable. Mu Qing was extremely distressed. That's right. You were blind. We are indeed shameless. But so what? The ones who are going to die now are you 2, not us. Feng Hao's laughter was filled with thick sarcasm. They will not die. But you 2 will definitely die. A voice suddenly came from the sky. It was as loud as thunder. It stunned everyone. They all raised their heads to look. Soon, a person stepped on the sword. He was as handsome as a tree in the wind, looking very confident and at ease. His long black hair danced wildly behind his head, but his body emitted an aura of death. That sword was even more ferocious and terrifying. It was like a living thing, releasing a terrifying demonic aura. The youth rode on the sword and stepped on the air. The young man stood on his sword, floating in the air. His chiseled face was cold and awe-inspiring. His gaze was fixed on the father and son duo. Feng Hao and Feng Ran. Your Excellency, please mind your own business. This is a war between the Qin nation and the dragon cult. You have to think carefully. Feng Hao narrowed his eyes. He keenly discovered that although this young man was young, he was very strong. Especially the strange sword under his feet, which exuded a terrifying aura like that of a ferocious beast. He did not want to provoke such a person. In this world, there were many hidden experts who had never come out, so they did not know the situation outside. If he could avoid offending them, he would try his best not to. The skeleton general also looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, I am the 7th general of the Sky Thunder Legion, Skeleton. Young hero, I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. These two people are monsters of the dragon cult. They deserve to be killed for bringing disaster to the world. However, when Mu Qing and Chen Luan saw Ling Xiao, they were overjoyed. Mu Qing could clearly feel that Ling Xiao's strength had skyrocketed. Although the sword under Ling Xiao's feet was not the same as Chen Bai's demon dragon sword, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Now that Ling Xiao was here, they were naturally safe. Ling Xiao, you successfully obtained the demon dragon sword? Mu Qing shouted excitedly, feeling as if she had seen her family. This shout made the people of the Qin nation, Feng Hao, and Feng Ran take a step back nervously, their expressions quickly becoming serious. Ling Xiao, this young man on the sword was actually Ling Xiao, who made countless people tremble in fear upon hearing his name, the great enemy of the Qin nation's royal family, the thorn and phoenix in the cloud side, the thorn in the flesh. He was also Chen Bai's last disciple, the young master of the dragon cult. They actually told Ling Xiao not to meddle in other people's business. Just thinking about it made them feel ridiculous. You want to destroy the dragon cult, kill my master, and kill my senior brothers and sisters. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you don't even recognize me? I think the person you want to kill the most should be me. Ling Xiao looked at this group of idiots with a faint smile. He was still standing on his sword, his eyes cold. A murderous aura instantly filled the air. In an instant, he suddenly moved. Stepping on the demonic dragon sword, he turned into a bolt of lightning and penetrated Feng Ran's body. Feng Ran was split into two halves. Shameless traitor, this is your fate. Landing on the ground, Ling Xiao grasped the demon dragon sword in his hand, and 9 demon dragon sun swords appeared around his body. You killed my son. Feng Hao was enraged, his terrifying aura continued to expand and climb. Although he had heard of some of Ling Xiao's deeds, he did not know that Ling Xiao had killed the leader of the Dark Dragon Group, Yamada Takashi, and the others. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have been so impulsive. I killed him. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Hao coolly and said, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to kill you. Kid, aren't you a little too complacent? You actually dare to kill someone who wants to join us in front of me, the skeleton general? The skeleton general was a little annoyed. Ling Xiao killed people without caring about him at all. Oh, you didn't say anything. I almost forgot. You said that you are the 7th general of the Sky Thunder Legion, skeleton. Didn't anyone tell you that your predecessor died in my 10 Extremes formation? Ling Xiao chuckled. Of course I know, but how can that trash compare to me? The skeleton general said disdainfully, this general is a hidden expert recruited by the Qin country's royal family. Is that so? But in my eyes, you are no different from him. You are just putting up a bid to sell your head. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hateful, kill him for me. Kill him. Ever since the skeleton general became the general of the Sky Thunder Legion, he had never been so annoyed. This Ling Xiao actually dared to look down on him. His subordinates really didn't know fear. Perhaps they didn't understand Ling Xiao's strength, but they actually shouted and charged at Ling Xiao. A bunch of idiots. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and 9 demon dragon sun swords instantly charged into the crowd. In an instant, more than 10 lives were lost. Those sharp demon dragon sun swords were really suitable to be used as flying swords. The moment he made a move, it immediately intimidated everyone. Feng Hao, who originally planned to launch a sneak attack, was also stunned. Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Everyone stared at the youth and the 9 ferocious black flying swords revolving around him. Their hearts trembled violently. What sword is that? Why is it so terrifying? Don't you know? This is the 9 Sun Demon Dragon Sword. 1 Mother Sword, 9 Sun Swords. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Demon Dragon Sword. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the skeleton general and Feng Hao both revealed a shocked expression. They had seen the Demon Dragon Sword before. Thinking about it carefully, the Demon Dragon Sword that Chen Bai used before looked very similar to one of those sun swords. How did this guy get 9 of these swords all of a sudden? It's too terrifying. Answer my question. How many people did you send to Demon Dragon City? Who is the strongest? Ling Xiao's sharp eyes stared at the skeleton general. Before rushing back to Demon Dragon City, he needed to figure out the other party's background. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think this general is afraid of you? The skeleton general roared, and a huge skeleton appeared behind him. Ling Xiao had seen this guy's martial soul in the divine phoenix continent before, but it was definitely not as strong as this guy. But that was only relative. This skeleton general was only at the late stage of the Yinyang realm's 12th level of hell. In front of him, he would be killed in an instant. His actual combat strength might not be as good as Shui Zhan. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? I know your background very well. If you obediently kneel down and tie your hands, I can consider sparing your life. The skeleton general laughed loudly. But in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt end. That was because a sword was already pressed against his neck. Feeling the cold demonic aura and killing intent from the demon dragon sword, the skeleton general instantly knelt on the ground. This spineless guy. Don't kill me. Fear quickly filled his body. He didn't even see how Ling Xiao attacked just now. He absolutely believed that as long as Ling Xiao wanted to, he could kill him in an instant. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Qin nation that the skeleton general brought were scared silly. The dignified skeleton general was actually so weak. Feng Hao was even more shocked. He looked at his son's corpse on the ground, gritted his teeth, turned around, and fled into the distance. He knew very well that he was no match for the skeleton general, so he was no match for Ling Xiao. If he didn't escape now, when would he, however, could he escape? Feng Hao directly collided with the 9 demon dragon swords. 9 vital points on his body were pierced, and he died in an instant. Letting you die like this is a bit too easy for you. But don't worry, I'll use your corpse to do something later. A moment later, Feng Hao stood up again shakily. Demonic corpse, Ling Xiao had used it twice before, but because it was too annoying, he didn't want to use it easily. But this time, the dragon cult was trapped, so he needed more help. So, not only did Ling Xiao collect Feng Hao's corpse, but he also collected the corpses of Shui Zhan, Shui Tu, the 3 deputy leaders of the Dark Dragon cult, and Yamatotaka. He put them in a separate storage ring, ready to use. He couldn't use the corpse of the Dark Dragon cult leader because he had already destroyed it. Seeing this strange scene, Mu Qing and Chen Luan felt a little scared. Not to mention the Qin soldiers. I beg you, I'll tell you everything. Please don't let me become like this and have my corpse ruined after I die. The skeleton general was scared out of his wits. Blood splattered as the skeleton general's throat was pierced. Every Qin soldier's heart trembled violently. Dead, the dignified skeleton general died before winning the battle. He hadn't even killed a single person, but he had already lost his life. One move, just one move, after putting away the skeleton general's corpse, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Qin soldiers and said, "You have no right to negotiate with me. Speak, or I'll turn all of you into demonic corpses." The Qin soldiers had long lost the courage to resist, especially when they saw Feng Hao turned into a demonic envoy. They trembled in fear and panic. "You're the deputy general, right? You'll speak. Answer my question." Ling Xiao pointed his sword at one of them. That person didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly said, "The 7 legions of the Sky Thunder Legion have all been mobilized. The 7 new generals have also set out. They were all at the late stage of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. The strongest were, of course, the new 1st and 2nd generals. In addition, the 12th and 11th princes, who were cultivating outside, rushed back to supervise the army. The sex of these 2 princes were very powerful. It was said that they could easily destroy a small country like the Qin kingdom. The 2 of them only pursued martial arts and did not care about the throne. Thus, they had returned to help the 14th prince, Qin Songxiong. Furthermore, their cultivations were not at all inferior to Qin Songxiong's, although they were a few years older. Unexpectedly, the sons of the Thunder Emperor are all very capable. I thought that only the 14th prince would be hard to deal with. Unexpectedly, 12th and 11th are not easy to deal with either. Ling Xiao frowned. He had never heard of a large sect that could easily wipe out the Qin nation. However, he would know once he stepped out of the Qin nation. "Feng Hao, kill them." Ling Xiao waved his hand and did not do it himself. Instead, he handed these people over to Devil Corpse Feng Hao. "Leave these people alive, stop joking around. If he spared them, he would soon meet them in Demon Dragon City. Who would dare to show mercy on the battlefield? Those who were merciful on the battlefield were probably already buried with weeds. These people were just some small fries. With Feng Hao's strength, it was easy for him to kill them. It didn't take long for Feng Hao to finish off all of the Qin State's soldiers. These people followed the skeleton general to attack Demon Dragon City, killing the dragon cult disciples. As for Ling Xiao, he was the dragon cult's young sect master. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with killing all of them. What a pity. This Feng Hao wanted to be a traitor when he was alive. Now that he is dead, he is obedient, Mu Qing lamented. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to Demon Dragon City. Ling Xiao tossed out the Demon Dragon sword. Then, he jumped onto the broadsword and got Chen Luan and Mu Qing to sit on it as well. Go. At Xiao Chen's command, the Demon Dragon sword sped towards Demon Dragon City. Indeed, Demon Dragon City had fallen. The flames of war and slaughter were everywhere. After the Qin nation's soldiers entered Demon Dragon City, they did not care whether the people living in the city were from the dragon cult or not. They only pursued one goal: kill them all. The poor civilians who did not believe in Qin Bai but believed that the Qin nation's army could protect them all died tragically under the Qin nation soldiers' butcher knives. However, the poor civilians were detestable. Qin Bai had protected them for so many years. However, when the city fell, they chose to believe in the Qin nation. If he died, it would serve him right. There were also some martial artists who came to Demon Dragon City to play. They had no grudges with the dragon cult or the Qin nation's royal family. However, they were still treated as enemies. The reason for the Sky Thunder Legion's commander, the Fire Beacon General, was that he was worried that the dragon cult's monsters would sneak in. Therefore, he would rather kill the wrong people than let them go. At this moment, the outside of the Demon Palace was also very lively. 6 of the Sky Thunder Legion's 7 generals were there. The 12th prince and the 11th prince were also there. Domineering Blade Ghostly was also there. He finally revealed his ferocious teeth and chose to betray the dragon cult. Behind them was a dense army. In front of them were Qin Bai, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Muyu. Those who were not strong enough hid in the Demon Palace for now. Inside the Demon Palace, many pairs of eyes stared outside. It's too scary. The Qin nation's strength has increased greatly through this national recruitment. I heard that there are more than 100 martial artists at the first revolution of the Yinyang realm and the 12th level of hell. Our dragon cult really can't compare. The hearts of these people trembled slightly. Don't be afraid. With the sect master here, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing they could hope for was that Qin Bai, Xiao Muyu, and Xiao Jin would not be defeated. Otherwise, this demon palace would instantly turn into ruins, and none of them would be able to block that terrifying attack. Surrender, Sect Master. The Thunder Emperor has ordered that as long as you are willing to surrender, you will still be a noble of the Qin nation, you will still enjoy glory and wealth, your stubborn resistance is meaningless. I know how strong you are, but you are definitely not a match for all of us combined, Domineering Blade Ghostly said coldly. Domineering Blade Ghostly said coldly. Qin Bai stood there, dressed in black robes and surrounded by dense demonic qi. Perhaps it was only at this moment that he looked more like a demon sect master, filled with a domineering aura. Even if demonic Dragon City was broken, even if he was forced to the demon palace, he still did not panic in the slightest. Those cold eyes and a powerful demonic aura still made people wary. Domineering Blade Ghostly did not want to fight head-on because Qin Bai was strong. If they fought head-on, even if they won, they would have to pay a heavy price. To them, it was not worth it. Cut the crap. Just attack. If I, Qin Bai, frown, I am not the dragon cult sect master. Qin Bai looked at Domineering Blade Ghostly mockingly and said, when my disciple retrieves the demon dragon sword, all of you will die. Haha. Sect master, oh sect master, your expectations for that brat are a little too high. To tell you the truth, everyone in the Dark Dragon group has already ambushed him midway. Even if they can't kill him, there are still Vice Sect Master Yun, Clan Leader Yamada, the leader of the Dark Dragon group, and Shui Zhan on Demonic Dragon Mountain. Do you think he can still come back alive? he will come back alive. Chen Baiyi's trust in Ling Xiao had become unbreakable ever since Ling Xiao had caused a ruckus at the Phoenix in the Cloud residence. He did not believe that anyone could kill Ling Xiao. Unless it was a terrifying existence that could make it impossible for Ling Xiao to escape. However, there was no such person in the state of Chen. Thus, he was not worried. Tyrannical Blade ghostly frowned, clearly not expecting Chen Baiyi's reaction. He had said so much purely because he feared Chen Baiyi's strength and wanted to use Ling Xiao to disturb Chen Baiyi's mind. Of course, his other goal was to use this occasion to tell everyone that anyone who dared to disobey the Chen royal family would die. This time, the Sky Thunder Legion's 7 generals had all come out. The 2 princes who had been cultivating outside had returned to lead the team. These 9 people were all experts at the Yinyang realm's 12th level of hell. Together with Ghostly, there were 10 of them. Such a terrifying lineup was nothing more than an attempt to break down the dragon cult's resistance. Ghostly, don't waste words. Since this old thing doesn't know what's good for him, just kill him. An expert from the Chen royal family said coldly. He was the Sky Thunder Legion's 6th general, and his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 12th level of hell. He knew that Chen Baiyi was also at this level. Thus, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Chen Baiyi. He did not want Ghostly to waste any more time. Ghostly silently cursed, idiot. He was well aware of Chen Baiyi's strength. Underestimating Chen Baiyi would not end well. Although these reclusive experts were powerful, their horizons were too narrow. Chen Baiyi coldly looked at the 6th general, a mocking smile on his lips. If you want to attack, go ahead. I guarantee that you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Contempt, that's right. Chen Baiyi's expression was filled with merciless contempt. You're courting death. The 6th general's expression was extremely ugly. This Chen Baiyi was already at death's door, yet he still dared to look down on him. This was unacceptable to him. Boom, a murderous aura filled the air. The 6th general walked out of the crowd and pushed Tyrannical Blade Ghostly away. He wanted to kill Chen Baiyi and end this boring confrontation. I don't need to kill you. Little Gold, you do it. Chen Baiyi was the strongest of the 3, so he had to keep an eye on the 1st general, the 2nd general, and the 2 princes. As for the others, Xiao Jin and Xiao Muyu were enough. All right. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and flew to Chen Baiyi. F***CK, are you looking down on me? They actually sent a demonic beast to fight with me? The 6th general was very unhappy. Look down on you? If you can block one of his attacks, then come and fight me. Chen Baiyi sneered disdainfully. Alright, if that's the case, then I'll kill him first, then I'll kill you. The 6th general looked at Xiao Jin and casually waved his hand. Evil creature, come on, don't waste time. Xiao Jin knew that the 6th general looked down on him. But this was good. He did not transform into his golden crow form. Instead, he maintained his palm-sized bird and flew toward the 6th general. Only when his opponent completely underestimated him could he really kill him with one attack. He flew very slowly, as if he had no strength. The power in his body was quickly gathering, ready to explode at the critical moment. Get lost if you're scared. With your tortoise-like speed, do you think you can touch me? Ridiculous. The 6th general was very unhappy. He wanted to kill Xiao Jin as soon as possible, so he took the initiative to attack. But he looked down on Xiao Jin too much, so he just casually threw out a palm. As far as he was concerned, this palm strike could easily kill Xiao Jin. He could feel the power released from Xiao Jin's body. A loud laugh burst out from his mouth. Evil creature, with your little strength, don't mention killing this general, you can't even do anything to an ordinary martial artist of the 11th level of hell. But the next moment, the laughter came to an abrupt end. The 6th general suddenly felt a terrifying temperature that could completely melt his soul. Hot, blazing, it was so hot that his divine sense became unclear. At that moment, he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy in an attempt to counterattack. But the time was too short. How could he deal with Xiao Jin's attack that was ready to be launched? The energy that he had just circulated was instantly eliminated by the terrifying heat. Save me! He roared in horror and turned to flee. At the same time, he shouted at his men. This guy looked very fierce, but his courage was smaller than the eye of a needle. Can you escape? Xiao Jin spoke in human language, and his body suddenly became huge. The entire space was enveloped by a golden light. The heat increased exponentially. In just a moment, the stone slabs on the ground were burned to ashes. Kill! Xiao Jin roared. The golden light wrapped around the sixth general like a molten iron ball. The sixth general could clearly feel that his body was melting, just like a candle. Stop! Domineering Blade Ghostly, who was standing at the side, naturally could not watch the sixth general be burned alive. The death of the sixth general was nothing. The problem was that once the sixth general died, the morale of the Qin nation's army would plummet. The remaining members of the dragon cult, who were already in fear and trepidation, would have their morale greatly boosted. At that time, it would not be good. As he roared, he took out his blade and slashed at Xiao Jin. The ferocious blade energy seemed to want to split Xiao Jin in half. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. A clear female voice rang out. Xiao Muyu suddenly attacked. A long sword that looked like it was condensed from ice crystals pierced out. A cold aura wrapped around Domineering Blade Ghostly's body. What? Domineering Blade Ghostly did not expect Xiao Muyu, who had not shown her strength, to be so powerful. If he slashed at Xiao Jin, then he would die. This was not a good deal. He had no choice but to use the blade that was aimed at Xiao Jin to block Xiao Muyu's attack. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the space. Domineering Blade Ghostly's body was pushed back dozens of steps, while Xiao Muyu only took 3 or 4 steps back. The difference between taking the initiative to attack and passively defending was quite big. Ah! A shrill scream came from the fiery golden light. This was the last sound that the sixth general left in this world. His entire body was melted by the fiery golden light and turned into blood-red steam. The sixth general was dead. He was killed by the demonic beast that he looked down on, and it only took one move. Xiao Jin had displayed his powerful combat strength. At the same time, he had intimidated all of his enemies. Ling Xiao had once told him not to reveal his true strength unless it was absolutely necessary. They were furious, they were extremely furious. The soldiers of the Qin nation stared at the golden crow. Their sixth general had actually been killed by this bird. This was a great humiliation. All of this had happened right in front of them, but they could not stop it. The only one who had a chance to stop it was Ghostly, but he was easily stopped by Xiao Muyu. They could only watch as their sixth general died tragically. The lackey of the Qin nation's royal family is indeed shameless. How dare you launch a sneak attack in a one-on-one battle? Domineering Blade Ghostly, you are indeed a traitor. You have really displayed your shamelessness to the extreme. Xiao Muyu was usually not a talkative person, but today, she said such words. Her voice was full of sarcasm. She felt very happy. Ever since she escaped from Phoenix in the Cloud's control, she lived every day as if it was a festival. Even if she died fighting together with Chen Bai today, she would have no regrets. However, after hearing Xiao Muyu's words, the people of the Qin nation did not look happy. After all, some people still cared about their reputation. Humph, you bitch. You followed Phoenix in the Cloud before, but you were just a pair of broken shoes. What right do you have to talk about me? Ghostly said coldly. He could not find any reason to argue, so he could only use more vicious words to attack Xiao Muyu. Hearing this, Xiao Muyu's face instantly turned pale. This was a stain on her life. No matter what reason she had, she could not wash it away. However, at this moment, a strong and warm hand grabbed her hands. Muyu, I don't care what others think of you. I only know that you endured such a great grievance because of me. Don't worry, whether it is Phoenix in the Cloud or Ghostly, I will kill them for you. Chen Bai grabbed the hands of his beloved woman. He felt very guilty. He had blamed Xiao Muyu for more than 10 years, and he finally understood everything 2 days ago. The so-called sworn brother that he had let go of so many times was simply a beast in human skin. Brother. Xiao Muyu's heart melted, and the color returned to her face. She had such a man who was willing to love and understand her. Her hard work and grievances for so many years were worth it. Xiao Muyu, you have to think clearly. If you follow Phoenix in the cloud, you can continue to be a tyrant and be a rich wife. But if you follow Qianbai, you will die. The first general narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Even if Phoenix in the cloud has wealth and glory, I don't care. Even if Qianbai has nothing, I'm willing to live and die with him, you don't have to deceive me. Today, I, Xiaomuyu, can only be your enemy. I will never be your friend. Xiaomuyu's attitude was firm. The first general's face was extremely gloomy. At this time, the demonic dragon city had already fallen. Many people were begging to join the Qin nation and leave the dragon cult. However, Xiaomuyu obviously had an innate advantage, but she didn't want it. What a stupid woman. Well, since you want to die, then don't blame us. Phoenix in the cloud asked us to spare your life, but it seems that it's impossible now. After the first general finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jin and said, Evil creature, you killed my sixth general. I can let bygones be bygones. As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to the Qin nation's royal family. Bull*T. I don't care about idiots like you who can't live past today. Xiao Jin's attitude was even more clear. He directly scolded. What a joke. He and Ling Xiao were like brothers. How could he abandon Ling Xiao and pledge allegiance to the Qin nation's royal family? More importantly, he knew in his heart that as long as his boss came back, none of these people would be able to leave alive. They dared to attack the demonic dragon city. These people were really bold. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, the Qin nation's soldiers looked even worse. Not to mention Xiaomuyu, even a demonic beast looked down on the Qin nation's royal family and wanted to be enemies with the Qin nation's army. What was going on today? Could it be that the Qin nation's royal family no longer had any dignity? Xiao Jin, actually, you don't have to do this. You and Ling Xiao haven't been in the dragon cult for long. There's no need to go to such lengths for the dragon cult. Qianbai was very grateful. He looked at Xiao Jin and said, Why don't I block these guys? You go and find Ling Xiao. Just protect him and avenge us in the future. That won't do. Boss asked me to stay and help you, so I have to stay. As for him, you don't have to worry at all. That old bastard Phoenix in the cloud is no match for boss. Xiao Jin laughed and said, Although boss and I haven't been in the dragon cult for long, we are people who value friendship and righteousness. We are not like some people who have eaten so many years of food in the stomach of a dog. How dare you go back on your word? Shameless. Ha ha ha, well said, Xiao Jin. No wonder you can become my brother. Your temper is really to my liking. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the void. There was an extremely strong domineering and murderous aura in the laughter. Everyone looked up and saw a sword light descending from the sky. It was as fast as lightning. It was unbelievably fast. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is back. The young cult leader is back. Mu Qing, Chen Luan, and the others are here too. Looks like the reinforcements are here. They must be the reinforcements. We are saved. Seeing the three people standing or sitting on the broadsword, the disciples of demon dragon religion who were trapped in the demon palace shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao stood on the sword, looking so cool that it made countless people envious. The sword was ferocious and terrifying. It was as black as ink and exuded a powerful aura. It was like a ferocious beast that could devour human life at any time. Ling Xiao hadn't been in the dragon cult for long, but he had shown his face many times. Therefore, many people in the dragon cult recognized him. The current Ling Xiao seemed to be more reserved and powerful than a few days ago. His every move gave off the feeling of a peerless expert. Qianbai naturally saw Ling Xiao and the terrifying demon sword. Could that be the origin sword of the Nine Suns demon dragon sword? Qianbai was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that his last disciple would get something that even he couldn't get. This was really shocking and delightful. He really didn't take in the wrong disciple. Back then, when Ling Xiao came to the dragon cult, he tried his best to protect him. He even offended many people in the cult because of this. Now, Ling Xiao used his strength and actions to prove that he, Qianbai, didn't misjudge him, let alone protect him. Mu Qing, where are the reinforcements you called? Xiaomuyu hurriedly asked when he thought of the serious matter. Master, the branches that supported us have been destroyed by the Qin nation's army. Feng Hao and Feng ran, that shameless father and son, we saved them, but they repaid our kindness with ingratitude. If Ling Xiao hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in trouble. You didn't get any reinforcements? Hearing Mu Qing's words, the dragon cult's hope was extinguished again. Only Ling Xiao came. What could he do? Ling Xiao's strength was probably not even on par with Mu Qing. Reinforcements? I alone am enough. Ling Xiao stood on his sword and smiled coldly. Today, none of the enemies who step into demonic Dragon City will leave. Ha ha ha, what arrogance. You? Even your master, Chen Bai, wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Let's not talk about us. Just the soldiers who attacked demonic Dragon City numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Can you kill all of them? The first general laughed maniacally. Not to mention him, even many people from the demon dragon cult felt that Ling Xiao's tone was a little too arrogant. It was impossible. I don't need to do anything. Someone else will take care of those scum. When two armies fight, killing is understandable. However, they harm civilians. They don't even let 2-year-old children go. Many women have been defiled. If we don't kill these scum, the civilians won't be angry. Ling Xiao said calmly. Who can help you? The first general sneered. Do you dare to let those trash from the 8 Immortals County do it? Are you deaf? Can't you hear the screams of your people? Ling Xiao mocked. What? When the first general heard this, he hurriedly circulated his internal energy to improve his hearing. A moment later, he heard the screams of the Qin Nation soldiers. How is this possible? Who is it? Who is killing my soldiers? The first general panicked. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao shouldn't have reinforcements. The 4 deputy team leaders of the Dark Dragon Group and more than 100 subordinates are all martial artists at the 11th level of Hell and above. The 4 deputy team leaders are martial artists at the 12th level of Hell and above. In addition, the team leader of the Yamada family, Yamada Zhang, is a martial artist at the peak of the 12th level of Hell and above. The Skeleton General and Feng Hao are martial artists at the late stage of the 12th level of Hell and above. And the Skeleton General's 500 subordinates, they are all my reinforcements. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. There's also a 1-star 12-level Hell Demon Tiger. Ling Xiao said these words unhurriedly. Impossible. Why would Old 7 help you? There's also Yamada Akashi and the members of the Dark Dragon Group. They're all subordinates of Phoenix and the Cloud. The first general roared. Hee, of course I have my ways. They were all people who chased after me, but unfortunately, they have become my puppets. Therefore, with so many experts, even if there were hundreds of thousands of mobs, what could they do? Sooner or later, they would all be killed. But don't be too sad, because all of you will also go to hell with them. Ling Xiao's confident and frivolous voice raised the morale of the dragon cult members. Sect leader, let us go out and fight. Although we are not strong enough, we can still deal with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. We can't stay here and be protected forever. In the demon palace, the Red Witch shouted. Alright, since there are experts helping you, you can go and train. Don't let those scum destroy the demon dragon city. Chen Bai absolutely believed in Ling Xiao's words. Although those words sounded a little unbelievable, he believed that Ling Xiao would not talk nonsense. With Chen Bai's order, the middle and lower disciples who were hiding in the demon palace rushed out. Only the weak civilians were still hiding in the demon palace. You still want to help? All of you will die here. Seeing so many people rushing out, the first general's killing intent immediately rose. Although he did not understand why those experts would help Ling Xiao, he just wanted to finish the battle here as soon as possible and then go to the other side to help. Second brother, third brother, go over there and see what's going on. At the same time, he roared and gave the order to the second and third generals. Yes. The 2 of them received the order and went over to the square. However, a voice suddenly sounded in the void, boundary martial spirit, trap. As the voice sounded, the surroundings were suddenly wrapped in pitch-black energy. The second and third generals were actually bounced back by the black energy. The Dark Dragon martial spirit is really useful. Although it can only trap the enemy and can't hurt them, just this point alone is enough. If we have to fight to the death, the enemy will not be able to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the pitch-black boundary with satisfaction and revealed a smile. He had devoured the Dark Dragon Group leader's martial spirit and bloodline power. Of course, he could also use this martial spirit. What's going on? The second and third generals attacked with all their might, but the boundary did not fluctuate in the slightest. It's useless. Unless you can kill me or I take the initiative to let someone out, you won't be able to escape from here. Alright, Red Witch, bring the middle and inferior disciples out to fight. You can also just eat and not do anything. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. A ball of pitch-black energy wrapped the middle and lower disciples and sent them out of the boundary. Seeing those people leave, Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He held the demon dragon sword and pointed at the enemies. Since you're here, stay. I'll be your opponent. Hearing this, Chen Bai and Xiaomuyu frowned. Ling Xiao also meant that he wanted to deal with so many people alone. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible. Other than the dead 6th general, there were still 8 Yinyang realm martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of hell. This combat strength was really too unequal. You should really send yourself out. Then, you won't have to face our anger. The first general said coldly. Now, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was simply infuriating. Moreover, the reinforcements he brought could be said to have severely ruined his plans. Then I'm sorry. This boundary martial spirit can only trap the enemy when its owner stays inside. Otherwise, it will lose its effect. Ling Xiao said lightly. He deliberately revealed the truth about the boundary martial spirit to force the other party to be ruthless. Otherwise, how could it help him break through the shackles and break through his cultivation? Good lad. Although I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending, you're really too arrogant. With your strength, if you stay outside obediently, you can still live. However, you came here to die. You're finished. The first general looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of hatred and anger. Master, Vice Sect Leader, Mu Qing, please guard the Demon Palace. Don't let these people find a loophole to sneak in. Xiao Jin, it shouldn't be a problem for the two of us to deal with these 8 people, right? It was a rare opportunity to train. Of course, they should enjoy it together. After all, he and Xiao Jin were the kind of people who got stronger as they fought. Ignoring me? The first general was even angrier. Ling Xiao had heard him, but he had completely ignored him. He had even started to assign opponents. This was simply too condescending. Don't worry, boss. Xiao Jin's eyes were also filled with ferocious intent. I'll leave the 5th general, 4th general, and 3rd general to you, the rest are all mine. None of you who came here today can leave. Ling Xiao was still minding his own business. He did not care about the first general's angry face at all. Got it. Although it's a little difficult, as your subordinate, I won't embarrass you. Xiao Jin said excitedly. Arrogant, he was simply too arrogant. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Xiao Jin, they were simply treating the 8 experts as fish waiting to be slaughtered. They did not care about them at all. Big brother, are we really going to watch from the side? Xiaomuyu looked at Chen Bai and asked. She did not know Ling Xiao well, so she was a little worried. This little guy is very smart. He can see that both of us are injured, so he must be trying to stall for time. Let's hurry up and recover so that we can help later. Chen Bai looked at Xiaomuyu and said. To be honest, no matter how much he trusted Ling Xiao, he did not dare to believe that Ling Xiao could face so many experts alone. Only Mu Qing shook her head and said, I'm afraid that he really wants to kill these people with Xiao Jin. But no matter what, she had exhausted too much from the previous battle and suffered internal injuries. She also needed to recuperate. If Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were in danger, of course, they could not just stand by and watch. The civilians in the Demon Palace were basically the relatives of the Dragon Cult's disciples. Of course, they also hoped that Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin could win. But at this moment, they were still sweating. Although they were civilians, it was not that they did not know martial arts at all. It was just that they were relatively weak and had not reached the Yin-Yang realm. They could not help at all. So it was no different from not knowing martial arts. However, everyone was still able to understand some of the situation. No matter how they looked at it, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were now at a disadvantage. How could they fight with their opponents? If they could really kill the 8 experts with just one man and one beast, it would really shock the entire Qin nation. On the other hand, the Qin nation's warriors did not look very good. Not to mention the 8 experts with cultivation at the 12th level of hell. Behind them, there were hundreds of experts at the 11th level of hell. These people were completely ignored. Ling Xiao, this fellow, actually wanted to rely on the strength of one man and one beast to kill all of them. This was simply a humiliation of the Qin nation's martial artists. I've thought. I too. Alright, since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. General, give us a chance. We don't need you to do anything to kill this man and his beast. The leader of the 100-man team stepped forward. He was a martial artist at the 11th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Although he knew he was no match for Ling Xiao, he had more than 100 people with similar cultivation. How could they not kill Ling Xiao? He did not believe it. Ling Xiao did not look at him. He only looked at Dominating Blade ghostly with contempt. You're the most shameless among these people. So you'll be the first to die. With that, his figure flashed and he pounced on Dominating Blade ghostly. He completed his beast soul transformation and entered the tyrannical blood demonic dragon's beast soul transformation. At the same time, Xiao Jin moved. His target was the 5th general. Ling Xiao had given him the task of killing the 5th, 4th, and 3rd generals. He could not afford to be careless. Bastard, you killed my 6th brother. How dare you attack? I'll tear you apart. Seeing Xiao Jin charge at him, the 5th general was furious. Not only did he not retreat, he charged at Xiao Jin. Chirp. Xiao Jin let out a strange cry. Then, a terrifying golden light flew out of his mouth and shot at the 5th general and all the people behind him. His huge body flew like a gust of wind. The thick golden light was dodged by the 5th general and the 4th general, but it hit the martial practitioners behind them instead. The martial artists at the 11th level of hell could not withstand the terrifying golden light. Many of them were killed or injured in an instant. More than a dozen people were killed in an instant. While Xiao Jin was fighting, Ling Xiao had already charged at Dominating Blade ghostly boy. If you sneak attack me, you might be able to kill me. But do you think I, Dominating Blade ghostly, am a pushover? Dominating Blade ghostly had never been so angry. He was being looked down upon by a 16-year-old kid. His battle blade released a terrifying blade chi in the air and slashed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He waved the demonic dragon sword to block it. Crack! A terrifying sound rang out in the air. A thunderous explosion sounded. That was the collision of energy. It was the strangulation of power. Strong enough. I was right to choose you. Ling Xiao smiled. He could feel that his cultivation was beginning to break through to a higher level. Second brother, you should attack too. Join hands with Dominating Blade ghostly and kill that boy. There's no need to talk about righteousness. If he wants to die, let him die. The 1st general saw that Dominating Blade ghostly's attack did not kill Ling Xiao and could not help but be shocked. Then, he ordered the 2nd general to attack. The 2nd general was stronger than Dominating Blade ghostly. This guy used a huge mace, and his martial soul was a huge bear. One look and one could tell that he was a power-type martial artist. After he heard the order, he charged at Ling Xiao. He waved his mace and smashed down on Ling Xiao's back. Cold sweat flowed down Ling Xiao's forehead. Although he had said that he would split these experts equally with Xiao Jin. Now, he was only pincered by 2 people. It was already strenuous for him. However, the more it was so, the happier he was. Demonic dragon possession. Xiao Chen roared and infused 5 demonic dragons into his body. His 5 attributes rose at the same time. He actually forced Dominating Blade ghostly back with one strike. Then, he turned around and received the 2nd general's mace. Crack! The ground shattered. Several Qin nation soldiers from the 11th floor who tried to sneak attack Xiao Chen were killed on the spot by the shattered energy. When experts exchanged blows, not only were they of no help, but they even became a burden. This made them realize that Ling Xiao's earlier neglect of them was not a problem. Oh. 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 Not bad. Not bad. This attack is strong enough. The second general's attack benefited Ling Xiao more than dominating blade Ghostly did. Xiao Qin could feel that he could break through at any time. Just at this moment, dominating blade Ghostly attacked from behind again. The sharp dominating blade flickered with a cold light and released a horrifying killing chi. I was waiting for you. Tyrannical blade Gili attempted to take advantage of Ling Xiao blocking the second general's attack to launch a sneak attack. However, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sly smile. He waved his hand. 9 Demon Dragon Sun swords shot out, attacking Tyrannical blade Gili's vital points. Tyrannical blade Gili did not expect that these 9 Demon Dragon Sun swords could shoot out like flying swords. For a moment, he could only give up on attacking Ling Xiao and turn to block the flying swords. However, the distance was too close. Ling Xiao had clearly exposed an opening for him to take the bait. He actually did not think of this point. He was too impulsive and too stupid. Chi. Of the 9 swords, Tyrannical blade Ghostly blocked 7 of them, but 2 of them still pierced into his body. Demon Dragon Blood Curse, activate. Ling Xiao did not give Tyrannical blade Gili a chance. In a fight between experts, even the slightest mistake could lead to death. Ling Xiao wanted to make this a reality. Following the activation of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse, the second general's attack paused for a moment. And Tyrannical blade Gili, who was already injured, felt his chi and blood gushing out from his wounds. His body instantly felt extremely uncomfortable. He could not even control his moves. At this time, Ling Xiao's sword pierced over. I'll gift you a move, True Demon Black Immortal descends. Using the True Demon Sword Chi to increase the might of Black Immortal descends, allowing it to reach the terrifying destructive power of an Immortal Grade 3rd Sky Martial skill. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of holding back. Like a dragon's shadow, the sword is like lightning. Even the other people on the battlefield had to use all their strength to be able to catch Ling Xiao's faint afterimage. At that moment, Tyrannical blade Gili felt his hair stand on end. All the pores on his body instantly opened up. His face revealed a horrified expression as he tried to dodge. However, under the influence of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse, his chi and blood could not be controlled. His legs did not listen to him at all. Even though it was only for a moment. But it was this moment of mistake that caused him to walk on the path of death. The sharp sword chi rushed toward him. Tyrannical blade Ghostly could only use all the strength in his body to use his warblade to block in front of him, attempting to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. But was it useful? Everyone has the right to punish traitors. Die, dominating blade Ghostly. The instant he approached Tyrannical blade Ghost Grim, Ling Xiao's sword suddenly turned, easily dodging Tyrannical blade Ghost Grim's warblade before stabbing Ghost Grim's throat. After the sword strike, Tyrannical Saber Gui Li's throat immediately spurted out dark red blood. His eyes instantly turned sluggish. A moment later, a black aura lingered around his body. Tyrannical blade Ghostly had also become a demonic corpse, as long as it was a cultivator that Ling Xiao had personally defeated and killed, as long as their cultivation was within the same great realm as him or below, he could turn them into a demon corpse. All that was required was the consumption of soul power and demonic chi. At this moment, the second general had already broken free from the demonic dragon blood curse's shackles and viciously smashed down with his spiked club from behind. The roar of a giant bear resounded in the void. The friction between the spiked club and the air actually created a raging fire, causing the power of this attack to become even more violent. Ling Xiao had already turned around and faced the second general. He could let the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards block it, or let Tyrannical blade Ghost Li's demonic corpse block it. However, he did not do so. Because he needed such an attack to help him break through. The reason why he killed Tyrannical blade Ghostly was because the second general's attack was enough to satisfy him. Boom, the spiked club smashed down with an even more violent momentum, colliding with the demonic dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao was directly sent flying. His body heavily crashed into the pitch-black barrier, and then fell to the ground. After all, he was hastily defending, while the second general attacked with hatred. There was a difference in strength between the two. Die. The second general fiercely pounced forward, attempting to smash Ling Xiao to death while Ling Xiao fell. However, this time, the huge spiked club was tightly grasped by a hand. Ling Xiao held the demonic dragon sword in one hand and the spiked club in the other. Although his face was covered in blood, he stood up with a smile. He looked at the second general with a smile. How is this possible? The second general did not believe this. Ling Xiao was clearly unable to block his terrifying attack just a moment ago, so how was he able to do so now? This feels good. The mammoth strength is really powerful. I really have to thank the leader of the Dark Dragon group. Ling Xiao's current strength was probably invincible in the Yin-Yang realm. In terms of pure strength, no one in the Yin-Yang realm could compete with him. His strength was already very terrifying. After absorbing the mammoth bloodline power, he became even more powerful. In terms of pure strength, warriors of the same cultivation level would be crushed by him. The second general must have lost his mind to compete with him in terms of strength. At this moment, there was a sudden scream, which attracted the attention of Ling Xiao and the second general at the same time. They did not dare to turn their heads, but they captured the situation with their soul power. It turned out that the fifth general's head had been scratched by Xiao Jin, and he died on the spot. Seeing this shocking scene, whether it was Jinbai, Xiao Muyu, Mu Qing, or the dragon cult civilians hiding in the demon palace, they all felt extremely shocked. On the Qin nation's side, everyone's hearts trembled violently. What kind of joke was this? The battle had only started for 1 or 2 minutes. Domineering Blade Ghostly and the fifth general had been killed by one man and one beast. Whether it was Ling Xiao or the terrifying Golden Crow demon beast, their strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. There are still 6 of you left. Now, am I still boasting shamelessly? Ling Xiao looked at the first general mockingly. He did not take the second general seriously at all. He said that he would keep the 8 experts, and he would definitely do it. Now, 2 of the 8 had died. No one dared to say that he was boasting shamelessly, and no one dared to say that he was arrogant and ridiculous. Ling Xiao used his own strength to prove his prophecy. Third brother, fourth brother, second brother, the 3 of you work together and destroy that evil creature first. I will deal with Ling Xiao. I'll have to trouble the 2 princes to be ready to attack at any time. There's no need to reason with these 2 guys. The first general could also see that Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were both very terrifying. If this continued, they would only be defeated one by one. In any case, the second general and domineering Blade Ghostly had already worked together to deal with Ling Xiao. It was not a big deal to gang up on them now. They already had no face, so there was no need to care. How shameless. You were so arrogant just now, saying that Ling Xiao was no match for any of you. What about now? You actually want to gang up on him. It seems that you are completely shameless. Chen Bai sneered disdainfully, then shouted, Ling Xiao, if you want me to attack, just let me know. In terms of numbers, we are about the same as them now. Thank you for your kindness, master. But there's no need for that. They're just a few lowlifes. I can take care of them easily. Ling Xiao was more confident than before. As he spoke, black demonic lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. It wrapped around the mace and blasted toward the second general. The second general was indeed very strong. He was also very shrewd in battle. When he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately threw down the mace and shapeshifted. It turned into a giant bear standing on 2 legs. Second brother, it's my turn. At this moment, the first general had already rushed over and attacked Ling Xiao. The second general attacked Xiao Jin. The third general, the fourth general, and even the 12th prince and the 11th prince all had their eyes on Xiao Jin. They clearly wanted to kill Xiao Jin first before dealing with Ling Xiao. However, their plan was good. But would Ling Xiao let them succeed? Vertical golden light technique. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao disappeared from the first general's sight. When he reappeared, he had already cut off the 4th general's head. The 4th general and Xiao Jin were fighting fiercely. How could they notice anything else? Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying speed? In the end, he was killed without knowing what happened. "Boss, why did you steal my kill?" Xiao Jin smiled bitterly. "I had no choice. Those guys wanted to besiege you. I could only try to reduce their numbers." Ling Xiao smiled and stood side by side with Xiao Jin. The fourth general, who was already dead, stood up shakily. The severed head flew to his neck and turned into a demonic corpse. "You two, go to the square and help." Ling Xiao did not let Ba Dao Guili and the fourth general's demonic corpse stay. Instead, he sent them away. If he wanted to help, Chen Bai, Xiao Muyu, and Mu Qing were standing there. They could help at any time. It was just that he did not need them. "Idiot, I was worried that you would use the demonic corpse to deal with us. But now it seems that you're really brainless. You actually drove the demonic corpse away." The first general cursed. "You're only good at talking. Out of the 8 of you, we've already killed 3 of you. Now, there are only 5 of you left. Why are you still so arrogant?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "That's right, you killed 3, but those 3 were the weakest among the 8 of us. The battle has only just begun." The 12th prince walked out and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. "I heard that you once defeated my 14th brother. Today, I would like to see how you are." He was originally cultivating in a large sect. Although he was only an outer sect disciple, he was very ambitious. He thought that he was invincible after coming to the state of Qin. Originally, he and the 11th prince did not plan to make a move. They believed that Ling Xiao was not qualified. But now that the battle had progressed to this point, they had no choice but to re-evaluate Ling Xiao. Perhaps they could really fight. No matter what the 12th prince said, Ling Xiao was now the embodiment of invincibility in the eyes of the dragon cult. He was even more terrifying than cult leader Chen Bai. In fact, only Ling Xiao himself knew that he was still far from Chen Bai. Unless his cultivation level broke through again, it was impossible for him to defeat the remaining 5 people. Although the 12th prince was arrogant, what he said was right. The remaining 5 people were also the strongest 5 people. None of them were easy to deal with. They were not to be trifled with. But no matter what, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin's strength today had already gained the recognition of everyone in the dragon cult. His arrogance and haughtiness were justified. He was not just speaking without thinking and being blindly arrogant. "Big brother, perhaps today, the dragon cult will give birth to a legend." Xiao Muyu looked at Ling Xiao and said to Chen Bai with emotion. "Yes, the dragon cult has been established for decades, and there has never been such a person. This kid can definitely be called the number 1 in the dragon cult. I don't dare to say that there will be no one like him in the future, but he is definitely unprecedented. Even I have to admit defeat." For the first time, Chen Bai was looking forward to living. Because only by living could he see Ling Xiao continue to rise and reach the peak of the Black Tortoise continent. "Second brother, is it okay to leave that evil beast to you?" The first general suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was the biggest problem. His previous strategy was obviously wrong. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to kill Ling Xiao first. Otherwise, no one knew what this kid would do. This kid was too dangerous. He had to kill him with his strongest combat strength. "No problem." The second general nodded. He, who had transformed into a giant bear, was not afraid of Xiao Jin at all. "Okay, then me, third brother, and the 2 princes will work together to deal with Ling Xiao. There is no need to be polite. There is no need to talk about fairness with him." For martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm wanted to deal with Ling Xiao at the same time. They wanted to kill him in one strike. The 12th and 11th princes felt that this was a little demeaning, but when they thought of the hatred between Ling Xiao and the Qin nation's royal family, they agreed. Moreover, they did not know Ling Xiao's background. They could not underestimate him. It was definitely much easier to deal with 4 people than 1 person. Moreover, Ling Xiao was only 16 years old after reincarnating, and he already had his current achievements. If he was given more time, wouldn't he be able to soar to the heavens? They would definitely not allow a tiger to grow in their bosom. The third general naturally did not say anything. He was the weakest of the 5. He could not even defeat Xiao Jin in a one-on-one fight. That was why the first general sent the second general to deal with Xiao Jin. He would be safer if he joined the encirclement. remember, don't hold back. The first general still seemed worried. He repeated his words. Then, surging energy was released from his back. An illusory figure formed. It was a black eagle with a sharp gaze. It was his martial soul. With the appearance of the black eagle martial soul, the first general's aura instantly became stronger. And it was even more strange. The pair of eyes of the black eagle martial spirit really gave off a strange feeling that made people uneasy. Xianxia frowned. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent. At the same time, the third general also released his martial soul. His martial soul was a wolf. Although the wolf martial soul was very common, it was also very fierce. With the release of his martial soul, the third general's aura instantly became stronger. Xianxia also realized that other than the seventh general, the other 6 people should all have beast martial souls. No wonder they were so close. They might even be from the same lineage. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. The 12th and 11th prince's martial souls were naturally the Qin nation's royal family's lightning martial soul. Lightning danced behind their backs. Their martial souls resonated with each other and became even more powerful. The 4 of them all released their martial souls. Facing Xianxia, they did not plan to hold back. They wanted to kill Xianxia and eliminate all future troubles. On the other side, the second general and Xiao Jin's battle had already begun. End of chapter 2840. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.